Now the batting order.
We will begin with batting in that leadoff spot.
KNBR 680 presents
Hitting leadoff.
the leadoff spot.
And that ball is gone! A home run, leading it off.
Live from the KNBR studios with your host, the Waterboy.
Hey, Waterboy!
Marcus Boucher.
Waterboy, do your thing.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And that's how this game gets started.
Swing and a drive. Right field. Way back. And gone. Oh, baby, did he crush it. Into the second deck. A monster homer for Bryce Harper. Swing and a high fly ball center field. Harris back some more near the wall. Gone. Just to the left of the 401 marker. A towering homer to center field. And Bryce Harper has done it again. And the Phillies have taken a 2-1 lead in this NLDS. Swinging a ball, hit well to left, toward the line, and it's gone! Another homer for the Diamondbacks! Third solo homer of the home third. Lynn the pitch, and a breaking ball is drilled out toward left center field. A long way! No doubt about this one! Home run left center! 4-0 Diamondbacks, and the Diamondbacks have swept the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks pouring out of the third base dugout, celebrating on the hill.
Just another laugher.
When the Diamondbacks come to town, it's bye-bye Dodgers. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murphy Mag Show, doubling down twice this morning with my guy Greg Silver, filling in for Overnight Dave on the board this morning, and giving us the great open package of not just Bryce Harper staring down Orlando Arcia, not just Dusty Baker and the Houston Astros moving on to face off against Bruce Bochy in the ALCS, but also the Arizona Diamondbacks breaking out the brooms and sweeping the LA Dodgers. And as Mike Krukow said to sum it up, just another ha-ha laugher. Because here we are now, back-to-back seasons, watching the LA Dodgers, of course, win the NL West, win over 100 games, but then get knocked out of the playoffs in the division series. You can take a look at the Dodgers over the past two seasons. Their 211 regular season wins, what do they have to show for it? One postseason win last year before being eliminated by the San Diego Padres. Now it's a different NL West rival who knocks them out this year, the Arizona Blanking Diamondbacks. And yeah, it's time to party with our guy Turn Up Tory, who was throwing parties after the Diamondbacks winning the previous round against the Milwaukee Brewers. And just like they did with Brandon Pfaadt getting the better of Corbin Burns, there was Brandon Pfaadt yesterday out-pitching Lance Lynn in this Dodgers rotation that may have historically put up one of the worst showings from a starting rotation, maybe in postseason history. Because you look at Lance Lynn last night, you look at the fact that he allowed 4 home runs in the same inning for the first time in postseason history. Shout out to Lance Lynn. Also, leading the major leagues in home runs allowed this year. He allowed 4 in one inning. But he actually had the longest outing out of any Dodger pitcher this entire series against the Diamondbacks.
Oh my God.
I'm not joking. He threw 2 2/3 innings yesterday. That's longer than Clayton Kershaw, who got bounced out of the first inning in the game 1 of the opening series. Longer than Bobby Miller, who barely made it into the second. Lance Lynn went 2 2/3. You're talking about a starting rotation in 3 games that combined to pitch 4 2/3 inning, allowed 13 earned runs, That goes down as a 25-plus ERA, 16 hits allowed, 5 home runs, 3 walks, and only 2 strikeouts. That is absolutely pathetic. And it's something that we talked about last week with people like Sean Estes breaking down this series. And, of course, we can get into the other angles that we talked about, the rest versus the rust, and the fact that the Braves are the only 100-win team so far this postseason to win a game. Hell, they're the only one left at this point. They're battling it out, trying to keep their playoff hopes alive against the Philadelphia Phillies tonight. We'll get into that game in just a second. But how about the fact that the Dodgers and Orioles both got swept in this postseason? It's the first time in MLB history that multiple 100-win teams have been swept. So now we're talking about Bruce Bochy doing it against the Baltimore Orioles. Now we're talking about Turn-Up Tory and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Not only beating a team that won the division by 16 games, beating a team that beat you 8 out of your 13 matchups that you faced off against. Now you got Turn-Up Tory out here throwing a party. Yeah, let's blank and party.
Let's party all night.
And here's the thing. The Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be partying until they figure out who they're playing between the Phillies and the Braves. Hell, last night they were throwing a pool party. Shout out Jordan Poole.
It's a pool party.
There they were at their own stadium, popping champagne in the pool. Hopefully, someone doesn't drop something else in the pool, but that's for another story. Arizona Diamondbacks dropping it on the LA Dodgers. And man, oh man, it feels great. I know we're sitting here acting a little petty this morning, but hey, deservedly so. The Dodgers won as many postseason games this year as the San Francisco Giants did. That's a fact. Technically, if you want to break it down by the numbers, the Giants had a better postseason winning percentage than the Dodgers because they went 0-0. Dodgers go 0-3, get swept, and really do get beat down by a team that's supposed to be a little brother in the division. But don't look now. The Arizona Diamondbacks, one of the hottest teams in baseball, and as we mentioned, are now awaiting the winner of the Phillies and Braves series. Probably the most entertaining series of this divisional series round. The back and forth, the Philly crowd going crazy yesterday. Bryce Harper not hitting 1 but 2 home runs yesterday and staring down Orlando Arcia while doing it. Apparently, the story is Orlando Arcia ran by Bryce Harper after he got doubled off in Game 2. Idiot base running mistake. Well, Orlando Arcia apparently walked by and said, "Atta babe, Harper," which did not sit well with Bryce Harper because both times he went deep yesterday, there he was, mean mugging Orlando Arcia, and I'm here for every single second of it. The rivalry back and forth between the Braves and the Phillies. Shout out to all the Philly fans yesterday who started doing the chomp, ironically, to kind of mock the Braves after the Phillies went up and took the lead. They now have the lead in a series, 2-1 overall, and they're the only series still playing. So maybe we get a decision today. It's going to be Spencer Strider pitching for the Braves, trying to keep their season alive against Ranger Suarez. But man, oh man, whether we're talking about the NLCS with the Arizona Blanking Diamondbacks representing the NL West, or if we're talking about the ALCS, where you're going to have Dusty Baker squaring off against Bruce Bochy, Forever Giants, something that I feel like we've talked about a lot, not just this week, last week, ever since the Gabe Kapler firing. I gave out the line a couple times yesterday. Bruce Bochy's out here searching for his 4th World Series title. Gabe Kapler's still on the search for the perfect burger in San Francisco. Guess what? I don't think Dusty Baker's looking for burgers. He probably knows where the best one is in San Francisco because his time here in the city, obviously. But how about the fact that it's 2023, and now we're going to get a matchup between Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy. And we've got some great post-game sound from Dusty yesterday, kind of joking with Ken Rosenthal saying, yeah, now it's time for me and Bochy to square off. And I feel like it's going to turn into like a civil war between Giants fans. Whose side are you on? It's like when I was in high school and the movie Twilight came out. Everybody was Team Edward or Team Jacob. Who are you voting for? Who are you rooting with? Who are you rolling with? Team Bochy or Team Baker? Now, I got to be honest with you. For me, it's a pretty easy decision. I'm going with the man, the myth, the legend, Bruce Bochy.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
And we've been pretty open about my fandom here on the leadoff spot. We've talked a lot with Murph and Mac about how I was raised a Yankee fan. So I was not like an Adam Copeland kid who grew up with Dusty Baker and Barry Bonds and Rich Aurilia and all those Giants from the early 2000s. I was a guy who was a big Derek Jeter fan. And so watching them win World Series my entire life, but more specifically in 2009 when they won the World Series, the only thing on a high school Waterboys bucket list was to watch the Yankees play a World Series game And in my mind, I would never have the money to travel out to New York. So I was like, all right, it's got to happen. The Yankees got to come to San Francisco to play in a World Series game. So since 2009, I've kind of secretly been undercover rooting for the Giants. And yes, I can say I was in 2010 when the Yankees got to the ALCS and lost to the Rangers. In 2012 when they got to the ALCS and lost to the Tigers. I was so close, Greg. I was so close. But, of course, since the Yankees lost those games, I started rooting for the Giants. I started rooting for the Bruce Bochy era. I got to meet Pablo Sandoval in 2009, 2010. Got to go out to the ballpark for the first time and watch guys like Tim Lincecum, Madison Bumgarner pitch. So, to me, I'm all about the Bruce Bochy era. But I know there's a lot of people who have their feelings for Dusty Baker also. I guess we can kind of turn this into the hard taco, soft taco shell commercial where everybody's fighting and arguing about what kind of tacos they like. Why can't we have both? Why can't we root for both? Well, it's still the cheating Houston Astros to me. Dusty Baker kind of rubbed off some of that stink last year by winning the World Series. But even last night, watching the celebration, watching Justin Verlander drop F-bombs repeatedly on Fox, I'm like, blank these guys. They're over here bragging about going to the ALCS 7 years in a row. Yeah, 4 or 5 of those years you're out here banging trash cans. I don't know. I'm still not a fan of the Astros, and that's why I'm riding with Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers. We'll get your opinion on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, who you're picking between the battle of the forever Giant managers, probably two of the most beloved managers in San Francisco Giant history, and now they're representing 2 other teams, not coaching for the San Francisco Giants, while the Giants are still sitting here searching for a manager in the middle of October. But we'll keep an eye on both Bochy and Dusty and the managerial search for the San Francisco Giants. But we also got to keep an eye on the San Francisco 49ers matchup against Myles Garrett and potentially P.J. Walker this weekend, as Deshaun Watson is still MIA in CLE. Nowhere to be seen yesterday at Cleveland practice and not show up to speak to the media. So we'll give you an injury update on guys like Deshaun Watson. Can also give you a couple 49er injury updates on Elijah Mitchell, Dre Greenlaw, and who's going to be available for this 49ers defense. A defense that just saw Fred Warner just win another award for NFC Defensive Player of the Week. We'll play some sound from Fred on the other side, play some sound from Kyle Shanahan breaking down this Cleveland Browns matchup, and start looking at this spread and dissecting it. Because it opened this week on Monday at about 3.5. 2 days ago it was at 5. I'm looking this morning, it's at 7. So that to me is a red flag and maybe an indicator that Deshaun Watson is not playing this weekend. We'll break down that game, and we'll also break down the blowout that still continues from the George Kittle F. Dallas shirt and how the NFL is now thinking about fining him upwards of $10,000. I'll give you my thoughts on that fine and try not to drop a couple F words like my guy George Kittle was this past weekend. But blank Dallas, blank the Dodgers, and go Bruce Bochy. That's my takeaway this morning. 808 KNBR is the number. And Greg, before we break, it's a Thursday tradition. Maybe we'll pour one out for the Dodgers, or maybe we'll pour one up to celebrate the fact that we're getting Bochy and Dusty Baker because it's a Thursday.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Nobody interrupts it, not even the LA Dodgers. Shout out Turn Up, Torey Lovello, and the Arizona D-Macs. Let's blank and party. Let's have a good time. Let's talk some 49er football on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Let's party all night! And a connected team is a dangerous team. We are dangerous.
Yeah, baby!
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues
Check with Waterboy. All right?
Check with Marcus.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's an end around and a flea flicker. Back to Brock Purdy. Takes a shot down the sideline to George Kittle. Kittle all the way to the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
With a little razzle-dazzle reverse flea flicker. They flip it to McCaffrey. He flips it back to Debo. Debo flips it to Purdy, and Purdy drops it to George Kittle down the sideline.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning where we're still saying bye to the LA Dodgers. Hell, Greg, we can say bye to the Dallas Cowboys who came into town on Sunday night and got beat down by the San Francisco 49ers. Got to be a pretty good sports week for everybody here in the Bay Area, watching the Cowboys get beat 42-10. Now this fallout of Micah Parsons crying about how this is personal between him and Kittle. People now talking about maybe moving on from Dak Prescott. And hell, it's always a good week when the Dodgers get eliminated, especially by the Arizona Diamondbacks, and they don't win a single game in the postseason. But we'll talk more baseball on the other side with some postgame sound from Dave Roberts, Bruce Bochy, and of course, Dusty Baker, talking about the big matchup in the ALCS. But we also got to talk about the big matchup this weekend between the 49ers and the Cleveland Browns. Because here we are on a Thursday morning on the eve of Week 6 of the NFL season. Kansas City Chiefs are facing off against the Denver Broncos tonight, an AFC West divisional matchup, a spread that's 10.5 points, a spread that, to be honest with you, I probably won't touch. But also, Patrick Mahomes has never lost to the Denver Broncos ever in his career. So if you're looking to make a bet tonight, maybe you do lay the points on the Kansas City Chiefs, because there's no way in hell I would ever bet on the Denver Broncos. But you know who I have been betting on? The San Francisco 49ers. And that's why I'm always keeping an eye on the spread. And we talked about it Monday morning when we were wrapping up the Cowboys game, when we gave a quick look ahead to this weekend's matchup against the Cleveland Browns. And a point spread that I believe opened at 3.5 points. And I remember saying on my show, I believe it was either Monday or Tuesday morning, ooh, this might be one of my Bobby Boucher's best bets. I might have to get it in early this week because that line might be moving. And boy, oh boy, has it been moving. From 3.5 points to 5 points yesterday. And now this morning when I'm looking, it's up to a full touchdown spread, 7 points. Which to me indicates one thing and one thing only. You are not going to see Deshaun Watson playing for the Cleveland Browns. Because that is pretty much the only position in sports, really, that moves a line that much. It's the quarterback. Look at the Cleveland Browns lines after a guy like Nick Chubb injured and got lost for the rest of the season. It doesn't get affected as much as the quarterback does, even though you can make the argument that a guy like Nick Chubb is probably more valuable to that offense than a guy like Deshaun Watson. But it's a quarterback league, and we all know how much of an impact it has on an offense. And it's also a Cleveland Browns offense that we saw a couple weeks ago without Deshaun Watson get absolutely blown out by the Baltimore Ravens with Dorian Thompson-Robinson as the backup quarterback. Shout out to Murph's UCLA Bruins. Well, it looks like DTR might be getting jumped on the depth chart this week by P.J. Walker. Yes, the former Houston Roughneck from the AFL, a guy that was playing for the Carolina Panthers last year. And now we're talking about a real possibility he'll be suiting up this weekend against the San Francisco 49ers because Deshaun Watson did not practice yesterday, and Deshaun Watson also did not go to the podium to speak to the media. And again, reading in between the lines from the practice report to the fact that this spread has now moved from 3.5 to 7, that tells me all I need to know that Deshaun Watson will not be playing this weekend. They're also dealing with a couple other injuries. Guys like Jerome Ford, he's been questionable at practice this week. If he's not good to go, they still got Kareem Hunt. But as we mentioned earlier, Nick Chubb is not on this roster. So should the 49ers be intimidated by the Cleveland Browns? That's my big question. Offensively, not so much. Because if Deshaun Watson's not back there, and it's not like Deshaun Watson was lighting the world on fire, they still got guys like Amari Cooper on the squad. So that'd be a good matchup to watch between him and Charvarius Ward. But I'm really not intimidated at all by this Browns offense versus this 49er defense. Now, on the flip side, when we start talking about this Cleveland Browns defense, that's where I do start to circle some matchups. And it's a matchup that we've been circling now for a couple weeks As we've been talking about Colton McKivitz and the 49ers offensive line, whether it was his week 1 matchup against TJ Watt that did not go so well, or if it was his last week's matchup against Michael Parsons that did go well. Well, Myles Garrett is in that conversation. I think when we talk about the elite pass rushers in the league, you obviously look at guys like TJ Watt, Nick Bosa. Hell, throw his brother Joey Bosa in there when he's healthy. We saw Khalil Mack get 6 sacks against the Raiders the other week and still put him in the conversation. Aiden Hutchinson from the Detroit Lions is a dog, also a guy that's evolving into one of the best pass rushers. And I think Myles Garrett is right in the middle of that entire conversation. A guy that has a good chance to win the Defensive Player of the Year this year. A guy that I feel like kind of gets lost in those conversations, but look at what he's doing this year. Just type in his name on Twitter. You'll see highlights of him just destroying offensive linemen. You'll see highlights of him going in motion as a defensive end back and forth and having 2 different tight ends follow him around just so they could double and triple team him. That's how much of a disruptive force that Myles Garrett is. And as good as he is rushing the passer, he's just as good in the run game as well. So that, to me, hands down, is going to be the number 1 matchup this week for this 49ers offense. And it's kind of the same sentiment that Kyle Shanahan had yesterday down at Levi Stadium when he was talking about this Browns defense that, oh, by the way, is ranked towards the top of the league in almost every major statistical category. Number 1 pass defense, and with Myles Garrett, and also Zadarius Smith on that defensive line, former Green Bay Packer. This is a defense that could cause some problems for the 49ers offense this weekend. And here's the man that is the brains behind the 49ers offense talking all about it, Kyle Shanahan on Myles Garrett and why the Cleveland Browns have been one of the best defensive teams in the league this year.
He's one of the most talented guys I think anyone's seen, and the style they play on defense is very similar to ours. They rush the passer every play and then react to everything else. Him combined with Schwartz's scheme and the guys around him, it's a problem. It's obvious why they're a top defense right now.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. And I know there's some critics out there of Pro Football Focus. Shout out to Tim Ryan, always asking, who the hell are these guys grading all these plays? Well, according to Pro Football Focus right now, the number 1 pass rusher in the league is Nick Bosa. The number 2 pass rusher is Myles Garrett. Again, I can sit here this morning and list off stats for you for both of these guys and talk about why they're such elite pass rushers. Myles Garrett currently ranks number 1, according to Pro Football Focus, in pass rush win rate. So whether he is going one-on-one with McKivitz, going one-on-one with Trent Williams, it's going to be a handful for any of these offensive linemen. And the Browns will move him around, whether it's to pair him up on the same side as Zadarius Smith or just overall this entire Browns defense. They got playmakers all over the place. Whether it's their linebacker out of Notre Dame, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, whatever. I don't know how to say his name, Greg, to be honest with you. J-O-K. I remember him being okay at Notre Dame, but he's been a pretty good linebacker in the league with the Cleveland Browns. And then you look at the outside, they got guys like Denzel Ward playing corner. Grant Delpit is a good safety as well. And that's why they're one of the best pass defenses in the league, ranked number 1 overall. It's pretty helpful when you got guys like Myles Garrett up front rushing the passer also. But here's Kyle Shanahan breaking down that secondary and why they are ranked as the best secondary in the league.
Very good. I mean, when you have the D-line they have, the downhill linebackers, you better have some good corners, and they have very good ones. They play a lot of man-to-man coverage, so mix in some zone. But when you play that much man-to-man and you're also the number 1 pass defense in the league, you got to have some good corners.
Yeah, number 1 pass defense in the league, and they're also top 5 rushing defense. So this will be a big test for this 49er offense. But then again, didn't we say the same thing last week against the Dallas Cowboys? Before the 49ers hung up 42 points on them, they were one of the top defenses in the league. And now I see this narrative again popping up that, the Cowboys were overrated. 49ers haven't been tested so far this year. I'm like, what? Everybody was talking about how this was a measuring stick game for the Cowboys and kind of for the 49ers. Well, we obviously saw how far apart those two teams were and how much better the 49ers were. But let's not just act like the Dallas Cowboys all of a sudden can't play defense. Let's give some credit to Brock Purdy and that Kyle Shanahan system. It's still a defense loaded with talented players. The Pittsburgh Steelers defense in week 1, loaded with talented players. This week against the Cleveland Browns, more talented players, but it could be the hardest test of the season. At least that's what Kyle Shanahan is thinking. Here he was talking about this Cleveland Browns defense, and if they will be a bigger challenge than facing off against the Cowboys last week.
This game is, to me, the biggest challenge we've had so far. Thought that was going to be Dallas, too, going into it. But then you look at this, and you the defensive numbers just jump out. You don't see very much that they're number 1 or 2 in everything. Red zone's the only thing they're not, but that's only because I think they've had 8 plays there all year. And Baltimore ran it in, so that didn't help their rankings there, but everything else is top notch. We're doing that too on offensively right now, so it should be a hell of a battle. When you look at a defense like that, a team who's committed to running the ball like they are, I mean, that's like the prime best way to get into the playoffs, and that's why I expect this team to be there throughout this year.
And yeah, I'm with Kyle. I think the Cleveland Browns could be a surprise playoff team. But that's if their defense continues to play the way it's playing, and if they can't continue to run the ball with guys like Jerome Ford and Kareem Hunt. Because with the way Deshaun Watson's playing right now, I don't know if this offense taking any downgrades with P.J. Walker, to be honest with you. Of course, we haven't even seen P.J. this year, and that's why I don't think it's going to be that big of a challenge, because the Cleveland Browns offense is just simply not going to be able to put up points against this 49ers defense. Not when you got Nick Bosa breathing down your neck. Not when you got Javon Hargrave clogging up the middle. You just heard Kyle talk about Kevin Stefanski and how he loves to run the ball so much. Guess what? No one's really been able to run the ball on this 49ers team. And with Brock Purdy in this offense putting up 30 points per game, you get into these game scripts where these teams can't even run the ball if they choose to. So if you get out to a lead on the Cleveland Browns, you force them to pass the ball with P.J. Walker, I think that's problems. I think it's good problems for the San Francisco 49ers defense. Maybe we see a few more interceptions for guys like Fred Warner, who took home the NFC Defensive Player of the Week award this past week. Of course, balling out against the Cowboys, getting interceptions, sacks, strips on the sideline. Fred Warner simply does it all. But now it feels like on a week-in and week-out basis, we're not only talking about Fred Warner, we're talking about Christian McCaffrey, we're talking about Brock Purdy, we're talking about Nick Bosa, we're talking about all these players racking up awards, and now we're talking about these guys being in the conversation for MVP, Defensive Player of the Year. I do want to pump the brakes a little bit. We're only 5 weeks through the season, but all these guys are in the conversation, and Fred Warner is playing as the best linebacker in football right now, which is why I bring up the question last week whether or not he would be in that Defensive Player of the Year conversation. Well, after his performance against the Cowboys, it's getting a lot of people talking, and yesterday Kyle Shanahan had the chance to talk about the evolution of Fred Warner's game from being a off-ball linebacker at BYU to being one of the best middle linebackers in the NFL. Here's Kyle Shanahan breaking down the evolution of Fred Warner.
Fred's been unbelievable. He came in and got a lot on his plate his rookie year. Has been the quarterback of our building really since halfway through his rookie year, and his second year he owned it. I think his second year was the year we became a real dominant defense, won the Super Bowl that year, and each year I think we rewarded him after that year, but each year he's only gotten better. I mean, he's doesn't change. He's out here every day throughout the year, and very thankful to have Fred.
Yeah, I think everybody's grateful to have Freddie Rico, all-pro Fred, number 54 in the middle of your defense. With him and the surrounding talent, I truly think 49ers are going to take care of business. It's going to be interesting to see if that spread goes up at all, or if anybody out here is buying into the narrative that this might be a trap game for the 49ers with the emotions of Sunday Night Football, with all the fallout of the George Kittle blank Dallas t-shirt that we've been talking about all week. And now there might even be more fallout, as Adam Schefter has reported that the NFL is considering fining George Kittle for the t-shirt he wore on Sunday night. Under the terms of the NFL's fine schedule, this would be a fine that carries an upwards of $10,000 for a t-shirt we're talking about here. But it had the F word on it. Yeah, shout out to the NFL and all the media conglomerates that replayed Taylor Swift 5,000 times, yelling, "Let's blanking go," when Travis Kelce's out here scoring touchdowns. Well, but it's fine if Taylor Swift does it. But no, let's not put that F word on a t-shirt. Come on, people, let's grow the hell up. It's a t-shirt. I'm sorry it hurt Michael Parsons' feelings, but I'm really not that sorry, because the Dallas Cowboys got beat again, and it's still blank Dallas each and every day. Kyle Shanahan actually was asked about this yesterday. He didn't really have too much of a response. He said, I didn't think much of George Kittle's shirt. It's kind of WWE stuff. It's entertainment. And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold Kittle says so. It's entertainment. He came on the Murphy Mac show, said he was trolling a little bit. I've got absolutely no problem with George Kittle. Got no problem with the t-shirt. I do got a problem with that $10,000 fine, but hey, George will be able to pay it off with some of the bonuses he might be hitting, catching all those passes from Brock Purdy. And I expect George Kittle's kind of season to continue the upwards trajectory. But I know there's some people out there that might be thinking, what if George Kittle is hitting a peak? What if Brock Purdy is hitting a peak? What if the 49ers are peaking too early, too soon to start the season? They're 5-0. They're undefeated. Everything's going perfect right now, right? Well, I don't know if that's a narrative I'm jumping into, and I don't think it's a narrative that our guy Freddie Rico is jumping into either. Here was Fred Warner yesterday asked if the 49ers are peaking too early at this point of the season and if it could result in a potential trap game against the Browns.
Yeah, that's like one of those things where it's like you got too much time on your hands, so you got to start trying to make things up a little bit. But I honestly don't think that we've hit our peak. I think that we just continue to keep our head down and grind and staying humble. Like if you saw the way that we graded this tape this morning, you would see that like we're taking this really serious. It's not we just scrapped this past game just because we beat them by 32 points. Like we're trying to find ways to get better, and the little things that you do see out there.
And I think those little things are going to continue to improve. Whether it's Brock Purdy involving everybody in the offense in the same game, whether it's just the fact that Brock Purdy's only played, 10 regular season games and continually looks better and better each and every game. I don't think the 49ers are peaking too soon. I don't think there's really going to be too many peaks and valleys this season for the 49ers, one of the best teams in football, 5-0, and they'll look to extend to 6-0 this weekend as a 7-point favorite against the Cleveland Browns. But since we're talking about peaks and valleys, how about we go all the way down to Bikini Bottom, where the Dodgers are hanging out, going fishing for the offseason after being swept by the Arizona Diamondbacks. Let's get into some postseason baseball on the other side. Take a look at the Dodgers choking in the playoffs once again, and take a look at the matchup between Bruce Bochy and Dusty Blanken Baker in the 2023 ALCS. What a time to be alive. What a time to talk some baseball on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I'm not worried about the Dodgers.
This is The Leadoff Spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The pitch. Swing and a ball hit in the air to left. Gurriel will get there. Over toward the line. Makes the catch. And the Diamondbacks have swept the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks pouring out of the third base dugout. Celebrating on the hill. They have won 5 straight postseason games. The Diamondbacks are on to the National League Championship Series, where they'll await the winner of the Phillies and the Braves. They will begin that NLCS on the road in either Atlanta or Philadelphia. They're the final in Game 3 as the Diamondbacks sweep this series 4-2. Arizona wins it.
Bye-bye, Dodgers. Down go the Dodgers. Down goes the Dodgers. The Arizona blanking Diamondbacks win 3 straight games, break out the brooms, and then hop into the pool to throw themselves a little bit of a pool party.
It's a pool party.
And boy, oh boy, it feels like a pool party here at KNBR because I know the San Francisco Giants obviously missed the postseason. They're sitting here without a manager right now and watching Bruce Bochy versus Dusty Baker in the ALCS. But man, oh man, it feels good anytime the Dodgers lose a ball game, especially when they lose in the postseason. Because I feel like I'm now entrenched in this war, in this battle between Dodgers and Giants fans, because I go to all the Giants games, and I'm tired of seeing the Dodger takeover, and I'm tired of hearing about the Dodgers and their 2020 World Series win. Yeah, put an asterisk on that thing. It's the same year the Lakers won in the bubble down in Orlando. What are we talking about? Wasn't it the same year the Rams won the Super Bowl too? Like all those LA teams, kind of clump them all together in that BS COVID season. But now look what happens when there's fans back in the crowd. When you got Clayton Kershaw hearing from guys like the water boy heckling him in the first inning.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
And now we saw the Dodgers dominate the NL West this year. Dominate the Arizona Diamondbacks, win 8 out of their 13 matchups during the regular season, and win the NL West by 16 games. And now they got swept by the Arizona Diamondbacks. Let that sink in for a second. A Diamondbacks team that got a little bit of hype this offseason, got a little bit of respect. I mean, hell, we've talked about Corbin Carroll all season long and how he's hands down the front winner to win the NL Rookie of the Year. But man, oh man, I don't think anybody saw this coming. Hell, I didn't think the Diamondbacks were going to sweep the Brewers in 2 games. They're now 5-0. They haven't lost a ball game yet. We talked a lot yesterday about Bruce Bochy being 5-0, knocking out the Tampa Bay Rays, knocking out the Baltimore Orioles. This is the first time in MLB postseason history that 2 multiple 100-win teams have been swept in the postseason. And now we're looking at a situation where the Atlanta Braves are the only 100-win team this postseason to win a game. They're 1-8 overall. And now we're talking about a situation where the Braves could be eliminated as soon as tonight with Ranger Suarez squaring off against Spencer Strider. And man, oh man, what a scene it was last night in Philadelphia with Bryce Harper going deep twice and staring down Orlando Arcia. Yeah, atta babe, Harper. Atta babe. Also, the Philly fans with the chop mocking the Braves fan was absolutely classic. And that's why I love postseason baseball. But it always feels a little bit better when you see the Dodgers choke. Because over the last 2 years, they've won 211 regular season wins. Guess what they got to show for it? 1 postseason win. Last year, when they were eliminated by the San Diego Padres. And now it's the other little brother in the NL West, the Diamondbacks showing up to town, taking care of business in L.A., and then winning on their own turf last night, jumping into the pool. Again, it's a pool party. We got Turn Up Tory. Now it's time to blank and party. And now it's time to kind of sit back and kind of embrace in the Dodger hate. I don't know. I might sound like a hater this morning, but I'll ask my guy Nicky T.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
Yeah, blank the Dodgers. You've heard me say it. You've heard Matt Mayoko say it.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to
And
watch.
Maddie.
So this, after everything Giants fans went through this season, after taking a few steps back, after watching the success of Bochy and Baker in the American League, this feels good this morning to kind of sit here and realize that the Dodgers won just as many games this postseason as the San Francisco Giants did.
Let's party all night!
Let's blank and party. How about that? Little taste of your own medicine, Dodgers fans. And now you're going home sad. Now you're going home crying. Now you're going out giving out the list of excuses. And I'm here for all the excuses. I want to know why Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman combined to go 1 for 21 this postseason. I want to know why your 3 starters in this series against the Diamondbacks combined for 4 in 2/3 innings pitched, allowed 13 runs, had a 25-plus ERA. Lance Lynn set an MLB record yesterday. He's the first pitcher ever to allow 4 home runs in 1 inning in the postseason. He had the best outing out of any Dodger pitcher this entire series. A Dodger team that's supposed to be loaded each and every year. And yeah, we talked about the Dustin May injury, the Walker Buehler injury, the Julio Urias situation. I don't think you're going to see Julio in a Dodger uniform anytime soon. So we kind of expected this, especially after talking about the rest versus rust argument in the MLB postseason. We just gave out the numbers. There's only been one team this year that won a 100 game that has won a single game in the postseason. So it's now brought up the conversation on whether or not these teams are getting an advantage or not with the bye week. Something that I said immediately when they added these wild card teams. I think it's a watered down product now in the MLB. I don't need 500 teams competing for the third wild card spot. I don't need this BS narrative that the Giants were actually competitive at the end of the season for a postseason spot. They weren't, and they shouldn't have been rewarded for the season that they put out there. But then again, you've seen teams like the Philadelphia Phillies last year squeezed in as a wild card team. You've seen what the Philadelphia Phillies are doing again this year after winning in the wild card round. And honestly, you've seen all these wild card teams kind of carry that momentum into the next round, while the Dodgers had to sit around for a week, not face any live pitching, not face any live batters, and all of a sudden, they get ran up on in 3 games by the Arizona Diamondbacks, and now they're gone fishing for the offseason. Again, just some of the excuses going around now is that all of a sudden the MLB needs to change their postseason format. But hey, if this is a format that gets the Dodgers knocked out back-to-back rounds in the division series, I'm absolutely fine with these rules. But it sounds like Dave Roberts, Clayton Kershaw, and even Mookie Betts had something to say after the game. Here's a cut from Dave Roberts talking about the postseason format and what went wrong yesterday for the LA Dodgers.
You know, honestly, I can't even, there's some things with the format that, people can dissect or whatever, but the bottom line is that, the last 2 years we've got outplayed in the postseason. And, it doesn't matter if it was a 7-game series. We lost the first 3 games. And so for me, I've got to do a better job of, figuring out a way to get our guys prepared for the postseason. And so I'll own that. I think we got great players. I've got to figure out a way to, get these guys prepared for whatever format, whatever series. So, yeah, the regular season, I think we do a great job. But, the last couple postseasons, it just hasn't gone well for us. And so, I got to figure it out.
Yeah, the regular season went great for you, bud. You won 100 games, back-to-back seasons. You've got one postseason win to talk about. And yes, I will acknowledge the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text on this morning. The 925 checking in and say, hey, Waterboy, I understand. It's blank the Dodgers, but also their one postseason win is more than the Giants have over the last 2 seasons. Hey, don't be coming here and raining on my parade one day after the Dodgers got eliminated. We've been kind of beating a dead horse with the Giants for the last couple weeks in this whole Gabe Kapler situation. Hell, there were some people not too happy about my tweets yesterday about Bruce Bochy searching for a 4th World Series title and Gabe Kapler searching for the best burger in San Francisco. But hey, I get it. People are sensitive about their San Francisco Giants, but I just want them to be back in the postseason. I want them to be a wild card team, even with the expanded wild card. But now, since they're not, we're going to celebrate the fact that the Dodgers are done. And I really don't want to hear the excuses about the postseason format. Oh, we got the bye week. We weren't ready. That's your fault. It's your problem. Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman went 1 for 21. Those are your high-paid superstars, and now you're going to have to deal with it. But then again, Dodgers are still in a better position than the Giants going into next season and are probably going to be all in on the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes. But let's not think about those nightmares. Let's relish in the fact that the Dodgers lost last night and also start turning up with Torey Lovullo, the man that you've heard a few times this morning and even last week say, let's blank and party. He took the Arizona Diamondbacks straight out to the pool after the win against the Dodgers.
It's a pool party!
It's a pool party, and it sounds like it's a pool party that might last for the next 24 hours. Here's Torey Lovullo talking to MLB Network about the potential bender that him and the Arizona Diamondbacks might be on for the next couple days while they're still waiting to figure out who their opponent will be between the Philadelphia Phillies and the Atlanta Braves.
It's almost indescribable. Here we are standing on a celebratory field, and there's been so much hard work that's gone into this. I am so grateful to be a part of this organization and to celebrate with these fans, to celebrate with this group, this ownership. I couldn't be more thrilled, and I haven't yet grasped how I'm feeling right now. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to go on a bender. I'm telling you. I might disappear for 24 hours. I know that's for sure. I might go underground for a little while.
Look. It's a Thursday. That's when we start drinking at noon on the leadoff spot. Sounds like Torey Lovullo wasn't wasting any time. Started partying right away. And I think the Arizona Diamondbacks might still be in the pool this morning, maybe celebrating. And I guess the question is, who was celebrating harder? Torey Lovullo and the Arizona Diamondbacks? Or maybe my guy Justin Verlander with Dusty Baker and the Houston Astros? Because I don't know if anybody saw this. I saw it going around on Twitter. There's a viral clip of Justin Verlander just dropping F-bombs left and right during the postgame celebration, and Fox just not cutting around at all. Maybe we'll get that sound for you in the cooler of content coming up later, but here's some sound that I thought was must hear this morning from Dusty Baker talking about his matchup with Bruce Bochy. Again, the fact that it's the year 2023, the year of our Lord and Savior. No, it's the year of Bochy and Dusty facing off in the ALCS. Here was Dusty Baker postgame talking about how it's time to go to war with Bruce Bochy.
I mean, this is a team win, and I tell you, I feel great for Press. This guy, he's done it before, and hey, now me and Bruce Bochy need to battle.
Well, now you can look ahead. You will see the Texas Rangers, the Battle of Texas for the ALCS. What are your initial thoughts about seeing the Rangers again?
Well, hey, man, they know us, and we know them. And I know Bruce, and he knows me. And I know Mike Maddox, and hey, it's going to be a heck of a series.
It's time for me and Bruce to go to battle. I know him, and Bruce knows me. Boy, oh boy, get ready for the giant civil war between fans picking between Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker. Either way, I think Giants fans are going to be rooting for either team in the World Series. I told you guys this morning, my money's on Bochy. My money's on the Texas Rangers. But they're going to have to take down a cheating Houston Astro team that has been in the ALCS for 7 straight seasons. Of course, Dusty won it all last year, kind of erasing some of that stain from the Houston Astros. But I still see them as cheaters. Hell, we even had John Lynch on the other week asking about the Trey Lance playbook, and he compared it to the Houston Astros banging trash cans. So I'm riding with Bochy, celebrating the fact that we're getting a matchup between Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy, while the Giants currently don't have a manager. But we're also celebrating the fact that the Dodgers won as many postseason games as the San Francisco Giants game. They go 0-3. Their season is over. Back-to-back years being eliminated in the NLDS. And honestly, if it wasn't for that 60-game season in the COVID season, we'd be talking about them being losers for more than 10 years gone. Shout out Greg Silver and the Led Zeppelin rejoin. We're talking my entire lifetime, going back to the 1988 World Series. Well, Dodgers fans are going to have to wait a little longer, and Giants fans will be waiting for a new manager to come to town. Hey, maybe Bochy or Dusty will come back. Yeah, that's pretty unrealistic, but we'll see how they do in the ALCS, and we'll get the opinions of Murph and Mac. See who they're rolling with. Team Dusty or Team Bochy. 808 KNBR is a number if you want to check in on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line, and we'll check in with Murph and Mac on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Thursday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I'm going to go on a bender. I'm telling you. I might disappear for 24 hours.
Found the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
You can do it. Okay, I see you, Boucher.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We're gonna go in there. We're gonna feel good about ourselves, and then we're gonna go in there and hopefully there's a couple lifeguards out there to keep their eye on us. But I will tell you this: the last time we were here when we clinched, I was in the pool till 2:00 in the morning. So if you guys got these cameras, got these MLB cameras, you got to look out there in the middle of the night. You might see half the team in there.
It's a pool party. Turn up Tori Lovello, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, might still be in the pool right now after the Diamondbacks break out the brooms and sweep the Dodgers, sending them home without winning a single postseason game. What a night of baseball last night. Not only with the D-backs and the Dodgers, Bryce Harper mugging down Orlando Arcia, hitting 2 bombs, the Philly fans mocking the Atlanta Braves with the fake chant throughout the game. I mean, man, oh man, we got plenty of postseason baseball, and we got Bruce Bochy versus Dusty Baker in the ALCS in the year 2023. Murph, Mac, my boys, good morning. How we doing today?
I almost called you Paulie Mac. Marcus, you know it's OG, not OD. When we're not getting speed metal, we're getting Thin Lizzy.
That's it. Shout out to my guy, OG, Overnight Greg.
Yeah, man.
Let's greet him officially as the show would.
Yo, what's up, OG, triple OG, OG, triple.
There it is, buddy. There it is.
Respect.
Yeah, man. I tell you, man, I think last week we were just obsessed with the Niners. Mm-hmm. And this week it's like this Brown game, I don't know if we're taking the Browns seriously.
Well, dude, P.J. Walker?
I know.
What are we doing?
P.J. Walker.
P.J. Blanken Walker.
P.J. Blanken Walker.
The Skywalker.
I just
Murph, I feel you, though. I feel Murph. He knows what he's talking about. I got some of that going, too. There's
10 a.m. kick.
Cleveland.
You know
what I'm saying?
I read that they've only gone there 7 times.
Shout out Chris Wanke. We talked about the Wanke game. Murph and I, one of the proud moments in Murph and Mac early day history, going home, and I was like, is this some kind of hallucinated, like, is this like an LSD flashback? Is that Chris Wenke out there taking snaps in the Niner helmet? Murph, it actually happened.
You're going to have to rummage around the sound system and find. So NFL Network was just starting back then, and Rich Eisen was doing media to promote it. Yeah. I remember thinking, NFL Network, is this going to work?
Who?
Like, can you have the NFL on 365?
Yeah, people want to watch the NFL 24/7? The answer is yes, Murph.
Do you? How much NFL Network do you watch?
A lot, honestly. Like, sometimes I'll just keep it on.
Tuesday night?
Like, sometimes I'll just fall asleep to it in case I wake up at 2 a.m. to go take a leak.
I got my Maurice Jones-Drew on the weekend. I tune in, Murph. I like the NFL Network.
I need my rap sheet updates.
Yeah, they got their pregame shows going. I'm all over NFL Network.
But I'm always back and forth between NFL Network and MLB Network. I never touch the NBA Network.
Why not?
Never.
That's interesting. Why not?
Because it's terrible. The product is bad. Like, it doesn't.
You don't like summer league games around the clock?
It doesn't compare to the TNT broadcast at all. Their overall production is just so much better. NBA Network is awful in my opinion.
Dare I ask about my guy Coach Quinn and the NHL Network? Can I get into that?
Or the Golf Channel? Do you have any thoughts on the Golf Channel?
Actually, the Golf Channel.
The Golf Channel still exists.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
I'm riffing.
You want to know when Paulie Mack tunes into the Golf Channel? Murph, I bet you can answer that question. When do I tune into the Golf Channel?
When they're showing Caddyshack.
Close.
Okay.
When we would leave Pebble Beach on a Friday, and I would go home and be like, you know what? Show me the course on my big screen.
Yeah.
Show me. Let me see some HD Pebble Beach, because that's
that Friday coverage.
I'll tune right into that, bro.
That's back when we used to go to Pebble Beach.
Back in the old days.
Sounds nice.
As we call that the Chris Wenke era.
Must be nice.
Yeah, but anyway, back to the Eisen story. So Eisen came on, and back then it was 07, Paulie?
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, 07.
Niners
Correct.
I was thinking about the Niners' dark days. I was like, when
I think it was like week 15 or week 16. It was one of those lost in space games.
We
It
should
meant
probably go look
nothing.
at that box score.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't even know who won the game. I have no idea who won the game.
That's surprising to you.
No
Can
clue.
you give me Wenke's number?
17. It's a guess.
Okay,
it's just a guess. It's
anyway.
probably wrong.
I'll take your word for it.
Nah,
Paulie.
I think that's
Anyway,
wrong.
we were
Chris
talking
Wenke.
to,
Who
we were talking
knows?
to Wenke, and we were talking to Eisen. We were like, we were just riffing.
Chris Wenke.
And we were like, I think they might have had the game or something. And I said,
yeah.
I said, so you ready for Niners Browns with Chris Wenke? He said, you know it, brother. His famous line was, you know it, brother.
I love that dude.
I'm always boning up on my Wenke knowledge.
He did
and
say
we
that.
Use that.
It's in the system.
Paulie, it was
I'll
week
find it.
16.
Give it to me, Murph. Give it to me.
Week 16.
I want it.
Browns 20.
Okay.
Niners 9.
9.
December
Perfect.
30.
Perfect. 9. Probably 3 field goals.
December 30,
Probably missed extra point.
2007. December 30, 2007. I'll give you a little number here. Let's see here. Derek Anderson was quarterback in the Browns, and Wenke threw a touchdown to a receiver named Darryl Jackson.
Bro.
Do you remember Darryl Jackson?
No, God, I've never heard of him.
Darryl Jackson was a Niner? Wenke, what'd you say?
I said 17.
17!
Wow.
Unbelievable!
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That's just luck.
Drop the mic.
That's Paulie Mack.
I think I'm going home.
That's Paulie Mack for you. More number magic coming up on the other side. Plenty of football talk with the 49ers and the Browns squaring off this weekend. And, of course, plenty of Bochy, Dusty talk, and the Dodgers being eliminated from the postseason, not winning a single damn game. And you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. And the Murph and Mack Show starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh, wow. We just got thrown down the Chris Wenke, Darryl Jackson. It was former Seahawk. Why am I think Darryl Jackson was a Seahawk?
I don't think I can help you with Darryl Jackson. It sounds like a made-up name.
He
I don't
was
know.
a Seahawk. I got that right.
All right.
Yeah, he was a Seahawk from 00 to 06.
Don't mess with 07 Niner trivia when it comes to the Murph and Mack show.
Darryl Jackson caught 46 balls that year.
Nice year.
He started 15 games.
Not bad.
The 07 Niners.
Wonder what Darryl Jackson's doing today. Yeah, Mike Nolan with the suit.
Suiting up.
Yeah.
So anyway, Niners-Browns, it is rare to see the red and the gold. Montana went there once, back when it was the
Cleveland Stadium.
Well, it was the
Municipal
infield dirt,
Stadium
I
or
wanna
whatever.
say,
Yeah. Because I got some pictures of that game in one of the Zagaris books. I don't have a lot of memory, though. I'm going to assume it was a Niner win. Based on the Montana era, I'll assume it was a win.
That stadium, in the era of multi-use stadiums, that one had the craziest layout. Do you remember, like, from the visiting sideline to the stands was about 40 yards of grass?
Yeah, I do.
It was, like, really bad. Let's see here. So they first went there. Let's see.
I got
here.
front row seats, but I'm 40 yards away from the field.
Okay, so the Niners did go there as far back as 1950, dude.
Okay.
Because
this is good. I like this.
Back when like Otto Graham, they actually used to be. They played each other a lot in the 50s. 50, 51, 53, 55,
Kezar
59.
Era.
Yeah, because they were in the old NFL together.
Yeah.
They were in the old NFL together. But, okay, let's see here. So they went to Cleveland in 50. They went to Cleveland in 53. They went to Cleveland in 59. Then they went in 74, Paulie. Do you remember that one?
Oh, no, I was not aware yet.
Browns got them 7-0.
No, my memery doesn't really.
84, that's the one we're talking about.
Uh-huh. That's a win then, yeah.
84.
Yeah, that's a win.
Joe 41-7.
Nice, yeah. Joe just handling business.
On the road. Then they went again in 93. Remember this? Browns 23, Niners 13.
Oh, we took an L.
Yeah.
Took an L.
Yeah.
That cost us.
And then they went in 07, 20-7.
Is that the last time?
No, they went in 15.
Okay.
And lost with Tom Sula 24-10.
Oh, Tom Sula, it's a blackout period for me. I don't really retain much.
So really, like, since we came online, you and me, there's only been 3 trips to Cleveland.
No, it doesn't happen very often.
84,
no.
93, 07, no, 4, probably 4.
There are some of those AFC
4
teams.
trips.
Yeah, it
That's
just feels like there's teams that they never get around to. Sometimes maybe they'll come here. But, like, I would throw the New England Patriots in there, too. The Niners rarely play in New England.
Was it Kaepernick the last one?
I have to think they have to have gone after that, but I'd have to think about it.
Up for you.
That Kaepernick game.
This one is about as obscure as it gets.
Yeah.
At Cincinnati? Like the AFC.
Well, Jimmy just went into Cincinnati and won that game a couple of years ago in December.
So, anyways, they went. The Browns came here in 19, the famous game where I said that the dog pound was going to take over.
Yeah, I didn't know what you were doing that day. Murph was smoking something.
Niners won 31-3.
Speaking of
they
smoking something,
the dog pound.
I got to tell you about my night last night. I had a crazy night last night, Murph. I wound up over in Oakland. Shout out to the beautiful city of Oakland on a warm Wednesday night. It was nice and warm over there.
Shout out things that are not being said recently in the modern society.
What beautiful city of Oakland? No, I enjoyed it. I liked it. I liked the vibe over there.
I'm riffing.
I was at the Fox Theater for Les Claypool, and this is directly relevant to Brian Murphy. Dude, 4 songs. By the way, shout out Les Claypool. What a wacky world-class bass player he is.
So your buddy Davey Drutz.
He was
posted on Facebook.
Yeah.
And he said psychedelic weirdness in Oakland.
Almost an understatement. I mean, this S is going way out there.
Is that enjoyable?
Oh, well, for me it is. It's like crazy musicianship, but it's definitely not for everybody, bro. There is zero commercial appeal. Murph, there's no choruses. There's no hooks. It's
no Paul McCartney hooks?
It's like crazy, wacky Claypool jazz. But anyway, check it out.
Taylor Swift melodies?
Bro, I'm sitting there, and we're rocking out. We're having a great time, and all of a sudden, 4 songs in, this is what happens. And I go, hey, Drutzy, that's the mirror in the bathroom bass line. Because they had a sax player, too.
Yes, what?
All of a sudden, Fast and Furious mirror in the bathroom.
Mirror in the bathroom.
4 songs deep, the place exploded, and I go,
I called it a melody for you.
That was the one time. That was the one time they did a proper song. But anyway, it was a great night, and I thought you would like that mirror in the bathroom cover.
I love it. Are you kidding
you would have been throwing elbows,
dude.
dude.
Did you not roll tape on that?
I don't think I did roll tape on that.
Guy rolling tape
I was too big in the moment there. Yeah, but it was fun.
Is that on YouTube, you think?
Sure, let me look it up. I'll find it.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and it was really good. And he goes, then the song ended, and he goes,
what are you going to after that?
Oh, some wacky jazz freeform wacky odyssey. I don't know.
Did he
but
sing the lyrics?
He did. And he goes, when it was over,
in
he
the
goes,
bathroom, please talk free. The doors locked, just you and me.
The whole bit. And then he goes, by the way, that's the first time we've ever played that song in front of humans. That's what he said, in front of humans.
Maybe they played in front of dogs before.
I'm a Les Claypool guy. You ever seen Les? You ever seen him live?
How would I have seen
Primus
Les Claypool?
or any of that? I don't know.
How would I have seen Les Claypool?
You could wound up in a Les show.
You see me at a Les Claypool's. Is he the kind of guy who should be on Sound Summit?
No, he'd scare everybody. Everybody would run home.
You enjoyed the show.
I did. I've seen him before. I knew what I was getting into.
Psychedelic weirdness on a Wednesday night.
That's what Tretsy said, huh?
Yeah. Let me give you the exact quote here.
Entirely accurate.
Somebody wrote in, was it Frog Brigade?
Yes, Frog Brigade. By the way, I told Triple E, you got to make it to the next gig. That he's got Les Claypool written all over him. He just doesn't know it yet.
Okay, here.
Yeah, you'll be right at home, Triple E. That is your element, bro. Trust me.
Here's what Drutzy posted.
There were practically guys holding their snowboards in the crowd.
Amazing psychedelic weirdness from Colonel Claypool's Flying Frog Brigade.
Well said, Drutzy. That's a spot-on review. Oh, let me see.
Some pictures. Maybe he rolled tape on Mirror in the Bathroom.
I hope he did. Let me see if I can find something for you.
Mirror in the Bathroom, please talk free. The door's locked, just you and me. Can I take it to a restaurant where nobody. Can I take you to a restaurant when no one's watching? You can. Oh my God, choking on the lyrics. Anyway,
how was your night? What'd you do?
Well,
watch some ball. Watch Phillies do the chop.
We had a high school sporting event. Tough loss. Second overtime loss to the same team.
What's on water polo?
Yeah.
Overtime.
How about losing to overtime to the same team twice? That'll hurt you.
It's like the Dallas Cowboys losing to the Niners.
Right.
They keep showing up for a loss.
Yeah. So that's what I did.
Did you see the Philly fans doing the chop?
Sadly,
Dude,
no.
it was incredible.
I didn't hear about it from Marcus.
It was incredible.
I got home in time for the...
hey, Murph, and you know how Philly gets, bro. I mean, I don't know how anyone's going to win in that yard. It is a madhouse in there. It's a zoo.
They might win the World Series.
I think it's on the table.
Can Bochy go in there?
Well, let me see what I can do, Murph.
We struck out Ryan Howard here a few years ago.
Totally.
Yeah.
I remember they were whistling at
I'm
Timmy.
going to bring in Affeld. Yeah.
Affeld got some big outs in that series.
I also played golf yesterday at Richmond. Shout out Richmond. Shout out the glories of Richmond Country Club. What a beautiful spot.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was very busy and I was away from the TV, so I picked up my phone and said Bryce Harper hit 2 homers. I said,
he certainly did. He was mean-mugging dudes, staring at dudes.
So that Arcia story completely...
Me too. I didn't know it till yesterday.
So I was in my car driving out of Richmond Country Club, and they said, here comes Orlando Arcia. I listened to it on the radio. Shout out 1050.
Nice.
Shout out Mike Holler's 1050.
Who's on the call on the radio? Any names we know?
Boog Sciambi. I'll just throw that out.
Yeah,
Doug Glanville. I don't know. But they got the whole crew out there.
They got Brzezinski up in the booth now. I don't know if I need that.
He said, Orlando Arcia is coming up. This should be interesting with the crowd reaction. And I'm driving out of Richmond, and I'm like, why would the Philly crowd even know who Orlando Arcia is? So I drove with my brow furrowed, confused, and then I still got no answer from the play-by-play guy. And then I finally had to get home and bone up on social media. So the story is that after the famous rounding second by Bryce Harper, double play to end the game,
this guy started running his mouth.
This is an interesting twist to it, though.
It's in
the post-game clubhouse.
Yeah, and he said, I thought I was sacred in here.
But he wasn't even being on camera. He was off camera.
Somebody ratted him out.
Somebody
ratted him out.
Somebody heard his disembodied voice.
Yeah, somebody ratted him out.
How about that?
Yeah, snitches get stitches. Marcus taught me that. Yeah,
so
snitches get 2 home runs.
Is that like, ethical?
Well, you know what? It's probably not ethical, but that's all the fuel that Bryce Harper needed because he took that. As Dion would say, they done messed around and made it personal.
Exactly.
And I'll take a personal if you want to back me up too, Marcus, when you get fired up. Personal. And Bryce was just, dude, that guy, you talk about dialed in. You talk about an electric player.
And then he stared at Arcia. So
Twice.
Anyway, just to
Twice
finish the story.
Yeah.
Somebody was being interviewed in the Braves
Marcus.
locker room.
I appreciate that. Thank you, man.
Somebody was being interviewed in the Braves clubhouse, and Arcia was off camera saying, "Attaboy, Harper," and then laughing, and then saying, "Attaboy, Harper," and he said it several times and laughed several times. And then they got the audio loose, and then it was like Fox Sports figured it out, and they said, that's Orlando Arcia, and then Harper showed up apparently with the 1,000-yard stare in the clubhouse. They said he walked in, and they were like, he's got the 1,000-yard stare today. You know what I mean? So, and then he did it. He did it. So, and all that, and then the thing we talked about yesterday.
What do you got, Murph?
Boch v. Dusty.
You knew it was going to happen.
And who do you root for? And then, to be honest, guys, I know somebody's writing in saying, how can you not be talking about the Dodgers getting swept?
It's a beautiful thing.
I'm going to be honest with you guys, and this could be a very unpopular take.
Oh, I don't know where you're going.
I'm going to put myself out there,
Look at this.
This is easily the least psyched I've been about a Dodger downfall. I really, honestly, at this point, I don't really care. I care, of course. I'm glad they're gone.
Well, you prefer for them to be swept.
Yeah, of course.
And they were.
But I'm so, I've done the petty thing so many years, and I'm like, you know what? Why don't we get in before we start dancing
worrying about what they're up to? I feel you, man. I feel you.
I rode that way for a long time. I don't care that we're not in as long as they're out. I did that. I've done that. I've gone on that vacation. You know what I mean? I've seen that movie a bunch of times, and I was like, yeah, whatever, they're out. Maria Lopez texted me. She's like, Murph, I hope you don't feel bad for them like you did for Dak Prescott.
Really?
I got Maria
chiming in now.
Right? Yeah. And I said, ha, Maria, that's funny. I said, but to be honest, this is the least psyched I've ever been. Again, I'm not unhappy. I actually saw these Dodgers as very little threat, to tell you the truth. I really did. They were a shambles going into the playoffs.
And it's really like an annual thing now. You just almost kind of wait. You assume they're going to win 90 to 100 games, and they will. And then you just wait for them to get blown out of the postseason. It happens every year.
And you ready for the Diamondbacks finished 16 games behind them.
I don't know what the Dodgers do from here. They've spent all the money in the world.
You know what they do? Here's one for you. This was brought up to me by
What are you going to
Coach
say
Jesse.
now?
Well, what?
Ohtani?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, they will get Ohtani.
Okay. I thought you were going to say what?
No,
what?
that will happen.
Yeah.
Book that.
Well, that's a given.
Yeah, book that.
Then he can lose in the first round.
No, they're going to fire Dave Roberts. And as my buddy Coach Jesse asked, you need to ask on KNBR, is Dave Roberts the next manager of the San Francisco
It's a very
Giants?
interesting thought. I doubt that would happen, though.
Start my number one objection to it, number one right away, is enough with the ex-Dodgers.
Yeah, that's
You know what I mean?
that's the
Enough with
primary problem. I agree with you right there.
Although they would say
he was
wore the Giant uniform.
He did. He was a Giant. Yeah.
For like 2 years.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, Farhan loves his guys he knows, right? He loves his guys he knows. Anyway, here's the stat for you. So the D-backs won 16 fewer games than the Dodgers. So this is the sixth biggest playoff upset ever in terms of a team's win total being so far behind the team they beat. Okay? Of the six that have happened, 3 of them involved the Dodgers in the last 3 years. Okay, dude? It's in 2023, they got beat by a team 16 games worse than them. In 2021, they got beat by the Braves, who were 18 games worse than them. And last year, they got beat by the Padres, who were 22 games worse than them. So, Paulie, it's not just that they're flaming out. They're flaming out to teams historically. They have 3 of the 6 biggest playoff margin upsets of all time. Of all time.
They call this the Clayton Kershaw syndrome.
There it is.
Where you excel in the regular season and get your ass handed to you in October.
So,
thanks for coming.
Yeah, people.
I'm enjoying it. I'll tell you what, since Murphy's going to take a low-key thing, I'll be brash about it.
Yeah, please
I'm
do.
enjoying it. Blank the Dodgers. Go home. We'll see you next year.
Yeah.
And we can do it all over again. Just like this year and last year.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe
blank them.
Maybe I got to look deep within my soul.
Blank their beach
Something's
balls.
going on.
Blank the whole thing. Blank the music they play so loud that angers Kipe. I say blank them, Murph.
There you
blank
go.
them yesterday, blank them today, blank them tomorrow.
And you say no on Dave Roberts.
I don't think that's going to happen. No, I don't think that would happen. For primarily the
First of all,
reason
he
you
hasn't been
mentioned.
fired yet.
He's a Dodger.
Will he get fired in L.A.?
I mean, it ain't his fault, is it?
Well, maybe.
He wasn't out there on the mound giving up bombs like Kershaw. I mean,
He's out there pressing the buttons.
yeah.
Bochy gets the credit, so anyway.
No, fair point.
All right. 49ers in Cleveland. Dodgers out.
Yeah.
Boch and Dusty.
Claypool playing mirror in the bathroom.
Claypool playing mirror in the bathroom. Bryce
On a
staring
Wednesday.
at people. We got to talk about the effectiveness of a good stare, too.
Yeah, a good stare down.
A good stare.
Clint Eastwood had a great stare and all his all his dirty,
We
hairy
need
flicks.
Mount Staremore.
Outlaw Josie Wales. Clint comes riding up on his horse. He just stares at you.
Mount Staremore.
He goes,
Eastwood's on there. Harper's on there.
I've killed everything that walks or crawls at one point or another.
We'll stare at Marcus Boucher, the water boy.
look at
Get
Marcus.
the guest list next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
Let's party all night!
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
NFL Network's Chris Rose stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to break down this weekend's matchup between the Cleveland Browns and the San Francisco 49ers, and also to talk a little MLB postseason. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
2 out, 1-run game, and the 3-2 is on the outside corner. It's strike 3 called. Ball game over, and the Astros defeat the Twins 3-2. Houston advances to the American League Championship Series with a date with the Texas Rangers.
I mean, this is a team win, and I tell you, I feel great for Press. This guy, he's done it before, and hey, now me and Bruce Bochy need to battle.
Well, now you can look ahead. You will see the Texas Rangers, the Battle of Texas for the ALCS. What are your initial thoughts about seeing the Rangers again?
Well, hey, man, they know us, and we know them. And I know Bruce, and he knows me. And I know Mike Maddox, and hey, it's going to be a heck of a series.
Oh, man, this one's personal. There is no market in the country that is more personally invested than San Francisco. The San Francisco Bay Area in the Bochy versus. I think it means more to us than it does to Houston and Dallas. It does. And by the way, this is for Dusty, little John Lee Hooker.
Well, John Lee Hooker, listen,
his good buddy.
Marcus has great taste. I mean, he dialed up to Johnny Lee Hooker. Now, Marcus, I'm going to ask you to pod that down because that's one of those songs that's been remade a million times. I don't know if you know this. Bruce Springsteen used to play that live. Sounded great. We did our own cover version in studio. For those of you who missed it, here it is. I think I like this one better.
What was?
You get the idea.
Do you remember what the original boom was?
You dropped a boom on the air, and I said, I know what to do with that.
Yeah.
I know exactly what I'm doing with that.
Anyway, yeah, John Lee Hooker and Dusty, and so it's John Lee Hooker versus Waylon Jennings is what it is.
Murph, is there a Dallas-Houston rivalry? Because I don't know about it. If there is. Is that a real thing?
They're the two metropolitan, centers of Texas.
You don't hear a lot about that, though. I
think Dallas looks down on Houston.
Okay, see, now we're getting to something.
I think Houston's considered more of an armpit. Shout out Brooksy, Rod Brooks. Let's say good morning to Marcus Boucher. Give us that
what's
rejoin.
Up, Marcus?
Good morning, Marcus. How are you,
Morning,
brother?
boys. And Murph, I was going down the same path because I remember hearing Rod Brooks talk about it a lot. How
he loves his Stros.
How Houston's kind of looked at as the little brother to Dallas. I don't think Houston is a fan of Dallas at all.
Yeah, the Big D. They don't call it the Big H, but they call it the Big D.
They call it H-Town, though.
Yeah, they do call it H-Town. And by the way, I read it's the first LCS ever with two teams from the same state, which I guess makes sense because there's not very many states that have two teams. But I was thinking, California never had one? And then you're like, I guess not. It would have to be A's, Angels, or Giants, Dodgers, Giants, Padres, and none of those have ever happened. So, Yankees, no. What other states have two teams in the same league? Because Florida's got Marlins, Rays, no. New York's got
California, Padres and Giants.
I know, yeah. We did that.
New York, no.
New York,
Boston, no.
No. It's the only other one that has teams, because the Astros used to be in the National League.
Yeah.
So you couldn't have an LCS.
Wait, still
so
thinking,
it is sort of, we're the only ones, I think.
Yeah,
we're
that's
the only
it.
ones.
Wow.
It would have to be A's, Angels, or Giants, Dodgers, Giants, Padres. Or Padres, Dodgers, I guess. But with Padres, Dodgers, LDS.
Yes. Last year was LDS, yep.
Latter-day Saints.
Oh, look at you.
Marcus, yeah.
Different series, same results for the Dodgers.
So there's that. Also, so it's the first time that two teams in the same state. Also, it's Houston's 7th consecutive LCS.
Yeah, no, they're constant.
Justin Verlander made that clear amidst a hailstorm of F-bombs live on Fox.
And they all got through.
Including a mother, Paulie.
Whoa!
Yeah.
They don't have a dump button on Fox. For real, like they don't have a dump on Fox. Like you would think someone's got to.
There are
standards. I mean, you got broadcasting standards.
So
it's
who
a
gets
law.
fined? Fox.
Great question.
Yeah, I guess they
don't
do.
know.
Yeah,
I don't know
Fox
how they're
gets
going to
fined,
divvy
right?
that, but someone's going to pay for that. Yeah, and it won't be Verlander. He won't pay a dime.
831 text says, I'm living in Texas. Houston looks at Dallas the same way Oakland looks at San Francisco.
T for Texas.
All right,
Yeah.
there you go.
You know,
so we've decided. We brought it up yesterday. Who would you root for, Bochy or Dusty? We should probably, we don't usually do a poll, but
well, this is important though. This is special to our hearts.
we should steal a poll for them too. So
Yeah.
anyway, that's what's going on. Meanwhile,
right,
the Diamondbacks await the winner of the. Let's be honest,
What do you
guys.
make of the Diamondbacks?
I don't know. Let's be honest.
What are we doing here?
When they're on a big stage, it's not great TV.
I don't even want to see them.
It's not great
I'd
TV.
rather not see them.
It's bad unis. It's bad
I'm with
history. It's
you
bad fans. It's bad
1,000%.
parks. It's bad culture. It's just
1,000%.
one of the worst things that ever happened in my sports life was the 0-1 Diamondbacks beating the 0-1 Yankees
I
in the
agree.
year 9/11.
That was wrong
That was
on
one of the
every
worst
level.
things that ever happened.
The universe got that one wrong.
That proved there is no God.
Yes,
there is no God.
I agree.
It's been proved. It gets proved every day.
I agree.
That there is no God. But hey, easy, everybody. I'm just riffing on a.
We're trying to riff.
Riffing on
Give us a little
sports.
space.
Jesus, man, take it easy. But there is ample evidence. Anyway, so Marcus, the D-backs, are they moving your needle, dude?
Well, I got to say, I'm actually pretty excited about this D-backs team because I love a guy like Corbin Carroll. He's lighting the world on fire right now. I've always been a fan of Zach Gallen. They have good players, but I get like a national brand perspective that Diamondbacks are not moving the needle. But when they're out here sweeping the Dodgers, I'm loving every second of it, to be honest.
There's something about their park, too, that just kind of dulls your senses.
Well, I just don't think baseball should be played inside.
Well, I
agree with you,
I had
Marcus.
one of my greatest meltdowns
100%.
ever at Bank One Ballpark, as my buddies will tell you. We were at the World Baseball Classic, USA Japan. Vogie was pitching, and I just went off. I was, of course, in an altered state.
Went off? What do you mean went off? Like,
well, it's probably best not revisited.
Okay.
All right, you know
Understand.
what I mean? Hopefully, I'm past that. Anyway, people
Hopefully.
bring up the Pirates and Phillies can meet in an LCS. Thank you, texters.
Ooh, good
on
knowledge.
the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Where are you with Niners Browns? Waterboy, we are underselling this game. We oversold Cowboys Niners all week. We are underselling 49ers Browns all week.
Mm-hmm. And especially with the news yesterday, Deshaun Watson did not practice, did not speak to the media, and we've seen that spread now balloon up from 3.5 to 5 points to 7 points now.
Yeah,
that's
it was
all
3 or 3.
It opened up at either 3 or 3.5 on Monday. I remember talking
Might
about
have been
it.
2.5.
And I remember talking about putting that bet in on Monday because of the uncertainty surrounding Deshaun Watson. Now it's up to 7 points. I don't think Watson's playing this weekend. And I don't think a P.J. Walker-led Brown team is going to beat these 49ers.
Ready for this? P.J. Walker of all. Here's the stat. I have it for you here. This is from a Waterboy, a Triple E printout. This is worth revisiting here. So P.J. Walker, you're like, who's he? Went to Temple, okay? Shout out John Chaney and the Temple Owls and Howard Bryant, who went there. But then he bounced around. The Bears released him August 30th. So the Browns signed him. And he is, ready for this? He's 4-3 as a starter. Okay, all right, whatever. Ready for this, though? Among the 60 quarterbacks who have thrown at least 225 passes since 2020. You got that? 60 quarterbacks since 2020. He is the lowest rated passer of all 60. He is number 60, 63.9. His completion percentage among that group, 58th. So he's ranked 58th and 60th in a group of 60. All right? So there you go. Well, quaking in your boots.
Something to hang your hat on, yeah.
I mean, they should beat them.
You would think so.
They should.
You would certainly think so.
You're talking about a team that's down to their third string quarterback now, skipping over to your guy DTR, and they're also missing Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
And so now you're talking about Jerome Ford and Kareem Hunt. I'm not in fear at all of this Browns offense, but I do think that defense is going to put up a tough fight. If I was making a bet this weekend, I'd probably take the under. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Okay. The 30 for Purdy?
Yeah, but they could put up 30, and the Browns could put up 3 with that offense.
Yeah.
Then the under hits.
So, you're saying low?
Yeah.
So you consider 30-3 a low-scoring game?
Well, yeah, low scoring for the Browns.
I see it to me like low scoring is like 16-13.
9-3, stuff like that.
Well, that's the thing. Cleveland Browns do have the number 1 defense in the NFL right now, the number 1 pass defense, top 5 rushing defense. So maybe they do stop Brock Purdy and the Niners from scoring 30 for the first time this season.
I would have a hard time believing that, though, because there's just too many weapons now. I mean, they can just beat you so many ways. If they have a hard time with the run game, they'll open things up. I mean, I just feel like the Niners have that kind of offense now where they're just going to beat you. They'll find a way to beat you. They have too much.
I mean, they score
too much firepower.
Well, you ready for the stats here? They are on pace to have the number one offense in their franchise history.
Now, that is insane talk.
But
That's crazy.
But, Paulie, I'm talking about points per game and first downs per game.
I get it.
But that's kind of a skewed stat because this franchise hasn't had many good offenses. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it only comes around once in a while. Yeah.
All right, let's get the guest list going on a...
Well, then again, with this year's Niner team, seeing any defense as formidable as, say, an 85 Bears, an 86 Giants, even those Redskins defenses in the 80s, they had great Ds. Like, do the Niners see any defense of that caliber now?
Well, the 23 Browns.
I mean, they told us the Dallas Cowboys. This guy out here, they were comparing Micah Parsons to LT last week.
The Eagles, I guess. The Eagles last year, their D was...
Okay, I guess the Ravens you would consider one of the great defensive teams.
You're right. Those were mythical, iconic defenses.
Hall of Famers. I mean, we're talking Lawrence Taylor now. They were comparing Micah...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying last week, they were saying this Dallas defense is going to be historic. Micah Parsons is the new Lawrence Taylor. You got to slow down with any Lawrence Taylor comparisons. You just got to slow that down because Micah Parsons is not Lawrence Taylor, I promise you.
The Tom Brady Bucks defense was pretty good. Yeah. That was pretty damn good. Yeah.
And so that's what there's this narrative going around this week that the Browns defense is going to be the first real test for the 49ers. But before the Cowboys played the 49ers, they were the number one defense. Before the 49ers put up 42 points on them. And the Pittsburgh Steelers with TJ Watt is a pretty good defense also.
Yeah.
So they have played against some good competition, and Myles Garrett and the Browns will add to that list this weekend.
You know what's incredible? If somebody's listening on like high def right now, they can hear in the background.
I heard something too.
I think it's Tripoli rolling in the beeps on the Justin Verlander thing.
I heard that too. That was wild. I didn't want to say anything.
Dude, this kid's got blown out eardrums. Every day I hear his sound from outside the studio through my headphones.
Does he have hearing problems?
No, that's okay. I defend him. I'm the same way.
It's affecting your performance.
Like sometimes I think like I'm leaking audio on air.
It leaked into my ears, right?
Bro, if you're in a soundproof room right now and you can hear Tripoli doing the edits.
Okay.
Yeah, good question, Paul.
All right, there you go, buddy.
All right, starting off at 6:50 today in about 15 minutes, we'll get a deep dive on this Cleveland Browns defense with the one and only Greg Cosell. 6:50
We got to get to that quickly because we got to get to him early because we got a guest right after.
That's true because at 7:15 we're checking in with Jake Trotter. He covers the Cleveland Browns for ESPN, so we'll get the Browns perspective and the PJ Walker breakdown from Jake Trotter at 7:15 this morning. Then 7:35, your Power Hour on a Thursday kicks off with Mike Kruko. We'll talk plenty of postseason baseball.
Let's talk about Dave Roberts as a Giants manager.
I don't want to talk about that. I'd rather talk about Bochy and Dusty squaring off in the ALCS, but we'll talk all things baseball with Mike Kruko, 7:35. And then, boys, our big hit this morning is forever 49er quarterback Alex Smith joining the program at 8 a.m. today.
Whether it's Tahoe, whether it's Pebble Beach, or whether it's him winning a Murph and Mackey Player of the Year and recording an epic acceptance speech, or 2023. Let's have him. He's always welcome.
Yeah, Alex Smith, always welcome.
Always. Remember at that Murph and Mack 10-year party we talked about, Paulie?
Yep. That never happened.
How Chris Wondolowski would be the most underrated guy there. And like everybody would be like, damn, I hung with Wando back by the bar.
He's a Murph and Mack staple.
The other guy who would be cool at the back bar is Alex Smith.
Alex Smith, one of the greatest guys of all time.
One of those guys we don't talk about enough, and yet they're like, did you guys know Alex Smith was at the party? I saw him and Wando hanging out.
Yeah.
Well, boys, I'll tell you who else would be at that party. That's our 9:15 guest, Matty Mayoko, who I'm also expecting to be a little bit more upset, or should I say, celebrating the Dodgers loss.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
Matty.
We know how much Matty hates the Dodgers, so we'll talk to him at 9:15 about the 49ers and the Dodgers being swept by the D-backs.
The ladder, baby, the ladder.
Yeah, ladder of anger.
Greg Cosell in about 13 minutes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Let's party all night!
so strong again. Feast in the rain.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The pitch. Swing and a ball hit in the air to left. Gurriel will get there. Over toward the line. Makes the catch. And the Diamondbacks have swept the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks pouring out of the third base dugout, celebrating on the hill. They have won 5 straight postseason games. The Diamondbacks are on to the National League Championship Series. They're the final in Game 3 as the Diamondbacks sweep this series 4-2. Arizona wins it.
Let's party all night!
I want to rock and roll with the Diamondbacks all night.
Take it, Murph. Take
I'm
it.
with you, dude. How about that? By the way, Dan Orlovsky joining Papa and Lund today at 10:30. It's funny, Dan Orlovsky's made quite the career as a guy who didn't have much of a playing career. He's turned into a take guy, and Walter snagged him.
He was the guy that ran out of bounds before Jimmy did it,
That's
right?
correct.
Yeah, he pioneered that move.
Also, we're proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. I want to get to Greg Cosell in a hurry, but just a couple of things. One, when we made Mount Staremore for Bryce Harper staring at Orlando Arcia, Paulie came up with any Clint Eastwood stare, or is there one in particular?
I'd say the Dirty Harry movies and any one of those westerns he used to make, including The Unforgiven.
Is there one stare?
I'll give you The Unforgiven, because when he walks in at the end, he starts blowing everybody away and he gets Gene Hackman.
Do you feel Lucky Punk stare?
Well, that's about as good as it gets right there. Yeah.
Others have
You
said,
got to ask yourself one question.
Shout out our listeners who said right to the Madison Bumgarner Joe West.
Let me get the applause
so that's
ready.
3 now. We have 3 Mount
That's a great
Staremores.
one. Great one.
And by the way, do you think Bummy was watching back in the woods of North Carolina? Because he was on this Diamondbacks team.
Do you think he was? That's a great question.
Was he just chopping wood?
He might have been chopping wood, like wheelbarrow and stuff around.
I'm going to say he was not watching.
If I could riff a little bit, Murph, maybe he was doing some jumps with his dirt bike. I don't know. I don't care now if he does. Ride your dirt bike all you want.
See, I'm with Murph. I don't know if Bumgarner's watching. He's probably out hunting or fishing somewhere. But here's the real question. If the Diamondbacks do go on to win the World Series, would Madison Bumgarner even accept the ring for being
They
on the
wouldn't
team
be able to
previous
get
this
the
year?
ring to him because they wouldn't know where to find it.
Yeah, good luck.
You know what I
It's
mean?
a great call. Out in the woods somewhere.
Hey, by the way, Murph, can I write in one more candidate for the staring
we need
contest?
one more. We
Okay,
need one more.
this is a riff, but stay with me on this, Murph. I think you're with me on this. I want to go to Stanley Kubrick for my final staring submission. Ooh. Clockwork Orange, where they got the guy's eye peels, his eyelids are taped open while they're watching. They're making him watch like horrible images, and they're like putting eye drops in his eyes. He had no choice but to stare.
Is that a stare or is that an under duress like torture?
It was really just a riff.
Okay,
Yeah, no,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Now, boys, if we're talking about crazy eyes and stares, throw out the eyes of Adam Gase.
That's pretty good,
Do you
too.
need
Those
one?
aren't stairs again, but those are, I'll take it just for the song.
I mean, anytime you guys need it, I got it.
Oh, my God.
The eyes of Adam Gase.
Yeah, it's nice and easy.
Got no human grace.
Eyes of Adam Gase.
I'll never, ever get enough of that one. Triple E says Hunter Strickland and Bryce Harper stared. Well, Harper's already on for staring Arcia. We'll come up with a better one. There's got to be one out there, man. Something like, I don't know, is there something in politics?
I got a good one for you. I got a great one for you.
TVs
Mike Singletary on the football field. He used to, on the other side of the line, he would always have those eyes popping out of his head, staring at fools. You remember Mike Singletary?
Was he staring, or was he more like skittishly freaking around? Or was he, because I'm talking about a stone cold stare.
I mean,
stone cold stare. Anyway, you know who's staring at defeat? Dave Roberts. All right? And I'm telling you, man, my buddy Coach Jesse suggested it. I said, I'll take it to the airwaves because I hadn't even thought of it. My brain doesn't work that way. That if the Dodgers need a new voice, and they do need a new voice, by the way, and they relieve Dave Roberts of his duties, would Farhan Zaidi call Dave Roberts? Would he call Dave Roberts? I bet he would. That's the kind of thing Farhan would do. Anyway, Dave Roberts and the Orioles both win 100, both don't win a single game. Is it a format problem or is it a Dodger and Oriole problem? Here's Roberts.
Honestly, I can't even, there's some things with the format that, people can dissect or whatever, but the bottom line is that, the last 2 years we've got outplayed in the postseason. And, it doesn't matter if it was a 7-game series. We lost the first 3 games. And so for me, I've got to do a better job of, figuring out a way to get our guys prepared for the postseason. And so I'll own that. I think we got great players. I've got to figure out a way to, get these guys prepared for whatever format, whatever series. So, yeah, the regular season, I think we do a great job. But, the last couple postseasons, it just hasn't gone well for us. And so, I got to figure it out.
Okay. You got to figure. I don't know if you're going to have the chance to figure it out, brother. You might not be there. And by the way, in fairness to him, he had no pitching. But so I have a Dodger fan, believe it or not, friend. I know. It's crazy, right? But he was just burying Mookie Betts. I was like, bro, you should be fingerprinted, booked, and jailed for sending these anti-Mookie Betts texts. I was like, but he's lashing out. This is what happens. You're a Dodger fan. He's ripping Mookie. I'm like,
that's
dude,
right.
I'm like, bro, I'm going to block you. You're one of my longest friends. I'm going to block you. Just stop with that. I would walk over 100 miles of hot coals to have Mookie Betts in black and orange. All right, dude? I don't care what month it is either.
I mean, Murph, that's the thing. Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts were MVP candidates this year, but they went 1 for 21 in the series against the D-backs.
Ice cold. But they played 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They played 3 games. So anyway, it's crazy, and that's the deal. Okay, here's the deal. Greg Cosell going to break it out and break it down for us next. 49ers Browns through the eyes of Greg Cosell. The eyes of Cosell on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These Sports Leader.
Anyways, the Dodgers.
Hey, this is a fun one. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria is here to tell you that October is National Pizza Month. Listen, let's be honest. Every month is National Pizza Month, especially at Amici's. But since we're going to run with it, we're going to celebrate. Amici's has a special offer for all KNBR Murph and Mac listeners who place online orders for takeout using Amicis.com. Place any takeout order of $30 or more at Amicis.com Monday through Thursday during October. Enter the code Pizza Month at checkout, and Amicis will give you 20% off your entire order. And it doesn't even have to be the pizzas. You can order pastas, wings, salads. Get the discount on those items too. So whether it's a traditional cheese or pepperoni pie or one of our, maybe some people want to branch out, something more California style, barbecue chicken, something like that. This is the place to go during October, right? Place your takeout order at Amicis.com Monday through Thursday. Enter the code Pizza Month at checkout. Get 20% off any order of $30 or more. Cool. And you want a great deal for National Pizza Month. Amici's. Delivery.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. for a gridiron geek out with the scientist of NFL films, Greg Cosell, with Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, Paulie. How often does one welcome Greg Cosell with the sweet sounds of Foghat?
He said the immortal line last week, Greg Cosell did. He said, Foghat, great band in the 70s, quote, they kind of got lost in the shuffle. So you know what we're doing? We're going to make that right now by getting them front and center for Greg Cosell.
Greg Cosell, good morning. How are you?
Guys, great lead-in. I love it. There's another band I'll throw out to you. I'm curious what you guys think.
Let's go.
I don't know if they got lost in the shuffle, but I think they were one of those 70s bands that kind of fall into this category, too. Deep Purple.
Oh, come on. Greg, I've seen Deep Purple 3 times in my life. I loved it. Richie Blackmore, Ian Gillan. I saw them in 84 when they did that Perfect Strangers tour. They kind of reunited. It was great.
I thought that original iteration of Deep Purple, who was the lead singer?
Ian Gillan.
Ian Gillan.
Yeah.
I thought he had one of the better rock voices.
He did.
I thought he had a great rock voice.
No, he really did. That's a great band. Richie Blackmore on
we
guitar.
We may have to go Deep Purple next week.
We
for
will.
You, buddy.
Done. It's already done.
So good.
Yeah.
And man, we don't have to do Smoke on the Water, although that's iconic with the riff.
Yeah.
But I think Woman from Tokyo is one of my all-time favorites.
Done. Did it. Woman from Tokyo.
Great track.
Deep Purple, Woman from Tokyo.
My woman from Tokyo.
Great tune.
It's done. It's done.
So
we'll get you next
done.
week.
All right.
We're gonna keep this parade rolling, baby. It's only week 5.
I can give you a band every week from the 70s. I got no problem with that.
Please do.
You can go even with Goodell extending it to 17 games. You got another one in you. 17.
No, I think we can. I think we can make it work.
Absolutely.
All right, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Speaking of rock and roll, Cleveland is where the Niners are going. There's my transition. There's my
nice
transition.
segue. You guys must do radio.
Yeah,
you guys must do radio.
It's funny I say that, and yet I still want to reflect on the Dallas game first. So let's do that.
Well, we should because
yeah.
I've been on a kick this week. I've been on a Brock Purdy kick.
Yeah. Okay, let's kick.
Because I'm getting, I watch the tape every single week, and so obviously, and I think most people would probably say that I know a little bit about football since all I've been doing for 30 years is watching tape and talking to coaches. So that's what I do.
Right.
And I'm kind of getting tired of hearing this system quarterback stuff because every quarterback is coached in a system. So what is the quarterback's job? The quarterback's job is to execute the system at the highest level possible, snap after snap, play after play, quarter after quarter, game after game. Brock Purdy is doing that, okay? And by the way, it's not an easy system because there's a ton of formation variation. There's a ton of motion. He's got to be aware of all that. He's got to call plays in the huddle that involve all that. People don't think about that. You've got to call all those plays that involve all those different things that are going on, okay? And obviously you go into a game based on your film study and your coach's work with the idea that, hey, if we do this, this is what we anticipate is going to happen defensively. But you know what? It doesn't always happen exactly that way. So now Purdy has to go, we just put in this motion, and I just put McCaffrey in motion, and we thought based on film study we're going to get this reaction. And you know what? I didn't get it. So now what happens? And by the way, all this is happening in 2 or 3 seconds. This is not like where you can sit back, put your feet up, smoke a cigar, and figure it out. So, you have to understand that he executes a really detailed, nuanced offense at a really high level. And also, by the way, guys, I think his ball's coming out with a little more juice this year. He's never going to have a gun. We're never going to say he's Matthew Stafford or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, but his ball has a little more juice this year. He's making some throws that when you watch the tape, he's spinning it pretty good.
Such a great breakdown, Greg, and we love it. We love you standing on the mountaintop and shouting, man, just give this guy his due, and we'll continue to do it week by week. So just for fun, because we're with you 100%, but just for fun, for all the haters and all the system quarterbacks, would their argument be that the knock on a, quote, system quarterback is that he can't win a game for you like under duress, broken plays? I guess Pat Mahomes. Like Mahomes would not be a, quote, system quarterback. Is that
well,
fair?
he is a system quarterback because Andy Reid has a great system. The point you're making, I think you're making, tell me if I'm wrong, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is the idea that, hey, if you get to the third or fourth quarter and the Niners are down, let's say, which obviously is playing on a really good team, and that often doesn't happen, is can he be the guy that, quote unquote, makes plays by himself?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's my
So,
that's what
that's
what the argument would be, I guess. It's not my argument, but that's their argument, right?
And you know what? We have seen him make plays outside of structure. We have seen him do that. Do we know the answer to that 100%? Perhaps not. But we'll see as his career progresses. But it's also possible, and I think people lose sight of this, it's also possible to come back and make big throws within structure from the pocket. Drew Brees did that in his career. Tom Brady did that in his career. You don't have to necessarily run around to make plays to bring your team back. It is possible to make precise, really good throws from the pocket within structure when you're trying to come back. There's not one way to do things. So again, I don't know whether he can do what you're suggesting and what others have suggested or not, because he really hasn't been in that situation. But all I'm saying is that's not the only way you can bring a team back.
Yeah, great stuff, man. And I'm with you. And we'll just continue to watch him compile his tape and his wins and his stats and the system and all that stuff. Yeah.
We're going to do this play in the matchup show this week, because I think it's a really important play, and I'm sure you remember the play, but he hit Samuel for 42 yards on the first drive of the third quarter.
Yeah, that was one of my favorites.
Nice play, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because it was 21-10, right? Wait, fourth quarter or third quarter?
Yeah, it could have been 50-0. It doesn't matter. But but that was really, really high-level quarterbacking, and we're going to break it down on the matchup show. And, again, it's not a matter of me being smarter than anybody else. I'm fortunate that I have the tape and can watch the play 20 times if I choose to. But there's so many elements to that play that I'm sure people watching it on TV or seeing a highlight aren't aware of. And that was just really high-level quarterbacking.
Okay, and he throws the 4 touchdowns. George Kittle catches 3 of them. I guess my
that Kittle guy's pretty good, by the
way. What happened from him going to not being really a part of the offense the first 4 weeks to him catching 3 touchdowns in week 5?
Well, it's funny you say that. And even Ayuk, who I think is a really terrific receiver, this offense is not built on getting the ball to one guy. So it just works out that way. Again, Kyle Shanahan could explain this way better than I, and he's not going to because he doesn't have to. But this is not an offense built on, hey, we got to make sure we get so-and-so involved early. Yeah. And I think that's taught that way because the one thing you don't hear from Niners receivers is they don't bitch and moan about not getting the ball. So all this is set up in advance, beginning with OTAs and training camp, that, this is not built on, hey, we better get Brandon Ayuk his touches in the first 10 plays or else. I don't think they think like that, and therefore I don't think the receivers think like that. And that's a good thing, by the way, because every game is different, every opponent is different. Every offense has staples, obviously, that they work off of, but, it's not built on, hey, we better get Debo in the game early or else. They don't, my sense is they don't think like that.
No, they don't. And that's, and they've somehow created a culture where everybody's okay with that. Like nobody's, they're just not, everybody's
That's set up in advance, by the way. That's, that's built in. I used to work with Ron Jaworski, for years and years and years, and he's still a good friend. And he used to talk about how Dick Vermeil, and you guys know Dick Vermeil from back in the day when he was, because he's a Northern California guy.
He is, yeah.
And he said Vermeil, just the way he coached, that players didn't complain because if you did, you'd be gone. It was understood that you just don't say certain things. And while players have changed and more is accepted, and there's nothing wrong with that, I'm not saying it's good, bad, and different, but I think Kyle and that staff set it up that, hey, we coach, you play. We'll do the best job that's humanly possible, and we're going to put you guys in a position where we can win games and compete for championships. And I think that's kind of the way it's accepted, and players understand that.
They've won 15 consecutive regular season games, which hasn't happened since 89-90, which for me and Paulie is just,
that's the heyday.
That's like our, that's like
peak.
Our, that's like, That's like our Deep Purple Woman in Tokyo era.
There you
know what I
go.
mean? So
There you
said
go.
it better. I really couldn't.
So, the other side of the ball. You watch all the tape, and you've talked to us about Fred Warner forever.
Oh, my
So I
God.
don't even know what we can add.
I mean, he did it all.
Well,
I guess my two parts would be, one would be, what can you add? And two, where does 57 fit into this, too?
Well, it's funny you say that because I was going to say I really want to talk about Dre Greenlaw today.
Yeah.
And, he gets a little bit lost here because Fred Warner is the best backer
Like
in the game.
Foghat, Greg. He gets lost in the shuffle.
Again, there you go. There
Once
you
again,
go.
we have themes
There
here.
you go.
Yes.
I love it. But Dre Greenlaw is a really good player. And, it's funny. I did him coming out of Arkansas. And, he was under 6 feet, which, for a lot of teams who have, quote unquote, critical factors in the draft where for each position, height, weight, speed, that's the way a lot of teams, evaluate players. They have what they call critical factors. That came from, Gil Brandt and the Cowboys 100 years ago, but a lot of teams use that. And, Greenlaw doesn't fall into that because he's under 6 feet. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of teams that wouldn't even have him on their board as a linebacker. But the reality is, this guy is an absolutely terrific player. And, he plays totally differently than Warner because he's a different athlete. I mean, he's under 6 feet. Warner's 6'3". So, he has to be different. He can't do what Warner does. But I love watching Greenlaw, and I think he's a really, really good player. He's physical. He's violent. He sees things really quickly. I just love watching him play. I mean, they've got as good a nickel linebacking duo as there is in the league, clearly, because Warner is the best and Greenlaw is really good.
Yeah.
It's incredible that all this talent's everywhere, and they biffed the Trey Lance pick. I mean, it's amazing. They traded all those picks, blew that, and still have this much talent.
It's funny you say that, and I think, and no knock on you guys, okay? I think that's easy to say, but I think the issue became that they thought that Trey Lance obviously could become a great player, or you wouldn't have made that trade. There's no question. Mm-hmm. But here's the problem: Lance needed time, and this is where you could probably criticize the Niners for this, but Lance was going to need time because he basically hadn't played a lot of football. And, he sat out. They didn't play in the pandemic year. They played one game, and I watched that tape, and it was almost like a scrimmage. And he hadn't been a starter for a lot of years in college, and it's obviously a lower level of college football. And he needed time. And when a quarterback needs time, there's a lot of ups and downs, okay? And this is a roster it's a Super Bowl roster, and they couldn't give Lance time to make mistakes, and he was going to make mistakes. We don't know how he would have come out on the other side. It's very possible he would have come out and been a great player. It's possible he would have come out and been a totally bad player. We don't know that. But the point is, given this roster, they couldn't give him the time that was necessary. So, it's easy to say he's a bust because they traded a lot of picks for the number 3 pick, I believe, in the draft, was it?
Yeah.
And so it's easy to say that, but, I think there's more to it.
Well, you're right. Of course, in today's day and age, nuance is lost and never, ever.
Nuance is not really what social media is all about.
Not at all. No. Hot sports talk radio either.
Yeah.
All right, I did a quick word on Dallas. I mean, Dak did not look good. He's getting hit. Is he playing bad?
I don't love, and again, no knock on the coaching staff because I'm not there, but just watching tape, I don't personally love their offense in terms of the pass game, what they do with their route concepts. That doesn't make me right or wrong. I have certain, I'll be the first to admit, based on my background and people I've known and my tape study and coaches I've talked to, I don't love what they do. That doesn't make it bad. But I think Dak, at this point in his career, with all his injuries, has settled into being a pocket quarterback. He's a ball distributor. He's an executor. And therefore, he needs everything to work the right way. He needs the system to be really good. He needs the system to present the throws for him. He needs a running game to be effective. He needs all those things. And then we'll see how he executes. At the end of the day, the quarterback still has to execute what he's asked to execute. We just spoke about that with Purdy. We can sit here and say, great run game, good O-line, all that great stuff. But you know what? You still got to execute it at a high level, play after play after play. Dak is erratic doing that right now.
He is, and he's hearing about it in the Big D. That's for sure, man. Where Bruce Bochy's ruling the roost over the Cowboys. All right, I can't believe we've gone this long without mentioning this week's foe, but here they are, the Cleveland Browns. Without, it appears to be, we don't know for sure.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, but let's just for conversation purposes say Deshaun Watson does not play. They've skipped over the rookie from UCLA, DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, after a bad game, and gone down to this guy, P.J. Walker. I got to imagine you have film on him. He's started. Yeah. He's set 4-3 as a starter. But we have this stat here, Greg, from Eric Branch. Of the qualified passers since 2020 who've thrown at least 225 passes, or 60 of them, his passer rating is 60th, and his completion percentage is 58th.
Ouch.
So
yeah, he's this is not a good situation for him going against this defense.
No.
You know, the bigger issue in this game will be the other side of the ball, because the Browns have a very, very good defense, and they can pose problems. They have a really good pass rush. They move people around a lot. The number one thing in this, to me, in this game, and you can say this in any game, and there's a lot of nuance here. We don't have time for all that, obviously, as we're talking now. But it's really important in this game not to get into third and longs. And again, you can say that in every game. I realize I'm not saying anything profound, but with the pass rush that the Browns have and the way they move people around and create matchups, you'll see Garrett on the left side, and they'll match him on McKivitz, if it gets to be third and long. And that might change the way the 49ers have to protect. So, there's certain elements of this game that could be problematic for the Niners offense if it gets to that. If it doesn't get to that, and they're really efficient, and they stay out of third and longs, then you have a different game. But there are certain things that could happen in this game that could present some issues.
Are there we hear Myles Garrett. Who else on the defense is worth
they got other
about?
really good players. They got Smith, Zadarius Smith, who also moves all around. They've got another pass rusher who's a good player. I number 45, and now I can't believe I'm
Okoronkwo, is that it?
Okoronkwo, that's it. Yes, yes. I had a brain freeze there for a second. I could see his number. I couldn't remember his name.
Sooner. Yes,
That's right. And their secondary is really solid. Grant Delpit is basically kind of a box safety. He's a really, really good player. They'll try to get him with their motions and their shifts and all that. They're going to try to get him to have to really think through the game, because Delpit is a really good player who's extremely reactive. And when players are extremely reactive, you try to use that against them. So, but he's a really, really good player. Safety, came out of LSU. Big kid, runs well, smart. So they'll try to play against his really good instincts.
Their D coordinator is Jim Schwartz, who was last seen.
Been doing this a long time, guys. Believe me, he's a really. I know Schwartz from when he was in Philly. Super smart guy. Kind of a little bit of a hard guy, but in a good way. He coaches hard, but he's a really good coordinator, and he's seen everything there is to see in this league.
I think I saw a stat that Kyle's never lost to him.
And that's possible.
Yeah.
But Schwartz is good. I mean, it'll be a good. That side of the ball is going to be fascinating.
I'm looking at their makeup. Can you believe former Raider coach Bill Callahan is their O-line coach?
Damn. And he's a great one. I met Bill when he was with the Eagles back in maybe 1997, 98, because Ray Rhodes on his staff and in that early staff had John Gruden, Sean Payton, and Bill Callahan.
Wow. And also, by the way, former Niner, Bill Musgrave is on their staff, too. So just look at Kevin Stefanski. Any word on him, what he's bringing to the table?
I mean, he likes to run the ball. He starts with that. And I imagine, he's going to have a tough task if P.J. Walker starts, and it appears to be the case. So, he's got a tough task as to how he wants to play offense to try to move the ball, because obviously the Niners defense is not an easy defense to run the ball against. So, it'll be interesting to see what he comes up. There'll be some gimmick plays. You're going to need, misdirection. You're going to need a whole bunch of things. You can't just line up and play. Although I will say this, they do have a very good O-line.
Per Callahan. All right. Well, I mean, it's laid out. Like you said, it's the defense, the Browns' defense against Purdy. Purdy's riding high. It's our midday guy and play-by-play guy, Greg Papa, calls him Big Brain Brock. Big Brain Brock. So.
Well, he does have a big guy. It's funny. I spoke to a coach who's not coaching this year, but he coached in the league for years and years. And I asked him, when you evaluate quarterbacks, because he's a quarterback guy, what do you look for? And one of the things he said was a big brain. And I think Purdy is that guy.
Yeah, I'm telling you. All right, Greg, great stuff. And all that and Deep Purple.
And a little
Yeah,
Deep
there
Purple.
you go.
Women from Tokyo next week, Greg. We'll cue it up.
And we'll have more next week, believe me.
And Dre Greenlaw is the fog hat of linebackers.
I'll take that. Thank you so much, Greg.
All right, be good, Greg.
All
Have
right,
a good
guys.
one.
Appreciate it.
See you,
Always.
man. Last week, I got to listen to that in the car because I was driving around, and I just know how great it is to sit in that car and listen to him.
Oh, when we were talking Foghat. Yeah. And Deep Purple, too. Another great pull from Greg Cassell. Murph, as you like to know from your partner, Deep Purple, ... I've seen them. I've seen them 3 times, actually.
Venues?
The Meadowlands, Boston, and then Giant Stadium. I saw him at Giant Stadium once in the late 80s.
For Giants fans, San Francisco Giants fans.
Rob Nen all day. All damn day.
All right, Browns reporter Jake Trotter.
Let's go.
Keeps that Browns-Niners hype going next on the Sports Leader.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Okay, everybody, it's Paulie Mack saying thanks so much for listening to Murph and Mack today. You know, my good friend Steve Moskowitz takes time out of his schedule to join us, talk to our listening audience about tax advice and tips and suggestions to help you out, get you in a better place in your financial life. And Steve, I'll say good morning to you. On a Thursday morning, you know, a lot of people say that ERC program Steve talks about is really interesting, and I wonder if I qualify. So maybe we can talk a little bit more. Let's go a little deeper into ERC today, Steve. How you doing today?
Doing great, and even happier when your listeners can collect all this money that the federal government is paying out. Basically, this is the federal government supporting small business, supporting employers that employed people during the pandemic of 2019 and 2020. There's 2 different ways you can qualify. One is real easy, a certain drop in gross revenue, but amazingly, so many firms I've talked to stop there the easy way. If your CPA told you you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough, talk to us for a second opinion, because there's another method, a facts and circumstances method, that so many firms are not bothering with because it's just so much more work for the professional. But that's okay. That's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. And if you're entitled to this, it may be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars or even more to you. Just give us a call. Let's talk about it. We have a free consultation.
Hey, Steve, thanks so much for sharing that. And that's for you small business owners. I hope you're paying attention. And if you feel like you want to talk to Steve more, reach out and call him at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. And also visit Steve Moskowitz online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This game is, to me, the biggest challenge we've had so far. Thought that was going to be Dallas, too, going into it. But then you look at this, and the defensive numbers just jump out. You don't see very much that they're number 1 or 2 in everything. Red zone's the only thing they're not, but that's only because I think they've had 8 plays there all year. And Baltimore ran it in, so that didn't help their rankings there. But everything else is top-notch. We're doing that, too, and offensively right now, so it should be a hell of a battle. When you look at a defense like that, a team who's committed to running the ball like they are, that's like the prime best way to get into the playoffs, and that's why I expect this team to be there throughout this year.
There's Kyle Shanahan getting you ready for the trip to Cleveland. Not too often. Niners did it in 2015, 2007, and then all the way back to 93. So in the last 30 years, this is really only their 4th trip to Cleveland. An unusual sight, 49ers in Cleveland. Let's talk about it with Jake Trotter, the NFL Nation reporter for ESPN for the Browns. Jake, we welcome you to the Murph and Mac Show. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey here on the Niner flagship. How you doing this morning, Jake?
Morning, Jake.
What's going on, guys?
We're going on well. Here come the Niners. And is it PJ Walker time for the Cleveland Browns, Jake? Is that what's going on?
It's PJ Walker time. I would be surprised if anyone else started at quarterback for the Browns on Sunday.
My gosh. So what does that mean, PJ Walker time?
I don't know. I don't know what it means. I think everybody, this is the first week he's gotten any reps. He wasn't with the team in training camp. They brought him in, after the Joshua Dobbs trade to Arizona, and they went into the season with Dorian Thompson-Robinson out of UCLA, kind of close to where you guys are, as their backup quarterback. And then DTR, did not play well, obviously, in that Baltimore loss. Now, I think there were some reasons for that, but they just decided that they couldn't move forward with him as their backup. So P.J. Walker, as of yesterday, started getting all the first-team reps. And I don't expect Watson to practice today. About to head there in the next few minutes, so we'll see. But, yeah, right now it's looking to be P.J. Walker, who was beat out for the Bears' number 2 quarterback job by a Division II rookie out of some college in West Virginia, I think Shepherd College.
Shepherd. Who was that guy? Who is that? Justin Fields Beck. I don't even know.
I can't remember his name.
I can't remember his name. I'm going to look that up.
Yeah.
That's a good stat. Jake Trotter, ESPN's NFL Nation reporter for the Browns. Just a quick word on Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I actually am a UCLA grad, so I followed him. I was excited for him. But is there a reason why you move on so quickly? A little damage to the kid's confidence, maybe?
Yeah, in my opinion, they haven't handled it well at all. So going into Baltimore, everybody expected Watson to start and play. And Watson was telling everybody, not just media, but people internally, that he was going to play. And then 2 hours before kickoff, he's like, I can't play. And I have no evidence that they had a backup game plan ready to go. DTR himself said, he found out he was starting 2 hours before kickoff. And I just think everybody expected, maybe including Thompson-Robinson, that Watson was going to play. So, you weren't maybe preparing with the same urgency if you really thought you were going to play. Now, that's on DTR, I think. I think that was a learning experience for him as the backup. You always got to be ready to play. But they didn't change the game plan one iota when they switched quarterbacks. It was very evident, very clear that they just moved forward with the game plan they had prepared for all week with Watson. And they're running trick plays. They're throwing the ball downfield, and it was a total calamity. And you could see, DTR's confidence wane as the game went along, and even probably more egregiously, the confidence around him really significantly plummets. So I haven't given up on him. I hope the team hasn't. I think he showed a lot of good things in preseason, both in the preseason games and in training camp, but it's a mess right now. And, he's on the shelf at least probably for the rest of the year now.
Man, that is I agree. It sounds, just from the outside, sounds handled quite poorly. And just as you have a young guy you want to develop, you're really slowing that development down, and all of a sudden P.J. Walker's the guy. So Jake Trotter, the Cleveland Browns reporter for ESPN, helping us out, getting ready for the scouting report here on Sunday. So obviously the Nick Chubb injury was big news in the NFL, and it leaves the Browns running game where? With Jerome Ford as the primary guy?
Yeah, he's the primary guy. They have not run the ball well since the Chubb injury. Now, Tennessee's front is very good. Baltimore's run defense is very good. The problem is the San Francisco's defense up front is obviously great. So I don't know. I mean, I think that they still expect to be able to run the ball decently going forward, maybe not necessarily this weekend. But, it kind of – they want to go this direction anyway. Like, they want to go to this committee, kind of like, the Kansas City Chiefs, where you have, 3 running backs. I think next year you're probably going to have Jerome Ford. You're going to have Nick Chubb coming back from the knee injury at some point during the season, and I would expect them to draft a running back and kind of make that their trio. But in the meantime, Nick Chubb was going to win the rushing title the way he was running the ball the first game and a half. I mean, it was the best I had ever seen him play. He was unstoppable, and as good as the offensive line in the run game is, you just can't replace Nick Chubb. I mean, just like San Francisco, you can't replace Christian McCaffrey. He's just such a good player. So, I mean, I think they're going to be able to run the ball at times this year, but it's not going to be the devastating weapon it once was going to be.
Right. So, obviously, we're talking to Jake Trotter here, kind enough to spend some time here on the UMA guest line to get us ready for the Niners and the Browns. So, obviously, and this is going to be every week, everywhere you go, and you do a out-of-town radio hit, they're going to say it's all about the Browns defense, Browns defense, Browns defense. So, it is all about the Browns defense, isn't it? Tell us how good it is, how good they're playing. Myles Garrett in the DPOY conversation, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be one of the front runners. It's legit. Like, I don't know if it's the best defense in the NFL. Statistically, it is right now. They came back to earth a little bit against Lamar. This will be a big test for them, obviously, with the way San Francisco is moving the ball and in different ways. But I do think it is legit. They've got pretty ferocious pass rush led by Garrett, but also Zadarius Smith and some other guys that can really get after it. But I think what makes this defense work is they are excellent in man coverage. I mean, they are really good. Their corners are really good at holding up on islands. Denzel Ward, MJ Emerson, Greg Newsome. It's an excellent trio. And, what they want to do is, they want to bring pressure. They want to bring 4, 5, 6 guys after the quarterback, and then they're going to ask their corners to hold up. And so far, they have. I mean, I think Cleveland's QBR, let's scale 0 to 100, when they've been in man, the opposing QBR is like 6.4. There's not even another team in the NFL in man coverage that's under 30. That's how elite they have been.
Wow.
In that statistic. So that really is kind of their bread and butter. We're gonna go man coverage against your receivers. We're bringing the house. We dare you to beat us. And nobody really, other than Lamar making some spectacular plays, has been able to do that.
Wow, well, that's the showdown, right? This is, and it gets to Jim Schwartz versus Kyle Shanahan, right? And unfortunately for Jim Schwartz, there's a historical edge. I got a stat here. Jim Schwartz is 1-8 against Shanahan offenses. Ooh, is that on your data radar?
Yeah. It is. Historically, for whatever reason, Shanahan's offenses have matched up pretty favorably against Schwartz. I don't know if that's going to be like screen passes. I think if you can run the ball, it really can set up some things as well. Nobody's been able to do that against the Browns so far, but they did have the next to last run defense in the NFL, and I don't know that they've been severely tested to this point. So that could be a key as well. And then, like, if your guys can beat their guys in downfield throws, then that's obviously an area you can exploit as well. So I don't know what the 49ers are going to plan in this particular game, but I was aware that, like, this just for whatever reason, Schwartz's scheme can be very effective. Against Shanahan's scheme, it hasn't been so much.
No, it has not. And, it's one of those stats that get your eye. Of course, there's so many different things go into that, personnel and injuries and all that stuff. So, well, Jake, before I let you go, just a big picture on the Browns. I'm looking at what is it? They got the playoff game. They won a playoff game in the COVID year, right?
Yes.
And that's their only playoff win. Then the last one was the Belichick one in '94. Is that right?
Damn, it's been a while.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've one playoff win in like 20. I guess it's like 20-something years. I don't know.
bless them.
We can keep track of these.
Was this the year, though, that, going in? I know the Bengals were perceived to be the strength, although they're not. I think the Steelers were not perceived to be that
Browns were
strong.
projected to have a good team, though, in a good year.
Is there still playoff hopes alive?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I mean, like, you look at the AFC, you've got Buffalo, Miami, you've got Kansas City, you have whoever's going to win the AFC South, and then you've got the North and maybe the Chargers. There's still a playoff spot or two that's there for the taking. And the Browns, like, if they win Sunday, they'll be right there in the division. And they're 2-2. Baltimore and Pittsburgh only 3-2. I do think they have some missed opportunities early on here. Losing to Baltimore, losing to Pittsburgh. I think Cincinnati's kind of figuring it out. I wouldn't write them off either. I wouldn't be stunned if any of the four teams won the division. I think it's maybe the only division in the NFL where it's that wide open. But when is Deshaun Watson coming back?
Right.
I mean, everybody, including Stefanski, assumed he would be ready to go for San Francisco. And I'm telling you, I don't think it's by any means a lock that he's going to even be ready next weekend against Indianapolis. So I think this could be something that lingers, and I just don't know without him, maybe even with him, that they're going to be able to score enough points to win the division. I still think they can get to 9-8, but I don't know that the expectations now are what they were in the preseason, which, this was a team that could win 10, 11, 12 games, host a playoff game. To me, that feels to be slipping away a little bit, just given the way that Watson has played when he has played, and given the fact that who knows when he's going to play again.
Yeah, it sounds like so much of it's going to come down to Watson's shoulder, but we shall see what happens this Sunday. By the way, to answer the trivia question, addling everyone at a Shepherd College, Tyson Badgent.
Okay.
Tyson Badgent.
There it is.
I got the college right.
You did, which is pretty darn impressive.
It is impressive.
And this guy beat out P.J. Walker, who's likely under center on Sunday. All right. Hey, Jake, great breakdown. Enjoy the game on Sunday, and thanks for hopping on the Murph and Max Show. We appreciate it.
Anytime, guys. Take care.
There it is.
Thanks,
yeah.
Jake.
So, I mean, are you
Browns ball? Well, listen, that defense is no joke. Looking around.
I mean,
but again, the Niners are bringing so many weapons, and
should win the darn game.
I'll put it to you this way: the Browns ain't about to outscore the Niners. That ain't happening.
This is
you look at it that way.
There's just I
you feel guilty
assume.
almost. I know it's not guilt, but it's like, can we be this confident on a Thursday? I know exactly what's in your head,
We're
Murph.
a long way from the Tom Sula days, buddy.
Oh. By the way, I got some shrapnel. I feel like I got to do this just to keep the listeners at bay. Marcus, we mentioned Tom Sula earlier in the show. We took a lot of heat in here on the text line. They go, Paulie Mack, how dare you? I'm not even kidding. They're going, how dare you talk Tom Sula? Exactly, and not give me a taste. I got you covered right here.
Today's Tom Sula, he gets high on you. When the space he invades, he gets by on you.
Man. That and Adam Gase, I'll never get enough. All right. Mike Krukow on. Great, we got Dusty v. Boch.
Huge,
Boch
man.
v. Dusty. We got the Dodgers swept.
Bye-bye.
We got Harper staring down fools.
Oh, twice.
And still no manager for the Giants.
No.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Marcus and I talk ball all the time. We're just talking about spreads and Raiders and Pats and Browns and all kinds of stuff. Hey, listen, if you want to get involved and get some action in these games, get over to prizepicks.com. You can test your skills on PrizePicks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Get over to PrizePicks, then you select 2 or more players, however many you want, and then you pick on their statistics in a variety of categories. Maybe it's completions, maybe it's points scored, maybe it's yards rushing, stuff like that. If you know your football, you're probably going to do pretty well. It's actually pretty pretty easy if you have some skills. You can turn $10 into about $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, the enormous selection of players waiting for you, and all the stat options. These are the reasons PrizePicks is the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So when you guys are ready to test your skills, get over to prizepicks.com and join the community of over 7 million football fans who have already signed up. And again, PrizePicks right now is about to match your first deposit up to $100. So when you throw the hundy down, they're going to do the exact same thing. Now you're working with $200 at PrizePicks. Make sure you use the code word leader, as in KNBR is the sports leader. So it's prizepicks.com/leader. That's what will get you that deposit match up to $100. Visit PrizePicks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, you want relevant storylines for us and KNBR in San Francisco? My God, what do you want? You want Bruce Bochy advancing? Check. You want Dusty Baker advancing? Check. You want the Dodgers getting swept? Check. So many different things to talk about. No manager still for the Giants. Mike Krukow, the man to talk about it on the UMA guest line. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, good. Interesting times.
Yeah.
Very interesting times. I didn't expect the Dodgers to get swept. That I can tell you right off the get-go on this show. I really, really was impressed with the chemistry of the D-backs going down the wire. I mean, we got a chance to see firsthand. You know, and for the most part, this whole year, I mean, we had felt that every team had warts, that they were vulnerable to some degree. And the discussion that we as broadcasters had, you know, going into that last week was we thought that Philadelphia had probably the strongest team from first man through the 26th man, from the starting rotation through the bullpen. And that crowd is just ridiculous. I mean, it really is. It gives you an edge there. But I'm, you know, that's a biased opinion. I played there. I played there during the stretch run when we were in it every day, and you're just so energized by it, and it's just so they're just incredible. They're an incredible crowd. But I did not see the Dodgers getting swept.
Yeah.
As good as the Diamondbacks team were and seemed to be as we watched them in the month of September and watched that team come together and watched how young they were and how explosive they were, how fast they were. And remember our conversation in our last show, we talked about teams fall victim, good hitting teams fall victim to good pitching. And you have to be able to manufacture runs a different way other than by way of the home run and the big cloud. You had to be able to play small ball. And that's the one advantage that Arizona has over any other team in the tournament. They can do that. You know, they can get on a base on the base with a blue pit, then they can bunt, then they'll work a walk, and all of a sudden, boom, they got a bases loaded situation, and they haven't hit the ball hard. You know, this is what their strength is, and it really played against the Dodgers. And they you know, the Diamondbacks are a team that they take swing out. They put the ball in play. They hit the ball the other way. And against that rotation that they saw with a weakened Kershaw, who really was out there with one pitch, and then a geeked up rookie who was just overthrowing everything, and then Lance Lynn, who just made way too many mistakes out in the middle of the strike zone. I mean, he was throwing fat pitches left and right, and you know they didn't beat him with small ball in that regard yesterday. They beat him with the long ball. They just were better. Across the board, they were just better. Although I thought this was going to go a 5-game series. I really did. I thought the Dodgers were going to win yesterday, and then once you get that win and you know you cleanse the two losses to open up the 5-game series, I thought it was going to get back to L.A. But that was it. That crowd in Arizona was amazing, and the D-backs just they were not going to let it happen.
Man.
And their bullpen, their bullpen is good, and nobody really gives them enough credit. But you know, and a couple of those guys are just really unproven. They haven't been around a long time. Ginkel, my goodness. What he did. Yeah, I mean, and that's not even a scary name.
No, it's a great name. Like Paulie loves last names. Ginkel's one of those great names.
Who's getting loose in the pen? Ginkel.
My guy Ginkel. Yeah. It's a guy Paulie would meet in Jersey. Go meet Ginkel down at the bar. So, the Dodgers. Okay, I mean, wow. So, Mike, there are so many number of stats in terms of 100-win teams that don't win a game or 3 straight years. So here's one for you.
It's crazy.
Of the 6 biggest postseason upsets of all time, by that I mean regular season win difference, the Dodgers now own 3 of them, in that the Diamondbacks were 16 games behind them and beat them. And last year, the Padres were 22 games behind them and beat them. And then in 2021, the Braves were 18 games behind them and beat them. What? What's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, you know, it's weird. Remember when the Giants won? I mean, it may have been Felipe Alou's first year, and they won 100 games. I think they had the best record in the National League.
03.
And they went down to the Mets in the first round.
Marlins, right?
Was it okay? It was the Marlins.
It was when Jose Cruz Jr. dropped the ball.
Was the Mets? When did they go down?
That was with Dusty in 2000.
2000.
Same thing though. Same thing though. They won the West that year.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's so hard to build energy to where it gets timed perfectly. It's so hard to explain. For the Dodgers, they clinched everything early, and there was no drama as they went down the lane and finished out the season. I just it's such an important thing, and it seems that it's the impossible thing to be in control of. But when the chemistry starts to forge together and come together, and then you get 26 guys all believing the same thing, and I've said it before, it almost looks like a dance troupe. It almost looks like a musical. How everybody is just in sync with one another. And you can feel it when you walk in a clubhouse, and you can feel it when it's not there. Even with teams who had the best record. Look at last year. The Dodgers set an all-time record, the franchise record with I don't know how many wins. God, it was crazy. And then they go down first round to the Padres. Padres had the magic. They had the chemistry. Dodgers couldn't match up that energy. And it certainly felt that way with the Diamondbacks. So I don't know, man. It's one of the really unique things in sport. It just is the deal, and the Diamondbacks, man, they had it, and the Dodgers didn't. And guess what? The Dodgers are going home.
Mike, at this stage in your life, do you still take great delight in seeing the Dodgers bounced?
Hey.
Well, I think you can't be a part of the rivalry without rooting for the other team when they get into the playoffs. But I will say this, and once you've been through it, and once you've been burned, and once you've been on that losing seat, it is the worst feeling that you could possibly imagine. And you could go one or two ways when you watch a series like that. Obviously, I was favoring the Diamondbacks just because of their story, what it would mean to that franchise. They've just been bad the last how many years? Dodgers haven't. They've been good for the last decade and more. So I prefer to rejoice in what I see with the Arizona team rather than rub my hands and just go, oh, that's so much fun. Because I don't feel that way. I don't feel the way because I've been through it. I know what they're going through.
Yeah.
Just let them walk off the field, with their heads as high as they can possibly raise them and let them go off into the offseason. But my focus was on the D-backs.
This is sort of a dicey one because we're talking about a man's job. Dave Roberts has not lost his job in L.A., nor have I read that it's imminent. But if indeed they need a change of voice, would he be somebody you think Farhan Zaidi should call?
Oh, I don't think they're going to let him go. No way. He's too good. Only because I've seen firsthand in that clubhouse how he manages, how he takes personalities and how he touches base with them and how he crafts confidence in that lineup and in that clubhouse, in that bullpen, in that starting staff. He's just very good at what he does. Look, he can't explain why Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts get one hit?
1 for 21.
Unbelievable.
1 for 21.
I know, that's crazy.
Horrible.
Yep.
You're going down. They had it all. When Ginkel walked Colt Wong last night, the ninth place hitter, to start things off in the eighth inning, I was screaming, you got to be kidding me. You have a 2-run lead. You can't. And he walks him on 4 pitches. And here comes the top of the lineup. And if it was ever set up for Betts and Freeman to just, atone for their sins, and all of a sudden, just with a couple of swings of the bat, get back and give this team a win, that was the opportunity. And what happens? Ginkel strikes them both out. I did not see that coming.
Yeah.
And how do you blame that on a manager? You don't.
Yeah. I wonder.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like it's the old-fashioned voice, just like you need a new voice, that thing, Well,
I don't always believe that, but that's I guess you could say that's your excuse for going in another direction. But given his history here in the last 11 years or whatever, it'd be hard to replace him. I don't see it happening. But hey, anything could happen. And if he was out there, he would absolutely be a candidate for a hire, no question, for whoever was looking for a manager.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We haven't talked to you since Boch clinched. Your reaction.
Oh, man.
It happened Tuesday night.
How great was that?
And, what was your reaction and seeing him and thinking about it and knowing that he went away from the game for 3 years?
Look at him. Back in the CS.
Yeah. Just, I want to, what was your reaction?
Just that old down-home folksy grin he's got, that's so sincere and it's almost half goofy, and he gets out there with it, and, he's just bigger than everybody else. He's got that big old head. He rubs it in his fingernail, or the knuckles in his fingers don't bend. They're straight, and he rubs his face. He's a cartoon. But we love the guy, and he's brilliant at what he does. He is brilliant at what he does. And I'm looking forward to this matchup because I have nothing but respect for Bochy, and I have nothing but respect for Dusty Baker.
Sure.
I think those two guys were born to do what they're doing. I mean, as good as Dusty was a really good player. Boch didn't have that same experience as a player that he did with the manager, but as good as Dusty was, and I think that he's a better manager than he was a player, and I can certainly say that about Bochy. They're doing what they should be doing, and they're going to, in all likelihood, they're going to go into the Hall of Fame together. But this is a matchup that, if you go back to 2012, when the Giants, in a 5-game series against Cincinnati, lost the first 2 at home, and then went into Cincinnati and swept them and won that series and would go on to win a World Series. That was Dusty Baker's Reds. And I know to this day that haunts Dusty Baker, haunts him. That was tragic what happened to that team at the hands of the Giants that came together and never relented that energy all the way through to a World Championship in 2012. That is first and foremost in Dusty Baker's mind. I'm telling you, that'll be his motivation.
Yeah.
And so he's going to take that into this series, and
That's a good call.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this goes down. But I mean, I think managers are on both clubs. They're going to be into it. This is going to be a chess match between 2 grandmasters.
Well, that's, you know what, Mike, I want to talk about that for a second. So the Bochy and Dusty dynamic, it's so funny because it's at odds with the analytical age that the game is in now, where starting lineups are determined by data and research. And meanwhile, you got a couple of old cowboys out here doing their thing, just kind of managing from the hip and the gut. And I don't know, Mike, is this a testament to old school baseball, the fact that these 2 guys have made it to the ALCS?
Well, I think it is a really good thing for all of us from the old school, because we believed in the gut. We believed in a common sense approach to what we see on the field. We believe that, if a guy's throwing and out of the bullpen and he comes in and this guy's lighting it up, whether he's a left-hander or a right-hander, we let that guy keep going because he is in control that day. He was throwing the snot out of the ball. We wouldn't take that guy out because the algorithms say that, no, you got to go righty against righty, or, you got to go this type of pitcher against this type of swing. We let that guy go, knowing how hard it was to have everybody come out of that bullpen throwing top notch. I mean, it doesn't happen that way. I mean, when you make an algorithm, you assume that guy coming out of the bullpen, he's going to have all 3 of his pitches, and he's going to have them, and they're going to be electric. Well, that doesn't happen that way. So when you see a guy who is electric, why would you take him out? You don't know what you're getting from that guy coming out of the pen. And there's no algorithm that takes that into consideration. Right. So I do believe that coming into this series, and you see 2 old schoolers like Bochy and Dusty Baker, they're taking advantage of all the new algorithms. They're reading the data. They're no fools. Yeah. A lot of the new data is very revealing, and it gives you an upper hand, how to place your defense, how guys hit against certain guys, how guys hit against certain pitch types. That all has to be digested and reviewed and taken into the game. But I do think there's a healthy median as to being able to use what you've been given with data and to be able to use what you see with common sense on the field.
Nice.
So I do think that both these guys, I think that's their strength, and it's really what makes the philosophies of both teams different than any other teams. They use both, and I think that they respect the gut as much as they respect the data.
Boch and Dusty, it's incredible. And as you make a great point about the 2012, the Reds and the Giants, we're doing this all over again. It is quite amazing. Mike, just for fun, Bryce Harper staring at Orlando Arcia because he heard off camera Arcia laughing about him getting doubled off. I mean, there's a lot of dimensions here. How sacred is the clubhouse? Is it not sacred at all?
Don't poke Bryce Harper.
Don't poke Bryce Harper. Stare downs on the field. What's your reaction to that all the layers of that story?
Well, I'm not surprised by any of it. Well, look, we know that Bryce Harper is big time into social media. I mean, big time into it. And the other thing that you have to remember is that when you come into a team as a visiting team, and you have a clubhouse man and you have a clubhouse crew to take care of you, in all likelihood, everybody in that clubhouse that's working the clubhouse for you, the visiting team, is a huge fan of the home team. So if you say something open and inflammatory and you repeat it and it becomes sort of a chant, it's going to find its way into the home team clubhouse. It just is. So, I mean, have a clue. As nice as that kid is that shines your shoes, he's the guy that's taking what you're saying over to the other clubhouse kid, or in fact to the player that you've insulted. And those are the things that make a difference in a short series.
Wow.
Why would you do it? So, I mean, he obviously ignited Bryce Harper. I mean, he came in with a resolve, and what's he do? He comes up with 2 home runs. And as he goes around second base, he turns to the shortstop, and he looks at him twice with his face finger stare down. I mean, that was the best face finger I've seen in a long time.
It was good.
It was way beyond Marvin Bernard's stank eye. That was just massive face finger. And you know what? Hey, it motivated not only Harper, but it motivated everybody in that clubhouse. And then in doing so, it ignited the fan base. So, I mean, in the future, if you're a player and you got something to say, wait till you get back to the hotel room. Wait till and then like the old saying is, write that letter and then throw it in the trash.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't press send.
Don't press send.
That's right. It's amazing. And Billy Beane used to say the playoffs are a crapshoot. The playoffs are a crapshoot. And this one's making him look pretty smart because it's crazy what's happening out there. Orioles, 100 wins gone. Dodgers, 100 wins gone. Braves on the brink, 100 wins. And this is what happens in October, and we shall see what happens over the weekend. So, Mike, by the time we talk to you Tuesday, many chapters will have been written. Enjoy the heck out of it. Have a great weekend. We'll talk Tuesday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday in the offseason. Kyle Shanahan joining Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30, and Steve Young at 4:50. How about that? Steve Young at 4:50, so double dip. All right, so they go Kyle and Steve.
Go ahead.
We answer with one of our favorites, Alex Smith, one of the great, gritty, gutty quarterbacks in 49er history, one of the greatest comebacks, if not the greatest comeback, in NFL history, and now looking sleek and shiny.
He could be a male model if he gets tired of being a broadcaster.
On your Monday night broadcast there. Looking good, man.
Yeah, he does.
Alex Smith with his thoughts. By the way, did you know Purdy's interception streak, his lack of interception streak, which is amazing, is still like 70 behind the record set by Alex Smith?
That's a great stat. I'm glad you shared that with me. I didn't know that.
As the great Ted Robinson said, never doubt Alex Smith.
Dude, that bootleg,
again.
tell me that wasn't one of the greatest candlestick moments of all time. That bootleg, that place went bonkers.
Yeah. And that was only part one, because that was before
and
then
into the post. I know. That what a game that was.
All right. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, or Cumulus Media Station. Alex Smith is our big hit next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
It's Bochy versus Dusty. The ALCS is officially set between the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros. So to read about the showdown between Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me.
A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Saints lead by 1. 3rd down and 7 from the New Orleans 27-yard line. 49ers enter the backfield. Smith on 3rd down. He will take it himself for a 1st down and more. Alex Smith is in. Touchdown.
3rd down, Alex takes the snap. Alex looking, got it. Post, and it's got it. Touchdown. Touchdown 49ers. Championship. Can you feel Candlestick?
Hey, I'm so proud of you, bro. It's unbelievable, you know that? You're an inspiration. Go get it, man. You're unbelievable. Always here if you need me.
Man, oh man. I got the goosebumps. I can only imagine what Alex was feeling listening to that.
Man.
It's always great to check in, and we do it periodically with our good friend Alex Smith, who, of course, was the author of that play. And now you see him all sleek and shiny.
I know. He's all handsome out there. I know.
Man, well, he was always handsome. Now he's even extra handsome.
Yeah, right.
Alex, welcome back to Murph and Mac. You are the big hit today at 8 o'clock talking football and life. How you doing, man?
Hey, Alex.
Fellas, what's up? Great to be back on with you guys. It's been too long.
It has been too long, man. Man, how you feeling looking so sleek and shiny under those lights, man?
Yeah, you're a TV guy.
You know, the tricks of TV, they can do wonders, and I am a testament to that. But honestly, really liking it. You know, I had no idea getting into the kind of the media side, the TV side, what it would be like. But I've really enjoyed who I work with. I'm loving what I'm doing this year with the Sunday Countdown crew. I like that there's a couple of defensive guys there that I get to work with every day and kind of have some good conversations with. So enjoying it and thankful for it. And so, yeah.
What's the challenge? Like, is it, do you want to be critical or not critical? Because you know how hard the game is, and these are your peers, and yet at the same time, and you see a bunch of people like you, former players who are doing it. Everybody has a different style. Like, how are you figuring out your style?
Oh, I think the number one thing is I'm always going to be authentic. I'm going to say what I want to say. I'm going to say only things that I believe in, wholeheartedly. And I think in the last couple of years, now this is my 3rd year out, I do think I get more comfortable having something to say and being opinionated about it. When you're first out, I was you walk on eggshells a little bit. I really do enjoy trying to shine a light on how these buildings work. The media loves to talk about quarterbacks.
Right.
And there's a lot of people talking about QBs that don't have any idea what it's actually like.
I bet.
And it's such a complex position. I mean, there's so many variables that go into a QB even having a chance at success, right? You rely on so many, from the players in the huddle with you, obviously to the defense on the other side of the ball, but certainly even the scheme and the coaching staff and the guy calling every single play. So I like talking about that nuance. I find myself more often than not defending guys than I ever am attacking them. That's just the nature of it, having been through what I've been through. But, yeah, I think that's it. I'm never going to say something that I don't wholeheartedly believe in. I'm going to be always 100% truthful and authentic. But I do feel like as I get further away from the game, I have the itch. I feel like I got something to say, and I want to say it. And I didn't know. I never expected that to happen.
That's awesome, Alex. I'm going to throw a name at you right now just to give me your kind of reaction based on everything you just said. I feel like just take Zach Wilson, for example, with the New York Jets, right? He's thrown into it. He was not expecting to play this year with Rodgers. And I've been watching a lot of Jets games this year, and part of me feels like, okay, every now and again you see something good from him. But, Alex, that line in front of him is so spotty. So is that the kind of thing you're going to take into consideration when you're grading a quarterback like Zach Wilson? Yeah, he struggles, but I don't know. Is it really his fault?
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I was at the Monday night game, the opener this year where Aaron went down and talked to Zach for quite a while and just telling him how pumped I was for him to sit and watch one of the greatest of all time do it, because Zach had never had that opportunity. I mean, this is a guy that with the number 2 overall pick had a first-time QB coach, a first-time offensive coordinator calling plays, and a first-time head coach all above him.
Wow.
Right? Like that's a recipe for a disaster. And it was. And Zach was a guy in his own right that most needed, I think, just based off his college tape. He never really played from a pocket. I mean, this guy played in a wide open deal. Like in college, it's just so much different. You don't ever have to play with bodies around you. You don't necessarily have to make these tight window throws, a pocket collapsing on you, people at your feet. And that's something that I think you have to learn and develop, and who better than Aaron. So I felt like it was something they should have done 2 years ago, right? Like this guy shouldn't have started week 1, and yet he did. And he goes through, obviously a tumultuous couple first years, and here they bring Aaron in. He's going to have a chance to sit and watch, and he got 4 plays into that, and now he's thrust back in, and also to a brutal, New York market. Half of my Sunday countdown crew picked the Jets to win the Super Bowl. Based off Aaron being there.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden he's out, and Zach's back in, and that was a heavy burden. And I can tell you, I just watch him. I can feel the weight he carries around. I've been there. You build up a lot of scar tissue. You build up a lot of self-doubt, and I feel like Zach's trying to work his way through that on a national stage week in and week out, and that's really, really tough. The pieces around him aren't awesome. Right? Like, again, he's got a new system. He's learning a brand new system again this year, and his offensive line is beat up. And they just lost another starter this last week to a torn Achilles. So it's not getting any better. I do feel like his play is getting more consistent, though. And if he can kind of continue to block out the noise and just focus on his craft, right? Like, regardless of all those variables that are moving around you, can he just get better? And if he can continue to take steps forward, I think he'll have a chance, whether it's there or somewhere else in the future. That's the biggest deal. But certainly, no, it's not great around him right now.
No.
They have one of the toughest schedules in football. I think through the first 12 weeks, they have the toughest schedule in football. And even if Aaron was the quarterback, there's a good chance they're 2-3 right now.
Man, it's definitely fascinating. As you said, to your point about the cast picking the Jets, I mean, it's such a New York maniacal thing. But we are talking to Alex Smith. He's our big hit today. Of course, you remember him, 49er quarterback from 05 to 12, and then Kansas City from 13 to 17, and then Washington from 18 to 20. So a long career, and obviously we can ask him how he's doing with the leg in a little bit too. But now on Sunday NFL Countdown on ESPN, you see him on Sunday mornings. It's fun. We watch it every week in our house, man. We see you. It's great to see, and so we're getting your takes, and so we can't go this long without talking about the 49ers, dude.
Yep.
God,
this kid, man.
I mean, it's only been 5 weeks, though.
They're terrible, huh? That's to talk about.
I know we want to rip them, right?
Yes, man, it's ugly.
Yeah, it's ugly. Yeah.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Okay. Jimmy Garoppolo was here, and he won some games and didn't win a Super Bowl, and they went to Trey Lance, and all of a sudden it's not happening. Trey gets hurt, Jimmy gets hurt, and this kid named Brock Purdy comes in against Miami last December. Alex, it's been less than a year. What's going on here?
It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this, ever.
No, right.
He starts the 5 games last year, and it goes on his run, and it's like, oh man, it's 5-0, Mr. Irrelevant. I think it felt like this feel good story around the NFL in NFL circles, and I don't think anybody really believed it was for real. Brock's not really a starting quarterback in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And obviously we all know what happened in the NFC Championship game, and kind of felt like they never really got their chance. And again, a bunch of question marks heading into the season. Certainly throw the elbow surgery on top of there. That added even more complexity. So it just, again, I think there were a lot of people in NFL circles that believed that he wasn't a starting quarterback in this league, that again, that the luck was going to run out, that Kyle Shanahan couldn't mask it forever, and it was just a matter of all these weapons around him. And in 5 games this year, I don't think there's a single person in NFL circles that not only doesn't believe that he's not a starting quarterback in the league, but that certainly he's in the upper echelon in that, right? Like, I mean, he is not only, you could take the five starts last year, and you take him the 5 starts this year, and he's playing on a completely different level. The command, again, the confidence, the throwing into one time, again, the guy throwing in tight circles, playing in a tight pocket, incredibly accurate, playing with anticipation, plays outside the pocket with his legs. Like, listen, there's no doubt about it. He's the real deal, and again, he's a big part of what the Niners are doing right now. Yes, it's a great system. Yes, there's great weapons around him. There's not a good offense in football that you don't point to all those exact same things. So for some reason, we want to hold it against Brock, but you go look at the other top 5 offenses in the NFL, they all have the same things. Tua's playing in an unbelievable system. He's got great weapons around him, right? Like, you could say that about everybody. Same thing with Josh Allen. Same thing in Kansas City with Pat. Like, again, for some reason, this kid, just because he's the last pick in the draft, because he's not 6'4" and 240 pounds, we want to continue to kind of hold it against him. But it's complete garbage. He's the real deal, and really happy for him.
It's so much. There's so many different layers to this, and one of them obviously is the draft, the science of the draft, and how 32 teams waited until the 262nd pick. I guess here's my one kind of wacky question: Would his success change the way going forward some teams would look at quarterbacks and maybe look more to the brain than the hand size and height?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen a bit of a shift there. It's just hard. Like, how do you measure that, right?
Do they have sorry to interrupt, Alex, but they have like a processing test now that maybe they didn't have when you were there? I don't know.
Yeah, he did. Nope, I did not take. I just had the good old-fashioned whatever that.
Bring out the calipers and pinch your body fat thing?
Workouts, IQ test.
The Wonderlic, I see. Yeah.
The Wonderlic, that's what I had, which is not a processing test at all. Now there is a processing test. And I think they're getting better at it. And in fact, they do it on every football player. It's not just quarterbacks.
Interesting.
But
okay.
I do think there's even the nature of watching the tape. You know, the system these guys come out of in college is so different. Here's a guy that played 4 years at Iowa State. Their team wasn't necessarily the best in their league. It wasn't. But you watch him, he seems so comfortable in an NFL pocket. And that is unusual for a kid coming out of college.
Right.
Again, like on the flip side, Zach Wilson, you can show him that tape. This guy looks unbelievable in shorts. I mean, he can make every throw there is. But he never played in a pocket. Like, he hasn't had that experience at all. And I do think we obviously have we overweight height, speed, arm strength, all those things. Like, when it comes down to it, can you play with anticipation? Are you accurate? And then can you process? Like, there's very few games, if any, where you're going to throw the ball 70 yards. It just isn't the case. No one can hold on to the ball that long. In fact, I just saw last week, I think Joe Burrow had the longest pass from scrimmage, and it was 50 yards, right? Like,
yeah.
So you just don't need to throw it 70, 80 yards. Like some of these guys can.
Totally. Yep.
But you need to process information. You need to be able to play from a pocket, be comfortable with that kind of noise going on around you, and to stand in there and again, deliver a football. And Brock can do those things. Now, how do we measure them? That's a whole other question, but I do think you're going to see a movement towards that.
It's really awesome to talk to Alex Smith, who way back when won probably the Murph & Mackey for Bay Area Player of the Year.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing that's ever happened.
Yeah, I know that's up on your mantelpiece too. Yeah.
Right.
And he's on Sunday NFL Countdown, looking great. You see him on Monday nights too on ESPN, and it's just great talking Brock Purdy. Because here's the stat, and I know you probably know this, but for the fans out there, Brock has thrown, I think it's 190 consecutive passes without an interception. You're like, wow, that's a lot. Well, it's not as many as our guest, Alex Smith, who threw 249 without an interception.
There you go.
So he's still chasing you, Alex.
You got a long way to go.
And what goes into that, man? I mean, on some degree, luck, right? But also
good decisions.
Not to correct you guys, I got some data in front of me. I got 235 straight passes.
Ooh,
that's what I'm talking about, Murph.
Wait, I gave you 14 extra.
Did you give me? Yeah, I got him at 235. Like
you have Brock at 235.
Brock. Is
I think my dad is a week old or something. My bad.
Maybe. Yeah, he's. I mean, like this. Again, I think the same things that go into him playing well, right? Like as a quarterback. Yeah, it's obviously got good players around you. It's a good system, but he's still making great decisions. The same things that go to that productivity go to him throwing 9 touchdowns and no picks, right? Yeah. Like go to him having it. He has the highest QB rating for the first 10 starts of a career in NFL history.
It's insane.
Like it's not even close. Yeah. So like all those things. Again, I go back to even watching I think it was the Thursday night game against the Giants. There were a couple passes that looked like they could have been like the ball to Kittle, right? Like it looked like it could have been potentially picked, but Kittle goes up and is competitive and makes a play on the ball, and it's just another incompletion. So certainly there's a lot that goes into that, but at the heart of it is this kid's making great decisions. He sees the defense really well. He sees the field well. He trusts his eyes and his feet, and then he's playing with conviction. And so that's just so rare for any quarterback, but certainly rare for a kid making his 10th career start.
Love it. We're talking to our good friend Alex Smith on the UMA guest line, longtime friend of the Murph and Mac Show. Alex, while we're talking about quarterbacks, I wonder if you could just give us a little, I don't know, kind of review reactions to what you see from Jalen Hurts. I mean, he's really impressive. The thing that, I mean, he's got all the skills and the intangibles, the physical tools, but it's his will to win, like his competitiveness. I mean, he'll fight you till the end. He will fight you until his last breath. And I don't know, how do you see him in terms of all the, kind of attributes you just kind of talked about?
Yep. I mean, Jalen's one of my favorite players in the NFL, flat out. And I think it's kind of because of his storyline. Like, I mean, to go back to Alabama and what this kid was pegged as is just like the running quarterback, transfers to Oklahoma, wins the Heisman, gets drafted. And he's still kind of like, I mean, I played against him that first year. I was my last year in Washington, playing against him. And like, just to continue to see his development every single year, even once he's been in the league, like, this is a guy that just continues to work at his weaknesses, continues to kind of redefine himself. You want to talk about stats too? His are almost as crazy as Purdy. This guy's 22-1.
Yeah, what the hell?
In his last 23 regular season starts.
Scary.
Bananas.
Yeah, bananas. It is
too good for my liking, by the way.
Yeah, it's making us nervous. Yeah.
And he's only getting better this year, and he, again, like, I think there's some people that still don't want to believe it, because maybe it's not innate, right? That we've seen this. We saw him 4 years ago. He can't be what he is now. Like, we can't see the development, and it's rare in the NFL to see guys grow as professionals. That's so often not the case. And again, how do you not have him in the MVP conversation? How do you not have him in the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL? What he did last week with his legs, I mean, I think he had 8 first down conversions, running the football with his legs. Like, he can get you in so many different ways. And I just love his mindset. I think every time I like some of my favorite press conferences and clips are this guy's quotes, because I just feel like he's like talking to like an 80-year-old guru.
Yeah.
Like, he's just so mature and wise and level-headed. And I just, so big fan of Jalen, and man, him and the Niners, right? Eagles Niners at this point.
Maybe it's him and Brock for the next 10 years, just locking horns in big games.
I would love it.
Yeah,
it could be.
Oh man. And I'll tell you what, based on those Phillies fans, I don't want those Eagles fans in my life. They're a little nutty out there. I know we're running out of time, Alex. You've been very generous. Do have to just first, and I hope it's okay us bringing it up. I know you went public, but we want to send all our love and best wishes for your daughter, Sloan. I mean, can you share?
So
I know it's. Listen, we care. You won over so many people with just how you handled yourself, the person you are, not to mention the incredible physical bravery you showed yourself in your comeback. So you've just earned a lot of love and respect from the Bay Area. And when we hear that your daughter was hurting, we hurt ourselves. So hopefully she's having a good day today. And if there's anything you want to share.
Yeah, I mean, I'm grateful for every single day. It's the hardest thing I've, by a long shot I've ever had to ever deal with, and she's an amazing person. She's getting ready for school right now.
Okay,
nice,
nice.
For every single day, but it's obviously it's an ongoing thing, and probably will be. But again, just it truly is. Like, again, I'm thankful every single day for her. She's amazing. So, yeah. Again, and so today she's running around getting ready for school, and that's where we're at.
That's
awesome,
perfect. Then that's good, and you just enjoy today. And then listen, you're after everything with the leg.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
How you doing?
Yeah. I'm doing good. Doing good. I can. I got talked into coaching, being an assistant coach for my son's 7th grade flag football team.
Nice.
Yeah, you and Steve Young,
Coach Alex. All right.
Yeah. So we had a game yesterday. We won that.
Yeah.
So
get that done.
New challenge for me. But yeah, I can. I can chase the kids around. I still can beat up on them at this point.
Enjoy
my
it.
oldest is 7th grade, and can get out there and play 18 holes too. So yeah, I'm grateful for that as well. Like, I don't feel like I have any limitations.
Great to hear that. Awesome.
I have to adapt, but feel good about it.
You're coaching your son. You're playing 18, and you're looking all. You got the hair gel and the makeup on weekends.
I got my wife to thank for that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man.
Myself, so.
Alex, it is always great to catch up with you, man.
God bless,
whether
brother.
It's Tahoe, Pebble Beach.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a great one. We'll see you on TV.
See you.
There he is, Alex Smith. Perfect.
That's a class act right there, Alex Smith. So for real, that's a class act.
At the long-awaited 17th annual Murph and Mac 10-year anniversary party.
Go ahead, break that down.
he'll be the guy at the back bar. People like, yeah, I know Ronnie was there. Yeah, I mean, I know Kruk and Kuiper were there. But did you guys hang with Wando and Alex Smith back by the bar?
That's where all the action is. It's back with Wando and Alex Smith.
Anyway, he's just great. He's great on TV, and you've been a breakdown of Brock was incredible, and just how you got to start analyzing brains, baby.
By the way, Murphy,
processing in pockets. You got to be in the pocket.
People want to get tickets to that big party you're talking about with Alex Smith and Wando and Ronnie Lott and all the big celebs we know. It's like we're the only radio show in history, Marcus, that's going to celebrate its 10th year anniversary in year 18. We just like to do it that way.
Cooler content next on the Sports Leader.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Randy Gregory stepped on the field for the first time yesterday at Levi Stadium and then spoke to the media about what went wrong in Denver and how he thinks he could succeed in this 49ers defense. To read that story and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
I tell you, see the text line, loving Alex Smith.
Well, as they do, yeah.
And just, he's just a class dude.
No, he really is a great guy. Really put in some good work with the Niners. Had some great years with the Chiefs, too, man. He had some really good teams over there.
I mean, we ran out of time, but could have asked him more about Mahomes. But it was great. It was great catching up with him.
Always.
And the
always
Brock
great.
Situation is, and he played, how many years in the NFL? 05 to 20?
Real nice career.
That's a long career.
Yep. And again, if you never saw the ESPN special they did about Alex Smith and what he went through with that leg injury, the fact that he almost lost his leg. I mean, he almost lost the leg. They had to amputate. The fact that he's running around chasing his kids, it's kind of miraculous and couldn't happen to a nicer guy. He's one of the nicest guys we've come across.
For people who don't know, his daughter Sloan had a brain tumor. And so she had it removed, and then they found out that they didn't get it all, and they had to go back in. And so they're living scan to scan. That's what they're saying. So she's 7 years old.
Yeah.
I know, right?
God bless her.
Exactly, man. With the text coming in here, 408 says, I met Alex twice in Campbell, California. We were the only two at a George Clooney movie back in 08.
That's a great story.
And once his wife, a former Raiderette, was owning the dance floor at a local dive bar. Guys were trying to advance upon her, and he just hung back like, guys, I've got this. Always been a fan.
Yeah.
So
very good.
All right.
Very good.
So, all right. Okay. Baseball leads the cooler of content because Justin Verlander just took, I mean, we got McAfee on ESPN swearing it up, right?
Oh, he don't care anymore. McAfee.
And now
he says whatever he wants. S-bombs included.
We've really crossed over in the last couple of years where people are just letting it loose.
Now, when we were kids, Murph, you got to understand, Marcus, I don't even think they can understand this reality that we grew up in. They were like enforcing R-rated movies, PG. You're not getting in this movie. You're not 17. Like, it was off limits, and there was no access to that kind of stuff. And Murph's right. Like, you watch primetime TV back in the day, you wouldn't hear one foul word. Now, all bets are, it's a Wild West where you say anything you want.
You go back to Big Poppy on the Boston Marathon. Remember, this is our blanket city and all that. And so then it just kicked down the door.
I hate to be the guy to have to remind everybody, but let's not forget it was on the field right after, I want to say, Murph, when the Giants beat the Padres in 162, they stuck a mic in front of Timmy's mouth.
F yeah.
And he actually went all the way with it. You remember that, Murphy.
Yes,
How you feeling, Timmy? You ready for the next round? He dropped a
F yeah.
But the real word,
so
yeah.
Good. Okay, here's the deal. So Verlander took it to the next level. Dusty Baker gathered them all, and he's wearing the goggles, and he goes, I want to figure out who to pick. And then he said, I don't know if this is part of this cut. It is? Okay, it is. Listen to this. Okay. This is Dusty in the goggles with the champagne bottles right before they pop them.
Okay.
Let me see. Who's going to do the celebration? Who want to do the celebration? Me. Yeah. No. I'm doing the World Series. You do this. Yeah. Point the Verlander. All right. Come on, B. All right.
Boys, this is one of those seasons, nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries. Yeah. We grinded. I wasn't even here. I'm happy to be back. Yeah. Seventh time. All right. Don't take that for granted. On 7.
Wait a minute.
Great pop these.
Wait a second.
Hold the phone. Wait a second. Now, Murph, you're telling. Now, again, I got to remind you.
Live on Fox.
So, again, I was out.
Uncensored.
I was out last night. Shout out Les Claypool at the Fox Theater. That was a great show. And Sean Lennon, John's son on guitar, by the way. Sean Lennon out there. Anyway, so I didn't see it happen live. Are you telling me all of that?
Out there with like 12-year-old Rory Murphy.
How'd he take it?
Well, we weren't watching. But I'm just saying, it would have been like any living room where you got a 9-year-old.
I got to hope when Rory grows up and he starts flying 747s around, he's not dropping F-bombs on the PA.
Yeah, this is Rory speaking. Listen, you blankers.
Yeah. But the way Verlander, this effing flight is going to be effing
Buckle your
smooth.
effing.
Yeah, because he went out of his way. It's like he knew. Because nobody talks like that.
We grinded. I wasn't even here.
By the way, I want to go back. You hear things every time. You played it this morning. I saw it last night. Marcus, you played it this morning. I just heard a new good one. Early on when he goes, we had injuries, you got to hear the guy in the back goes, yeah. You hear that? Give me the start when he goes, we battled through injuries.
I like those subtleties.
Just
like
give me
that.
the one guy in the back here. Check it out.
Boys, this is one of those seasons, nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries. Yeah.
Nice. Good ear, Murph. Very good ear on Murph right there.
What was that?
That's a great ear.
We battled through injuries. Yeah. This guy almost sounded like a creepy old man. Yeah.
I almost think there was also a little bit of an over laugh that happened right after he goes, I wasn't even here at the beginning. I thought it was kind of a forced laugh. Let's review the tape, Marcus.
We grinded. I wasn't even here.
It ain't that funny. I mean, I think
it was kind of funny because he wasn't there. I mean, the fact that Dusty chose Justin Verlander to speak. When did he join the team?
Pretty late.
After the trade deadline?
After the trade deadline.
Yeah.
He was with the Mets earlier this year.
Yeah.
I wasn't even blanking here. And I mean, the way he just came right out. This is his opening gambit where he says this is right out of the gate with an F-bomb. The opening line when you're like, whoa, because it.
All right. Come on, man.
All right. Boys, this is one of those seasons, nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries.
Yeah. Nothing went our blanking way. I think doesn't he have one right before that? No. Anyway, the point is that it was an incredible profanity-laced celebration. How about Dusty saying, no, I'm doing the World Series?
I know. He's talking big now.
By the way, Jim Crane,
I know. We used to have a good friendship with him.
7 straight ALCSs.
I know. Murph scared him off, though. He used to be a friend of the program.
I bet he would still come back. He doesn't care.
He don't care. He don't care at all.
No. I'm doing the World Series.
Damn, Dusty feeling good.
I wonder what Boch thinks about that.
Well, we'll see about that, Dusty.
I heard Dusty.
Maybe Bochy's going to give Dusty
He'll have a wry line.
I was going to say he's going to give him the Bryce Harper stare.
I wonder, I heard they'll say, I bet Bochy in his pregame, he'll be sitting against the dugout with his arm folded or something, and he'll just say something really dry. When the mics are off and people are leaving, he goes, what? He said, aren't you guys going to ask why we're here when Dusty's going to do the World Series? Something like that. Something real subtle.
Yeah.
So, but here's Dusty facing Bochy. This is maybe the most, I honestly, there's no market that it means more to than us. We are the ones. Dusty was a Dodger and a Brave, and he managed the Reds, and he managed the Giants, and he managed the Cubs.
Yeah.
Bochy was with the Padres and everything, but There was no other place where those two guys are more beloved as managers than here, and now they're going against each other. I really want to see who people are. I think recency bias gives it to Boch.
Too. No, he's got the.
I think if you're over 60, you probably go for Dusty. Because
Dusty is so cool. I mean, I think most people love Dusty.
Pointed out Marcus this morning. Copes, those are his guys.
Yeah, Copes' generation, the guys that are 4 or 5 years older than me are definitely Dusty riders. But someone like me, I was in high school during the Bochy era. That's the team that influenced me more. I'm a Bochy guy.
I got to circle back to Murph on something, too, because Murph, yesterday you were sitting here talking. It was an interesting point. You go, if you think about it, this is like Farhan's. It's a nightmare. He's waking up in a cold sweat. There's Dusty and Boch. And they're both in the ALCS, and they're competing to go to the World Series. And Farhan's home with his laptop and his data and all that stuff. Now that it's happened, because you were like, hey, don't go there yet, because Dusty still needs to win some games. I'm like, dude, it's happening. It's happening. So now that it's really happening, give me set the stage. Farhan last night, while Dusty's popping champagne, just paint a picture for me.
Watching The Bear, right? On remember that?
I couldn't have come up with a better answer. That's perfect.
Somebody texted him, and he's like, yeah, I don't know, I'm watching The Bear.
Yeah, I'm not even watching.
Oh, boy. Tori, Dusty on Bochy. Here they go. Here they go again.
2 out, 1-run game, and the 3-2.
I mean, this is a team win, and I tell you, I feel great for Press. This guy, he's done it before, and hey, now me and Bruce Bochy need to battle.
Well, now you can look ahead. You will see the Texas Rangers, the Battle of Texas for the ALCS. What are your initial thoughts about seeing the Rangers again?
Well, hey, man, they know us, and we know them. And I know Bruce, and he knows me. And I know Mike Maddox, and hey, it's going to be a heck of a series.
It's incredible. I mean, I don't think anybody in California has cared this much about, two Texas sports teams than this.
And how about the fact that before the season started, we had sound in the cooler of content of Dusty and Bochy hanging out together.
The Carl Ravitch piece on Sunday Night Baseball. We should bring that back.
It was Bochy's birthday, I think it was, and he was joking about Dusty buying him a birthday gift.
We should bring that back, actually. They were sitting in the stands, and they were so awesome.
See, now the Civil War is starting to break out. 415 checking in. No, Murph, I'm 60, and it's Bochy all the way.
Okay.
See, now we're going to have a divided thing. Marcus, I heard you talking Civil War. It's starting to bubble.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Team Bochy versus Team Dusty, Paulie Mac.
925 says, with that quote, Dusty's making it personal.
Y'all messed around. No. Thank you.
Okay. 209 says, all our exes live in Texas. Woo. That's pretty good, 209. That's pretty good. Dusty and Boch, our exes. I like that.
You ever date a girl from Texas, Murph? Tell me the truth.
Well, I mean, is Candace listening?
No. She's not.
It was well before her.
Okay. I didn't expect a yes, but it looks like we got something.
Does one night in does one night in Dallas count as a date?
Do you have the Jimmy goggles on?
Yeah.
We talked about that earlier this week.
The answer is yes.
Okay, so I'm glad I asked. Marcus, you a Lone Star guy too with the ladies? I can't claim that I am.
I've been to Big D Dallas before.
Okay, you guys, boy.
I was out there.
No idea.
Okay,
all right, good for you guys. I'm a little jealous.
Party town,
I'm slightly envious. Yep.
Okay, all right.
I asked.
Torey Lovullo, UCLA's own. He is, as Marcus so aptly coined him, Turn Up Torey. Because he was the one who said, let's party all night when they beat the Brewers.
Shout out Quiet Riot.
Or was it when they clinched the wild card? I forget which was.
Let's party all night.
There it is.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
I think you guys were playing that last week when
we did.
Because you said on the air.
I got the song.
Paulie goes, no, but I heard you. Actually, I was out of the car at that point. I heard, but when you said, did he say all night?
Yeah.
So Paulie was like, did he say all night?
Because that takes it to the next level, and now I got to give him the soundtrack.
Party all night.
Like all night.
Well, the rappers say till the break of dawn, right?
Yeah, they do. Well, they're not the only ones.
And doesn't Snoop say till 6 in the morning? Doesn't he say that? I got ladies in the living room getting it on.
I want to make sure
they ain't leaving till.
It's not just rappers that talk about the break of dawn, Murph. Let's not forget, right?
To the break of dawn, baby.
That's Nick Cage. Just for your head.
310 says, yeah, this is nothing. Wait till the Felipe Gabe 2028 NLCS.
You got to stop now. Nah, it's not. You got to stop.
Torey, here's Turn Up Torey. They have that pool out there. When it was built, we all were so down and like, what a stupid stadium with a pool, man. And now they're like, yeah, how do you like our pool? So here's
we're gonna go in there. We're gonna feel good about ourselves, and then we're gonna go in there and hopefully there's a couple lifeguards out there to keep their eye on us. But I will tell you this: the last time we were here when we clinched, I was in the pool till 2:00 in the morning. So if you guys got these cameras, got these MLB cameras, you got to look out there in the middle of the night. You might see half the team in there.
Dude, Turn Up Torey's the man. He's like, though he violates the rule. He wears that stupid short sleeve pullover. He doesn't wear a jersey.
Yeah, short sleeve pullover.
I hate him.
Yeah.
But anyway, here he is some more. More parties with Turn Up Tory here. Here it is.
It's almost indescribable. Here we are standing on a celebratory field, and there's been so much hard work that's gone into this. I am so grateful to be a part of this organization and to celebrate with these fans, to celebrate with this group, this ownership. I couldn't be more thrilled, and I haven't yet grasped how I'm feeling right now. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to go on a bender. I'm telling you. I might disappear for 24 hours. I know that's for sure. I might go underground for a little while.
Listen to this guy.
I think this is the team to play for, man. These guys are going to out-party the competition.
Well, he's got some time because the NLCS isn't going to be NLDS. When's the NLCS start? Sunday?
I know the ALCS starts on Sunday, so NLCS would either be Sunday or Monday next
You got to out-party the competition, and then it'll also help you stay loose, I would imagine.
Well, what about, wasn't it Tay-Tay's guy who said, you got to fight for your right to party? I wonder if she liked that, by the way, because she did her scouting report on Kelsey before she accepted the invite. I wonder if she kind of dug when he said, remember when he goes, know your role and shut your mouth, you jabroni?
She must like that.
Yeah, she must like kind of the beefy, burly. Because she's had enough of the Harry Styles.
Wafy, sensitive, yeah.
Harry Styles doesn't even know,
Harry Styles coming down here weighs about 112 pounds.
Yeah, and he's not even he's wearing dresses.
No, he's wearing dresses.
Now you got give me Kelsey going, you gotta fight for your rights.
I got Kelsey.
I loved the way he punched that.
Well, he is like a wrestling person.
By the way, there's some breaking news this morning for all of our Swifties out there. Taylor Swift will be at the Thursday night game tonight between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Denver Broncos.
So confirm that she's going right back in. You know why? You know why? There's one reason. Her movie got released last night.
Look, Murph.
This is movie promotion.
Why are you here and not being like a PR director somewhere in Hollywood? Because that's maybe the sharpest thing you've ever said. That's a great call.
Officially Monday. Lavulo has till Monday to party. All right?
Marcus, are you going to... Are you taking the day off to go catch the premiere of the Swiftie? I know you don't want to miss
LA
it.
last night.
Yeah.
Oh, Paulie Mack, I've already got
the whole week
I got
off.
my seat reserved. I've actually got somebody waiting in line right now,
I
Paulie
thought
Mack.
so.
I actually wouldn't mind catching a little bit of it just to see. Like, people are like, it was the greatest concert I've ever been. I'm like, really? Was it? Honestly? Like all this choreographed stuff.
It was a life changer.
Really? So I might want to catch some of that to see if my life gets changed.
It was almost as good as a Clash show.
How about this? Is this Freddie Freeman good? Clearly upset. Short answers. We just didn't get it done. Where you want angry Freddie Freeman? Short answer Freddie, 10-12D. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's short answer Freddie. You want to know what it's like to sound like when you're the Dodgers?
I do.
Getting swept? Here it is.
It's hard to give you words right now. It's just fresh. They just beat us. It's just bad series.
The offense, especially.
Yeah, not good.
How does it disappear in October like that?
Don't know. Just did.
Do you think the week off affects you guys?
No, we had a great practice, good work. Everyone came out, a lot of energy. Just didn't get it done.
Nope, not good. I don't know. Not good.
I'm not going into that.
Can't tell you. And then the Bryce Harper here. We'll end it with this. The Orlando RCS. So for people who missed the story, it was kind of obscure.
Yeah.
After Harper got doubled off to end Game 2, a Braves clubhouse interview featured an off-camera voice saying, attaboy Harper, and laughing. Somehow, someway, some sleuth got that to Harper and said, that's Orlando Arcia laughing at you off camera. So Harper said he done messed around and made it personal. So he hit 2 tanks, stared at Arcia, rounding second. Go to MLB.com. They have a great freeze frame of it. It's like a beautiful picture of him just staring. And by the way, we did Mount Staremore and a lot of great entries from listeners. A lot of them. Bumgarner, Joe West.
Great one.
Dirty Harry.
Yeah.
We had somebody said just any cat will just stare at you. All right. And now Harper and Arcia. So they asked him after the game, were you staring at Orlando Arcia?
Was there any motivation?
I mean, anytime anybody says something, right? I mean, that's what it's all about.
Did you enjoy staring him down?
Yeah, I mean, I stared right at him.
There it is.
We certainly did, twice, too.
Paulie, what happens when somebody stares at you?
I'd run away. I'm getting out of there as soon as possible. I'm not into physical conflict, Marcus. I'm a flower child.
Yeah, I stared right at him.
Your beloved sport of boxing features great stares at the middle of the ring. Does UFC do the same thing?
Oh, yeah, they do a stare down between every fight. Actually, now that we mention it, since I was at a boxing fight a couple weeks ago, it was during the Canelo-Charlo face-off, the stare down where I got the news about Gabe Kapler being canned.
Oh, boy.
Well, I got to remember, too, now, if Pat Connor was here, he definitely would want to bring up Rocky III when, you got Balboa getting into the ring with a hungry young Mr. T. Mr. T stares a hole into Rocky, and Rocky can't make eye contact. And you knew he was going to lose the fight. If you remember that was like a big
Somebody
sequence.
wrote in and said Drago's Rocky IV stare is up there.
Yeah, because that's when he locked eyes. He was back to being Rocky, but the first time he was a little psyched out. He wouldn't look T in the eye, Marcus.
Somebody said Mike Tyson's pre-fight stare downs were legendary.
Bro, Tyson walking in back then, scared everybody.
He came in with a towel with a hole.
Yeah, with a hole cut with scissors. No socks.
Just looking at you.
Yeah.
Like former in-studio guest Mike Tyson.
Yeah, friend of the program.
And I mean, he hammer Adrian Peterson.
Well, the thing with Tyson is he had his hand on my waist. It was a different kind of feeling. And with Peterson, I shook his hand, broke all my bones. I just had fear when Tyson threw his arm around my waist. I'm like, uh-oh.
Incredible. There's your cooler content. Yeah. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
Matt Mayoko at 9:15, talking 49ers on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Let's party all night!
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning. Thanks so much for listening to Murph and Mac. Let me do a favor for you guys now, especially if you're living your life with daily pain in any part of your body. The older you get, obviously, joint pain becomes a factor in your knees, in your ankles, elbows, neck. All body parts, nothing is exempt here. So how do you deal with it? That's the big question as you get older. Do you go to the doctor and get a whole bunch of pharmaceutical, painkillers? That can be a very slippery slope. So QC Kinetics comes along as the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. It's now open right here in the Bay Area. 2 locations, actually, San Jose and Pleasanton. Regenerative medicine is going to use highly concentrated healing agents found in your own body. Again, these are powerful treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your aching joints. And then again, you can start living a pain-free life is what we'd all like to be doing. QC Kinetics currently with over 100 clinics nationwide. Emmett Smith, he is a patient. He takes the treatments. Their advanced protocols are an exciting way to manage your pain, and it's a new avenue for you to check out. So if this sounds appealing and you don't want to live your life in pain, and you don't want to take those pharmaceutical drugs, schedule a free consultation with the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Again, Pleasanton and in San Jose, call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, I played on a lot of great teams over the years, too. And what did we do? We controlled the line of scrimmage. We ran the ball well. We stopped the run. They rushed the passer. They've been playing with leads. And I give Coach Shanahan a lot of credit, too, because he's done a great job. And you don't hear of guys like Brock Purdy until Brock Purdy's doing amazing things out on the field. So it's kind of a fun story. And I hope it continues for him because he seems like he's a really humble, young man. And he wants to go out there and do great things. The more you kind of have that chip on your shoulder like he does, and there were not quite the expectations, it's nice to go out there and continue to prove people wrong.
There is, man. Now we got Tommy Brady on the Brock Purdy train. How about that? And set to Paulie Mac's song from last night. I can't believe. I mean, Mirror in the Bathroom would be like, Waterboy, just for the Caucasian suburban affluent communities in like 82 to 84. This would be the must play at any kegger. Well, and it was just like white kids on the coast trying to get their English ska on. And this would be.
I don't mess with those ska guys. I'll tell you that right now. They were some rough customers, man.
No, these were soft suburban preppies.
Well, you know the guys I'm talking about with the elbows.
Talking about the real hardcore. Yeah, no. This is soft suburban.
No, I'm not messing around.
This is like Atherton, Tiburon. You name it.
Well, I felt like I had a Brian Murphy moment last night over at the Fox Theater in Oakland. I'm watching Les Claypool. Which, by the way, Sean Lennon on guitar, who I learned is in his late 40s now. How trippy is that? He's a good guitar player, son of John, obviously. And 4 songs into the show, all of a sudden Claypool starts that whole bass line, do, 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 do. And I go, hey, Drutzy. It's my buddy Drutzy. I go, Drutzy, that's Blank and Mirror in the Bathroom. I don't know if he's just teasing it, and then bam, the whole band jumped in. They had a sax player.
That's incredible.
And I was like, that's a KNBR Murph moment right there.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's no question. English Beat was the band of the early 80s, particularly in our little community. And that would be their signature song. So they later broke out. Wrecking Roger and Dave Wakeling did the Florida band called General Public. And Waterboy, this song might have reached your radar called Tenderness. It might have reached your radar. He's probably using a few movies.
Where is that tenderness?
Yeah, maybe a few.
Nice pop tune.
I would think it would have reached your radar. Did this song reach your radar?
No.
Okay.
It should have.
Well, should add it to your playlist. It's a banger.
Mirror in the Bathroom.
It's an absolute banger.
What are they using those mirrors in the bathroom for?
Well, listen.
Hey.
As Chris Russo would say, listen.
Listen, boys.
Listen, yeah. So, you know what I mean? Hey, there's many uses, right? You know what I mean?
Mirror on the wall.
Right. So, all right, here's the deal. Brock Purdy getting Tom Brady love. We just talked to Alex Smith about Brock Purdy. We talked to Greg Cosell about Brock Purdy.
You got to give him one, Marcus.
No joke. I'm at home Sunday night in my home.
Murph's obsessed with that.
And my kids were not even into it. They were like just staring at me. And I was
they don't dig
Brock.
it. Yeah, no.
Brock Purdy. I mean,
that's in Murph. That should be your ringtone, bro.
I freaking love that. Yeah. That's a guy taunting the Philadelphia crowd.
yeah.
Brock Purdy. Yeah,
Boy,
do you not like it as much?
No, I like it, but I'm not like enamored with it the way you are. But Ron, no, I know how it is. I have cuts like that I'm crazy about too. And my only question about the Philly fan base that you mentioned, will they back up the sarcastic tomahawk chop day 2? Are they going to bring it back? I say yes. I say it comes back today. Murph, that crowd, I don't know that I've seen a crazier crowd. And I'm talking even over what I saw last year. They've gone to a whole new place now, Marcus.
And Paulie Mac, the fact that it was all drunk Philly fans trying to do the chop, and they were just
guys
so
are falling over, Murphy.
They were all
really
like hitting the guy in front of him in the back of the head.
Yeah. Oh! Well, you know how loud they can get.
I got bad news for you. That's the same crew that's going to see Brock Purdy on December.
No, you're not kidding.
That's the same crew.
You ain't kidding. That's why you got to handle your business. I don't want to go back there in January. Don't want to have to deal with that.
I don't want it either.
Yeah, that's why you got to win your games now. Let's get some home field.
And to be honest, yeah, you're right. You have to beat the Browns.
Yep.
Brown games are critical.
Yep.
You have to have home field. You cannot face that crowd.
Don't forget what I don't know if it was Alex Smith or Greg. I forget which one of those guys dropped this stat. I think it was Alex Smith. He goes, "Don't forget." I go, "Yeah, what do you think of Jalen Hurts?" He goes, "Yeah, he's pretty good. He's 22-1 or 21. What is it?
22-1.
Yeah, 22-1.
Yeah.
I mean,
unbelievable. Hey, all this stuff discussed with Kyle Shanahan joining Tolbert and Copes today at 3:30. And then Steve Young at 4:50. And then, of course, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call the man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300. Okay, just a couple of things to get to on the text line, on the Golden State Lumber Building and Materials and text line. And then sound from the 49ers yesterday in Santa Clara getting ready for the Browns. Don't forget, Jesse Sapolo told you yesterday, if you don't beat the Browns, the win over the Cowboys means nothing.
I like that.
So there's that. And then Matt Mayoko at 9:15. Maddie. And other people checking in saying, guys, you do know the English Beat still gigs. Yes, of course we do. And in fact, their sax player, Matt Morrish, listens to our show. He does.
I love that.
I've been out and he's texted a bunch. He's like, dude, here we're playing. And I've seen him a bunch of times. Wait, I got just a little riff here, just like small riff. I love the guy. Listen, he's deity to me. Dave Wakeling, one of the great songwriters. But dude, he's got definitely this is a very obscure newspaper cartoon reference. Paul, he's got an Andy Capp vibe going, dude. Okay,
I
you with me?
got you.
Thank you. All right.
Yes.
He's just an old drunk English guy now. All right. So I know. Everybody's saying they saw him down there. Multiple people saying they saw him down there. They're still doing it too. 916 coming in with a Farhan riff. Somebody should go hack Farham's computer and put Dusty and Bochy as his screensaver.
Download the Bochy virus to the computer.
Told you. 408 says you guys are still looking for great stares in honor of Bryce Harper. Ed Rooney's pretty good stare in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Paulie, do you feel that at all?
Ed Rooney, you got to help me out. I'm trying to remember. I'm not a Bueller expert.
You're not?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Multiple people said, 559 says, don't forget Bumgarner's stare on the umpire who massaged his hands. Or the umpire was staring at Bumgarner.
Yeah, that was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
They were checking Bum's hands. He didn't like that.
A lot of people checking in on the Bumgarner, on the Bochy versus Dusty war, and by our text line, Bochy's winning by a landslide. Somebody wrote in the ultimate line. 650 said, one guy gave us 3 World Series parades. The other guy gave the ball to Russ Ortiz.
My only question is, did Cope send that in? Copes has mentioned that about 3 million times.
530 says Crazy Joe Davola stares at Jerry.
Good one. Real good one.
Okay.
Don't leave out Crazy Joe.
650 said Frank Robinson had a great stare. Okay.
But again, Adam Gase, too. I mean, we mentioned Adam Gase.
Yeah, we mentioned the eyes of Adam Gase.
Yeah,
How about I'll throw one out at you guys? How about Allen Iverson when he stepped over Ty Lue?
Good.
ESPN actually used that one this morning.
Good. Nice.
Yeah.
Good,
Very good. 408 says Reggie Miller stared at Spike Lee while giving the choke sign.
Oh, he did. That's a good one.
831 says, here's the mic drop. How's Medusa not on Mount Stermore? She turns dudes into stone.
No, that's the end of that. You one look and you're toast.
You win, 831. All right, Niners, what did they say in advance of the Browns game? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Correct! Purdy!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Paul and Mac saying good morning, and thanks for listening to Murph and Mac. Listen, a lot of us, really, and I would definitely include myself in this category, you're always looking for some extra cash because the bills pile up, especially if you have kids in college. Maybe you want to do home improvements, solar panels. There's always something. The car breaks down, right? Just when you don't need it, it's like, oh, now I got to get a whole new engine overhaul done. Whatever the case may be, where do you come up with the cash? Loan Pronto is here to help you guys out. They're going to help with the Express Equity line of credit. Pretty amazing program. It can get cash out of your home very fast. It can happen as fast as 5 days. And again, you can pull 50, 100, all the way up to $200,000 out of your record high home value, especially here in the Bay Area. And then you do what you want with that money. Like I said, pay off college tuitions, pay off credit card debt, car repairs, on and on and on we go. Now, the fact is rates are so high right now to move into a new home, but you can still use your existing equity by converting it into cash. You can be credit card debt free. All you got to do is give them a call the good people at Loan Pronto and ask about their Express Equity line of credit and how it can go work for you. And by the way, if I didn't mention this, you also will be leaving your 3% mortgage intact. So this is kind of a win-win if you're looking for some cash in a hurry. Call 415-808-5721. Visit them online as well, loanpronto.com. Call 415-808-5721. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781. Subject lender approval.
Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
Yeah, that's like one of those things where it's like you got too much time on your hands, so you got to start trying to make things up a little bit. But I honestly don't think that we've hit our peak. I think that we just continue to keep our head down and grind and staying humble. Like if you saw the way that we graded this tape this morning, you would see that like we're taking this really serious. It's not we just scrapped this past game just because we beat them by 32 points. Like we're trying to find ways to get better, and the little things that you do see out there.
There's Freddie G. Warner. Freddie G. That's from LeBron, my guy.
What's the G stand for? Great?
Somebody said gangster. Is that
Either
it?
one. Yeah.
Somebody else said it's just a tribute to Fred G. Sanford.
That works too.
I wonder, it might be for LeBron. It might be.
Freddie G. Warner.
I mean, what is it?
He's a world-class 49er fan now, LeBron James. Are you prepared to have LeBron James, like, on hand for, like, playoff games and stuff? Like, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
No, we're not. Listen, two things. One, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Two, Matt Mayoko joins us at 9:15. We love our talks with Matty. If you need to literally start boning up, because today's the day we're starting to bone up, we had Greg Cosell earlier today. He's on KNBR.com breaking it down. And then Jake Trotter was really good from ESPN about the Browns and what you're facing. And you're facing a team that appears to be starting obscure backup quarterback P.J. Walker. P.J. Walker. Paulie, I mean, I don't have to tell you. It's just like, it's very obscure and very weird. This guy was cut from the Bears when a guy named Tyler Badgett from Shepherd College in West Virginia beat him out for Justin Fields' backup spot.
Who?
Yeah, and he actually went, believe it or not, he's 4-3 as a starter in the NFL. But his numbers are awful.
Yeah.
Since 2020, there are 60 quarterbacks who have thrown enough passes to qualify for stats.
So, Murph, what are you saying? You're saying PJ played good enough for us to win, basically. Yeah.
He's 60th in passer rating out of 60. That's called, in golf, they say that's DFL. That's what they say.
Is this too good to be true? I mean,
dead last with a F in the middle.
Yeah.
And then in passer and completion percentage, he's 58th.
Yeah.
That's all courtesy of Eric Branch of the Chronicle.
Okay.
Those are crazy.
And the crazy thing, Murph, is I think some of those games when he was playing in Carolina is when he had Christian McCaffrey in the backfield. So even just checking down, he couldn't put up a good stat.
Well, was he after the trade? Because he came in late.
I think he played a game or two with McCaffrey. I'll
Either way,
for you,
the point is, it's P.J. Walker. And what are they doing to Dorian Thompson-Robinson's confidence? I don't know.
You know what, Murph? I can't believe we've never done this, but this is what we do. This is what the Murph and Mac Show offers you, our beautiful listeners out there. Greatest PJs of all time. I never thought I'd come to it, but I'm going to do it. You're mentioning P.J. Walker. I got to immediately go to one of our friends of the program, P.J. Carlissimo.
Yes.
I'll also give you P.J. Tucker, a little scrappy NBA guy. He's out there doing his thing. Any other PJs?
Yeah, the last two are political satirist P.J. O'Rourke.
Yep, put him on the list.
And then my cousin P.J. who lives up in Washington.
That's a foursome. It's done. The list is already done. That's what we offer our listeners.
I was going to give I was going to give a shout out to the PJ that Nick Bosa flew in on after he signed his contract.
That's
that private jet.
Or how about Rory's brand new airplane PJs?
Everything
that
you
he
guys
loves
are
so
saying,
much.
they all qualify. This is great.
Rory will change into a pajama early too.
He's got plane pajamas. Yeah, this is getting good now. This is getting good. I love that he's into planes. Maybe he'll buy. Dude, someday he might be flying you around.
Dude, one of his new plane friends at school asked him if he wanted to go to SFO to go plane spotting. How about that?
What does that mean? What do? You just watch him come in and stuff?
Well, you remember the movie Train Spotting?
I do.
Probably, yeah.
I do, but that was some unmentionable stuff going on there. Yeah.
You saw it?
I did.
Oh, yeah. Me too. Yeah. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Although some of the thickest Scottish accents you'll ever hear.
You need subtitles.
You can only understand about 40% of the movie.
That was like a real hot flick. Whenever that came out, that was like.
Well, didn't it open with Lust for Life, Iggy Pop? One of the great opening credits.
Yeah, great track. Yeah.
And he's like, choose this, choose that, choose this, choose that.
Wow, Murph's hot.
Yeah. And he's like the deep, thick. Was he the guy? And the one who directed that was Madonna's guy.
By the
Guy
way,
Ritchie, right?
Murph's on fire today. I'm just going to get out of the way. But I do want to shout out 916 for coming in with PJ Souls. That's an incredibly deep pull. 916, I'll applaud you.
And Paulie, like the sort of the indie funky artist PJ Harvey.
Ooh,
right?
good one. Real good.
That's 831 and 415. All right, back to the Niners.
Okay.
So PJ Walker is the guy. It's just weird, man. But they do feature this defense, and that's the matchup. If you're looking for something juicy, it's Big Brain Brock against Myles Garrett, who is a contender for Defensive Player of the Year. He's got 5.5 sacks already. It's more than Nick Bosa. I'll say that. So here's Kyle Shanahan, who coached in Cleveland, about this guy, Myles Garrett, and the Browns defense, coordinated by Jim Schwartz, who Shanahan has faced 9 times and beaten 8. Here's Shanahan on Myles Garrett and the Browns.
He's one of the most talented guys I think anyone's seen, and the style they play on defense is very similar to ours. They rush the passer every play and then react to everything else. Him combined with Schwartz's scheme and the guys around him, it's a problem. It's obvious why they're a top defense right now.
Okay. I mean, listen, they're going to say everything they need to say, right? I mean, the 49ers, they should win the game, right? I'll be curious to see.
You seem a little unsettled this week.
I feel too comfortable.
That's the thing. I know. And that's when usually there can be some trouble. So I feel you.
If they're going to hold that standard, that 89-90 standard where they just won all the time. That's all they did.
And again, as a voice from that era, Jesse Sapullo joined us yesterday, and I thought this is a pretty important statement he made. He goes, if you don't beat the Cleveland Browns, the Dallas win doesn't really mean anything.
Like Cleveland has a good secondary, and we heard that stat from Jake Trotter about their man coverage. The QBR against them is like dramatically low, so that's something else here.
Very good. I mean, when you have the D-line they have, the downhill linebackers, you better have some good corners, and they have very good ones. They play a lot of man-to-man coverage, so mix in some zone. But when you play that much man-to-man and you're also the number 1 pass defense in the league, you got to have some good corners.
All right. Maybe, did the Niners get to 30 this week? Do they get to 30?
I think so.
I say no.
Okay, Marcus.
I'm looking at a game where I think it's like 24-3 49ers. I think the only way Cleveland scores is if it is a defensive touchdown.
Cleveland's offense,
they got nothing going, Marcus.
No
they got
Nick
nothing.
Chubb, no Deshaun Watson, it sounds like.
They're going to have a real tough time.
I mean, they still have Amari Cooper, but who's going to throw him the ball?
And they got to deal with the Niner defense.
Exactly.
On top of their own problems, here comes the Niner D.
Do you get pangs when you see Amari Cooper?
I still miss Amari.
I don't know what that was about either. Hey, got a great idea. Get rid of Khalil Mack, and you know what? Get rid of Amari Cooper,
same
too.
season, by the way,
I know.
Mack,
Your guy Gruden.
Just shove him out of town.
No. What'd you get in return for that? Anything?
A bunch of picks of players who aren't even in the league anymore.
Your squad has been so ragtag,
dysfunctional.
So long.
I know.
I tried telling you guys.
And they get good players and they kick them out.
You've had like a 20-year run of our Tom Sula, Chip Kelly, Dennis Erickson.
I'm sorry, too.
Yeah, 20. Try 30. My whole entire life.
No, 20 years ago they were in the bowl.
I know.
But and actually not just in the bowl, but in the Tuck Rule year and the AFC Championship
year. They were really
year.
good that period
there.
There.
3 really good years in there, weren't there?
Yeah, and then Tom Brady happened.
Still with the Brady. Blaming Brady. Yeah.
It's a butterfly effect, Paulie Mack.
I covered the 99 team that ended with the win. Joe Nedney beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead with a kick to end the 99 season. Gruden running all over the field. That launched that little run.
I remember that, too. I remember that exact game.
Then you traded your head coach to Tampa Bay.
We're going to trade the coach.
Yeah, you want to talk about trades that linger. What we'll do. How about that trade lingering all the way to a Super Bowl loss?
Linger. Shout out, rest in peace, Dolores O'Riordan and the Cranberries. Linger. An ethereal little ditty. Speaking of the Cranberries, by the way, come on, Saturday at noon. Do I have Paulie Mack's eyeballs? I know you'll be having
Saturday
a weekend away.
Saturday at noon. Help me.
Have your eyeballs, Waterboy? Ireland, New Zealand rugby quarterfinals. This is beyond Titanic. This is like globally Titanic. Just saying. Noon. All right.
Well, the question is, will your
it's
eyeballs?
80 minutes, by the way. It's just 80 minutes. You're in and out. 80
will
minutes.
Murph's eyeballs be on that, or will they be in Galt? Yeah. That's my question.
I think I'm actually free to watch that
you
game.
should. I need Murph watching that.
I think my next stop is Manteca next week.
Okay. I've been
let's
there.
See here.
Yeah.
Saturday.
Manteca.
No, we have a
Get your DVR ready.
Water polo tournament.
Get your popcorn ready.
I
Get
think
your
I'm
DVR
gonna have to
ready.
watch it on my phone. I'll watch it on my phone.
You know what I mean? We've
I
all
think you
done
can
it.
do that now, right?
I know. We've all done it. Yeah.
Here's the catch. Ireland's never gotten past the quarterfinals, and they're the number 1 ranked team in the world. They should, but they haven't. I talked to my guys Monday. They're filled with fatalism. They're like, we always lose now. I'm like, what do you, dude?
Well, they're probably conditioned. Yeah, they think, yeah.
They say over there in the UK and Ireland, the sports fans, they say, it's the hope that kills you. That's what they say.
Interesting
they say
phrase.
it's the hope that kills you. And Ted in a key moment in Ted Lasso, in a sentimental speech, he said, y'all say that thing over here, the hope that kills you. Then the music comes in. He goes,
Did he?
see.
Oh, that's good.
He goes, see, I say it different. To me, it's the hope that keeps you alive.
So you keep hope alive.
says.
Yeah, I like that. Okay. All right.
So, anyway, Cleveland as a challenge to the Niners. Kyle Shanahan says this is going to be the biggest challenge, not the Cowboys, not the Rams, these guys.
This game is, to me, the biggest challenge we've had so far. Thought that was going to be Dallas, too, going into it. But then you look at this, and the defensive numbers just jump out. You don't see very much that they're number 1 or 2 in everything. Red zone's the only thing they're not, but that's only because I think they've had 8 plays there all year. And Baltimore ran it in, so that didn't help their rankings there. But everything else is top notch. We're doing that too, and offensively right now, so it should be a hell of a battle. When you look at a defense like that, a team who's committed to running the ball like they are, that's like the prime best way to get into the playoffs, and that's why I expect this team to be there throughout this year.
Yeah, the Browns do have playoff aspirations for real, and even though they've only won 1 playoff game in the last 30 years, and it was in the COVID year, everybody forgets it.
How about that little stat Shanahan threw out there? 8 snaps in the red zone this year. Holy cow. 8 snaps.
If it seems weird that the Niners are going to Cleveland, it is weird. 2015 last visit.
This is rare. You don't get this very often.
2007, the Wanky game.
I remember that one.
And then prior to that, it was 93.
That one I really don't remember. I got to be honest.
So it's only been 3
don't remember
times
that
in
one.
the last 30 years.
See? I said the Pats are like that, too. They rarely go to New England that I can point to.
There is a formula that shows
I know.
They have to.
Yeah, they take the division,
But whatever, for whatever reason, it just seems like an odd one. They did ask Shanahan, is it finally dying out, the F Dallas shirt? Although, Waterboy, you said this morning Kittle is getting fined, or no?
Yeah, Adam Schefter reported that the NFL is looking to fine him upwards of $10,000.
I expected that, because
Gary Plummer told us they were going to fine him $50,000, which back then was, more than $10,000 today.
If they're going to fine George Kittle $10,000, what in God's name are they going to fine Verlander? He did like a Richard Pryor stand-up act last night, dude, dropping F-bombs,
There's no fine
F-bombs.
there. He didn't do anything.
What's that?
He's not going to get fined.
Verlander?
Yeah.
Wow. He had we played the cuts earlier today. I never heard so many beeps.
It was crazy. And he went out of his way, too. He was using it in odd places, too.
Someone's getting in trouble for that. No,
I think they're laughing it off. Anyway, here's Shanahan on the F Dallas shirt.
Not much. Just Kittle, WWE stuff, entertainment. Not really much. Just smiled at it.
He didn't want to go there. Yeah. Kyle did not want to go there.
Last couple, Freddie G. Warner. You heard him on the way in, and you heard Cosell go on and on about him. Although Cosell wanted to talk about Dre Greenlaw, who we're calling the fog hat of linebackers. Lost in the shuffle.
I love that.
Here is Shanahan on. Because, when he was drafted 3rd round out of BYU, it was not like, it didn't come with much fanfare. It really didn't. I remember we had him on early on in his career, and I was kind of like, who is this guy?
When he was a rookie, remember we used to play that Baldy cut where he goes, his name's Fred.
That's right.
We were just getting used to him. Yeah, he was like looking at the film.
Baldy was on it. Mm-hmm. Here's Shanahan on Warner.
Fred's been unbelievable. He came in and got a lot on his plate his rookie year. Has been the quarterback of our building really since halfway through his rookie year, and his second year he owned it. I think his second year was the year we became a real dominant defense, won the Super Bowl that year, and each year I think we rewarded him after that year, but each year he's only gotten better. He's doesn't change. He's out here every day throughout the year, and very thankful to have Fred.
Very thankful to have Fred indeed. And again, you just don't meet enough Freds in your life, and you don't get enough songs about Fred, do you?
Remember when I met you, Warner? You look so good in Niner red.
We got to keep believing. Recommit yourself right now. Every single day matters.
You've been looking for a ring. I love the way you talk, the things you said.
It's all about one game right now. One game, and that's in Philly.
Fred, fill your Niner cup. Fred, till you get enough. Fred, he'll put your ass to bed. Fred, we love your Niner dreads. Fred.
Let's go. Yes, sir. Let it go 3. 1, 2, 3.
Fred. Got a track named Fred.
And by the way, I'll step in it, I'll step in it, Paulie. I'll step in a pile, Paulie.
Okay, I got you, man.
It's not Guy Ritchie who directed.
Well, I wouldn't have known that. I would have believed it.
Danny Boyle.
Fair enough. I wouldn't.
My bad.
All good with me.
I apologize.
No, you're fine, man. Don't worry about it.
Last one is Fred Warner himself. This is my only, are they peaking too early? Are they peaking too early? Fred Warner, are you peaking in October when you want to be peaking in February?
Yeah, that's like one of those things where it's like you got too much time on your hands, so you got to start trying to make things up a little bit. But I honestly don't think that we've hit our peak. I think that we just continue to keep our head down and grind and staying humble. Like if you saw the way that we graded this tape this morning, you would see that like we're taking this really serious. It's not we just scrapped this past game just because we beat them by 32 points. Like we're trying to find ways to get better, and the little things that you do see out there.
A couple things. One, I don't know where that bing came from. Number two, I like his answer. Yeah, that's just you having too much time on your hands. It's pretty good. By the way, I'm surprised at the amount of people came in saying Danny Boyle directed Train Spot. Like, there's a Danny Boyle army out there.
Boy, sorry, I didn't. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Who knew? I don't even know who directed it at all. I saw it once in the theater. Good movie.
All the time. All right, guys. So there you go. You got your sound from the locker room on a Wednesday before Cleveland.
Yeah.
And then Matt Mayoko before he wings it out to the home of the
When the
Rock and
plane
Roll
touches down, Murph, will Fred Warner stick his head out the plane window and drop one of these?
Hello, Cleveland! Hello, Cleveland!
Can't believe it's been this long.
I know. I can't. Same here. I looked at it. I'm like, damn, all week. I forgot.
Matt Mayoko next on the Sports Leader.
Just Kittle, WWE stuff, entertainment.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Cleveland's own Chris Rose stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the Browns matchup against the 49ers this weekend and a little postseason baseball talk as well. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
He's like.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to
and
watch.
Maddie.
We now return with Murph, Mac, and Mayoko. NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Mac Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
These guys are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's in Cleveland. So there you go. Also, the Dodgers are out of the playoffs. So we played that. Maddie and I went so viral last year with our I'm not even going to Dodgers games.
Very controversial take you guys offered, yeah.
So, Maddie, before we get into the nuances of a P.J. Walker.
Yep.
How did you process the Because I'll give you my take after you give me yours. What was your emotional reaction to seeing the Dodgers getting swept last night?
Oh, I mean, it was glee. Yeah, no, I think I tweeted out. I just kind of steer clear of, tweeting about baseball, but I did provide the how sweep it is as soon as the series wrapped up. And hearing myself say that I hate him so much I can't stand to watch him. What I would do the first 3 games, or the only 3 games of that series, is I would be checking the score on my phone, and then it was like, they got a 4-run lead in the 7th. I think I'll start watching now. And so I saw a lot of good stuff there. Those last 3 games.
You know what's weird for me? I don't know. I think it was just the Giants are so depressing. This is the least exalted I've been about a Dodger exit. Not that I'm not happy. I mean, I'm happy, but it's just I'm not revving nearly as high as I have in the past.
Yeah, I think it's because you're so used to it now.
Maybe.
It always happens, and so now you just expect it, and so when it happens, it's like, okay, let's see who's going to win it now.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Maybe I'm numb to it. That's a part of it.
Yeah.
I also thought maybe they didn't really have it to go all the way. And I think Dodger fans themselves didn't think they had. Either way, just wanted to cover that before we got in.
Still, what they win? 101 games or something?
100. I think was it 100 even or something like that. But don't win 100. Yeah. Don't win 100. That's the scarlet letter now. You win 100.
Yeah, I guess so.
You get run out of town and you win 100. So, all right.
Certainly don't win 107.
No.
Whatever you do.
Or don't go 5-0. Yeah, 107. Nice, man.
Yeah, that didn't work.
Don't go 5-0 either, right? Because that's our only angle, Maddie. They're peaking too soon, right?
Yeah, I don't think they are peaking too soon. But I would say this. I mean, kind of my line this week has been like, what's the 49ers' biggest weakness, or what's their only weakness? And all I can come up with, the 49ers' biggest weakness right now is that there's still 12 games left in the regular season. That's how well they're playing in relation to a lot of the other teams in the league. You just don't see the level of consistency around the league with which they've been playing. I mean, they've just been a steamroller. And so, I mean, it's a really interesting group in the locker room where they do the nitpicking. Fred Warner was talking about how he played a third down play incorrectly, should have had outside leverage, didn't. The guy got to the boundary on him and ended up getting a first down. So, even within a 32-point win, each individual still sees things like, okay, this needs to be tightened up, can do better in this area or better in that area. So, there's certainly doesn't appear to be any complacency or anybody patting themselves on the back over a job well done just 5 games into the season.
Well, and so what it does for me and Paulie, us veterans of the Niners, is, listen, I know they've had great runs. 11, 12, 13 with Harbaugh was amazing. this feels different. 0-0-0-1-0-2 with Garcia.
It does feel different. I agree.
Even 95,
it does.
96, 97. This feels like, to me, 89, 90.
And you know what I would throw on top of that, you guys, is the fact that they've been to consecutive title games and lost. And obviously they don't want that to happen again. And, if anything, Maddie, maybe they learned from last year when they were kind of not giving away games, but losing to Denver, the Falcons.
Yeah.
You're not seeing that this year. Like, I think they're taking every game very seriously.
Yeah, and I mean, not that they didn't last year, but last season they really weren't set up to be a good team early in the season. And it started off with, when Trey Lance was the starter,
right.
You knew that he was going to be, if he stayed healthy and played the entire season, he was going to be a much better quarterback, more experienced later in the season than he was going to be early in the season.
Right.
So, that was one element of it. And then, when he gets injured week 2, you knew that Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't going to be all that great stepping in after 0 training camp, just not even really a part of the team until after they played their final preseason game. So all those, and by that time you're already cutting down on all the reps. So it's the starter who's getting all the practice time. So you knew just the way that season went that they weren't going to be anywhere near as good early in the season as theoretically they should be later. And so what has made this so interesting is, like, we didn't know until basically 2 days before training camp started who was going to be out there at quarterback taking the reps with the first team, because we didn't know for sure what Brock Purdy's condition was. We knew that if Brock Purdy was healthy, he was the starter. There was no questions about that. Never had been since probably March or even earlier than that. But the fact that he made such a speedy return, he was Kyle Shanahan was asked yesterday, I think it was, about Brock Purdy's elbow. And Shanahan, I don't know if it was theatrical or if he just really didn't hear the question. He asked the question to be repeated. And when he heard Brock Purdy's elbow, he just kind of like, what? No, I haven't thought about that. Nobody has thought about it. He did say that what he'd heard all along with that surgery is that if the physical therapy is done at the right pace, once it's healthy, it's healthy. There's no going back. There's no whatever wear and tear. There's nothing that will diminish how a guy's able to throw. And I mean, frankly, he's throwing the ball better than he ever has. Brock Purdy is, and all the mental reps that he got in the off season when he couldn't throw sure seemed to be paying off. I mean, he's playing next level quarterback right now.
How is he with you guys?
Brock?
Yeah.
Fantastic. No, he's really, I mean, from the moment he stepped in, I don't know if you've noticed this, but he's asked a question, he pauses, you can see him thinking, he says, yeah, okay. So he's kind of processing. I think he processes on the field quicker than he processes the questions, but he'll listen to the question and give a really good answer. So I've been very impressed by him, just how he's handled everything, not just the play of the quarterback position, which is, far and away the most impressive thing, but just the way he handles the relationships in the locker room. I mean, you could not find a guy last year when Jimmy Garoppolo got injured against Miami. I think everybody's watching that game going, that's it. The season's over. And after the game, nobody in the 49ers locker room was saying that. Of course, they wouldn't. But also nobody in the locker room's body language was saying that. Sometimes, you can hear what a guy is saying, but not really believe him, because just you can kind of sense it, right? When a guy is BSing you, or we have a lot of confidence in our quarterback, and you look at him and you go, nah, I can tell you don't. Well, with Brock, it was completely different. Like, guys said it, they meant it, they believed it, and they conveyed that in a way where, I mean, I was very skeptical. And then just each week, each time he did something new, each time he stepped on the field, it was like this whole new, like, wow, yeah, this guy is for real. And now, I mean, it's to watch some of the throws. Have you guys had Greg Cosell on?
Yeah, we did today, morning, actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I gotta listen to that. But I mean, I'm sure Greg will say. I mean, I learned this from Greg many years ago. I was at NFL Films visiting him. Oh, this was a long time ago. Peyton Manning was the quarterback. Peyton Manning was with Indianapolis, and they played a Thursday night game against Jacksonville. And I took a red eye. I went out there, and we're watching film, and he has the clicker in his hand, and he pauses it, and he goes, "Tell me where Peyton Manning," or I could hear him saying, like, "Oh, my gosh, look, this is great." And he pauses it. He goes, "Tell me where Peyton Manning is throwing this football." And, like, his arm's cocked. He's ready to throw, and we've got the all-22. And I'm looking at that going, okay, well, that guy's covered. That guy's covered. I go, is he throwing it away? I don't know. I don't see anybody open. And then he continues the tape, and you see, like, as the ball is leaving Peyton Manning's hand, his receiver's making a cut, going onto the other side of the defensive back. We're talking 15, 20, 25 yards down the field, and it just this perfect just this perfect meshing of the route, the anticipation, the awareness, the trust that the receiver is going to be there, and the point that Greg made that day, and you've heard it many times. It's you don't throw to the open receiver, you throw the receiver open, and I always kind of held that up as the standard of, wow, very few guys can do it to that level. Well, watching Brock Purdy, especially this game against Dallas, I guess it's every game, but the game against Dallas, I mean, there were several of those kinds of throws where you just go, man, he might not have the strongest arm. It's certainly strong enough. Many guys, including one guy in the 49ers, can absolutely throw the football, better than him, look better on the practice field. So many quarterbacks probably in the league. If you just line them up and say, hey, throw a football through that swinging tire, a lot of them are probably going to look better doing it. But that's that's part of playing quarterback. But the biggest part is just getting to the point where you understand what you're seeing and you're making the throw. And Brock Purdy makes it look so easy. And if you watch it, man, it is not easy at all.
Man, the most astounding story possible. Brock Purdy continues in Cleveland. Hey, before last one on the Browns, I want to ask about Randy Gregory. That one the Friday news dump, right? Late Friday afternoon.
Yeah, a little under the radar, yeah.
I don't know what to make of it. I guess my hot take question is it a referendum on Cleve Ferrell and Drake Jackson?
Well, I think that, Cleveland Ferrell is a base down guy. I don't think that he was ever a big sack guy with the Raiders. Clearly he was overdrafted. That's not his fault. And so I think Cleveland Ferrell is doing a good job on those base downs. Drake Jackson had the 3 sacks to open the season week 1, but none of those were like beaten off the snap of the ball. And they were all nothing against effort, but those were effort sacks where he kind of stuck with it. Since week 1, I don't know that he's touched the quarterback. So other than the 49ers still having 12 games as a weakness, I say that kind of tongue-in-cheek a little bit, I would say, one of the other areas where they can definitely improve is the edge rusher opposite of Bosa. And they had an opportunity for really not much. Either they didn't give up much in draft pick compensation, very little, and then they're giving up nothing in salary. I mean, they're getting a guy who signed a $16 million a year contract. They're getting him for the veteran minimum. So, is Randy Gregory one of the top pass rushers in the game? His history would tell you no, but nobody ever says that, he doesn't have the talent to be that guy and to fulfill that potential. And in this scheme with Chris Kosera coaching him up, it's going to be put your hand on the ground, get off at the snap of the ball and go get the quarterback. So that's all things considered and what's available, that could be a really significant move for the 49ers.
Is he playing this weekend?
I would assume so. Yesterday was his first practice. Might learn a little bit more today, but I don't see why he wouldn't. I believe let's see, who did they call up last week? They released Kerry Hyder, and now he's with the Houston Texans. So I don't see any reason why he wouldn't. At the very least, just, get 10, 12, 15 snaps and kind of work him in. But, they do need rotational defensive linemen. They're going to have 8 or 9 up on game day. So I don't see why he wouldn't be one of those.
Incredible, man. We'll see. It's like, the Niners used to in the old days just stack up players. When you and I were there, like Richard Dent was just walking around the locker room for no reason. But we'll see what happens, man. And then finally, we haven't even mentioned the Browns, Matty. Jeez. And I'm looking at Twitter this morning as we're talking to you, and it says that Deshaun Watson only appeared briefly in his locker room, appears not to be practicing again today. So that would pretty much lock in P.J. Walker. Also, they're missing one of their veteran O-linemen. Joel Bitonio is out. I don't know. Kyle Shanahan called them the biggest threat they've faced this far.
That defense, yeah.
Well, I think he was talking about the defense.
Yeah.
The defense is very good. Myles Garrett is a phenomenal player, but of course, 49ers just faced a phenomenal player in Micah Parsons. Garrett's a little bit more stout, maybe not as easy to contend with. I think you can do some things against Parsons where you can kind of run right at him. He's only 240 pounds, so you can do some stuff, maybe push him around a little bit, negate his speed and quickness. The Browns do have a really good defense. They have a good front. They have a good defensive backfield. So, is this going to be the 49ers' stiffest challenge? I kind of doubt it because I don't know how they're going to score on the 49ers. I don't know. I think it was going to be difficult if they had all their pieces, and they don't. So I think it's one of those games where the 49ers don't turn the ball over, and they've done a good job by and large of avoiding the costly giveaway. They should be just fine because I really don't see the Browns being able to do much against this defense.
I mean, that's kind of how we feel too, but that's why they play the games, Matty. That's my take.
Yeah, that's why they play the games.
I remember
they say it's a week-to-week league. But
it is.
The thing with the 49ers that, to me, is the most impressive thing in watching them is it's a week-to-week league except for the 49ers.
I know,
they're
right?
putting the same product out there.
Yeah, they are, man.
Every stinking game.
I still feel though all this talk is music to the Eagles' ears. Just keep talking about those Niners. We're 5-0. Just
that's
hanging
true
out.
in this media sense, national media sense.
They're loving this and they're using it.
And the Eagles aren't even getting any. They're not getting mentioned. We have Sports Center on every day in here, and I'll tell you what, the Niners are on probably 5 times more than any Eagle coverage we ever see.
The Jets are on 50 times more than they are. That's to the detriment of all of us.
Yeah. I mean, the Eagles are the ones that went to the Super Bowl. The Eagles are the one that darn near won the Super Bowl. The Eagles are right there with the 49ers. They're 5-0.
Hey, man.
But it just hasn't been as pretty as the 49ers 5-0. It's the 49ers 5-0 has been.
This is true.
Really sexy. It's been like the same product every game, 30-plus points. The Eagles have kind of scuffled along a little bit in some of these games. I think was it overtime against Washington a couple of weeks ago. So it hasn't been as flashy and as dominant as the 49ers, but yeah, the bottom line is they're both 5-0, and who knows, they could be on that collision course in early December, and who knows, the winner of that could be hosting the NFC Championship game.
And we're saying, based on these Phillies fans, that Niners do not want to play that game in Philly.
I wouldn't think so. No.
Those Phillies fans are like making Eagles fans are like, man, we got to keep up with the baseball fans,
Yeah, I mean, that's and you look at it, like the very micro look at last year's NFC Championship game. Well, maybe Hassan Reddick is gets off at the snap of the ball and causes the injury because that's a Eagles home game where the 49ers is silent count. They're a tick slow.
Yep.
I mean, I know that's a very nuanced or what if kind of thing, but. I would say that there's probably a very decent to very likely chance that if that game's at Levi Stadium, Brock Purdy doesn't get injured.
Man, oh man. Well, there we go, baby. All right, off to Cleveland you go. I heard you talking to,
Off to Cleveland.
Safe
the
travels,
afternoon
Matty.
crew.
Yeah.
Nothing huge planned. You've already been to Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 6 times.
Yeah,
and-
I'll go. I'll probably. I'm just right now making arrangements to go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on Saturday.
Oh, cool, man.
You've
Nice.
done that,
Yeah.
though, right? You've been.
Oh yeah. I've been several times, but anytime I'm in that area, I do like to stop by and just kind of. I don't know. I mean, is it silly to say? I mean, it kind of connects me to what I'm doing.
You know what? That's outstanding.
You know?
That's poetic, Matty.
You know?
That's poetic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
You're the man, Matty.
A romantic.
Yeah.
The romantic Matt Mayoko. Yeah, hey, man, don't forget the John Madden line. That he said, I like to, at night when everybody leaves, all the busts talk to each other. Right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to take my sleeping bag and roll it out there, but I'll be there during the day, so I won't be hearing them.
It's like Night at the Museum, right? Night at the Museum. I'd hang around just to hear what the LT bust was saying, Paulie. All right.
Well, he might be going out. He's getting dressed to go out for the night. Yeah.
All right,
I
man.
tell you what, it would be it would be Gary. It'd be the kind of words that would make Gary Plummer blush.
Did you hear him yesterday? We had him on. He was great.
Absolutely. No, that was
He
great.
was
Yeah,
great.
he was
Good.
cool.
Well, you and I both loved him. All right, man. Take care, Matty. Be good.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll finish up strong. Bochy v. Dusty next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2 out, 1-run game, and the 3-2 is on the outside corner. It's strike 3 called. Ball game over, and the Astros defeat the Twins 3-2. Houston advances to the American League Championship Series with a date with the Texas Rangers.
I mean, this is a team win, and I tell you, I feel great for Press. I mean, this guy, you know, he's done it before, and hey, now me and Bruce Bochy need to battle.
Well, now you can look ahead. You will see the Texas Rangers, the Battle of Texas for the ALCS. What are your initial thoughts about seeing the Rangers again?
Well, hey, man, they know us, and we know them. And I know Bruce, and he knows me. And I know Mike Maddox, and hey, it's going to be a heck of a series.
Man, oh, man, this is I don't know, your life flashing before your eyes, I guess. I mean, Dusty started managing the Giants in 1993. And then he went from 93 to 02. And then Felipe came by for 04, 03, 04, 05, 06.
And it came
then
to
Bochy went 07 to 19.
Yeah.
So, dude, you're talking. So from 93 to 19, these guys ruled the roost except for 4 short years when Felipe had it. Basically, just call it the Dusty Bochy era.
Yeah, that's
just call
fair.
it that.
That's very fair.
And now they're playing each other in the ALCS in 2023.
And like you've been saying this week, and it's a really interesting kind of counterpoint to the games, or maybe not counterpoint, but just an interesting angle, too, is the anti-analytical ALCS. Like, these are old school dudes now.
Well, yeah. Now, in fairness, they are using analytics to some degree. But
to some
your
degree.
point,
but like we've seen Bochy.
To your point, it's not.
Yeah.
They're not pinch hitting for their, as Marcus said yesterday, Giants are out here pinch hitting for their 3-hitter, right? I mean, that's
multiple times this year, Murph.
Jeez.
Like, I remember sitting at the ballpark with like buddies I played college baseball with, and like, wait, what's going on?
What are we doing?
The Giants are pinch hitting for their 3-hitter right now.
How about that?
I mean,
there you go.
Yeah.
It's a great. Come on, it's not an entertaining brand of ball.
Let's also talk about the fact that each team has stars. You know, the Rangers signed Semien and Seager. And even though they didn't perform last year, they're performing this year.
Oh, my God, Seager. Yeah, he's going nuts.
And the Astros drafted Bregman, Altuve, and Yordan Alvarez.
You know what, Murph?
They got Alvarez in a trade with the Dodgers when he was a minor leaguer.
He came from the Dodgers
when he was a young
Murph.
pup, right? Yeah, but still, he's call him homegrown to a degree.
Being in here, surrounded by you major league seam head guys, you guys are major baseball junkies. Like Murph, I hear Marcus a lot talk about the trash cans and the stigma of the Astros. Like, you're not having it. But I don't hear you talk about that very much, Murph. Where are you with the Stros? Are you like...
I'm a believer that every team in some degree is probably cheating in some way. And I think the Astros board, it's the same way with Barry Bonds. I could be wrong on this, by the way. This could be a bad take. But I like the same way Barry Bonds bore the entire brunt of the steroid era on his head when I know so many others were using it, and it was such a quote-unquote loosey-goosey era.
Shout out A-Rod, yeah.
That I'm like, I mean, but didn't we know that the Red Sox were using Apple Watches and stuff, or the Yankees? Like, the Yankees
that's the
using
thing. Everybody was stealing signs through the replay room that the MLB provided to the teams. The Houston Astros were the team that took it to the next level and had a literal trash can in their hallway that you can hear banging through the games.
And they're never going to live down the trash can.
No, never.
John Lynch dropping it last summer.
John Lynch brought it up last week.
He did.
And like, here's a theory. I know, like, Murph's not a big hater of the Astros.
No,
and
that's it, and it's interesting.
And
yeah.
I also think if you want to dissect it a little further, Murph is also a Giants fan. Who did the Giants beat? Or excuse me, who did the Astros beat in the World Series that year?
Oh, look at this.
They beat the LA Dodgers.
I mean, you know, that's a
of course
factor.
you really don't care.
That's a factor.
Who cares? They beat the Dodgers. No big deal.
That's back when I used to get hyped up when the Dodgers lost, as opposed to last night when I was like, whatever. Yeah. Dodgers got eliminated. No, I mean, I was happy, but I'm not nearly as... Listeners wrote in and said, he feels me. It wasn't as bloodthirsty this year. Isn't that fair to say? Were you guys as bloodthirsty as ever?
Well, let me ask you this. Did you expect the Dodgers to lose in this round?
No, I thought they would. I thought they would lose. I mean, I'm like a chalk guy. I thought they'd lose to the Braves.
Yeah.
But
here come the D-backs just sweeping their Rays right out of there. And what's the stat?
D-backs won 84 games.
I know, it's unbelievable. And how about the fact that the Orioles, what's the stat, Marcus? The Orioles winning 100 plus, the Dodgers winning 100 plus.
It's the first time in MLB history that two 100-win teams have been swept in the postseason.
Ready for this? Yeah. P1 Chuck sent me this tweet from ESPN. The best 5 records in Major League Baseball. Braves, Orioles, Dodgers, Rays, and Brewers had the 5.
How about that?
1-12.
How about that?
What is that? I mean,
so what does that say about the state of things? I don't know what to make of that.
My opinion, this is a freak occurrence. This is like Billy Beane says, the playoffs are a crapshoot. That used to bring him a lot of criticism because people were like, dude, you can't win a championship. And he'd say, yeah, I can't because the playoffs are a crapshoot.
Well, the crazy thing was,
but this is like snake eye. This isn't a crapshoot. This is snake eyes on like 6 straight rolls.
It's really bizarre. And then you have but again, if not for this expanded playoff format, the D-backs never would even have been there in the first place. I mean,
they are literally the 6th team. They're the 6th seed, which would not have gotten in just 2 years ago.
But it shows you, I guess it shows you, if there's a lesson in all this, maybe it means just get in.
That's the problem. And that's why Farhan would say, why would I spend $500 million on Corey Seager when all I got to do is get in with 84? That's what I hate.
Well, you could be
I hate that because any GM would be like, they're all logical. They're all Spock now, Whereas I'm more Kirk.
Yeah, me and you, absolutely.
But, they're all Spock. They're like, your buying of a superstar does not compute. If I get in with 84 wins, why would I not get in with 84 wins?
Listen, Kirk's out here knife fighting Klingons with no shirt on. You know what I mean? I ride with Kirk.
Know what Spock would say? Why would I shirtlessly fight a knife fight?
It's not logical to take your shirt off.
Exactly.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Well, why would you spend all that money when you can get in with 84 and then go sweep the Dodgers and the Brewers?
Well, that's the thing we saw last year with the Phillies. They got in with 86 or 87 wins, but they also have Bryce Harper hitting in the middle of their lineup.
That's a thing. And Arizona has undeniably one of the bright young stars in the game in Corbin Carroll. I mean, this kid, by the way, I can't. Every time I see him, he looks smaller. What is he, like 5'3"? I mean, he's like this little tiny dude. Hitting absolute tanks, by the way, and flying around the bags and catching everything, right? So, I mean, that's what Wade Meckler is supposed to be, right?
But going back to like your devil's advocate,
Corbin Burrow was a first-round draft pick.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Hunter
Bishop was supposed to be Corbin Carroll.
Well, that one haunts.
So Farhan asked you in a conversation at some saloon somewhere off the record and goes like, why should I bring in high-priced free agents and why should I break my back trying to put the most competitive? Because you can win home field throughout. Yeah. Like, there's one advantage right there.
And also, Paul,
you won Game 7 on your own field if it comes to that. I can promise.
Look at your attendance record this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's
why you need a star.
That's the biggest one to the owners.
Yeah, man.
Anyway, back to the original case, which is Bochy versus Dusty, and are they analytics and are they not? I mean, they have stars. They have stars everywhere. But I will say, Bochy deserves so. I mean, Bochy's team won 68 games last year. They won 90 this year. Essentially the same team. Yes, they added Nate Eovaldi.
But they lost DeGrom, too.
Like Chapman.
Right out of the gate, there goes their ace. Boom, DeGrom's
gone. They lost DeGrom.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, and they called up the rookie third baseman Young, but you're talking about Seager, Semien, Garcia, Lowe, those guys, Dunning, all these guys were there. Leclerc, these guys were all there. And they somehow, some way went plus 22 on the win column through the slow hand, Paulie. Pointer Sisters. I need a lover with a slow hand.
Well,
I need a man with an easy touch.
Now, you aware of the fact that they call Eric Clapton slow hand, too?
I prefer the Pointer Sisters slow
You know
hand.
what, man? I might agree with you on that one.
Ruth, June, and Anita from Oakland, California.
A lot of people don't like it when I get rough with AC, but I'm not a fan.
I got to tell you, Dusty has lost the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line poll.
Respect.
Everybody is rooting for Bochy.
Here's a better question. What about guys like, say, Richie Aurelia, Sean Estes? Now, those are Dusty guys. So when they tune in, they got no real ties to Boch, right? Like when they tune in, is Richie's rooting for the Stros, right? And Sean, and you would think they got Dusty ties. They got no ties to Boch.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the ultimate argument is, if you want to be fair about it, Dusty won his last year. He got his series, so it's Bochy's turn.
But then they'll go, yeah, but Boch won 3 already.
Yeah, and Dusty should get 2. And Dusty last night said, when they were spraying the champagne.
This is going to be great. This is going to be awesome.
No, I'm going to do the World Series. Well, who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for Bochy. I'm rooting for the Rangers. I got to be honest. I mean,
I'm rooting for Bochy,
kind of in love with Bruce Bochy, so I got to back him.
You almost got a tattoo.
I did. I'm still thinking about it. Maybe it's not too late.
Who are you rooting for?
Oh, Bochy, 100%. Yeah, I still hate the Astros.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's what brought this whole thing up.
Astros, you know what? You guys had the Apple Watches going, so you know.
That's the Red Sox merch.
The Yankees did something.
Well, they got caught using the replay room too, but everybody was using those replay rooms.
They did something.
They just weren't banging trash cans, Murph.
Yeah.
all right. I almost made an old movie illusion that would have upset certain people, so I'm not gonna. Hey, Dan Orlovsky joins Papa and Lund today at 10:30. It's the movie Broadcast News. Is that too old? Yeah, it's
probably.
Too old. It is too old.
I mean, at this point, I think Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is probably too old for some people. And that came out like 3 years ago.
Is the Taylor Swift Eras movie?
I think so. It's dated. That's too dated.
That's why she's showing up tonight at the Chiefs-Broncos game, which, by the way, I know we got to get out.
That's a great call.
10.5-point spread. I'm in that pool. I'm in the hunt for the big money. I took Denver in 10.5 because the Chiefs have not been blowing teams out
at all.
And then right before we went to break, I saw a tweet about the Broncos defense and how historically bad it is. I panicked and changed my pick. And I took the Chiefs.
Well, the Chiefs are not beating teams by much. They barely got by the Jets, thanks for the flag refs, and then they barely got by the Vikings, thanks for the other flag refs.
Bobby Boucher?
I think Paulie Mack is spot on. The Chiefs are not a team that covers, but do you really want to bet on the Denver Broncos is the question.
In those orange pants?
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
I switched it to the Chiefs.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, we are going to forecast tomorrow.
Hand it over to Papa and Lund next on the Sports Leader.
Let's party all night!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
All right. We handed over. Is this your boy Claypool?
No. I don't know. Marcus is queuing up the Pantera.
Oh, okay.
Now, Pantera's opening for
Overnight
Metallica, who I'll be seeing in about a month. So thanks, Marcus.
Feels like an Overnight Dave rejoin.
Oh, 100%. By the way, where is Overnight Dave? I haven't seen him in years.
A major odyssey.
How much vacation time does he get? Like 3 months?
He's on an odyssey. Papa and Lund are on an odyssey. They're down. Are you guys in Santa Clara? Are you boys in Santa Clara? Is that where you are?
We are.
Nice. Getting ready.
We are.
What Kyle Shanahan called the biggest challenge of the season.
He did?
He did. Yeah.
Talking about the defense of the Cleveland Browns.
Right.
He did. The
Who's
Cleveland
playing
Browns.
quarterback for the Cleveland Browns?
That's the question.
Deshaun or P.J. Walker?
I saw a tweet this morning that said he appears to not be at practice again.
Well, they're practicing in 30 minutes, I think it starts. Mary Kay Cabot was on this morning with the McAfee show, and we got to get a little clarification on the nature of the injury. The way they're making it sound as though their doctors have cleared Deshaun Watson to play.
Oh.
But he's choosing not to play, that he may have pain in the rotator cuff. So I didn't quite have it described that way. Maybe McAfee embellished a little bit more, but Mary Kay Cabot, when it comes to the Cleveland Browns, is the end-all, be-all. She knows it all, so we'll ask her.
An odd personal story about Mary Kay Cabot. I was working at a pub in Dublin, Ireland, and she came in with Ernie Accorsi.
What was Ernie doing there?
They were on a
New York
little.
Giants?
They were on a little junket. He was with the Browns.
With the Browns.
Yeah, and they came in on a junket. They didn't know that I was a future sports talk radio host who would reveal that they were in Dublin, Ireland together. It was 30 years ago.
Were they together?
They were. Well, I mean, came into the bar together.
Right. They're adults. Yeah, sure.
I served them, and then they were like, "Oh, you're American." I'm like, "Yeah, you're American."
So
They're
what
like,
year was this? Where was Ernie then?
92.
Young Americans.
Oh,
he gave me his card. I think he
young.
was with Cleveland, and her name was Mary Kay Cabot. And I'll never forget it. I was a young kid, and I gave him, and then I was like, "Oh, they're kind of prominent figures."
See what happens?
Yeah. So anyway, that's the story.
Okay, that's all there is.
That's the end of the story.
First thing I'll ask her, Mary.
No,
What do you know about Ernie Accorsi in Dublin, Ireland?
That
in
story is off
1992?
the record.
Yeah, let's not go
story
public
is
with that.
off
Just off
the
the
Let's
record.
not go wide with that one.
Good thing we're no longer the 50,000-watt blowtorch, and nobody heard that.
All right, Dusty versus Bochy. Who you got? Who you got?
The second, see my 3 in a row for Dusty, or for Boch. The second was against Dusty in 2012
Yes.
when they went head-to-head.
True
I
story.
don't think Dusty was right. He was coming off a stroke. He had some physical ailments, and Bochy flat out outmanaged him. But I love Dusty right after they won last night. He's me against Boch again.
I know he said that right out of the
right
gate.
away. And then what do we do with the Dodgers? R.I.P. Dodgers. And I just can't believe those two guys were as dominant as a 1-2 punch in the history of baseball. Mookie and Freddie. And for them, especially in the 8th inning when they both punched out, I mean, they just look lost. Wow. 1 for 21 combined?
Your buddy Billy Bean said it's a crapshoot, and this has never been. I said that's one thing. This is like 6 straight snake eyes. Is what's going on, you know. So
if it's a crapshoot, why do the Houston Astros? Why have they gone to 7 straight LCS?
Nice, John.
I don't think
That's what I'm
it is.
talking about.
I don't think it is a crapshoot.
there it is. See, you guys are getting
Break
hot
that
takes
down,
already.
John. I like that.
Hot
Innings
takes
of
coming.
baseball. It is a
Hot takes are
competition.
coming. When it's time for a change, Polly, have a great weekend.
Thanks,
I'll
brother.
see you Monday.
Cheers, y'all.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Now, me and Bruce Bochy need to battle.
We grinded. I wasn't even here.
I'm going to go on a bender. I'm telling you. I might disappear for 24 hours.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Floyd is Superman! San Francisco!
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Leclerc is ready. Here it comes. Strike three! And the Rangers sweep another. They are rolling into the LCS. They beat Baltimore 7-1.
It's unreal. This is why I came back, Cora, hoping something like this would happen. I know how blessed I am to be in this situation. And these guys have been warriors, road warriors. I mean, we've been through a lot. And to be right now, I mean, there's work to be done. But still, well, I mean, what kind of baseball they've been playing has just been awesome.
2 out, 1-run game, and the 3-2 is on the outside corner. It's strike three called. Ball game over, and the Astros defeat the Twins 3-2. Houston advances to the American League Championship Series with a date with the Texas Rangers.
Now, me and Bruce Bochy need to battle. They know us, and we know them. And I know Bruce, and he knows me. And I know Mike Maddox, and hey, it's going to be a heck of a series.
The pitch. Swing and a ball hit in the air to left. Gurriel will get there over toward the line. Makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks have swept the Dodgers.
You know, honestly, I can't even, you know, there's some things with the format that, you know, people can dissect or whatever, but the bottom line is that, you know, the last 2 years we've got outplayed in the postseason. And, you know, it doesn't matter if it was a 7-game series. You know, we lost the first 3 games. And so I'll own that.
You got Bochy versus Dusty in the ALCS. If the Phillies lead holds over the Braves, it's 3 of 4 wild card teams getting to the League Championship Series. We'll discuss that. I know you have a theory. Jim Bowden said the same thing today. My fear of what the Dodgers may do in the offseason, it doesn't sound like they're going to fire Doc Roberts. We got a lot of 49ers news for you. Dan Orlovsky joins us at 10:30 to explain his Mac Jones and Brock Purdy thoughts. Tim Ryan at 11 o'clock today, Thursday Night Football. Russ v. Patrick Mahomes. Woo! It's a busy Thursday. Good
and
morning.
I see you eye to eye like I did Tuesday.
Nice to
We're
see
both
you.
here at Levi's. So what are the Dodgers going to do in the offseason? Shohei?
Well, I dissected, of course, their payroll, and they're losing anywhere depending on player options, but they'll probably decline Lance Lynn after he gave up 44 home runs this year.
And 4 more last night in one inning.
That was awesome. When Moreno hit it down the right field line, then he said, okay, and then he deposited it into left center.
It went foul. Remember when Crawford did that in Mexico City this year?
That was incredible.
Yeah.
But they can par about $90 million off their payroll.
Does that include
this
declining to $14 million on Max Muncy?
It does.
You're going to do
I'm
that?
just saying they could. I don't know that they will as far as Max Muncy, but if Clayton Kershaw retires, I mean, there's a lot of stuff there. But they could get about $90 million off their payroll. So I think because of the disappointment, I mean, it could be Ohtani, it could be Blake Snell, it could be trade for Alonso, It could be, they could go bananas. I don't know that they will. It doesn't sound like, because you and I have talked about this, that the Dodgers and the maybe the harshest critic of LA sports, Bill Plaschke, he didn't fire Dave Roberts. So I don't know that they're going to feel that pressure in New York, Boston, someplace like that. They might, but I don't think that Dave Roberts is going to be available for the Giants.
I agree. Just talking and texting with Marty Lurdy. Marty, of course, lives in Arizona, and he was at the game, sending me pictures all the way through. And after Lynn gave up the 4 solo homers in the 3rd inning, they're done. And they did come back and put a little pressure on. But in the 8th inning, when Mookie and Freddie both struck out, wow. But then Marty texted me this morning and said, talking to all the Dodger beat writers, they're not going to fire Dave Roberts, it sounds like. I mean, he does win the division every year, except 2021 when he lost to the Giants 107-106. He develops young players. It was their pitching. I mean, it's just, and it started with Kershaw in game 1. He got 1 out and gave up 6 runs, 6. And his lack of command and his lack of velocity and the shoulder injury, we'll see what he does in the offseason, but he was bad. And I thought Dodgers will come back. I've seen the offense come back. He gave up 6 in the top of the 1st inning on Saturday night to Arizona. The Dodgers scored 6 runs the entire series. So they weren't coming back. And then Bobby Miller, and we saw him against the Giants. It's just too new for him. He was all over the place, and he gives up, 4 hits and 3 runs and an inning and 2/3. And then they traded for Lance Lynn. They wanted the young guy from Detroit, Edward Nunez or Rodriguez. Which one was that, John?
Yeah, I believe it was Nunez. Yeah, he declined the trade.
I mean, that was big. And then, so they got Lance Lynn instead and Joe Kelly, and just wasn't enough. And Lynn got bombed, 44 homers in the regular season, and gave up 6 hits and 4 runs. And for the Dodgers not to have starting pitching, obviously Walker Buehler not coming back, Dustin May's injury, whatever the hell happened with Julio Urias is really the domestic violence charge.
And he's a free agent.
And so they're going to walk away from him. They'll have more money. So I know you're worried about the free agency, but when they wake up this morning, they're just numb. They're numb that they have done it again. And for Dave Roberts, he cited the last 2 years. Doc, really, it's the last 3 years. When you look at the largest upsets in postseason history, you can go way back when the 1906 White Sox, who won 23 games fewer than the Cubs, 116 to 93, won the 06 World Series. That's a huge upset, the biggest upset ever. The Yankees of 2001, and we remember that team well, as they went at the A's. Mariners 116 to 95. Seattle had the winningest mark of all time at the time, and the Yankees upset them. And then going back, way back when the 82-win Mets in 73 took down the early days of the Big Red Machine, and they didn't quite have Joe Morgan yet. Then they wound up losing to the A's in the World Series with Willie Mays. That was a 17-win difference. The Reds won 99, and the Mets won 82. So that's 3 of them. The other 3 all involve Dave Roberts' team. Starting with 2 years ago against the Braves. They had 106 wins that year. Remember, Giants beat them 107 to 106. Now, what happened to them is they traded for Max Scherzer. They used him to close out Game 5. Remember that? He came in. He's the one that got the check swing on Wilmer Flores. And he wasn't right after that. Max Scherzer got hurt. The Braves beat them and went on to win the World Series. That was 21. Last year, in 22, 111-win Dodger team, the winningest team in the history of the Dodgers. San Diego won 89. And the Padres beat them in the division series to go on to Philly in the championship series. And what happened in this series? A 100-win Dodger team. Arizona won 84, and they get swept. So, whatever October is, John, Dave Roberts, with the exception of the pandemic year, does not thrive in Octobers. And I mean, the pitching was where the Dodgers have always won if they do win, and they win divisions. And, they're a great team, obviously. It's because of their starting pitching in the history. The greatest players in the history of the Dodgers have been their starters. And from Clayton Kershaw on, they just didn't have any starters. But this particular Dodger team, you look at that top of the lineup, and Will Smith actually hit well in this series. Getting off his legs for a week or so was good for him being a catcher. Chris Taylor had some big moments, Kiki, but really it was Mookie and Freddie.
Well, they won for 21?
Mookie Betts was 0 for 11
yeah, I think
in this series,
21.
left 4 on base, and Freddie Freeman was 1 for 10. And last night in the 8th inning, they both struck out. Freddie Freeman, how many doubles did Freddie Freeman have?
1 million.
He had more doubles than you have at a week of lunches this year. And
Well
the thing
played.
is, anything away, he would he went line to line, gap to gap. He's not a pull hitter. All of a sudden, he's roll over Beethoven on everything. It was, what are you doing? Is that Freddie Freeman? And then Mookie Betts is hitting lazy fly ball after lazy fly ball. That's the greatest 1-2 combination, I think, you have to go back to Pete Rose and Ken Griffey Jr. from the Big Red Machine, or Joe hitting number 2, whatever they did. I mean, who's ever had a better 1-2 combination for power? I mean, they're going to finish in the top 4 in the National League MVP with the 2 Braves guys, Acuna and Matt Olson, and they may get eliminated today by the Phillies, but they got Spencer Strider going. So I guess they're not going to fire Dave Roberts, but when you wake up this morning and you're Doc Roberts again, you worry about the offseason and what do you do? But they're completely numb. How did this happen again? 3 straight years they've endured 3 of the 6 biggest upsets in postseason playoff history.
What a shame. This is interesting, and you said this the other day. Jim Bowden tweets us out. He said 5 days off to start the postseason is just too much for hitters to maintain their timing, rhythm, and momentum. This structure may change. It may, but here, this is astounding. Okay, people, get your pens out. Even if you're driving down the road, it's okay. I talked to the Highway Patrol. You got to. This is amazing, and this goes to the Giants theory of just get in, the Bruce Bochy theory of just get in. Let's go. Least to most wins in the postseason. 84 Arizona in the NLCS. 90 Houston, Texas, and Philadelphia. Houston and Texas are already in the
How far back are you going?
This year.
I mean, how far back in history? Oh, teams are
I'm
left.
saying this year. This year.
Got it.
Arizona won 84 games during the NLCS. Houston, Texas, and Philadelphia won 90. Houston and Texas in the ALCS. Phillies won away. Then the teams that are out: 92 Milwaukee swept, 99 Tampa swept, 100 Dodgers swept. Orioles 101 wins swept in the ALDS, and Atlanta 104 down 2-1 in the NLDS. So the teams with the top 5 win totals: Atlanta, Baltimore, and LA won 100, Tampa won 99, Milwaukee won 92. They are either all out or Atlanta's down 2-1. And Houston, Texas, and Philly. Houston, Texas already in, but Houston, Texas, and Arizona are in the league championship series. Houston and Texas with 90 and Arizona with 84. I don't know that that's ever happened where if Philadelphia beats Atlanta, you'll have the teams with the four teams that will be left will be the teams with the 4 fewest wins, and 3 100 teams and a 99 is knocked out.
It happens in baseball. I mean, when you look at the 4 major sports, and we'll keep soccer out of it, but, hockey it's tough. You're right, a hot goalie, and a lot of teams that don't have home ice advantage can win. And in baseball, because of the short series element, whether you're playing a 1-game wild card or a 3 or a 5 or a 7, it's not the same as playing 162. Did we complain about this when the Giants won in 10, 12, and 14? They were never the best team in baseball. They never won 100 games. In fact, the 14 team went the wild card route and won 88 to get in. So the Giants are, and this is where Bochy is, he won 90. And Texas was up and down. They had a stretch where they lost, 16 out of 20? Late in the year, you thought they're not going to make the playoffs at all. But they got in. So it is what it is. And they were asking Mookie and Freddie about the system and whether it's flawed, and Mookie gave a no comment. It is what it is. I think the one thing is when you added the 3 games for the wild card now, and it used to be you waited a week as well. Well, I remember the Giants when they beat the Tigers for, the second championship in 2012, because they had to come down, the Cockroaches, come back from they being down 2-0 against Cincinnati, 3-1 against St. Louis. Jim Leland, where they went had a spring training again, right? They were off for a week, and the Giants beat them in 4. So the one thing I would say maybe is change the wild card from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And so the latest you would have a team wait around would be from Sunday to Thursday. Having them wait from Sunday to Saturday is a couple of extra days, but you are getting an advantage. So it is what it is, and you're in the series long enough. Atlanta has time now to come back and get the rhythm, and they got Spencer Strider tonight. I mean, it's happening more with the 3-game wild card round than it did earlier, John, but I don't know. I mean, as they say, we've had upsets in the past going back to the 70s. There was a Minnesota Twin team in the 60s and the Mets of 73. There have been teams. How about the Tom Kelly's Twins? They won the World Series one year with 85 wins. So it does happen. I don't know what major changes you make because it's driven by TV ratings, and ESPN has those quadruple headers. Maybe just don't wait to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, just because baseball's a game of every day anyway.
He's saying just
play 5 days Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but you're still going to wait. The position players are going to get time. You know what it's like? It's like the All-Star break. It's like you're taking the All-Star break, but when you come out of the All-Star break, you're playing the most important games. And I think for the Dodgers, they lost it in the top of the first inning on Saturday night when Kershaw gave up 6 runs. They scored 6 runs the rest of the series, the Dodgers.
All right, let's get you ready for Dan Orlovsky. Had some controversial things to say about Brock Purdy, and I was listening to him coming in on First Take, and he was catching a bunch of grief for his quarterback rankings, so we'll talk all about it. And it's his 15th. Unfortunately for him, and they played it a lot this morning on ESPN, it's the 15th anniversary of him stepping out of the back of the end zone, so he was having to endure that all morning as well. So he was a little testy. So we'll talk to him at 10:30. It's Pop and Lund. We're live from Levi's Stadium, only here on the Sports Leader.
Roner Parks, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Roner Parks, sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former 49ers quarterback Alex Smith this morning with Murph and Mac tells the guys why Brock Purdy has proved he's in the upper echelon of NFL quarterbacks. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here from Levi's, hanging out with John Lund, and the two of us last year, myself on, I know the date because it changed my life, June the 23rd of 2022, and John later that year in the fall. We are both seeing things very clearly because of the CLR procedure that we had and how things at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley literally changed our lives. Dr. Joseph Lind and Dr. Bindi, Craig Bindi, are the people that took care of us. And check out more. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a free live CLR webinar. What's a webinar? Coming up Thursday, August the 26th at noon. So it's a great opportunity for you to find out all about custom lens replacement. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have, like ask who was the better patient, Papa or Lund? And they'll say, John. And then what's the difference between LASIK, which I had many years ago and didn't frankly work, and I had the CLR last summer, and it worked great, the custom lens replacement. They'll ask, am I a good candidate for it? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? So find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contact lenses, cataracts, all of it at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's a free live CLR webinar, Thursday, October the 26th. It is 2 weeks from today, and it'll be at high noon, right in the middle of our show. So listen to us and get on the webinar. Space is limited, so register now at lasericlr.com. That's lasericlr.com.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, man. I mean, I could sit up here and give a dissertation all day long about Brock Purdy, but I think the one thing that really can drive the point home is he is the leader of our team. As a second-year quarterback, as Mr. Irrelevant, that is the guy in this entire team and at which like this entire thing operates. And to say that about a guy this young in his career, somebody who was drafted in the 7th round, I think speaks volumes, especially with how talented of a roster we have, how veteran of a group we have. I have no doubt in my mind that it doesn't matter what the situation is in a game, that he's ready and prepared for it week in and week out. If we had to have a slugfest in that game against Dallas, I know for a fact that he would have been ready for it. He's wired all the way the right way. He plays the game and shows up every day for the exact right reasons that you want your quarterback to do it. He's like the least of my worries.
He sounds like you. That is Fred Warner. Fred Warner.
He has
no,
a much better
saying,
voice than I do. I know,
but
about
he's saying
Brock.
is the least of your
About
worries,
Brock.
which you
Yeah,
talk about all
yeah.
the time. We're live at Levi Stadium. Don't miss, Dan Orlovsky is going to join us in about 6 minutes, and I listened to him all the way down on First Take, and he's on the in the
Get
morning.
Up. He was on
He's
Get
on
Up.
Get Up. He does that whole thing, and he was catching a bunch of grief today because it's the 15-year anniversary of him stepping out of the back of the end zone. And anytime you have an opinion on quarterbacks, and he was doing a top 5 list, so then he was getting grief for that. So, but we are going to talk to him about his comments because he essentially said, and I don't want to misquote anybody, but he said, look, if Mac Jones was in the 49ers offense, he would be doing similar things, in which Rex Ryan then went crazy. And then, of course, that permeated through the 49ers locker room. So we'll ask the man himself about it.
Yeah, and I'm not here to defend Dan. First of all, he was a backup quarterback, and he wasn't he made the NFL, so he's a great player.
Yeah.
But I honestly think, as far as a football analyst, he's by far the best that's not doing games. And he does do college football studio, and he does do some games, and he does do ESPN had a game earlier this year, Jacksonville and Atlanta. He did that game that was on ESPN Plus, but we were able to watch it. Anyway, he does do some games, but mainly he's a studio talking head. And I turned to a lot of these guys, I just hit mute or fast forward. When Dan Orlovsky talks and I seek out his opinion on things, he is spot on. And he teaches me things, and he's a great communicator. I think he's the best analyst not doing games or not doing a lot of games. He has defended Brock Purdy a lot. He talked about how he broke down, John, on Monday morning after the demolition of Dallas, the 2 plays that you were talking about on Monday, and that was the corner route to Ayuk on 3rd and 4. What a great throw, beautiful throw. Holding call on Burford, go back to 3rd and 14. He comes back on the next throw and throws a dart over the middle on 3rd and 14 to Debo through a 2-deep zone. Just 2 different plays. And he's gone on and on about how Brock Purdy has elevated Kyle Shanahan's offense. I think what he was doing, and honestly, the bit about Mac Jones I did not hear, but I think he was just defending Mac Jones's ability and the best coaching he's got from Matt Patricia and Joe Judge from last year, and they took his confidence away. And now even what's going on with Bill O'Brien, the choices he's making, it's just not the same Mac Jones we saw from his rookie year. So I'm not here to defend Dan, but believe me, he is a big Brock Purdy supporter. As far as what Fred said, he took it to the next level about his leadership. I'm not in the locker room and meetings. I just observe practice and the way he walks around this building. He's got it. And for Fred to flat out say he's the leader of the team, because you got some outspoken guys,
including him.
Well, but George, I'm thinking George on offense. You got guys that, and I think the energy of the team actually comes from the D line and what they do in Kasarik and just the energy they have. But for him to say that Brock is the first-year starter, John, is the leader of the team, I sense that in a quiet way. But your quarterback has got to be the one that does lead. When they look at him, they have utmost confidence. Brock's got this. We don't have to worry about big brain Brock.
Let's get into it. Dan Orlovsky from ESPN joins us coming up next. He'll explain his comments on Brock Purdy. Also, I heard him this morning. They were talking about top division in all the NFL. Where does he put the NFC West? We'll ask Dan Orlovsky about it next, only here on the Sports Leader. That's hard to follow. But your old pal John Lund here. Did you know many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some aren't even based in the entire state of California. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing. If you're driving down the road, you know. They're all around us, so please be careful and let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured over $1 billion. That's $1 billion with a B, if I'm not speaking clearly. That's with a B. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I've told you for years this team stinks. They'll never win again. All right, because I'm telling you, they had their run with Brady. When they let him go, I told you they would never win again. They're not going to.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree. Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is, but if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy, you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy. That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano, stop.
Did we pay attention to Mac Jones' rookie year? So that never happened?
No, I did. And I even called him a pea shooter then.
How about Tony Montana? My wife is a junkie.
Are you going to finish it?
No.
Okay.
Dan Orlovsky's here.
All right. It is great to talk to Dan Orlovsky, former NFL quarterback at Dan Orlovsky 7. Make sure you follow him and watch him on ESPN. You can see him in many places. Get Up, First Take. Always great to talk to Dan.
NFL Live, which I love every day.
Well, I was listening to him come down this morning, and he was doing quarterback rankings. He was catching a bunch of grief. They were giving him C's. So maybe this will be a safer place for Dan to be, and he joins us courtesy of the Umaguesa. How are you?
I'm not banking on that one, guys. I'm the most popular person since Monday, so all good.
Good. So we played the cut there, and obviously we're defensive in the Bay Area of Brock, and I know that you have been a Brock backer. So let's make sure that everybody knows that you have been a Brock backer. But obviously people were kicking up a bunch of dirt, going, how can he compare Mac Jones to Brock Purdy? So go ahead and give us your insight there.
Yeah, so obviously the segment matters. What I was trying to convey is in more support of Mac Jones than like trying to take any form of a shot on Brock Purdy. I like you said, I'm a Brock Purdy backer. I think since the first time we saw him, I think it was against the Dolphins, I've been team Brock Purdy. I think he's a really good player. By no way did I imply or mean to imply that like it's a plug-and-play system right now where any quarterback could go do what Brock Purdy's doing. That's silly. I think what I was trying to kind of point out is more so in support of Mac Jones, who think is still can be a really good player in the NFL, and 2 is just in an awful situation. And it was just me saying, like, guys, if Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he'd be playing like that. Do I think that Mac Jones would be 9 touchdowns, no interceptions, and, obviously ranking high or number 1 in almost every category? I don't know if I'm there saying that. I think that's silly and reckless to say, but I do think Mac would be playing really good. I think there's probably, 8 quarterbacks that would be playing at a pretty good level in San Francisco right now. I don't know if they'd be operating exactly the way that Brock is. So it was never meant to be like a shot at Brock Purdy. I'm a huge fan of his, always have. I'm the person who said he's changed Kyle Shanahan. So it was more to try and support Mac Jones and have his back in relation to the type of player I think he can be, rather than in any way minimize what Brock has done.
Yeah, totally. I get you. And we're big fans of yours, my friend. I love what you do in the studio. You teach me something every time you're on the air. I know you're doing some games. I'd like to see you do more. Well, whatever you're up to, you're teaching us things. And you've been a Brock supporter from the beginning. You made the comment that he's elevated Kyle's offense and he's not just a system quarterback. And you cited 2 plays on Monday that John and I were talking about as well, the back-to-backs. So there's a 3rd and 4, and Brandon Ayuk runs a beautiful corner route. And he just drops that over the top and lays it right in there. And Brandon goes down the left sideline to the 10-yard line, a 40-yard gain. Hold on number 74, Spencer Burford. They overturn it. Now it's a 3rd and 14, and he takes a cover 2 hole shot right through a Dan Quinn zone. It's Debo on the dig, perfect placement. He comes out, and they're back inside the 20-yard line. So talk about the perception out there that Brock is a system quarterback, and in your opinion, you think he has, in fact, elevated the Shanahan system.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things to that. Number one, most great quarterbacks are system quarterbacks. It's really hard to become really good or great unless you're in like a really good and or ideal system. So most quarterbacks, like Patrick Mahomes is in a system that absolutely is perfect for him. Josh Allen is, Joe Burrow is. So most guys end up, kind of in that ideal system to allow their strengths to constantly be at the forefront. I think he's changed the offense in one way and Kyle in one way. I have always thought that Kyle was very much so a horizontal coach. Like he wanted to horizontally attack you, specifically in San Francisco. And he never really got to vertically attack you the way that he horizontally attacks you. I absolutely think that Brock's ability to, and willingness to throw the ball down the field and do it at high level has kind of opened that up in their offense. I don't think there's a play in their playbook that they cannot call. I did not feel that way with Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay. And I felt like Jimmy was a fine player. So that's the way he's changed that offense, is they can horizontally and vertically attack you at the same times. And it's, you're talking about an incredibly creative coach that now has no limitations to that creativity. So that's the way that I think he's changed the offense. The way that I think he's changed Kyle is I don't think Kyle's had a quarterback he trusts the way that he does Brock. And that's why that specific two-play sequence matters to me. I've watched basically every play that Kyle has called since he's been a play caller in the NFL, and I've seen him forever in those situations just call a screen or call a draw or call a safe play. Throwing that dagger concept against Dallas ain't safe in that moment. And I think that's the way he's changed Kyle in many ways, is he's earned that trust that we don't have to play this cautious or to the vest or close to the vest. And I think, the way, and I did a little bit of a breakdown on this, is the most fascinating thing for me about Brock's game is, he throws the ball really often before guys are looking for it. And he hasn't thrown it to the other team that much, obviously not at all this year. To throw with that much anticipation and to not have a ball get tipped for a pick or a guy from the backside come through and pick it off or something, I do think that is pretty unique to his game right now.
Dan Orlovsky of ESPN is joining us. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. So as a guy who played the position, because this is the thing that I think holds Brock back, you got Kyle, you got all these weapons, but he was picked at 262, and he doesn't have these great physical traits. And you look at this position, you mentioned Mac Jones. He comes out of a draft in which the 49ers go up and get Trey Lance, and you got Zach Wilson, who everybody talks about. Trevor Lawrence is good at that draft, but it is such a hard thing to draft, develop these quarterbacks. Who's going to do this? And all of a sudden, Brock comes in essentially from day one at pick 262 and gets it. Why is it so difficult to find quarterbacks?
Yeah, so I think number one, it's whether we like it or not, it's an incredibly dependent position. So a lot of quarterbacks, maybe they're not in the situation where the offensive line is good or the play caller is good or they got people around them to help them play at a certain level. The system doesn't necessarily accentuate their strengths. So that is always going to be a part of the quarterback conversation, where they go and what's around them. Specifically to the quarterback and in relation to like Brock's situation. I have said this for a while now that I still think we look at quarterbacks the way we look at every other position in the NFL. Like when I'm taking the first pick of the draft and I want a skill position player or a rush end, like you do have to meet a certain criteria when it comes to size, speed, and strength. When I'm drafting a receiver at the third receiver spot or third overall pick, I do want a guy that's 6'2", 6'3", 215 pounds, runs 4.3, right? Because that's the most important attributes for those guys. That's not the case for quarterbacking. So often the physical comes secondary to the mental. The things that are so necessary for a quarterback to play at an incredibly high level consistency are really difficult to measure. How they handle pressure, how much information they can take in and not only spit out, but then apply, how they see things before they happen. That's anticipation. So I think like that's why it's so difficult is those are really difficult things, specifically to see on college tape. You're not often like, guys I say this a lot, like covered in college football is open in the NFL. And so how much can we actually see a guy excel at throwing before guys are open? They're not necessarily tasked to do that a ton in college football.
And Brock did have a better junior year than senior year, and I think that's why he dropped a little bit. And the 49ers did have a fourth-round grade on him. They just got him with the last pick. So as you mentioned, going back to last year when Jimmy got hurt against Miami, he came in, he played great that 3rd and 10 when they gave him the cover zero blitz, and he hit Kittle.
Yep.
Yeah, so everything. But I think he's better this year than last year, Dan, and I want to cite one play because I heard you in the breakdown, and you're the one guy nationally that picks up on everything. The first touchdown pass to Kittle, where they got inside the red zone, but they're in the high red zone at the 19. Micah Parsons is off the field, and I don't think he was right going into this game with a left knee. He wasn't himself, but they knew he was off the field. And so they had a little bit more time for a deeper drop. They put Brock in a gun, and he drops 3 steps off of it. But it's the pocket presence, Dan, off of that, when he stepped up into the pocket, climbed the pocket, dipped his right shoulder, and got around DeMarcus Lawrence, hit Kittle, gave him time to uncover, where last year, if you had one thing about Brock, he wasn't a great quarterback sneaker. He's much better at that now with the Purdy plunge. But whenever he got pressure from his right, he would get out to his left and go back to when he got hurt, in the NFC title game when Tyler Kroft, the tight end, missed the block against Hassan Reddick. There was a spot where he could have stepped up and hit Ayuk on a double move, and he just didn't. So when you saw that step up in the pocket against DeMarcus, dip the shoulder, is that just evidence of him being better and specifically better pocket presence?
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of an example of experience, a little bit of an example of understanding what the NFL is like. My perfect kind of counter to that, not counter or contrary example would be Sam Howell in Washington. Sam Howell in Washington, I think, is very talented. He wants to hang out in the pocket like it's a Chipotle line. Like, hey, bub, we can't stay there forever, dude. So the urgency that Brock kind of shows on that play, and I think again that's something it's just very difficult. I could take Brock Purdy and we could take him out with garbage cans and bags onto a field and we could drill that, and I could watch him do it in the drill. But it's really hard to think or try to simulate, is he going to do that from that drill in the game at the exact right moments on a consistent basis? That's the stuff that is very difficult to try to navigate or to try to figure out. And so I do think that it's just the urgency in the pocket of when to get out and when to stay or where to get to is one of those things that only comes or certainly helps to come with playing time.
It's great stuff from Dan Orlovsky of ESPN. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. So in that same conversation that we led with coming into the segment, Dan, you had Rex Ryan say, just put a 16 jersey on him now. And it's gone from, hey, let's give Brock Purdy some love to now he's Joe Montana or he's Tom Brady or because of his story, he's Kurt Warner. I'm like, whoa. What he's done so far is great, but we're 12 games into this thing. Teams are going to adjust. He's still got to get better and do things. So in your mind, when you look at the position itself, when do we know if a guy is really a guy?
Yeah, I always say at least 2 years, to know long term. You could also, we could be in the moment and say, what we know, he's really good. What we know, it's hard to sit here and say he's not playing top 10 football or a top 10 quarterback. I think he's playing top 5 football, but top 10 quarterback. So, both those things could be true. As you're sitting there going, what we have right now and where he's playing at a really high level. It's still unknown in another full season of games exactly what he is going to be. When teams get more information on him and study him even more so, I do think there's a decent body of work as of right now to kind of say, like, hey, this kid can play. And, he would have to, significantly fall off. There's all the things you want. And a quarterback, he does at a high level. The decision-making's there. The ball placement is there. Make the right throw. I'm a huge person in this. Make the right throw at the right time. It's there. So, the creativity and again, Kyle's not going anywhere, and I don't think those players are. So I think it's fair to say it would be shocking if he somehow isn't relatively the same guy, at the end of the season or certainly into the 2024 year. But there still is a little bit of an unknown, and I think it's 2 years till we really can hang our hat on that.
All right, real quick, because we got to go and we know you got things to do. This morning on First Take, you said the NFC West was the best division in football. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Well, San Francisco's the best team in the NFC, and you can make the case they're probably the best team in the NFL. I think that with the Rams, they're a very surprising good football team. I think their quarterback's throwing it just as good as anybody. He's made more wow throws this year in Stafford, even without Cooper Kupp. I think the defense doesn't know what it doesn't know, so it's young and energetic and opportunistic. Seattle's really good offensively. I think Shane Waldron, their play caller, does a great job of moving Geno Smith and getting into their 12 personnel, so that's really difficult. I think their secondary's got to play better. There's no doubt about that. And even Arizona, I think Arizona's just a beast to play against. They're tough. They're not going to give you much. You got to go beat them, essentially. Josh Dobbs is playing good football. Mike Wilson's a good receiver for them. So I just don't believe that you can just go into a game against one of those teams, even the bottom, Arizona, and, hey, we'll show up and we'll be okay. I think it's a pretty deep division.
No, I agree. I think Arizona gave the 49ers their toughest game this year. I can't understand why Cleveland traded Joshua Dobbs. He should be starting in this game and not P.J. Walker. Just real quick, because I'm a fan of yours. I love you in the studio. You teach me something, but you're on games as well. Well, I mean, games are more fun, right? Which do you like doing better, the studio or games?
Yeah, games are always amazing because it's always an honor to, get out on the field with the guys and say hello to people that you know or whatnot. And I think, that's just real quick going back to Monday. That's the thing that I guess bothered me, and people say you shouldn't get bothered. Fans are fans, and I'm super appreciative of them. I want them to have their opinions. I hate when players are that's disrespectful. When George said that's disrespectful, watch the tape. That breaks my heart in a way because I want those guys to know how much respect I have for them, and I want to talk about players in a good light. So that's the one thing for me that I was like, dang man, that one sticks a little bit. But I love doing games just because you're in the moment. It's the closest thing to playing. You can't kind of predict it. It's always ever changing, and that I think separates guys. I do love studio stuff because I love being a nerd and breaking down football. So they're both really fun to me.
That's great stuff, man. We're not going to mention the 15-year anniversary. Had enough of that this morning, and I think you're.
Jimmy Garoppolo did that in Denver last year. No big deal.
No big deal. And your quarterback list was much better than a C or a B minus or whatever the hell they gave him, man. Hey,
all good, man.
We appreciate it, Dan. Thank you, man.
Dan.
It was our pleasure.
Keep doing your thing, brother.
Have a great weekend, guys. Thank you.
Too. That is Dan Orlovsky. Really good stuff from Dan on Brock Purdy and some of the stuff he talked about this morning. His top 5 list. He had Mahomes too, so everybody was freaking out. He was basing it on this year. So anyway, good stuff from Dan Orlovsky. 9 minutes away, bro, from Tim Ryan jumping into the studio. We'll have the Tim Ryan Football Hour. Do that coming up. Pop and Lund live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
That's disrespectful to Brock Purdy.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah,
just go. Look, and I think Mac Jones is a fine quarterback.
Yeah.
Currently, what Brock's doing, you look at his stats. Just watch the tape. Like, people just say, "Oh, I see his stats. I see some of the things they talk about on Sunday Night Football." No, like, just watch him move in the pocket. Watch some of these throws that he's making. Sure, is there room for improvement? There's room for improvement on all of us. We can all get better. The reason that Brock gets, it's all focused on him is he's a quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, and we're 5-0. It's one of the most historic franchises. There's always a quarterback, some type of, not controversy, but someone wants to say something about the 49ers quarterback, and that's what it's talked about.
Right.
Okay, so let him talk about it. Just watch the tape and watch what he does every single game. It's phenomenal.
There's George Kittle, and that's what Dan Orlovsky was referencing near the end of our interview. A great interview with Dan Orlovsky of ESPN. Go to KNBR.com if you want to hear the whole thing. I highly encourage it, but that's what he was talking about. He said it breaks his heart when he hears something like that, and that was on Murph and Mac the other day when they had George Kittle on talking about the T-shirt and all that kind of stuff, and Orlovsky basically just said he had heard that, and it broke his heart because obviously Dan does watch the film, and he wanted to come on because, A, he loves us, but B, because he wanted to kind of clarify what he meant when he said that.
And I honestly, I didn't know how he was going to respond to anything, but I kind of thought that's where he would go because he's one of the biggest Brock backers in football. And how can you not be? Because he watches the tape and he knows how good he is from last year and the improvements he's made and how he's elevated Kyle's. Honestly, I've never heard him say a disparaging word about Brock Purdy, Dan Orlovsky. I just think in that situation, and it wasn't like he was misquoted and taken out of context. Because
like a hurricane,
T-Rock is here. Because his what he said is what he said. But what he was saying was if Mac Jones was in a different system and coaching at the level that Brock's getting here with the playmakers around him, he would play much better and more like he played during his rookie year. And whatever happened, he lost his confidence last year. And now he's making such ridiculous choices with the ball. The game against, the pick six that he threw a couple of weeks ago against Dallas, he threw the same play to Kendrick Bourne like 2 plays before. And it's like, don't ever do that again. And in the very next play, he does it, or 2 plays later, and they pick it to Ron Bland. It's a touchdown. So Dan Orlovsky is a big backer, and I could feel his pain when he was talking because, George hears a lot of stuff, and George is as in tuned as anybody. But you don't hear everything that Orlovsky does like I do. I record NFL Live every day and listen to what he says. He loves Brock Purdy, and it hurt his heart for George to take a shot at him, and Tim feels the same. I mean, word choice is important. Sometimes players hear things you say, and I know Trey Lance, when I saw him the other day before the game against the Cowboys, he had heard things I had said about him, and he
talk blank get hit. Come on, Pop.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
No, I know. So, but I never said any disparaging about him.
No, you did not.
No, you asked me, was it honest what you said about him? And it was true, but it hurt him. But anyway, and we've said that players have heard things you say, sometimes, and I think that's where we are with Dan. So anyway, T-Rock is here.
It's Pop in London on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Let's make it official. What's happening? Thanks for joining us every Thursday live from Levi's Stadium. We get the boys together. The broadcast team.
You're coming in hot today.
I'm coming in hot.
She's always coming in hot.
What's going on?
Talk shit. Get hit. Come on, Johnny Lund.
What's happening?
All good, bro. Enjoyed the Brock party the other night.
Pretty good.
It was a lot of fun.
The Brock
He's
of
got to do
Gibraltar.
one already.
Yeah, the Brock of Gibraltar.
Yeah.
He's look. Hey, say what you want about Orlovsky. I don't listen to everything he says. I don't believe half of what he says. Yes, he knows football. Guy was a quarterback in the league for a long time. I hope he knows coverage. I hope he knows the reads. I hope he misses a lot of stuff at the line of scrimmage. I'll say that, like a lot of guys do. And at the end of the day, as I said going into that Dallas game, The test was up front. And if the big boys, including the tight ends and the fullback and the receivers, when you consider the 49er run game, pass that test, both in their run blocking and in protection, they would win the game. And they didn't just pass the test, they aced the test. And to keep, Brock got sacked one time. Obviously, his mobility, they were moving him around a little bit. The first touchdown, he was, right, and he was just taken off to the left, and Kearse was able to get him down. But to keep him clean for the 3 quarters that he was in, the way that they did, when Trent was locked up on Mike Parsons, who's a great player. Look, Mike Parsons didn't forget how to play. I don't know if he's completely healthy. I don't think he was. You can jump on that, but when I saw him matched up against the alpha dog, the lead dog of this group, Trent Williams, he was locked up, and that'll be again a big story because Myles Garrett loves to line up at right end. He lines up everywhere, but they want to be on the blind side of the quarterback, the great ends in pro football. Now, they've moved around a lot more, and they grab matchups, and he'll stand up in the inside and do his little crossover. Looks like Steph Curry at point guard. He's going to run a little crossover and try to get by the center. He is a problem. But when Trent was locked up on Micah Parsons, he was locked up. And then I'll have to say on the other side, Colton McKivitz was outstanding from watching the tape. That is 5 starts for Colton coming into this year. It was rusty week 1 at Pittsburgh. Clearly, the punch and the footwork wasn't working together in sync. He game by game, he's gotten better and better, and that was his best game as a 49er. And then you throw the ghost on top of it, and what Kittle was able to do, and people can look at CMC's yards and say, boy, they bottled him up. Well, from a yard standpoint, they did. But, he's one explosive run away from looking a lot different in terms of the numbers and picked up some big yards when he needed them. Not every play is drawn up to go 25 yards. Sometimes when they need 3, it's drawn up to get 4. And he was able to get the 4. And then defensively, one bad drive in the game. They had the little whip route that Ferguson was able to get an explosive play on. Against Fred, and then CeeDee Lamb with a big play on Isaiah Oliver, creating some separation and got a big one. And then Turpin with the big 7 route, the corner route, and caught him in some man coverage with no help deep, and that dude can go. He's got gas. We know that. And Dak was able to drop it in the bucket. Other than that, the defense totally dominated. I said going into that game, the 2 biggest matchups on the field were going to be the defensive tackles against their Pro Bowl guards in Martin and Tyler Smith, and those guys dominated those matchups when you go back and watch the tape. It's not always going to show up on the stat sheet, but it shows up when you watch the game film. So they got after it. The linebackers were extremely physical. Coverage was tighter. Diamador Lenore with some big plays. Charvarius Ward with some big plays. I think without question that was the most complete defensive performance we've seen this year.
I think from top to bottom. Offense,
Agreed.
defense.
Right.
How good was Mitch Wishnowsky and just everything? It was 42-10, and it could have been 50. They could have easily gotten more. The one
Dallas never got to the red zone. Not one time in the strike zone. Not once.
Wow.
And the 49ers, I think 4 or 5 for 5 the week before, because they can run the ball. When you can run the ball in the red zone, it's a whole different animal.
That's why they were 5 for 5 with McCaffrey.
Exactly, and how they need to defend you. And then the one they didn't get was a great play by Donovan Wilson. Give him credit; he ripped it out when Christian was on his way down. And you go back and watch the play; that was a great play by him.
It was,
and they got it out at the 2. Otherwise, the 49ers were going to punch it in.
So the physicality of the offensive line's performance. And I personally don't think Micah was right in that game coming off the left knee, but still he was out there. But the way they just pummeled their defensive line, and it got to be a point, especially on J.P. Mason's run, what they did to him on the kick out.
Yeah.
It was just an onslaught. And they ran it, 41 times in the game, Tim, for 170 yards. And McCaffrey was not the leading rusher. J.P. Mason was. But then you have Brock throwing 4 touchdowns, 252 yards on 24 attempts. So they are perfectly balanced offensively right now, where you don't know at that mesh point on the handoff if he's going to give it or pull it and boot it. But the physicality of the offensive line, the way they just pummeled Dallas's front 7.
Yeah,
wow.
And the front 7, as we know, going into the game, and I will not forget, I got a lot of respect for how they play and how Dan Quinn coaches those guys up front and their rotation. But when you watch the the physicality of the offensive line and the mentality and the mindset. It's what Kyle Shanahan has always wanted to do, and these guys have taken it. And I think Aaron Banks is going to be okay, thank God, with his biceps injury. But even when they put the second and second team guys in there, Matt Pryor had to go in there and play guard at the end of the game. He is a freaking dump truck in there, bro. The way he gets after people and moves people at the line of scrimmage. I think he's played guard 2 or 3 plays his whole career. A couple of years ago, and to be able to just insert him in there and get that kind of physicality, ice cold right off the bench, that just tells you the mindset of what Chris Furster and James Craig and all those guys teach, and I love to see it and as the year goes on, John, we've talked about this a lot. The run game gets better and better and better because it's a band of brothers. It's 7 guys playing together when you include the tight ends and the fullback. Kittle is without question the best blocking tight end in the pro game. I don't even think it's close when you watch all the tape and watch what he does. And then Juice, he's so much more than a fullback. I love the Pro Football Focus has him rated the 5th fullback in pro football. It's an absolute joke. And they're right on a lot of their stuff. But a lot of their stuff is there's a lot of discretionary thoughts that are going into these guys that are grading these players on film. He plays more H-back and more tight end right now and everything else than he plays fullback. We're not running a lot of Bob leads where he's leading up on the inside backer in a true I-back set. He is kind of the juice or the glue that holds it all together and what he's able to do in another big game for him, and I was happy for him. But the blocking and the aiming points and how this thing is syncing up over the last couple of weeks, the way Kyle coaches it and the wrinkles that he puts on it. This offense has changed so much in the a lot of the concepts are still the same. I will bet you there was 100+ new wrinkles in the game plan last week. 100+ new wrinkles in the game plan, both run and pass. And for the offensive line to be able to process that, and the quarterback to have the aptitude to be able to process it, digest it, and then go execute it. I mean, what a treat for the play caller and the head coach and Kyle Shanahan. I mean, and I've said this a couple times. It's reminiscent to me, and it could even, and there's a lot of football left, as we know. But go back and watch that Atlanta team when they went to the Super Bowl and when Kyle was the offensive coordinator calling all the plays. It was almost like because of the quarterback play and the execution and then all the wrinkles and the processing and the things I just talked about on top of it, you could chalk 30+ up every game. And right now, I think the 49ers are on that kind of roll.
I want to flip it to the other side because you'll love talking about this guy for all these guys, and it's hard in a 42-10 blowout win to go to one guy. But Fred Warner and everything that he did, from an interception to a sack to the fumble to just everything he does just in general, and I thought it was so cool. He's got this podcast going on, Warner Family, and he broke down the sack. He broke down the interception. I mean, the guy is so smart. You know him very well.
He's a 5-star quarterback playing middle linebacker on defense. And what people don't know is all the stuff he takes away that you never get to see. Here's an in cut coming. He's going to feather over to that because he's going to take that away and then go pursue or set the quarterback up, open his hips to the slot, knowing that the quarterback's going back the other way. The games that he's playing with the quarterback and taking stuff away, not just pre-snap, but post-snap, is pretty amazing. And then you sprinkle in all the stuff that you just talked about. The sack was a huge play. Obviously, fast start on defense I thought was key because going into that game, Dallas is not the same playing catch-up. You saw that in the Arizona game when they lost to the Arizona Cardinals. And to go out there and to have 2 3-and-outs and then to get the takeaway on the third drive, where Fred I was calling him Tommy Hitman Hearns, and probably I was going to go Hagler, and I'm like, well,
you did go Hagler.
Hagler's a southpaw.
In the break,
People probably will know the Hitman Hearns name a little bit better with this younger generation. But to come in with that straight right, I think Collinsworth called it an overhand, right? I can't.
That's going to go peanut punch.
Yeah, but to be able to do that in the precision. To do that across the body at full speed and the hand-eye coordination it takes to do that and to hit it right on the spot, that is so hard to do. And for him to do it on their biggest run of the night to Tony Pollard, that obviously took the air out of the Dallas Cowboys. And then, as Pop and I like to say, the way that football is shaped, John, you never know where it's going to bounce. And for it not to touch anybody, to not touch Fred's leg, to not touch Oren Burke's leg, and for Kevin Givens, that's why I love the swarm, and every good things happen to people that run to the football. And Kevin Givens' elbow was in that much to the white stripe and was able to secure that football.
You called that early, too. I'll give it to you,
get a huge takeaway.
You said it right away. Greg Papa is obviously here, and Tim Ryan is here for the Football Hour as we do it every Thursday from Levi Stadium. We'll look ahead to the Cleveland Browns. Very good defense. What's going on at quarterback? Plus, Randy Gregory spoke for the first time, and he looks like he's going to play against Cleveland.
Oh, another dog in the kennel. Here we go.
So we'll get into it. You could tell D-Rock is excited about it. We'll get into it next only here on the Sports Leader.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The newest 49er speaks, Randy Gregory, as T-Rock just said. Another dog in the kennel. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Oh, hey there. John Lund for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? You don't want that. Some aren't even based in the entire state. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and it's been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, they're all out there. Children, they're playing. They're all around us. So please be careful. And let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than $1 billion. That's with a B. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But here's what's great. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates. No upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now back to Papa and Lund and Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about a tidal wave rush?
This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's a handoff to Pollard coming wide left, turns the corner on Greenlaw. Fumbled the ball!
Ball out!
It's in bounds still. Kevin Givens got it. Is he up against the sideline?
I think
They
it's
give it to the
49er
Niners
football.
now.
I think Kevin
the
Givens got
49ers
it.
have recovered the ball. The only question is,
was he out of bounds?
Was he out of bounds, or did the ball go out of bounds?
The rolling on the field of a fumble recovered by the defense.
It touched nobody.
It hit Fred Warner's foot.
After review, the rolling on the field stands. The fumble is recovered by San Francisco. First down.
They got CeeDee Lamb, the number 3 receiver, inside. Now he goes in motion right, followed by Isaiah Oliver. 49ers are tipping man on 3rd and 2. Dak back, plenty of time. Pumps, now rolls left. Now he's going to get sacked by Fred Warner and Javon Kinlaw. He's getting the ball out of his hands quick against everybody but the Niners. He held the ball way too long.
If we could just come back to the fumble for a minute. Ball out is always good, all right?
I was a little late.
Good.
I couldn't believe he got me on that. He jumped me on that one.
Because he says ball out before I can say fumble because I'm calling the play.
So it's ball out. Ooh, a little.
No,
what's going on here?
No, it's good.
And then, but I got to give you credit because I had the earbuds in watching that play, and nobody in the media booth could tell. And you right away were like, "Boom, man!"
Well, I think it got it edited out. He said it touched Fred. I go, no, it did not.
Because the way it turned, looked like the way the oblong ball changed direction. It looked like it was kicked by.
It did, and then there was another look at it where you could see space that it was not. So, again, love the shape of the ball, love the hustle, the swarm, and it all started with that straight right from Fred Warner, and then his sack was, I believe that was right after the Christian McCaffrey the next drive where the 49 and then so the momentum swung back to the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
Had a long field in front of them. Could they make something out of it? 3rd and 2, short yardage. They're a number. One of the top teams, if not the top team in the league on 3rd down, because they lived in a lot of 3rd and shorts. And for Fred to get that, and that's there was points last year, and a lot of it depends on the coverage they're in and what they're in defensively. But I love the linebacker being a secondary contained player. So when Dak busted out of the pocket to the left, Fred bumped CeeDee Lamb on his route, which threw the timing off of everything. There's one of the things that happens that people don't notice. You picked up on it right away. So that threw the timing. CeeDee wasn't where he was supposed to be because Fred got him off track with a little bump in the chuck zone. But when the quarterback breaks contain, typically our linebackers are not going to cover grass. And that's, again, part of knowing the whole grid and what teams are doing conceptually. Like, in Fred's mind, he knows there's nothing left to cover. I'm not going to just stand here and wait for somebody to come into this zone. Get on your horse, go get the quarterback. And he did that. Almost fell for the little pump fake, came off the ground a little bit. That would be the coaching point. Don't leave the ground, don't jump. But he's got enough athleticism that he was back on the ground, and then Dak just had to protect the football. That was a huge sack, huge momentum play for them.
Just a brilliant play all around. Different plays, the peanut punch, the Marvin Hagler. And they're just, getting the ball right on that. And the play where they motion CD, it's one-on-one with Isaiah Oliver. He's going to run that shallow cross. He takes that away, and then he makes a play on Dak and gets him on the ground. The play where the interception where Demo Lenore drives on Gallup on the slant. Fred's going the other way.
He didn't even undercut it. He overcut it.
Whatever it was, he was right there.
Right.
So Fred was in his back pedal, was turned the other way, comes off of him, gets
Flips
the ball.
his hips. That's right.
And as you say, in $2, he's running with CeeDee Lamb or Brandon Cooks like 50 yards down the field. It's the same thought to me about McCaffrey can't win an MVP because he's a running back. Really? The essence of our offense is built on McCaffrey running the ball and all the action off of it. To say Fred is just a linebacker, Luke Kuechly played like this.
Right.
One play he's blitzing, sacking. The next play he's in the secondary. Polamalu was the same kind of guy.
Right.
Sometimes you think, are there 54s on the field? He's all over the grid.
Yeah, and again, back to the PFF. I don't know where they have him. The 5th, 6th, 7th rated inside linebacker.
Mike linebacker is 5th?
Yeah, I got the number here somewhere. It's
based on what?
Again, based on what? Based on the lens of the person who's looking through it and trying to grade him. All the things that he does are outstanding. And again, not to
And
mention
very
the
different.
things,
Who does all that?
Not to mention the things that you don't see for Fred Warner. So, his sack numbers are going to have to be up there. His takeaway numbers are going to have to, because so much of it is driven by those numbers in terms of, interceptions, sacks, takeaways. His tackles will be up near the top as they always are. But I will say this about Fred. I think he's got 2 sacks now to this point on the season. I will say by the end of the year, he's going to have 7 or 8 sacks, which will be a career high for him. He has not had a lot of sacks. Those will be a career high for him. When you look at his interceptions, he has not had, he's dropped some, he's had some big ones. That number is going to be 5+ by the end of the season. So I think he will have the numbers certainly to be talked about and to be on that list. And now when you add Randy Gregory to this group, and look, it's going to take, this guy's been mostly an outside linebacker in a 5-man front. Yes, he's rushed the nickel and gotten down in a 3-point stance and a sprinter stance, and he's run the corner a lot in nickel sub packages as a pass rusher. But to be out there as a full-time end in this defense, there's a lot to it. It's not just run up field. You're a 9 technique. That's what you got. Set the edge. There's a lot to it based on what's happening in front of him, based on the running back set. Is the running back in near or is he in far? Which means is he to your side or is he to the other side? So much. And then what does the guy do from a schematic standpoint, either the tight end or the tackle in front of you? Is he down blocking? Is he double teaming? Is he trying to get to the second level? Is he trying to kick? And all of that stuff changes the defensive end's technique and now what he's got to do and where he fits on the defense. Maybe sometimes based on a formation, you've got to force the pulling guard and force it back inside. Maybe if it's a different formation, you've got to spill it, which means you've got to come underneath the pulling guard and force it to the edge, to the next edge setter that's out there. So I think all that stuff for him is going to be a work in progress. His eyes are going to have to get right, and he's going to have to rep it. And Kasarik and Tapp do a great job of repping all that stuff over. And it's funny, you watch Drake Jackson, you watch Cleve Furrow, you watch Bosa, and just go watch the drills like we get the privilege to be able to do, and it's like clockwork. Boom, they're on it. They see it, they react the right way in the way that it's coached. It's going to be a work in progress for Randy's eyes. But third down, rushing the passer on the other side of Bosa, get ready because this dog can hunt. And he can finish, and he's strong, and he's nasty, and he's got that 49er mentality that he's going to finish, and he's going to finish people, and he's going to finish with physicality. So from that standpoint, he's an absolute perfect fit.
He's interesting because I after they acquired him, I watched a bunch of videos because he's had a history of marijuana use and mental and all these kind of things. He seems like, and then I watched the entire interview yesterday with the media for the first time for about 10 minutes. He seems like a very bright guy. He seems like much more mature. He talked about his family. He talked about his situation. He seems like he's in a great spot. And just because you just mentioned it, third down, I mean, here's a guy who kind of looks like Alden Smith. He's very long legs, long levers kind of a guy. And if for right now, because you just talked about it, it's more intricate than I think people believe that, okay, the guy comes in, he's going to be fine. But as you said, now that you've got double teams on the inside, you got double teams on Bosa, and now nothing against those other guys, but especially on passing downs, if you can just unleash him to the quarterback.
2 things are going to happen. You either, and we'll see with Cleveland, and I'm looking forward to their protection plan, and we'll see who their quarterback is. But they run a lot of 5-man protection now. And if you do that plays right into the 49ers' hands because the ball's coming out in under 2 seconds. And unless it's a go route down the sideline and he's trying to throw it over the top, it's going to be a quick game. And that plays right into the wheelhouse of the 49ers with their tracking and tackling at the second level with the linebackers and the safeties. Or it's going to be they're going to keep extra guys in to protect. And then the 49ers, because you can keep 7 in. If there's 4 coming, 2 guys are still getting a one-on-one. So, and typically those guys, the guys that the 49ers can deploy out there in that turbo unit, 2 guys are going to win. So now you've reduced the number of guys that are out in the pattern. And now the 49ers can start doubling who they want to double. They still have free players they'll have a spy on the quarterback if he wants to take off. They've got extra players on the back end to do what they wanted to do in terms of schematically versus a reduced number of guys that are out in the pattern. So it's pick your poison on what you want to do in terms of protection.
All right, there's the latest on Randy Gregory. Should play in Cleveland coming up on Sunday. We'll look at the Browns. Very tough defensively, and the quarterback situation is up in the air. We'll ask him about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, the Tim Ryan Football Hour down here at Levi's Stadium. As we are every Thursday, we've talked a lot about the Dallas game. One other quick note for Dallas, and we'll move on to Cleveland. It's not like we were just talking about the MVP and how it's always a quarterback and talking about Christian McCaffrey and whether he can win it. As far as Defensive Player of the Year is concerned, it's become kind of an edge rusher or defensive lineman award. 7 of the last 8, with the exception being Stephon Gilmore in 2019. But in the last true linebacker to win it, not an edge guy, not a TJ Watt
linebacker.
Luke Kuechly, as you said, won it in 2013. And then before that, Urlacher won it in 2005, and Ray Lewis won it in 2003. So it could happen. I mean, Stephon Gilmore's a corner.
Polamalu won
it,
right?
19. I have to go back a little bit.
It definitely
could do
it definitely could happen. And if Fred continues at this pace, because he does play a lot like Kuechly, there's so much more than just the statistics, and that's how Kuechly was. I mean, he would set guys up, he'd bait guys to make throws, he'd bait guys to throw into, loaded zones with defenders, just based on what he did pre-snap. That's what I love about pro football. Everybody's talented. We get it. Everybody's got the athletic ability to be out there. Pro football, 80% of it's from the neck up, especially when you're talking about the positions that aren't on the line of scrimmage. Now, for the 49ers offensive line, so much of it's from the neck up, but you got to – it takes different skill sets to be in the combat zone at the line of scrimmage. And if you don't have those, you're typically not going to survive for a long time, and you're not going to thrive and excel. But when you're at the second level – linebacker, nickel corner, safety, same on offense, running back, tight end, receivers. There's so much to it from the neck up. I mean, this 49er offense, post-snap, everything changes. And that's again why Brock, and keep putting shade on Brock, that's fine. I love everybody saying anybody could do it. It's Kyle Shanahan's system. I've seen a lot of quarterbacks in this system. Not many of them, and there have been a few, and they've won MVP. Not many of them look like Brock Purdy in terms of how he processes, and can execute seamlessly on time. I mean, I love Jimmy Garoppolo as a person. He won a lot of games here, and Jimmy's got a lot of grit. You watch the Monday night game, and it's like, it's frantic still, because it's unsure of where to deliver the mail like that. And if you don't have it like that, that's what it's going to look like for a lot of these guys. And then if you don't have exceptional mobility and escapability to create, right, and to go play playground football, as I like to say in the scramble drill, and now make a lot of plays with your legs and get the defense to break down when you get outside the pocket running around, it's going to be a challenge. You have got to be on every week, on point from the neck up in terms of what you're looking at. And against these NFL defenses, when everything changes post-snap and you've been prepared for this, now it's like that, and you've got 2 seconds to make your mind up. And if you don't put it in the right spot, it might be going back the other way. That's why it's the hardest job in professional sports, not to mention you've got 11 guys trying to rip your ear hole out every play and get after you. And that's what makes Brock so precocious in terms of being way beyond his years, in terms of how he can digest all this and then go out there and make it look easy. And it's hard.
And you said that from his first game when he came in against Miami.
Precocious Purdy.
You did. You had precocious Purdy. The 3rd and 10, cover 0 blitz, told Kittle to be open over the middle. The next week against Todd Bowles, all the blitzes he got. But he is getting better. And I want to ask you about 3 different plays that John and I have been talking about this week, because you'll be able to get into it. The first touchdown pass. They get into the high red zone. They're in the 19-yard line. It's not the 20. Micah goes off the field for a couple of plays, so he's out. So they put him in a shotgun, and he takes a 3-step drop off the shotgun. What's the one area we could critique him mildly last year? This quarterback sneaks, and now he's got the Purdy plunge. But he would occasionally step up and go to his left out
and
of the
retreat.
Pocket.
Retreat to his left.
So this one, he climbed the pocket, dipped the shoulder to get under DeMarcus Lawrence, came out on the run, and he hit George for a touchdown. That was a big-time play. And then I think the 2 most beautiful plays were, I was thinking about you and the new arm he's got. The 3rd and 4 corner route to IU.
On the Burford holding play?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
What a throw that was.
What a throw that was.
So it's down the sideline, 40-yard gain. You're on the 10. Hold on, holding 74. Now it's 3rd and 14. And he hits that dagger over the middle against their 2-deep zone to Debo, and he hits him right in stride where he can catch and take it back in the red zone. So
and that could have easily been a house call. He got tripped up from behind.
So
Ayuk was in position to block.
Step up, to dip under Lauren, get out to his right, and then those two throws back-to-back plays.
Yeah, fully agree with everything you just said. And the 3rd and 14, again, it was split safeties, but it's the old two-buck Tampa Bay Buccaneer cover 2 defense, which really becomes cover 3 because the corners are sucked up tight if there's routes that are holding them. Now the safeties split wider, and the middle backer has got to run with a seam route. He has got to run right down the middle of the field, from here to the end zone, to the back of the end zone. So, and we've seen Fred do that, and teams love to do that on long down and distance, right? Keep it all in front of you, rally up, and make the tackle. That's what made the Bucs so great for all those years with Monty Kiffin and John Lynch is it was the Gulf Coast defense against the West Coast offense. Keep it all in front of you. They're eventually going to get frustrated and throw to the jaws of the coverage. But for the time being, let's keep it all in front. 2 deep safeties, 5 underneath, rally up and tackle. And then they morphed into the 2-buck, and Urlacher did great things with it with Lovie Smith and all that stuff. So as soon as Brock saw Van Der Esch turn his hips and run, it just and to throw to a spot. To Debo on that play, and then the one to Ayuk, same thing, just throw into spots, read the coverage.
And that was different because it was man coverage,
right? And
the way
just
he dropped it out, or
just inside of Van Der Esch's arms and raised hands to put that one on the money. Yeah. But back to the first one. What I loved about the first one, and we're going to see it again this week. I think these guys can rush the passer. I mean, we know that.
Miles,
and the way that it's high octane rush and a lot like the 49ers play, may the Schwartz be with you, if you will, with Jim Schwartz and what he brings to the table. And I've always had a lot of respect for him. Covered a lot of his games when he was a D coordinator for Jeff Fisher in Tennessee, when he was a head coach with the Lions. There's a bravado about him that is old school, and I like it. And his guys have taken on that personality, the way they play. They get after it, snap to whistle, no question about it. So Brock's going to probably have to use some of that mobility again this week. And moving around the pocket, and I do appreciate how he's stepping up in the pocket. One thing about stepping up in the pocket, which is good, is if you get sacked, it's a 2 or 3 yard loss. It's not 9, 10, 11, 12 in terms of the big negative play when you're retreating. So no one likes sacks, but when they're for -2, it's a lot better than -10. But to step up and then to pop out to the right and spill out to the right once the rush declared itself past him. What I loved about the play, and Kittle's running the over route from the other side of the field and runs away from Marquise Bell, who's got heat. But if your eyes aren't in the right spot, Kittle's by you. He's got that kind of juice. But what I loved about Purdy's play, it was like a Steph Curry 3, bro. He threw it and was already headed for the other end of the court before it even hit Kittle's arms. It's like, bang. He knew it was going down. I loved that play, and I loved the little naughty nod route from Kittle down in the end zone.
He loves that.
The naughty nod. If you go back
Kittle
and
does
watch
Dallas, by the way.
Yeah, if you go back and watch that play, and a lot of times Kittle's going to run the corner route on that.
That's what you thought, right?
And he just nods his head, just a quick nod to the outside, and it was a full nod, and then back to the inside. And Christian gets a great block on the play action to chop down the rusher, and boom, right on the money. It is so fun to watch this offense when they're synced up.
Well, one of the things, and you just mentioned it, that I don't think people talk about enough unless they go back and watch, is that the anticipation that he has. Like you said, he did that nod. That's when Purdy threw the ball.
Right.
So the ball's getting released, and then when he turns, that ball is right there. And that's where I think we talk about him seeing it.
It's the difference between catching that's the difference between a successful play and a play that is going to be up for grabs. Great anticipation throws. What made Joe Montana great? Anticipation. Throwing it to spots and trusting his guys were going to be there. And that's the whole game, especially in this game that is, and it's always been the passing game. But when Bill Walsh, it became more basketball on grass, the quick game, get it out, boom, throw it to spots. Pick and choose your matchups on the deep shots. And out of all of Brock's, assets, his anticipation and knowing the grid and where guys are going to be. And that's why I always say deliver the mail on time. And on time many times is before the guy even makes his break. Go back to the Ronnie Bell touchdown against the Giants. Man coverage off. He's not even in his break yet. It's a 0 blitz. Brock's got a guy bearing down on him.
Turns away from
Ronnie
him
hadn't even stuck his right foot in the ground yet.
Incredible.
Amazing.
And he throws it to a spot, and what happens? You throw that ball a tick later, it may be going the other direction. It's certainly not going to have the outcome that it had with Ronnie Bell getting the touchdown.
By the way, precocious, exhibiting mature qualities at an unusually early age. Just so you know,
kind of like yourself, John.
Yeah, I've been called that many
I learned
times.
that word when I got to USC my freshman year because it was in the media guide.
They were describing you?
Yeah, because I think my beard was about like
is
this.
that why you go? Is that why you
It's
go?
the only reason I
Precocious
know
Birdie?
that name.
'Cause you was precocious Ryan.
Exactly.
Wow.
But mine was physical, not mental.
Both.
That is outstanding.
Precocious Papa? I don't know if I ever had that one.
It's too late for that, Pop.
All right, take it easy.
Early
Take it
age.
easy.
It's too
I
late
got
for
time
that.
to reinvent myself.
Yes.
True, and you do every week.
I
That's
do.
what I love about it.
I do.
All right, more against Cleveland, how the 49ers are going to attack them and vice versa. We'll get into that whole conversation and what's going on with the quarterback. Tim will give us a few thoughts on that next on the Sports Eater.
faithful. This hour, we go from snap to whistle.
It's the mindset of full speed, nonstop, snap to whistle.
This is Tim Ryan's Bull Rush with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's an end around and a flea flicker. Back to Brock Purdy. Takes a shot down the sideline to George Kittle. Kittle all the way to the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
With a little razzle-dazzle reverse flea flicker. They flip it to McCaffrey. He flips it back to Debo. Debo flips it to Purdy, and Purdy drops it to George Kittle down the sideline.
You know, there's a subtlety there. Tim Ryan is here, and we're going to get into the Browns here in a second. We got 10 more minutes or so left with Tim, and we're going to get into the Browns side of things. Uncertainty at quarterback, really good defense. You mentioned Jim Schwartz. But one thing, since we played that highlight of the flea flicker coming in, the intricacy of Kyle, which is a lot of times teams will run a flea flicker like that from the pocket, and therefore the rush is going to get to you. He runs it from the right, gives Purdy that extra time. And by the way, go back and watch that, people, where George is block,
stalk and
boom.
go.
It was, I mean, there's so many details to a play like that being
well,
successful.
how about it's a 4-toss boss? I mean, 1 toss
takes a long time,
to CMC, 2 toss to Debo, 3 toss back to Brock, and then Brock with the toss over the top.
And if you get that outside,
Honestly,
then you buy yourself
and
that
we
time.
saw it, they ran that like 3 times. And my first thought was, that ain't going to work against Micah Parsons. You don't have enough time to do all that. But it's the McCaffrey.
And the beauty of calling is when everything else is working, that's when it works.
Exactly.
Because their eyes are somewhere else. Like, is it this? Oh, it's McCaffrey around the corner. Oh, no, it's Debo.
Right.
And there's just not enough time to react when the 49ers can execute it like that, and they're more worried about other things.
Right.
That's when that play works. That play doesn't work when nothing's working.
Right.
Because now it's like there's no real threat, right? It's like just go get it.
Right.
We're not worried about the toss to McCaffrey. So I think, and 49ers have got a lot of those in the playbook, and we've seen them. We will not disclose any of them until they happen on the field, but there's definitely more opportunities to do things. I think, looking at Cleveland this week, I think you look at their numbers, they are outstanding. Again, it's hot up front. Their linebackers are unbelievably aggressive. When you look at Anthony Carter and Owusu Koromora, I think is his name. And,
Nice job,
I've already got these guys down.
Taki.
Here we go.
I saw that name. I knew you had
we
some.
We may do a little TikTok.
Yeah, I do.
Taki.
I do not do TikTok. I'll do Taki though. And they've got a very good safety in Delpit. They've got very good corners that are sticky.
Yeah.
There's man coverage all over the place.
He
is a big time press cover corner, can also play off man. He's not the biggest guy at 5'10", 183 pounds. Good luck tackling Debo, and they're going to try. There's no question. They get after it. But Debo's a different missile to get to the ground just because of his mass and his willpower and his ability.
And he's so fast.
And he's got juice. So get ready for some perimeter, laser screens, rocket screens, that stuff out to the perimeter to check the tackling of those guys. But I think when you look at these guys, I think you can get them in a couple of ways. The Cowboys, it was between the tackles in the run game. And I see those same opportunities again with the way the offensive line's playing. You've got to get these linebackers out of position. And how do you get them out of position is you show them a 19 toss that ends up being an 11 cutback. You know what I mean? It's like you get them flying, and then some misdirection type stuff, and the 49ers have got all that in their playbook. Hit them on the perimeter, get those guys running, and then get some inside runs, sistered and married up to that. So I think those opportunities are going to be there. Brock moving around the pocket is something he's going to have to do. The only area this defense has really struggled is they've only got 3 takeaways. 1 interception, and it's Delpit, who is a very, very good player, both run and pass. That young safety wearing number 22, and they play him up a lot in the box. And then their red zone numbers, I think they're 25th in keeping people out of the end zone when they're down in the red zone. But you go back and look at them, I think they've only had 8 drives against them, and Baltimore was able to capitalize. I think you look at the Baltimore tight end, who's very good, was able to hit him with some big plays. But other than that, this team gave up 1 touchdown in the first 3 3 games. And
they've given up 5 all year.
Right.
Offensive touchdowns.
Right.
The 49ers scored 6 against Dallas alone. A word about Myles Garrett, because when you watch Micah, you're thinking, this guy gets
This is a
off
different
the ball.
animal now. This is a different animal.
Because he's 272 pounds.
Maybe
but
more.
Actually,
He looks bigger than that
maybe
to me.
280. His getting off the line of scrimmage is the fastest in football, 0.61. They quantify how long it takes to pressure, number 1 in the NFL at 2.12. So, I mean, we thought run at Micah, but this guy's 280 pounds. What do you do with Myles Garrett?
I think you can run at him, too. I think he's definitely a more multifaceted player in terms of his strength and power. Micah's got to really whip you on the snap in terms of his speed and get to your edge. This guy can pressure and get rid of you. That's, he's got real long arms, and he's got enough. Mike has been mostly a linebacker. The guy was a great running back in high school and played a lot of off-the-ball linebacker. This guy's always had his hand in the dirt, so he knows how to defend running plays. But there are opportunities to get – and look, Jim Schwartz and Chris Kasarik, we haven't talked about this yet, is that's where Kasarik comes from, the 9 techniques, those wide defensive ends. And the big part of the defense, why you play like that, is you've got to have guys on the inside that are great players. In Ndamukong Suh in Detroit when Jimmy was there. Albert Hainsworth in Tennessee when Jimmy was there. And you've got to have a middle linebacker, a Mike linebacker in that triangle, the 2 D tackles and the middle backer behind him that can dominate the triangle, because, Pop, you're forcing everything back to the inside. That's what the 9 techniques do in the run game. They push everything to the inside. They funnel it all between the tackles, and you've got to have those players inside. They've got good players, and Dalvin Tomlinson's a good player. I think they can move Elliott a little bit.
Zadarius Smith is there now.
Not in the run game, and he'll get in there in the pass game and line up as a 3 technique and be in there. But when you're talking about running opportunities, I think there's opportunities to get the edge widened with Myles Garrett getting upfield and Zadarius Smith on the other side. And then when I look at Trent and I look at McKivitz and I look at the offensive guards and Burford and Aaron Banks, they can get movement on those defensive tackles.
They got Mo Hurst in there.
And if Mo Hurst beats you off the snap with a quick little move, spiking or slanting inside, he can get in the backfield and wreak some havoc. If you can get up under his pads on a double team, you can get him moved out of there. And that's what everyone tries to do to the 49ers, too. When do we see good runs? When the D tackles are getting that crunch block, right? That double team and getting pushed into the linebackers, and the fits are a little bit cloudy for the linebackers. I think those are the areas where you can run at these guys. And then in the passing downs, just be very mindful of where 95 lines up. And not as much as Micah in terms of moving around right and left. He looks to me like he likes to be on the right side more, going against Trent Williams. I like that matchup for Trent, but he'll line up right over the center's head in Jake Brendel, and he's got this little crossover move. He thinks he's a point guard, and he's got the quickness to be able to do it. So that'll be a challenge. The running backs are going to have to be on point where you protect. You got to have a plan for a guy like Myles Garrett, because I think he had 3.5 sacks against Tennessee. He can wreck your game, like Aaron Donald can wreck your game and force splash plays on the quarterback, which a lot of times can turn into turnovers and takeaways for the defense. So he's the guy they got to be able to handle. And then I think when you look at the matchup against their secondary, it's going to be about running. It's going to be about beating man coverage. I mean, these guys, if you show them 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers, they're 90+% tight coverage. And whether it's man or cover 3 match, they end up a lot with a deep middle safety and isolated on the corners. And Ayuk's route running has just gotten better and better and better. And Debo has certainly got more juice than he had before with some of those inside releases. Kittle on their safeties is a good matchup. Where people don't realize where George has improved, and this goes back a few years ago when John Embry was coaching him. George is so much better at the top of his routes when he's getting ready to make his break, using his body, his size to like nudge somebody a little bit to create that separation when he puts his foot in the ground. That's where his game has gone north. He doesn't just have to run away from you. He's got route running ability and that spatial awareness that he knows how to create separation for himself. CMC can beat anybody in man coverage. So if they want to line up and play that tight coverage, 49ers got to create separation, which I'm confident they can. And now it's a different kind of throw for Brock. It's not as much throwing to spots in zone windows. is it's about making tight throws versus man coverage. Those are a challenge. But then the biggest thing on top of that is he can make those throws, put those on point, give guys an opportunity to get the yards after the catch, let the Yak Bros roll. And the problem with man now is if that first guy misses a tackle, you can have that secondary separated and spread out. There's not another zone defender waiting for you to converge and make a tackle. So break that first tackle yards after the catch. It's going to be a fun game. It's going to be a huge challenge for this offense.
The reason why, obviously, they were one of the top picks, and that division is really bunched up. We're going to see Cincinnati after that. We've already seen Pittsburgh. We're going to see Baltimore on Christmas. You've got all these teams together. The reason why a lot of people thought Cleveland was going to be the tops of it is the defense we were just talking about, but then Deshaun Watson and Chubb, and all of a sudden, no Chubb and no Watson. He's got a bruised rotator cuff. He got cleared last week, but he still feels the pain in there. And Dorian Thompson-Robinson, you hate UCLA, so I know you're going to rip the guy.
He was very good in the preseason. And good in the preseason.
So what P.J. Walker tape have you watched?
Exactly.
I watched Carolina from last year. Yeah. Obviously, Steve Wilkes knows him and knows what his skill sets are. I don't know. The guy started 7 games, I think.
4-3.
4-3 in 7 starts. He's not the biggest guy. He's a Temple guy. He knows what he's doing. He's been around long enough. But I think it plays right into this defense in terms of, I like the matchup at the line of scrimmage. Again, back to the D tackles. These guards for them are, you look at
Batonio. He may not play
at White. I know he's got an injury going in. And I don't know if Postic's going to play the center. Yeah. If it's not him, it's Nick Harris.
Wills has regressed. The left tackle.
Well, he thinks he's Trent Williams, and I know he watched a lot of tape on Trent because if you go back and study Trent when he was in Washington, Bill Callahan, who was his line coach. Bill went to Cleveland when Trent came out here. And then they drafted this kid with the mindset that this Alabama offensive tackle was Trent Williams with those type of skill sets. He's athletic, he's big, he's long. And I know they had him watch a lot of Trent Williams tape. And I know how Bill coaches it, probing with your hands in terms of the protection. But to me, he's not Trent Williams for a variety of reasons. Not anybody can be Trent Williams. He's the best in pro football. He's a surefire, first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't know if this guy's got the dog that Trent has in terms of just that I'm not losing no matter what. You might get me, but you're not going to get me again. That mentality, I'll bite your ankles off if I have to. You're not going to do this again.
I'll fight your place kicker before kickoff.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever it takes. So I like the matchup versus those guards in the center inside with 49er inside players. They're both physical. They're nasty. They play the right way in terms of offensive linemen. But if you can get their hands down and make them use their feet and be dancers instead of maulers, and the 49ers can get to an edge as good as anybody, I like that matchup inside. And then you look at the right tackle. The rookie is
DeJuan Jones.
He's the biggest human being that they've played this year. He's 6'8.5". He's 374 pounds. But if you watch, he's massive. But if you watch him, you can read. He's still young. He's a rookie. You can read what he's doing. So if he's got a wide base, he's going to set
he gets
wide.
That foot way back too.
Well, that's when he's vertical dropping, John. Yeah. That's when he's going to set vertical, and he's going to try to get back so he doesn't get run around. Don't give that kind of cue to Nick Bosa, because if he knows you're set, he's set. If you know what I'm saying, because he knows what to do on top of it. So the guy's pretty good though. For a rookie, he's had to step in there for Conklin, but I'm going to see the opportunity where guys can run around him when he gets into a certain set. And then when he's really trying to kick back and get vertical, because he's so big, he gets his pads up. When you get your pads up and Bosa sees it, it's a freight train.
He's 6'8".
And he's 6'8". And so Bosa will be working from a leverage perspective in terms of what his vantage point will be. And if Nick gets you on your heels, you're getting trucked. He's got that kind of power to bull rush you to your back. So there's going to be one or two of those, I would think, in this game. DeJuan Jones will have his hands full.
Yeah, he's 6'8", 374. He's an Ohio State guy.
Right.
Like you said, they lost Conklin. So there you go. All right, man.
Play your best or get beat. Let's go.
We got USC Notre Dame Saturday.
Oh, let's see if that
Where's that game?
It's in South Bend.
Yeah.
Wow.
See if that USC defense can step up.
How far is that from Cleveland, John?
Too far for you to go.
It's near Chicago.
He's worried about me.
You could do it. Come
South
on,
Bend,
let's go.
Indiana. It's near Chicago.
Yeah, right.
But we're going
right there.
We're going to Northeast Ohio.
Yeah, a little far.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Good to see you, man.
Let's go. Week 6 of 20 or 21, depending. Let's keep it rolling.
Yeah, very good.
Always good, fellas.
That is the great Tim Ryan. We love doing the football hour from 11 to noon every single Thursday down here at Levi Stadium. It's Pop in London on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Bottom of the hour, our good friend Adam Snyder, former offensive lineman for the 49ers and Cardinals, but we'll forget that part of it. He knows
Brock
He's
from
down
high
there.
school.
Yeah, so we'll talk to him at about 12:30. Let's expand a little bit more on Randy Gregory, because I was fascinated in watching a couple of videos when he was both with the Cowboys and the Broncos. But yesterday he met with the media for the first time, talked for about 10 minutes, very mature. By the way, hair's cut off, man. He doesn't have the dreads running out the back.
That.
He's got it all cleaned up. Here he is with, everybody's going to ask him, of course, about his mental state, and here's what he says about that.
It's going well. I think, I have everything where it needs to be. Like I said earlier, mentally, if I'm in order in that aspect, I'm pretty good. My family life's pretty good right now. Kids are happy, fed. I have a newborn, so I'm a little bit, worried about that. I want to be at home with him, but I understand what's at stake, and I'm a big boy, and I got a job to take care of.
Sounds mature. He's 30.
He does.
Kids.
And, he was honest when he met the media about some missteps when he was coming out of school. And, he actually missed an interview with the Raiders. And he wound up,
It's a funny story.
He had first round talent, but he wound up falling into the second round. I
have broken ribs. I've got to leave.
You got Brock Purdy in Seattle. So he was really honest. And so whatever he was going, he was in the draft. He was 22, 23 years of age. And he
top 15 talent, but
he didn't have any clothes when he went to. He missed the Raider interview.
Fell asleep in the airport.
Fell asleep in the airport. Went to the Chargers and brought their gear to his next interview. Anyway, he's had anxiety issues from when he was young, and these are real issues. And when he first came into the NFL, he could not be open about it. But thanks to people like Kevin Love in the NBA, DeMar DeRozan, these are big time players. Kevin Love was a star when he was a freshman at UCLA. And DeMar likewise at USC. And guys were just reluctant to talk about their mentals, as Marshawn puts it. And it was kind of frowned upon. So a lot of people in society have anxiety, whether it's social anxiety. There's many different forms of it. And marijuana does alleviate a lot of that. And I've had, personal experiences with raising children and how that can work effectively. The problem is when you're an NFL player, they tested for a young Randy Gregory marijuana, and he was not able to use that. That's why he played 2 games in 2016. He was suspended for all of 2017. He was suspended for all of 2019. And when Randy was in Dallas, Jerry Jones stood by him. He missed more games than he played when he was a Dallas Cowboy. And a lot of it was league suspension. Marijuana is no longer in the collective bargaining agreement. So we're in a state now he's not going to be persecuted for it unless he's got, Nate Newton amount of marijuana in his trunk and he's transporting it. He was using it for his own personal use, and it was controlling his anxiety. And so now he's able to control that, and he's older. He's not a younger guy, and he's a father. So I think the off-the-field situation, last year he missed almost the entire year in Denver, meniscus in his knee. And I was watching him, he does have a little sleeve on that knee, but he claims that he's over it. And then this year it was a scheme fit with what Denver was doing. They're running the 3-4 defense. They wanted him, he got in the meeting room yesterday and he introduced himself to the team and he said, I'm Randy Gregory, I'm an outside linebacker. And Steve Wilkes said, no, you're not. You're a defensive end. You're not doing that anymore. But in his mindset, he's so much better, getting lower. You could see it. And I watched him when he first got here.
We talked about it yesterday.
The beginning of practice, I watched him. And I think Kasarik and what he does, it really is and you got great players all over this team. And you got, George's energy on offense and McCaffrey's maniacal discipline on offense. But really the energy of this football team to me comes from the defensive line. And it's just the way they get off the ball, and it's Kasarik and Darryl Tapp, the assistant D-line coach, and they're just breathe. You want to go anywhere in positional drills before they get into 11-on-11 and team. You want to watch the D-line. And they set the tone for the team. And it's Bosa and what he does, and now you got Hargrave inside and just all of them. And this guy fits in. So to ask him to stand up in a 2-point stance, he's a big, long guy. He's 6'5" with 34-inch arms. You want him playing low and coming off low to high. Like Menahue was a physical specimen. When that guy did it,
he looks like him.
He does. He's a little leaner, not quite as thick. Anyway, he's got his situation off the field under control. And I think the bottom line, he's older now, and now he has a way to use marijuana in a proper way to control his anxiety if he's not going to get suspended. Where before, it's, everybody's different opinion about it, but before you can't do it because you're going to be suspended by the league. That's no longer the case. You're not going to get arrested for it for smoking it at home as long as you don't smoke it and drive and distribute it with a ridiculous amount of marijuana with you. So he's using it properly if he's still using it. And then as a player, he's a much better scheme fit for here in what he's got to do. He's just got to go low to high, and he's got to get down to the 4-point stance and stay low. He's so long. The one thing he's got to do, he lined up offsides yesterday 6 times. Lined up with his head in the neutral zone. So, that's just detail. D Ford would line up and jump off sides a lot. So to me, he's a lot like the last game of his career. He cost him a trip to the Super Bowl. They would have won that game. They wound up, Belichick won, and New England won a Super Bowl. That was terrible. D would do that a lot, where he would line up in the neutral zone. So he's got to be more disciplined that way, referring to Randy Gregory. He's got to line up. Your head cannot be, and it was way over the ball in the neutral zone. It was amazing to me they let that happen so often, but I'm sure they watched the video and pointed it out. So he's got to line up on side, but his get off is going to be there. He fits here. Now, I don't think, as Tim was saying, he goes into the base right away. So he's not your alpha package. It's still going to be Cleveland Ferrell. I think he'll be with Drake on each end in the turbo, and when they go the Bravo package, which is your backup group. But to me, does he have a role in the turbo, which I call the gold rush, but it's the turbo was the pass rushing group. So Bosa's obviously at one end. Hargrave is such a great player. He's a 3 and 4 down player inside, likewise Eric Armstead. It would be, keep an eye out on Sunday who subs in when the other team goes, 3 wide receivers. When Cleveland brings in, they got Amari Cooper and they have Elijah Moore, their slot guy. When they bring in Donovan Peoples-Jones, love that name, and they go 3 wide, and the 49ers go to their nickel. Does 95 come in, Drake Jackson, or does 5 come in, Randy Gregory? And it may not be right away the first couple of snaps. He may integrate later when they go Bravo and they bring in a second-team defensive line. But that would be his role, I think, as early as Sunday.
You mentioned his health. Here's the major concern. Like you said, the mental side, there's his knee as well because he missed those games with the meniscus. Here's where he says he is health-wise.
Definitely, yeah. For me, it's about getting reps and get my feet wet. I think, training camp was a little tough for me, trying to get my legs going. Over the course of probably the first month of the season, I felt like I've gotten better. Right now is obviously a different defense. Won't be standing as much, and I think that's going to help me out as far as my knee goes. Staying low, I think one of the big things for me was pad level, and being in a 3-point is probably going to help out with that.
There you go.
Without a doubt. And even getting a 4-point where you got both hands down. So the points of your feet are 2 points, and then the 3-point is a hand down. And Bosa gets into that track stance, and it's just amazing. It's just a different culture for him to come here. And Denver's got good young rush guys, but just for, he's not going to be in a 2-point. He's not going to stand up and peel out and cover like Denver asked him to do. He's going to be in a 3 or a 4-point stance. He's going to come off the ball, and he's going to keep his pad level low, hopefully, like, Javon Kinlaw. But, the knee thing is going to be an issue. I think that's just where it's at, is, some of these guys have bone on bone, and they just kind of have to deal with the knee, and we'll see how many reps he can get. But really, I was talking to John Lynch about the trade. I was like, how did you get this guy? And they, George Payton they thought they could maybe sign him as a street free agent, but they gave up a 6th-round pick to get, for a 7th-round pick. And when you look at where the 49ers' 6th-round pick is going to be against where Denver's 7th-round pick.
Not going to be much different.
Not going to be much different.
Exactly.
And they covered all the money. I think Denver wanted to only take $8 million. He makes like 10.6. They're covering everything but the veteran minimum. So
840 is what the Niners are on the hook for.
They're just a veteran minimum is what they were. So there was a little bit of a negotiation with George Payton for the money, but there's nothing to lose here. If Randy Gregory does not fit in here for whatever reason, then the pick swap is really inconsequential. The money's not a big deal. And they have a relationship with Denver, there's no doubt, with George Payton. So we'll see where it all goes. But I think the big thing with this guy not missing games anymore, when did they take marijuana out of the collective bargaining agreement? 21 when they signed that deal. I mean, that's the bottom line, where if he has anxiety issues and he's still got to be drug tested and he's smoking weed, he's going to be suspended. That's no longer a case anymore. And living in California, he should not be arrested or have any problem with it. He could use it for his own enjoyment and also medicinally to deal with whatever anxiety issues he has.
Bottom of the hour, Adam Snyder is going to join us, former offensive lineman with the 49ers, also coaches in Arizona and knows Brock Purdy quite well. Brock Talk, 12:30 with Adam Snyder. And then Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us at 1:15. Has covered the Browns for a long time. What's going on with the quarterback situation? That's still to come. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's Stadium on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL Network, Browns radio play-by-play, John Boy Media. That is Chris Rose. He's a Clevelander. He joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to preview the Browns, went around the NFL, talked some Major League Baseball playoffs. He's got it all. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here with this message for architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or design project with one of your clients, I invite you to visit Golden State Window and Door Design. Each location across the bay features active displays of doors and windows of all kinds. You'll also find a variety of stylish accessories like handles, knobs, locks, and casing. And Golden State works with a number of manufacturers, including Marvin, the very best for windows that provide outstanding quality and a large selection of colors and styles. Marvin offers beautiful design collections that can keep you within your budget. So take a look at Golden State's Window and Door design showrooms virtually. Very cool. You can do it at goldenstatelumber.com. When you're ready to impress your clients, click request an appointment to bring them in to see the appealing options. Golden State's educated staff can answer all your questions, serving the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, John Lund here. Did you know many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some aren't even based in the state. That's not what you want. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together. Make sure the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. $1 billion. But you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, this is a team win, and I tell you, I feel great for Press. This guy, you know, he's done it before, and hey, now me and Bruce Bochy need to battle.
Well, now you can look ahead. You will see the Texas Rangers, the Battle of Texas for the ALCS. What are your initial thoughts about seeing the Rangers again?
Well, hey, man, they know us, and we know them. And I know Bruce, and he knows me. And I know Mike Maddox, and hey, it's going to be a heck of a series.
That is Dusty Baker. It's going to be Dusty v. Bruce Bochy. That's going to be the ALCS, the Battle of Texas. The Phillies are up 2-1 on the 104-win Braves, and the Diamondbacks knock out the Dodgers, sweep the Dodgers, if you will. So that's where we are as far as the playoffs.
Baker against Booch. That'll be fun. And we saw them duel in 2012 when Dusty was managing the Cincinnati Reds, and that was the Cockroaches, up 2-0. They came into whatever the stadium at that time was called at 3rd and King, and I think Johnny Cueto left early in the Saturday game in Game 1. Matt Cain got bombed. The Giants got bombed on the Sunday game. They were down 2-0, and then they beat the Reds in extra innings and got exactly one hit. The future Hall of Famer, Scott Rowland, who was a great defensive player, he made the Hall because of his glove at third base, made an error in extra innings, and the Giants won that game. And I remember Dusty, and he was battling health issues, going into that year. He had a stroke, and he's overcome a lot. Both guys. They're just these old guard where, Boch and the heart issues, and, he had stents and balloons put in a couple of different times, and Dusty battled prostate cancer and had a stroke. And anyway, just the way they got into that series and get, Aroldis Chapman, the Cuban Missile, was Dusty's closer then, and they took him out of the game before they went extras because he wanted to make sure he was ready for Game 4. It's amazing how they just manage things differently. Bochy he was down 2-0, but Bochy, when he was up 2-0 or 3-0, he always managed like he was down. So just a level of a heightened, aggressiveness with Boch. So it'll be fun. They have great respect for each other. And, of course, bottom line is, with all due respect to Roger Craig, the hum baby, and Charlie Fox, who won a 71 National League West, and, Alvin Dark managed him to the 62 World Series. Felipe had a 100-win team that lost to the Marlins in 2003. These are, without a doubt, John, the two best managers, two winningest managers in the history of the San Francisco Giants. Don't bring John McGraw into it in the New York Giants, but just in the Bay Area, it's Dusty and it's Boch. So it's Baker against Boch. So baseball just announced the schedule. So Sunday night will be Game 1, 8:15 Eastern, so 5:15 our time in Houston, and they come back with Game 2 on Monday, and that'll be during our show, John. That'll start at 4:30 on the East Coast, so 1:30.
I will only lose you for a half hour.
Yeah. So here's the debate. We got a great game tonight. Atlanta, the winningest team in baseball, was Spencer Strider on the mound, saving off elimination of the Phillies. That'll start at 4 o'clock our time, and then we have the Amazon Prime game with Patrick Mahomes and Kansas City up against Russell and Denver. So we got football going up against baseball tonight. And then on Sunday night, that'll be Bills-Giants. That'll play in Orchard Park, right up against Game 1 of the American League Championship Series. Then on Monday night, they've actually got a doubleheader with baseball. You got the Rangers-Astros playing Game 2 at 1:30 our time. And then, right when Monday Night Football kicks off, that'll be a 5 o'clock game, and that's the Cowboys and the Chargers from L.A., John. That'll be Game 1 of the National League Championship Series with Arizona at somebody, Atlanta or Philadelphia. So we'll see what kind of ratings baseball does when they go up against football tonight, Sunday night, and Monday night, and now we're getting into the championship series.
Adam Snyder is going to join us coming up next, former offensive lineman of the 49ers, also saw and coached Brock Purdy in high school. So we'll get a little Purdy talk to you with Adam Snyder. We've had him on before. He's always great. You don't want to miss it. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, getting ready to fly to Cleveland for the weekend. Maybe I can get good pizza in the Flats or in Shaker Heights, but nothing like Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the entire world. It is my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini. Mamma mia! One of my all-time favorites. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes yummy tavern-style cracker-thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic, and they are mouth-watering. And also save room for dessert. John loves his tiramisu. I am a little partial, like Klay Thompson, to holy cannoli. And if you want to get up early in the morning and take a stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers, we'll see you there at crack of dawn. So, and then when you come out to watch the Warriors play at Chase Center, the 49ers at Levi's, or when the Giants go back to Oracle Park, you want to get to those casual restaurants like the Slice House that they have throughout the Bay Area sporting venues. Either way you go, get to Tony's, been ranked #1 in the world, the best pizza on planet Earth.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this, ever. Yeah, you know, he starts the 5 games last year and, you know, goes on his run and it's like, oh man, it's 5-0. Mr. Irrelevant. I think it felt like this, like, feel-good story around the NFL and NFL circles. And I don't think anybody really believed it was for real. You know, like Brock's not really a starting quarterback in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And obviously we all know what happened in the NFC Championship game and kind of felt like they never really got their chance. And again, a bunch of question marks heading into the season. Certainly you throw the elbow surgery on top of there, that added even more complexity. Again, I think there were a lot of people in NFL circles that believed that he wasn't a starting quarterback in this league. That again, that the luck was going to run out. That Kyle Shanahan couldn't mask it forever. And it was just a matter of all these weapons around him. And in 5 games this year, I don't think there's a single person in NFL circles that not only doesn't believe that he's not a starting quarterback in the league, but that certainly he's in the upper echelon.
That is Alex Smith this morning with Murphy Mac. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com and you can hear the whole conversation. Also, as part of the foreplay at the top of the hour, give you a little more, Alex. Very good stuff this morning with Murphy Mac. Let's talk some more Brock Purdy. Because you can't talk enough Brock Purdy right now.
He's a Brock star.
We've had him on the show before, and he's great. Adam Snyder, former 49ers offensive lineman, and now he's in Phoenix. He's been coaching for a long time. He's coaching young guys, the VYDL. He's coaching offensive linemen, young offensive linemen, and he was a coach on one of Brock Purdy's teams in high school. Adam Snyder joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
What's going on? Doing well, fellas. Doing well, man. Enjoying this nice weather here in Arizona. Finally, we got out of the hundreds, so we could be outside.
Bro, my kid's down at ASU, and it's the same thing. He all the time, you know. He's just, but yeah, it's great for you guys. You get under 100, like, yeah, it's nice. Now it's all
90s,
downhill.
Listen, 90s to us is, buddy, we're outside, we're golfing, we're doing all kind of stuff in the 90s. Yeah,
we're coming down there in December.
Yeah.
We missed our trip last year to Arizona because we played him in Mexico City, but we're coming next year. And the Brock Purdy, we had you on, Adam, right when it started to percolate last year when he got the start in December when Jimmy got hurt.
Yep.
You go back to when you saw him just as a kid. Inform our audience to when the first time you laid eyeballs on Brock. And you were on him. Dan Minucci, our friend who coached him as a kid, was on him. But did you ever think that he would play this well in the NFL?
I mean, listen, I don't think anybody did. I think that there's record showing of him having this potential. A kid from Gilbert, Arizona, it's kind of a long shot anyway. But if you throw the tape on from when this kid was in high school, he was dynamic. And it wasn't like he had weapons around him then. He made everyone around him better, and I think that's something he does still at the NFL level. But the kid is a football player, and I don't know how, he doesn't fit the mold of what an NFL quarterback looks like, or what the skills that they're all looking for to write the stories about him. But the kid is a football player, and that is what stuck out to me the moment I met him.
Adam Snyder joining us, former third-round pick of the 49ers, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader, talking Brock Purdy, of course, Brock from Arizona. When you saw him, like you said, you're talking about all the things that people can't see. And I'm not asking you if, you saw this kind of potential in him, but what did you see that let you think, hey, maybe this kid's got something?
Well, he was a leader of men. He controlled the locker room with his attitude, the way he approached the game of football, his study habits, all the things that you look for in an NFL player. He had those qualities that I saw in him because I was around it for a long period of time, and I was able to, kind of pick up on those little tendencies that Brock had. And so it was about the way that he made the guys around him better on top of his skill set. He's not the fastest guy, not the strongest arm. He ain't going to bench press a house. He's not going to blow you out of the weight room or blow 40 times and all this other stuff. But the kid he has a certain skill set in playing quarterback and works his ass off for it. And now it's all coming to fruition. And now the whole world is seeing what we've seen here in Arizona and what Minucci has seen, having trained him for a long time. I think it's his approach. I think it's obviously Kyle and Brock. It's a mutual respect between the two of them. I think that's a huge deal with the quarterback and the play caller, is the play caller believes that the quarterback can execute the game plan. And I think Brock's processing speed is quick, and I think that's what Kyle likes about him. Obviously, having the talent around him doesn't hurt, but it's a perfect match between the play caller and the quarterback being able to execute exactly the style of offense that the 49ers are running right now.
So Fred Warner recently said that the leader of this team is Brock Purdy. And I guess when you're the quarterback, that's kind of natural, but not every guy. I mean, was Colin Kaepernick a leader of your team when you were playing? I mean, Alex, maybe we got to grow into it, but, and Brock leads differently. I want to go back to when he was in high school, because you said he was a leader, but he's not a real outgoing guy. He doesn't have to go in and just talk and talk and talk. He can say nothing, give you a look, or, guys just know that he's got it. So when you hear he's the leader of this team, at 23 years of age with a galaxy of stars, you got Christian McCaffrey, you got George Kittle on this offense, and what kind of leadership qualities, you mentioned it, did he show when he was in high school, Adam?
Right. I mean, I think it was like mannerisms, right, and the way that he carried himself and the way that he prepared. And I think it maybe was that he was almost even-keeled all the time. It was never too high or never too low. It was always like, fellas, I got this. Don't worry about it. And if you build that kind of confidence in everybody else around you, especially when you're at the helm, those qualities become an automatic leader. Those guys will lean on you in times of distress. Will lean on you on, when things get a little hairy and they don't go your way. And he's always, that was one thing about Alex. He never wavered. It didn't matter if the crowd was chanting against him or the media writes this or that. He always was like, listen, fellas, I got this, do your job and I'll do mine. And that kind of attitude and those kind of mannerisms and the preparation reminds me a lot of Alex. But, he was never the real vocal guy in high school. I mean, I think that's kind of a tough spot to be in. You're all young kids and that wasn't Brock's personality, but it was the mannerisms, the preparation, the way he handled himself and carried himself. Just a good salt of the earth type kid that spent a lot of time with youth programs and spent a lot of time doing things that he's doing now. You guys are seeing now. He's been doing that since he was in high school. He was raised by a great family, Sean. his dad did a great job with both those boys, him and Chubba. And, I think the world is just getting a glimpse now of kind of who the man that Brock is. And that's what we're seeing right now.
Adam Snyder's doing this, of course, was with the 49ers from 2005 through 2011, came back in 2013. You mentioned Chubba's brother's a quarterback in Nebraska. How important is that you're talking about when you get into that huddle and having the confidence? Because Fred Warner said yesterday that he's the leader of our team. And, I mean, here's a second-year kid who walks into the locker room and, he's wearing like an old members-only jacket and stuff. I mean, this is the guy when you have like all these alphas like I'm sure you were, and you guys had a bunch of alphas on your team. I mean, we're talking about guys like Bosa and Warner and Debo and Kittle, and yet to a man they all say that he's the leader of this team.
Yeah, I really believe that it's the way he carries himself and the way that, obviously I think being able to overcome the things he's been able to overcome at such a young age and being able to stay that kind of even-keeled, obviously is a true quality and a true of a leader. And I think that's what Brock presents is like nothing's ever too big and nothing's ever too low. It's not too high, not too low. Just kind of like, here, fellas, I'm going to do my thing and let's, jump on board and let's go get this thing. And that's kind of what I see from the outside. And I think that's what probably the guys are buying into is like, well, man, this kid is really showing something special. And they're around him every day, right? So, like, they're seeing stuff that we don't have any idea about that he's doing on the practice field. I mean, I saw clips of him and Debo on the field, and you can tell that there's a special something going on with Brock and those guys. You've seen him and Trent celebrate. You've seen him and Debo celebrate. Kittle. All these guys are just the stuff that none of us know or see. That's what creates a special bond between a team, and that's what those guys have right now. I mean, it's a fun group to watch, both offense, defense, and special teams. All three phases is super fun. They've got all kind of different leaders in that group. I think you could probably pick out 7 or 8 of those guys that are all leaders in different ways, and it's melting into this special feeling that we're all getting as fans watching the 49ers, and watching them, do what they're doing right now. It's just a special thing. I'm jealous I'm not a part of that locker room, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and they've had a lot to celebrate. They really haven't lost since he's been the quarterback and played the majority of the snaps, 13-0, and they scored 30 points every damn game, and they just put 6 touchdowns on the Cowboys and scored 42. Right. And what's amazing about this is that we were freaking out all offseason because of his elbow injury. Mm-hmm. He tore the UCL January 29th last year. When's he going to have the surgery? He had it March the 10th, didn't have Tommy John, and he looks even better now. But I want to go back to an injury that he had in high school. He was playing paintball in the desert with his high school buddies. You know the story. It was May of 2017, and I guess he got into a cacti, and he punctured his left hand. He's a right-handed thrower. So how did he overcome that prickly injury? Because he went out. What did he do his senior year, Adam? He threw for like over 4,400 yards and 57 touchdowns. But what was the nature of the left-hand injury with the cacti and the paintball deal?
I remember it being one of those situations where we all looked at each other like, uh-oh, what are we going to do now? I think we covered it with some bandage. We made sure that he didn't take.
Were you there when it happened that day?
I wasn't at the paintball event, but I do remember practice that week being a little bit more intense. Everyone was like, wait a second, what are we going to do? Our quarterback's down. But he, I think we just kind of limited his reps during the week, and he was able to catch the snaps, which was most important, and it's not his throwing hand. So as long as he could catch the snap, the center probably had to temper down the snaps a little bit. But he was so locked in to the offense that I don't think physically he needed to take the reps. It was more just mentally, making sure he was locked in and then making sure you protect that hand a little bit. But it wasn't an issue. Kid, you wouldn't even have known he was injured. A little tape on his hand, and he was ready to roll.
That's incredible. So you were with these teams. We had Vernon Davis on the other day. You came in the same time Vernon did, and we've had Alex on, and he was on our morning show today. And that whole group. And the one thing I was thinking about yesterday is that this team is so really, really good, just like you guys were. But you have to win a Super Bowl, right, to go down in history as that great group that you guys were in that time. Yeah. So what is it like as you're constantly fighting, but in the back of your mind, you're putting pressure on yourself because maybe for yourself, but go down in history and because you guys, man, that was a great team that you guys had near the end of your run here. But we always talk to, Patrick Willis and Bowman and you and Vernon and everything. And it's like, oh, man, you guys got so close.
I know. Gosh, I know. Trust me.
Sorry to bring it up.
No. I listen, it's been
5 yards away, literally, in New Orleans, right? Wow.
Yeah. No. I don't ever remember thinking about the Super Bowl. Like, I just remember Harbaugh, and it started from the top down, was like every week is important, and we're going to look at what we have to do this week. And I don't think any of the guys in the locker room were looking forward. It was all about attacking that week and giving everything we had to that week. Then we flush that week and we move on to the next. And I think when you get guys to buy into that, and it starts from the top, so Kyle and John and all the guys on the staff are all doing that, speaking the same way. Like, we're working this week. This is the most important week we have. It's a one-game season, all the cliche words and all the cliche things. But when you get the locker room to buy into that belief, it's a special feeling. And I think these guys are feeling it. I think they're looking at, each game is its own season. And let's prepare for that game, and then we'll watch it and we'll flush it and we move on to the next, and we just keep going down and keep going down. And it's a little step in the right direction every time they get a win. And I do remember in the 2011 season we played the Giants. We lost that game on some crazy stuff that happened. But I remember thinking in my mind when that game was over, like, damn, we were built to play a 3-4 team. That's what we like. I remember thinking, could we just get one more shot at the Patriots? We wanted that chance. We thought we were built for that team, built to play against a 3-4 defense. I know we had some things in our weaponry that we were going to bring out that was a special team and a special group of coaches. And I remember thinking that as soon as that game was over, I was like, God, man, one more shot. Can we just get one more shot? So, it sucks to lose. It sucks to lose when you have a special thing like that, but I'll have those memories forever with those guys. And I love talking about it and bringing it back. Every time we see each other, we talk about what a great season it was and what a run we had. And so those memories will always stand. Obviously, they're not in the history books, but it's enough, of a conversation piece to talk about it for the next 30 or 40 years.
Sure, you're in there. You guys went 13-3 that year.
We had a run.
That was after the lockout. What you guys win, 6 games the year before? It's amazing.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
That is. That's amazing, man. Yeah. Very cool.
I think these, this is a special group. Watching them, I get the feeling because I get that feeling in my gut when I'm watching these guys play and the way they interact on the sidelines, and they're having fun. And the other thing too that's like important is we don't hear about any drama whatsoever from the head coach, from the management, from the GM, from the players. None of these guys are getting in trouble. You're not hearing about them. All you hear about is all the great things they're doing. Those guys are locked in. They're locked in, and they bought into the system. They bought into the belief that these coaches are giving them. And, that's when you have a real special team.
That's cool, man. What a great perspective you have. Hey, tell people real quick before we let you go, what are you up to these days?
I am actually coaching back at Perry High School.
Oh, cool.
My son's a quarterback. My son's going to turn 15 here at the end of the month. He's on the freshman team. We're 5-1 currently, doing some nice things. He's a big kid. He's about 6'1", 6'2", 180 pounds, slinging the rock. I always thought he was going to be my lineman, but he gets to play the glory position. I'm like, dang, bro.
He's quarterback?
He's a quarterback.
Position. I love it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Partly chose going to Perry High School because he was a little kid when Brock was there. He said, and this is what he told me, and I'm not making this up. It's not because he's my kid or because I coached Brock. He said, I want to be the next Brock Purdy. And I'm like, pretty damn good mentor and pretty big shoes to fill. But if you want that, let's go get it.
Wow.
Wow, that's such a great story.
Has he been back? Maybe he'll come back our bye week. Will you still be playing in November?
Yeah, I saw Brock here. He was training with Minuch, just doing his old, doing the same damn thing he always does every offseason. He was out here. I saw him at a game last year. I'll be coming up to the alumni game this year. That's at the end of the month.
Nice.
So I'm sure I'll be
against
in
the Bengals, the Bengal game?
I think it's the Bengal game, October 29th or 30th.
Yeah, that's it. Come say hi. Yeah,
I'll be up there for sure. Yeah, I'll come say hi. And but yeah, he comes back here. He goes around, goes to the store, goes and gets gas, does all the normal things, still drives his Toyota Sequoia or whatever the heck he drives.
He does.
And goes and trains with all the kids, man. He goes and trains with these high school kids, and you wouldn't even know he was you would think he was a college kid.
He's never going to change, is he? He's never going to change. No matter, he could win Tom Brady's Super Bowls, but he'll be the same Brock Steady, won't he?
I think he will, man. Glock Brock is what they're calling him.
Glock Brock.
Right? Glock Brock.
There you go.
I love all the nicknames.
I know. You know what I call him?
He doesn't want that nickname.
You know what I call him, Adam?
Want none of that.
A big brain Brock. Look at the brain on Brock.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at the brain on Brock, exactly. You don't want none of that, but we love it as fans, and I love it as somebody who knows him.
Yeah,
I love
it. You were there in the formative years. Take pride, brother. You were part of it.
No, he's doing great things. That whole team is fun to watch, man. The whole team is fun to watch. The staff is awesome. I'm just very excited. I'm proud alumni. I know we all are, and proud fan base, and the faithful have shown up, and I'm just so excited for the whole organization to be able to have this success, and wish them nothing but the best. And I can't wait to see everybody at the end of the month.
Great stuff, man. Thank you for making the time, Adam. We look forward to seeing you. Thank you so much.
Anytime, fellas. Thank you,
bro.
All right, go Niners.
There you go. Guy. I like him a lot. That's cool, man. His kid's trying to be the next Brock, and he goes to the same high school. And I mean, wow.
He's coaching at Perry High School.
I know I've told the story before, but it's not that Brock is going to change. It's everything's going to change around him. Like I said, I used to do a radio show with Tony Romo before he came the starter, and we did it at this little place, and it might have had 100 people there. When he became the starter and showed what he was a pretty good player, and this is in Texas, and they're crazy, but I mean, seriously, like one night for the night show, it was like a Wednesday or Thursday, like 3,000 people showed up, and we can't have this here anymore. And it ended up going to like an actual venue where you could put like 3,000 people in the place, because it's not that you change, it's the people, everything around you changes. So he went to
he's
Super
dating
Bowl,
Carrie Underwood, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
what was the couple, Carrie Underwood with Romo and Jason Witten and his wife, and they were here, there, and everywhere? Of course it's going to change with a celebrity, but I'll ask you one question. Has Steph Curry really fundamentally changed?
He hasn't.
As a person.
But he can't go to the grocery store.
No, he doesn't need to. That's fine.
Like
he
Brock,
could go there at midnight.
Brock could do everything.
But it doesn't mean he changed. I remember interviewing Steph and Aisha when they were first drafted, and he was a baby-faced assassin. He was a baby, and she was a baby.
Yeah.
I remember Raymond Ritter bringing them in, and they were adorable. Fundamentally, of course, the world around them has changed. But is Steph Curry really changed the core fundamentals of who he is? No. And Brock Purdy won't change either.
No, it's just that, and you know what? He might be different in that because, again, he walks in and you would think he was just average Joe walking around, right? So he might be able to get gas in Arizona or something because he's got a pair of sunglasses, puts on a hat. He looks like an average guy, but it's just things change around him.
Yeah, you adjust. You adapt.
Like he can't just go back and just throw the ball.
The person's not changing. It's not like his buddies all like when they get together at Perry High School and every reunion, you're like, boy, Brock's changed.
Right. No, it's just
he's not going to be that guy.
The guy who can go and throw the ball at a field without 1,000 people showing up will change. That's all.
Well, yeah, but he's not going to change.
Yeah.
But it was interesting what Adam said about the drama. People change. Jim Harbaugh changed when he became a head coach. He was a different guy than when he was an assistant coach.
Pal Rod Woodson,
and the drama. I mean, everybody. I knew him when he was a quarterback coach for the Raiders, going to see Springsteen with Lombardi. He just changed. He got quirky. But and then the bulky. So what he said was, there's no drama with this team, with the GM and the coach. It's got contract extensions, and then Aldon Smith had his demons, John, which is terrible. We pray for him every day. You don't have to worry about a Niner getting arrested. Menahue got into a little situation last year. He's no longer here. Now he's in Kansas City and he's suspended. So what Adam Snyder said at the end there, they had a 3-year run that rivals there's 3 years run, 11, 12, and 13, and then quickly it was gone because there was too much drama around that team.
All right, 1 o'clock hour of the way. We got great foreplay for you. If you missed some Randy Gregory, we'll play that for you as well as he gets ready to get on the field against Cleveland. We got some baseball talk for you. We got Bochy versus Dusty. Lots of stuff coming up in your foreplay. You cannot miss it. We'll do it at the top of the hour. It's Pop in London on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now? on KNBR.com.
Former 49ers quarterback Alex Smith this morning with Murph and Mac tells the guys why Brock Purdy has proved he's in the upper echelon of NFL quarterbacks. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Greg Papa here. Got a big football game in Cleveland on Sunday morning. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday morning. So get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season now into the second month and second quarter, so now is the time to tackle those indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or a repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long because we live in Northern California, not Northeast Ohio. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And we are playing 17 games in the NFL the last few years. So let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bob and Lund just letting the
let it breathe, John.
Letting the music run for a second there, because I
you are figuring out the foreplay. Tell the truth.
I'm just sending the fourth right now to Walter, and we have it for you. We'll give you a little bit of Tom Brady giving Purdy props because, of course, people are starting to make that comp. Alex Smith was on this morning with the morning show with Murph and Mac. A lot of good stuff. I was driving down here to Levi Stadium and heard the entire interview. Alex is so good. And, oh, by the way, he's on Sirius, the NFL channel.
I know.
9 to
I listened to him driving in.
On Thursdays.
And I think he took Rich Gannon's spot.
He's very good at it. So make sure that you stay tuned on that. And great conversation with Murph and Mac, too, today. And then a little bit of Clayton Kershaw as the Dodgers get knocked out of the playoffs last night. Will he return? What are the Dodgers going to do now that they got swept by 84-win Arizona? And if the Phillies win, then the teams with the 4 fewest wins, it's an 84-win Arizona team. Texas, Houston, and Philadelphia won 90 games. And then all those 100-win teams like the Dodgers and the Braves and the Orioles and the 99-win Tampa Bay Rays would all be out. So that's kind of crazy, but that's what we could be looking at if the Phillies. And by the way, remember when they were talking to Bryce Harper? And I don't remember what your thought was, but I'm like, Bryce Harper, my God.
Thought he was a little overrated. Got to be honest.
Though, man.
Whew, he is bombs. Good, man. 2 home runs last night. The glare for Arcia.
I mean, mine.
Base running. I mean, that series is live. They got to win one more game.
Yeah, that's nice.
And they got Spencer Strider today. And then if they get it back to Atlanta, John, they get Max Fried. This ain't over yet.
No, it's not over by the longest of shots. But Philadelphia, man, when we talk about, regular season, postseason, they're a postseason team. I mean, that lineup, it's a lot like Atlanta's. You just don't get a break in the middle of it. And then the other thing is, and this happens in every single sport, that when you've been there before, the Phillies have been to the World Series. They know what it takes. They've been in these kind of situations. And Bryce Harper, a top 5 all-time in postseason OPS. He entered because of last night's performance. He's at 1,012 OPS in the postseason. That's 5th in Major League Baseball history. So in the big moments, Bryce Harper steps up. So let's get to it. Your foreplay, let's start off with this. Tom Brady. There's been some comps to Tom Brady, obviously coming out of nowhere, those kind of things. Here is Tom Brady. He's noticing Brock Purdy.
I played on a lot of great teams over the years, too. And what did we do? We controlled the line of scrimmage. We ran the ball well. We stopped the run. They rushed the passer. They've been playing with leads. And I give Coach Shanahan a lot of credit, too, because he's done a great job. And you don't hear of guys like Brock Purdy until Brock Purdy's doing amazing things out on the field. So it's kind of a fun story. And I hope it continues for him because he seems like he's a really humble, young man. And he wants to go out there and do great things. The more you kind of have that chip on your shoulder like he does, and there were not quite the expectations, it's nice to go out there and continue to prove people wrong.
There you go. There's Tom's thought.
So we know we've had his father on, and he rips it off quite quickly. The Brady six.
You know what? I did know this.
Who are the players drafted ahead of Brock Purdy? Quarterbacks. Brock beat him opening day in Pittsburgh.
Kenny Pickett.
He's the current starting quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons.
Desmond Ridder.
He's the current third-string quarterback, second-string quarterback for Rand Carthon's Tennessee Titans.
That would be Malik Willis.
He was drafted by the Carolina Panthers. I think they got rid of him, though. Is he still there?
Matt Corral.
Matt Corral.
He was with New England, and then
where is he now?
He had a mental breakdown, and he just left the team.
He is currently, I don't know if he's the starting quarterback or the backup quarterback in New England because Mac Jones keeps getting benched.
I know who you're talking about. Zappy.
Bailey Zappi.
Yeah.
He's the current starting quarterback of the Washington Commanders.
Sam Howell.
I am.
I gotta memorize those because I put those in my notes a few weeks ago.
This guy,
and there's 6 of them, just like
you're
Brady.
Never gonna get this one. He's not from North Dakota State. He's from South Dakota State. He was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chris
this one.
Olodokun? Who is that? Round 7, number 241. Honestly, don't know him.
And there's only one quarterback after him. There's one more.
Because of the injury to Tua Tagovailoa, he had to play a playoff game against the Buffalo Bills in Orchard Park, and he was not good. Skylar Thompson. So how many were there? That's your list.
6.
You got a Brady 6.
It's a Purdy 6.
It's the Purdy 6?
Yeah, it's 6.
Pickett, Ritter, Willis, Coral, Zappi,
I guess
Howell,
it is 7.
Oludekun, Thompson.
Oh, never mind.
No, it's way more.
Never mind.
It's the pack of Purdy. Purdy pack.
Brady was 199, Purdy's 262. So.
We know that.
Yeah. So
Kurt Warner was never
I guess
drafted.
There is more than 6.
So anyway, there you go. I got to ask Brock that. There's no way Brock would know all that, would he?
Well, remember when they did the Brady doc or the original Brady
doc? He went through it all.
And he cried. That's what he did. He cried because of those 6 guys were taken ahead of him.
Right.
T. Martin, Mark Bulger.
What Brock did was he actually deceived his family into thinking that he was not drafted.
He did?
He knew the Niners had picked him. They called ahead of time. And he went, no, it's another free agent after the draft call. He didn't tell anybody in the room.
Has he ever said, this is who I would have signed with? Because all those agents, all the teams are calling going, hey, if you're not getting picked, we want you.
Don't matter now.
I wonder. Because
matter now.
A lot of guys will say that they would rather at that point be an undrafted free agent. And what starts to happen near the end of in the 7th round, the teams start calling you.
Well, the Niners were. So he may have signed here anyway, but they didn't want to get into a bidding war. It's like why they traded for Randy Gregory. There was a talk, about money, and let's just wait till he's a free agent. We'll sign him then. But John Lynch told me turned to Kyle right before the 262 and said, let's just take Purdy anyway, not worry about having to sign him.
Who
why
gets
do we
credit?
have to get
Lynch?
into that?
Who gets
Steve
more credit?
Slowick.
Lynch?
Steve Slowick and Brian Greasy.
Wow.
They're the ones that found him.
Those guys need raises and extensions. Just based on that one pick alone, he can miss on 50 more.
Steve has been promoted, and Brian's still here. I don't know how long he's going to coach here, though. It's a lot of work being a QB coach.
All right, number 2 on the list here is Alex Smith. Now, this was interesting. I was listening to Alex say this, and remember, this is from the first overall pick, Alex Smith, in 2005. So he's talking about the way that the system works as far as quarterbacks, how they're drafted, what's important. Here's what Alex said to Murph and Mac this morning.
I do think there's even the nature of watching the tape. The system these guys come out of in college is so different. Here's a guy that played 4 years at Iowa State. Their team wasn't necessarily the best in their league. It wasn't. But you watch him, he seems so comfortable in an NFL pocket. And that is unusual for a kid coming out of college.
Right.
Again, on the flip side, Zach Wilson, you can show on that tape, this guy looks unbelievable in shorts. I mean, he can make every throw there is. But he never played in a pocket. He hasn't had that experience at all. And I do think we obviously we overweight height, speed, arm strength, all those things. When it comes down to it, can you play with anticipation? Are you accurate? And then can you process? There's very few games, if any, where you're going to throw the ball 70 yards. It just isn't the case. No one can hold on to the ball that long. In fact, I just saw last week, I think Joe Burrow had the longest pass from scrimmage, and it was 50 yards, right?
Yeah.
So you just don't need to throw it 70, 80 yards. Some of these guys can.
Totally. Yep.
But you need to process information. You need to be able to play from a pocket, be comfortable with that kind of noise going on around you, and to stand in there and again, deliver a football. And Brock can do those things. Now, how do we measure them? That's a whole nother question, but I do think you're going to see a movement towards that.
Alex is so good. He was on this morning, and the part that got me out of everything that he said there was being comfortable in a pocket and at the college level, because if you think about that, Trey Lance, and you mentioned Wilson from BYU, right? He played in a different offense. So it's something that is learned, and even though the college game does seep more and more into the NFL, at the end of the day, we've talked about this with Steve Young and many mobile quarterbacks that have come in. At some point, you have to win from the pocket. And Brock, he said he looks comfortable in the pocket, and he does. He looks comfortable from the pocket.
Well, Alex was number 1 overall. Brock, he was the first pick in the draft. Brock's the last pick in the draft.
Yep.
But Alex, the problem was if Alex was drafted in today's NFL and not in 2005, he was never under center. He's a shotgun at Utah with Urban Meyer. So it was a real struggle for him to learn to be under center, turn his back. It took him years to figure it out. But when I watched Brock Purdy after the Niners drafted him in 2022, all of my notes were on him as a runner. Speed option, design run, zone read, rides the mesh point. He 365 runs, 1,177 yards rushing, 19 touchdowns. He ran when he was in college. And then, obviously the throwing of the ball, he threw for over 12,000 yards at Iowa State with the Cyclones and won 30 of his 47 starts. But he had to make an adjustment here a little bit, John, because it was kind of college football is just different with the wide hashes and the way they run the ball there. Quarterback is just, Brock's not a fast guy. He's a 4.84 guy, but he's got the quick 10-yard splits, which is high level at the 1.6 range. But he did run a lot, and that's why his sneaky athleticism really ain't so sneaky, John. They ran him a lot in college at Iowa State.
Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us coming up next. I'll try to slide this in really, really quickly, and she's going to give us an update on Deshaun Watson and what's going on in Cleveland. But here's Nick Bosa. Randy Gregory spoke to the media for the first time, got on the field, and Nick Bosa is excited about it.
Yeah, like I said, I think he just needs to get the scheme down, which will take hopefully a couple days. It's not too complicated, but just getting the nuances of it down, and then I think he'll be able to set the edge as good as anybody we have, and we obviously have him here because he could rush.
There you go. Defense is easy. Nick said a couple of days. Nick goes a couple of days.
Oh, he's playing. I don't think he'll start the game. I think it'll be Cleveland Ferrell. And then the key thing is when they go to the turbo package and Nick stays out there with Hargrave, the grave digger, and Eric Armstead, and Ferrell comes out. Does 95 come in, Drake Jackson, or does 5 come in, Randy Gregory? In the first game, it may be 95, but then there's going to be a time, John, when they go to that the Bravo, the second-team D-line, that it will be Randy Gregory on one side and Drake Jackson on the other. But he fits. He looks like a Menahue. He looks like Arden Key. He's just 6'5" and 34-inch arms. He's long and got a good get-off, so he'll fit in fine here. And what I most like about him more than anything, John, and I'm going to go to the team store right away to pick it up, but it struck me when I saw him yesterday. His last name is Gregory.
Oh, you're going to go get that.
Number 5. I got to give me a Gregory.
That's pretty good.
Right?
Stole Trey's old number.
Jen Jeff
and
Garcia.
It's a Gregory.
Jen Jeff Garcia.
Very nice.
I got a 5 with a papa on the back.
It's right down. We're 100 yards from it.
I don't think it's open today. It's open last on the weekend, but I'll get it.
Okay.
You think they have a Gregory?
You could probably
jersey?
Get it open.
You think they have a Gregory jersey already in the team store?
Yeah, absolutely.
5?
Don't mess around.
But in Arizona, they didn't have a Joshua Dobbs for a while.
Oh, their
9.
Their department doesn't work like this one.
Which also leads to why did the Cleveland Browns and Andrew Berry trade Joshua Dobbs? Wouldn't you rather have him playing quarterback on Sunday with Deshaun Watson hurt?
Absolutely not.
I'm talking if you're the Cleveland Browns, not the 49ers. Why did they trade? Because of DTR?
He had a great preseason, but as we often see, preseason is not the regular season.
Why did they trade Dobbs? And what's up with Deshaun? What's up with Mr. Watson?
You know what you're doing. You're leading us right into Mary Kay Cabot. She's going to join us coming up next. Has covered the Browns forever. We'll go behind enemy lines on Watson, on Dobbs, on everything that Cleveland's doing. They're doing a lot of things right on one side of the ball, but struggling on the other. We'll ask about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Chris
this one.
Alodakun? Who is that?
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The newest 49er speaks, Randy Gregory. As T-Rock just said, another dog in the kennel. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. It's great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, of course, Moskowitz LLP, and he can help you out with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
Employee retention credit. This is the federal government rewarding employers that employed people in the pandemic of 2020 and 21 by giving away. That's right, giving away. It's not a loan, it's a grant, it's a gift. Giving away up to $26,000 for every employee you had that qualifies. 2 different ways to qualify. You only need one of them. But it amazes me how many firms and CPAs, and before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, are just doing the easy way, the math way. That's a certain drop in gross revenue. If you don't have that, they're saying, well, that's it. No ERC for you. No, that's not what the law says. The law says either or. The other method is a facts and circumstances method. Why aren't they doing it? It's a lot more work for the professional. But that's what we do as tax attorneys. We do the legal analysis to determine, do you qualify? Of course, not everybody does. That's the scammers. But a lot of people that don't qualify on the drop in gross revenue do qualify under the facts and circumstances. And if you do, you may be entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or even more. Find out. If you never heard about ERC before, talk to us. If your CPA said you don't qualify, talk to us for a second opinion, just like you would with a medical doctor.
Call right now. ERC 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Like I said, as a quarterback, I don't care. The great ones know that I get the ball out of my hand, I get it to my playmakers. They're going to make me look good, and he's done that. He's done a great job. Obviously, great ball placement. Great reads, quick reads. He's never rushed. He has great poise, obviously, to be a year 2 quarterback. But like I said, just getting the ball to his playmakers, and he's able to do that very efficiently.
That's Browns linebacker Anthony Walker Jr. talking about Brock Purdy, Browns, and 49ers. When are you heading out? About 24 hours from now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very nice. We're down at
1:30 buses roll.
Yeah. Down here at Levi Stadium. Lots of injury issues around the Browns, including the quarterback position. And the best person to talk about the Browns, Mary Kay Cabot, does a great job and has for a long time. Browns beat writer, Cleveland.com. She joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Mary Kay, how are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, we're doing great. Obviously, the number one question with everybody is this Deshaun Watson mystery. They cleared him right on the bruise on the rotator cuff, but he's still feeling pain, can't go, didn't practice again today, so it looks pretty doubtful that he's going to play, huh?
Yeah, right now, I would say it seems pretty doubtful, but stranger things have happened. We talked to offensive coordinator Alex Van Pelt today. He said, he has seen it plenty of times where a player gets to, the end of the week and decides that they actually can play, even if they haven't practiced. But I would have to say right now, it seems to me that they'll probably end up going with P.J. Walker, and I would think they would probably want to settle it sooner than later so that they don't have a repeat of their previous game against the Ravens where Dorian Thompson-Robinson didn't know until Sunday morning he was starting, and that was kind of tough on everyone.
Mary Kay, I heard you this morning on with Pat McAfee, and you were great, but I want to clear one thing up because McAfee kept saying, and I guess the nature of the injury going back to the Baltimore game before the bye, is that the Browns doctors have cleared him to play, right? But you were talking to him, before the game and in his locker on Friday, and then he just felt something, and now it's a right shoulder contusion in his rotator cuff. So I just clear up a little bit of a misconception maybe I have. Is there a disconnect between the Browns doctors on whether or not he can play and should play and Deshaun Watson himself?
No, it's really, that's the first step is to be medically cleared to be able to play. So when you're medically cleared, you're not going to further re-injure something or, you're not in any kind of danger to play. But it's just a matter of being able to function. And as Alex Van Pelt stated today, and he's a former NFL quarterback, you have to have your arm. You have to be able to throw the ball. You have to be able to function with the body part that you need the most. For a running back, it's going to be your leg. For a quarterback, it's going to be your arm. And if he doesn't have his faculties about him in that way, then he cannot play. So I don't think there's a disconnect. I think it's a question of semantics, and I think it's kind of gotten twisted and tangled up a little bit. But I just don't think there's anything more than, he needs to have some strength and not a whole bunch of pain in that shoulder to play.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us, Browns and 49ers, of course, from Cleveland, 10 a.m. local time, 7 o'clock for the pregame. We will have you right here on the Sports Leader. So if he can't play, as you said, DTR just got the news right before the game and kind of got thrown in there. P.J. Walker, a guy who played for the Carolina Panthers, played in the USFL. Give us the background on him.
Well, he has started 7 games for the Panthers over the previous 3 seasons. He's gone 4-3 in those starts. One of those victories was last year. It was a 21-3 victory over the Tampa Bay Bucks when Tom Brady was playing in that game. So that's a pretty good feather in his cap there to have beaten Tom Brady in a game. But it'll be a tall order for PJ to have to go out and try to function against this very aggressive, stout, physical San Francisco 49ers defense. There are other issues going on with the Cleveland Browns right now, including the fact that their all-pro left guard has not practiced all week with a knee injury. Their
Bitonio,
tight end,
Joel Bitonio, yeah.
Joel Bitonio.
Yeah.
And then their starting tight end, David Njoku, hasn't practiced all week with burns that he suffered in a household fire pit accident the Friday night before the Ravens game. Now, he did play in that game, but he's been receiving treatment and whatnot on his burns. And, we'll just have to see if he's ready to go. He would have to wear a mask again.
Wow.
It's a matter of whether or not he can wear the helmet with comfort.
And Njoku posted video or pictures on IG. It is bad. Have you asked him, has he wanted to divulge the nature of the burns on his hands and his face and the fire pit? And it happened the Friday night before your last game against Baltimore. How did that happen? Because he got burned pretty badly, Mary Kay.
Yeah, he really did. But no, we have not had an opportunity to talk to him yet. He has walked through the locker room just briefly each of the last 2 days. So we have seen him in there, but he hasn't been approachable. He hasn't been made available to talk. He was not available after the Ravens game to speak, and he's just not ready to go there yet. Maybe if he plays in this game, he'll talk after the game. Not really sure. But so far, he really has not addressed it.
Mary Kay, let's look at some of the matchups, especially offensively. Other than that, you've got a piece up there that's pinned of DeJuan Jones, just a massive right tackle that took over for Jack Conklin. He's an Ohio State guy. Nick Bosa, Ohio State guy. It was supposed to be one of their strengths, their offensive line, and certainly in the interior it is. But they've had some injuries. In Jedrick Will's case, maybe a little fall off in play. Where is the offensive line at this point for the Browns?
Well, as you mentioned, their interior is supposed to be their strength right now, but Joel Bitonio, again, hasn't practiced all week, and I do think he's in jeopardy of missing this game. Oh. He has played in 102 straight games. I know he'll do everything he can to be out there, and we have had other offensive linemen here who haven't practiced during the week and then played on Sunday, but Joel hasn't been around. We haven't seen him. We saw him walk out on crutches last Wednesday heading into the bye week. That was not a good sign whatsoever, and we haven't even seen him outside, so we'll have to see how that goes. As you mentioned, DeJuan is a man mountain. I mean, he is just enormous. He's the biggest guy on the team. He would be going up against fellow Buckeye Nick Bosa at times, and that would be a very, very interesting matchup. DeJuan would have to be on his technique. He would really, really have to be on point in that way. He's done a really nice job in pass blocking, has struggled a little bit in run blocking, and, of course, as you guys know, the San Francisco 49ers are really, really good in run defense. So we'll have to see how that goes. Again, the Browns at center, Ethan Posick, he's been limited all week with a leg injury of his own. And so they're banged up on the offensive line. There are definitely some issues for the Browns on the offensive line, and it's not a great time to be having those.
Yeah, DeJuan Jones is 6'8", 374 pounds listed. So he's a man mountain, as you said. So obviously not having Deshaun Watson, and then going back to that Monday night game against Pittsburgh and the gruesome injury with Nick Chubb. I mean, arguably your two best player. Amari Cooper's a good player on offense as well, and Bitonio, but the quarterback in the back. So not having Chubb, and I guess he's got to go back in to prepare the ACL. It's a terrible injury, Mary Kay. But we know Kareem Hunt and his skill set, but he was gone all offseason. They just brought him back the Wednesday after the Chubb injury in Pittsburgh. So how do they roll with the running backs with Jerome Ford, Kareem Hunt, and Pierre Strong Jr.?
Well, they will be, running back by committee from now on unless they decide to go out and trade for some kind of a running back. But as of right now, they do have Jerome Ford. He's been limited in practice this week with a knee injury as well. Kareem Hunt is coming back around after being out of football and not being with the team until September. And then they do have Pierre Strong that they can run a little bit more. They've tried to do a little bit of, the wide back thing with Elijah Moore, but I think he's kind of too small for that role. He's not Deebo Samuel's size, and it really hasn't worked out very well. He lost 20 yards on his lone run last week, and this would be a really, really tough front to run against. So I don't know if they'll do very much of that with him. But certainly they haven't been the team they thought that they would be on the ground without Nick Chubb and with some issues in run blocking. So, I mean, if you think about it, they could be without Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb, their all-pro right tackle, Jack Conklin, who's out for the season in this game, their starting tight end, David Njoku. It could just be a game where they're kind of banged up.
And their best left guard as well. Yeah. Myles Garrett's all right, though? Is he out of the walking boot? Is he good to go?
Yeah, he's out of the walking boot. He's limited as well with the foot injury, but he'll be okay. And I think that's one of the best matchups to watch on Sunday will be him against Trent Williams. He really hasn't faced the likes of a Trent Williams so far this season, and Myles can wreck a game if you let him. So, it's going to be incumbent upon Trent and those guys to try to slow down Miles. And he moves around. He'll go wherever he can find the most favorable matchup and get to the quarterback. So Brock's going to have to get rid of the ball very quickly.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you about, because I've seen his numbers in the past where sometimes in seasons he's been kind of 50-50 on the left and the right. How often do they move him around, and is he usually going to be Trent Williams, or because Trent is so good, will they move him around or even bring him right through the middle?
He'll play everywhere, and especially under Jim Schwartz, who is the new defensive coordinator this year. They will move him around. And so, yeah, you can find him over center, guard, tackle, it doesn't matter. Wherever they think they can free him up, that's where he'll be. So it's catch him if you can.
Rain on Saturday, rain on Monday. How are we looking on Sunday, Mary Kay? Are we going to have a rain game?
I haven't looked in the past couple of days, but it was supposed to kind of rain in the morning and then maybe clear up in the afternoon. So, we'll have to see how that goes. It can be, kind of iffy. You never know. You can have 3 or 4 seasons happening in one game. So
Lake Erie, I know it well.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes.
Great stuff. Mary Kay, thank you so much for your insight. We appreciate it. We'll see you on Sunday.
Sounds great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Mary Kay Cabot. Cleveland.com, very good insight into where the Browns are. And, one of the things that we haven't talked about so much, and actually during one of the breaks I asked Tim Ryan about it, I'm not going to divulge everything, but in terms of just the being healthy. And I asked him straight up, are they doing something different to stay healthy this year? Injuries a lot of times are just luck. Fans sit there, exactly, and you knock on wood with it. But fans a lot of times when Kyle and the 49ers are having a lot of injuries, are they going too hard? Are they doing this? Can they do this? They changed their staff one year completely. I mean, it's just... a lot of times it's just luck. Cleveland's
tackle
not
football.
Right. I mean, Cleveland's not doing a lot
Antonio
different.
might not play.
But that's what she's saying is
wow, and Njoku may not play.
And their strength was their offensive line. Or a lot of people other than their defense, they thought the strength was the offensive line. But then you lose Conklin, your center might be out, one of your guards might be out. All of a sudden, you look at this defensive line, especially if Randy Gregory can be effective at all. They got a struggling young left tackle. I mean, they could really wreck the game up front, like we've talked about so many times. It's just injuries. If Chubb and Watson are playing and they have all their offensive line intact, that's a totally different story.
I thought they were going to be a loaded team. If Deshaun could bounce back to where he was at the end of the Houston run, I thought they could win that division, but they're just ravaged by injury. The great equalizer in a game like this, just going back to last year in the opener in Chicago, is rain. And on the shores of Lake Dreary, you don't know what it's going to be, but it's supposed to rain on Saturday. It's supposed to rain on Monday. If we get a rain game, that could be the neutralizer in this game.
Remember, I mean, I'm thinking, okay, Chicago, obviously there's a negative there, but in their Super Bowl year, you had Washington, then you had Baltimore in that one as well. Washington went well, Baltimore not as much. But
you're talking about rain games?
Yeah, I'm talking about rain
last
games.
year we had a rain game. Every game was a rain game.
Indy was terrible.
Well, that was the monsoon year. That was 21.
That wasn't last year?
That was the bomb cyclone year.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah, but last year it rained for the home opener.
That's right.
Against Seattle when Trey got hurt. It didn't rain much during the game. Then the playoff game against Seattle. There were so many rain practices last year and walkthroughs. It looked like it rained every single game, starting with the Chicago game. So what I'm saying is that rain's the neutralizer, especially if they don't have a lot of their best players. So I'm just... P.J. Walker, Jam, what video am I going to watch of this guy? Steve Wilkes was the interim head coach last year when he was the quarterback in Carolina. So they have a good handle on PJ.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll give you a few caboose pistol-ish items. We still got some remnants before we get out of here. We didn't finish up the foreplay completely because we got a little baseball we need to discuss between Dusty and Bruce Bochy. Still a lot to come. Then the top of the hour, of course, Tober and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Looking forward to going to Cleveland, but the hard part is we haven't been on the road in a while. With the first two in Pittsburgh and L.A., I've been sleeping on my own Sleep Number bed. Wonder if I can wheel the Sleep Number bed on the charter and take it with me to Northeast Ohio. Sleep Number bed. Over 80% of NFL players sleep on a Sleep Number bed. It improves your sleep quality. The smart beds, you learn how to sleep and provide a personalized insight into help you sleeping better. So you got to get a Sleep Number bed. And I'm able to track my sleep patterns all night long. And if you don't have one, I suggest you get on it now, because now it's at its lowest price ever. You got the all-new Queen Sleep Number C2 Smart Bed. It is only $880, plus you get special financing for a limited time. So it's available at sleepnumber.com or at Sleep Number stores around the Bay, and there are many of them to hit. The one I suggest is the City Center in San Francisco, the corner of Masonic and Geary, right next to Target, 2675 Geary Boulevard. So Sleep Number, also the official Crucial Catch partner of the NFL. It is subject to credit approval. So see store for details. Again, Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose? I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I am so grateful to be a part of this organization and to celebrate with these fans, to celebrate with this group, this ownership. I couldn't be more thrilled. And I haven't yet grasped how I'm feeling right now. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to go on a bender. I'm telling you. I might disappear for 24 hours. I know that's for sure. I might go underground for a little while.
That was classic.
84 wins in the LCS. I did also read a story last night that a guy bet $1,000 on the Diamondbacks at the beginning of the playoffs to win the National League, and that's at 1:30. At 1:30, so he could win $130,000 just to win the National League.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
They lost. The Giants won 107 games 2 years ago in 21. Torey Lovullo and the Arizona Diamondbacks lost 110 games. What were the Giants against them that year, John? Like 15-4?
They were 15-4, and they were 17-2 against Colorado. That's what it was when they won.
But there was one game. I honestly felt so bad for Torey. And Mike Hazen's wife battled a terrible cancer that year. It was just awful. Remember the one game when I think the Giants were up like 8-0. Giants were down 8-0 at home against them. It was a Monday or Tuesday night. I think it was Tuesday because they were in City Connect maybe. And Mike Yastrzemski hit a grand slam. Flem had a great call in the bottom of the eighth. It wasn't a walk-off. But they came from 8-0 down to go up 9-8. It was Grand Yaz with a grand slam. I think his first grand slam. I honestly felt sorry for them. Merrill Kelly had some games where he pitched so well, and Torey would take him out in the ninth inning with a lead, and they'd lose the game. But how many managers, coaches, anybody's ever said after winning a series like that and knocking off the Dodgers, I think I'm going to go on a bender? That's something that I would say. But he said a 24-hour bender. He's got time because Arizona does not play game one of the National League Championship Series until Monday at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 o'clock our time. The question now will be, are they going to be at Atlanta or are they going to be at Philadelphia? Something tells me this great Diamondback story is going to end.
Yeah, both those teams.
In the League Championship Series.
Although, like you said, though, last night, what was fun, because obviously most of us here are rooting against the Dodgers more than rooting for the Diamondbacks. But you've never had 4 home runs in an inning like that, in the way that Moreno, their catcher, did it, where he hit the one and it was clearly foul. So then he rounds the bases, goes back in the dugout, and they replay it clearly.
Next pitch.
And he bombs that one to left center field.
Next pitch.
I mean, the place is going bonkers. My son was at the game last night.
Was he?
He was just, he went to the game last night, and they he was there for that third inning, and he just said it was bananas, because remember, it's so hot out, they've got that thing closed, so it's just, there's nowhere for the sound to go.
Lance Lynn, 4 solo home runs.
Yeah, but 44
in one inning
this year.
Yeah, but 4 in one inning. He pitched well the first or second. He couldn't get out of the third. Yeah. Kershaw got bombed in game 1, gave up 6 earnings, got 1 out. And then Bobby Miller got bombed in game 2.
By the way. Kershaw might be done.
Yeah, the key thing with him is the shoulder and where he's at, because clearly when he came off the IL, he had no velocity at all. And Saturday night, he had no command. Everything was right down the middle. But one thing with Clayton Kershaw, he has 2,944 strikeouts. He is 16 away from 3,000. 4 guys have gotten to 3,000 strikeouts in baseball history. You want to walk away with 2,944 strikeouts or come back and, he's not like he's 45. He's 35. He's pitched a lot. Something tells me he pitches again.
Yeah, could be.
And they need him. What do they do with Urias? When's Walker Buehler coming back? What's going on with Carrot Top, Dustin May?
Unfortunately,
Tony Gonsolin. They got.
Unfortunately, they're going to get Snell, and they're going to do that. They're going to spend money on pitching, because that's what happened. Their bullpen was actually okay. Their hitting is fine. They'll probably go out and get Ohtani for a hitter, and
they're going to buy everybody.
I think they're going to freak out. They're not. I don't think they're going to fire their manager, but I do think they're going to freak out and go get a bunch of starting pitching, because that was the issue. I mean, think about it. Tony Gonsolin, horrible and injured. Clayton Kershaw could be near the end. Don't know what's going to happen with tight pants. I mean, that's clearly what they need. Urias, they're never bringing him back. He's not coming back. So they've just had some bad luck. What happened with Trevor Bauer? I mean, over the last couple of years, whether it be off-the-field issues, injuries.
So what do they do with J.D. Martinez? They bring him back?
He's a free agent. He's probably done.
He had a big year. They're not going to re-sign him?
But they could open up about $90 million.
He's a Boris guy.
It's going to scare me.
Kike Hernandez a free agent. Jason Hayward's a free agent. Shelby Miller. David Peralta.
A couple of quick stories. All that money, the $1.65 billion power jackpot. Yeah, that Powerball jackpot. They did sell a winner. 22, 24, 40, 52, 64.
22, 24, 52. Where's it? Where's the holder?
It's always at a place like this. I need to start going to places like this because I get mine at like a 7-Eleven or a Safeway or something.
Now you get it in Black Hawk, California,
Yes, right.
where all
It's
the
not
rich people live. Where did you have to go?
Midway Market and Liquors
I've
in
been there.
Fraser Park, California, about 75 miles north of L.A.
I've been there.
You've been to Midway Market and Liquors?
I think when he landed last night off the charter, Dave Roberts went there immediately.
But I mean,
the
look at
difference
this place.
between
Look at
Doc is
that's where they always
he's
sell.
going to go on a 3-month
It's just
bender.
this little liquor store. That's where they sell them. They never sell them in like mainstream places. That's where I'm going.
The Bel Air Safeway?
Yeah, never.
They don't sell them there?
No, I'm in the wrong place, man. I need to go to some seedy little liquor store that only takes cash.
What do you mean you need to go there?
Well, I do go there.
You go there.
I need to go somewhere different. That's all I'm saying. I was excited the other day. I matched the Powerball.
Do you buy the Powerball? Do you really do that?
Yeah. The other day, I matched the Powerball alone.
Seriously,
and that
you go
was
out
exciting.
and buy? You're squandering George's college money with you playing.
Well, it's either that or bets I'm going to lose. I mean, one or the other. I'm gambling one way or the other. You have to pay his own way at some point. I haven't broken it to him yet. Yeah.
What do you gamble on? Football?
Whatever. Tiddlywinks, frog races, whatever there is.
Frog sex? If she croaks, it ain't happening.
By the way, people love the line you had yesterday. What was that? Not tonight, honey. I'm dead. From the story yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah. Airport stories are always fun. A box of giraffe poo has been seized by customs agents at a U.S. airport after a woman tried to bring the stuff onto the plane to make a necklace.
Giraffe?
Wow. Yeah, this was in
So how
Minneapolis.
far does that drop? They don't crap out their neck, but their legs are
pretty long
tall.
still.
How high does it descend?
Well, here's what's weird, too. I would have thought.
How do you catch it?
I would have thought they would have gotten it before it got to St. Paul, Minnesota.
You make a necklace out of it?
Yeah, it says she told officials she picked up the poo on a trip to Kenya and brought it back in her luggage to make a necklace. The woman from Iowa, she's from Iowa, said she previously made a necklace with moose poo, and now she wanted one with giraffe poo.
And what's the texture of that necklace?
After a while, it would probably harden up.
Is it the design of the pattern of a giraffe's exterior?
Are you just trying
that would be cool.
Are you just trying to? Do you just hate people because
what do you have to freeze it so it won't stink?
You would think, but I mean, if you're making poo necklaces on the regular, you just don't like people. Just
Are we really calling it poo?
Well, that's what it says in the story, so I thought it made it sound good.
I'm not going Winnie the Pooh.
What way do you talk about?
That's a lovely necklace you have, man. What is it, man? What is it made out of? Giraffe crap.
Poo.
Wow.
Poo. And finally, this is pretty funny. So in Aurora, Colorado, a suburb of Denver, Fred the pig, I guess from a local, are pigs in zoos?
Is he a boar? A boar?
Yeah, look at this. Look how gigantic this pig is. So essentially what it did was in downtown Aurora,
is he a pot-bellied pig?
He's gigantic.
Yeah.
They say that Fred the pig is anywhere from 400 to 600 pounds.
Is it a pet?
No, it escaped from an enclosure. And so what happens here is, I guess so. But what's crazy here is you would think to yourself, pigs are cute, all that kind of stuff. But if they get out on their own in downtown,
they're mean.
That's what happened. Is this thing you couldn't capture it? It was tearing up people's yards. It was eating all sorts of stuff. It was busted in. It was like garbage day, so it was going down like a whole street, just busting up everybody's garbage. It became a major problem here. And so anyway, they captured Fred the pig. But this is great. I'm trying to see the part where he weighs 400 to 600 pounds. To capture him, it took 3 officers and 2 animal people. So it took 5 people to get
Arnold Ziffel?
To get this basically 500-pound pig. Because it's, like you said, number one, it's mean.
They
and number
can
2,
be,
it's
and
big.
they have quite the appetite.
Yeah, and it's big. So essentially for a couple of days, this thing was on the lam, no pun intended, and it was eating everything inside. It was tearing up people's yards. It was going through their garbage. You wouldn't think, you see what is it, Piglet on Winnie the Pooh? Look at that.
Most famous pig is Arnold Ziffel from Green Acres. Loved Arnold Ziffel.
Wasn't there a movie? That'll do, pig. That'll do. What movie's that?
I don't know. Was it a
That
kid's
was a
movie?
famous pig. Yeah.
So, not more famous than Arnold Ziffel. Come on. So, John Nelson used to have a pet pig. What was it, like a pot-bellied pig?
A little pot-bellied pig.
And then my brother I think he had multiple pet pigs in his home, and he was saying they're great family pets.
They are?
Yeah. I didn't visit him after he had the pig there for a while. But Nellie had what kind of pig was that? I think a pot-bellied pig,
I
right?
don't know. The one I just saw.
The thing is, you hung out on a Saturday night with that pig, John. It was such a bore.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Dad joke
nice.
there.
Let's see.
Grandpa
I've
joke.
got, top 3 pigs. Porky Pig.
How do we miss Porky?
Let's see.
Arnold Ziffel.
Miss Piggy.
Oh,
is
Miss
on that
Piggy,
list.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right.
That was
She's kind of a hottie, Miss Piggy.
Yeah, that was always a weird
And
comment.
Arnold Ziffel.
Yeah, there you go. It's on
Did
there
he
as
make
well.
it, Arnold Ziffel?
Yeah, it's on there.
From Green Acres.
Let's see. I'm trying to find that. Anyway, whatever. It's not that big of a deal.
Anyway, this particular pig was not domesticated. This pig was on the lamb.
Yeah. He probably ate a lamb while he was out. Watch out, man. The thing will just go right over you. All right, that is your Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Pistol for this Thursday. We got a couple of more remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour, and then it is our good friends, Stolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Former 49ers quarterback Alex Smith this morning with Murph and Mac tells the guys why Brock Purdy has proved he's in the upper echelon of NFL quarterbacks. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Faithful, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Papa in Lund, I'll take it over because John is doing a HR video on privilege.
I'm always
I am so
one.
proud of myself. I'm usually the last one of the entire company to do it. I did it last night. Paid close attention while Lance Lynn gave 4 home runs in a single inning.
You were really watching this thing.
And I just told John how to get on the website to take
I never thought I'd see the day.
Oh my God, am I proud of myself, John? I've become a corporate citizen.
You really have.
Haven't I?
Yeah, during the break, you just said, I'm like, where do I go for this
Hit
thing?
those,
You're like,
up in the left
this,
corner, those
this.
9 dots.
I'm like, what is going on here?
I did it last night when I was texting.
Mr. Corporate.
I texted Holler. Mofo, the hell do I do here? How do I do this?
You know what's so funny? I said the same thing, and he said right back to me.
Exactly. So now you're free? You don't have to do it?
I'm on the last
Well, you know what? I
part.
wanted to get it done last night because there was this one game to watch after the Astros won. So what are we watching tonight? Football? Broncos at Chiefs? Amazon Prime? Regular season game? How important is this game going to be overall? Or Game 4, Citizens Bank Park.
Oh, it's a tough
winningest team in baseball with Spencer Strider on the mound against Ranger Suarez. What's America going to watch tonight? It's Amazon Prime, so they don't get ratings,
No.
right? Well, but they can quantify how many millions are watching football. Not very often does baseball, even in a playoff or a World Series, ever beat the NFL. Tonight, you got Philadelphia, and they're massive Phillies fans, and Atlanta.
For a chance to go to the league championship.
Or Atlanta's out.
Yeah.
So the one night, I think baseball did outrate football last year when you had an Amazon Prime Thursday night game. May have been that dog Washington-Chicago game.
Well, you're right, because it's not regular TV, and then it's,
Right.
people of I'm not going to say a certain age. It's just certain people are just, they can't figure it out, or they don't have internet,
They
or whatever the case
they
may
still
be.
are drawing
they are.
10 million a game.
Yeah. Mostly to watch Marshawn Lynch do whatever he's doing. What's he going to do?
What's he
Kansas
gonna
City
do in
barbecue or something?
Go to Gates. I'm looking for Antonio Gates.
That'd be amazing.
I feel like when he went to
when he went to the Amish.
Well, no, that was borderline. Now, see the diversity training on privilege.
that would be
Marshawn
good.
never took that.
No, he declared.
No, when he went to Detroit and sat down with Barry Sanders.
Oh, that was awesome.
And he was like, my heart's racing. He was like,
Yeah,
he didn't
that
know how
was
to.
awesome.
That was cool because he humbled himself talking to Barry
That was
Sanders.
cool.
So
Yeah, that was very cool. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
baseball starts earlier.
I'm trying to think. If I had to, though, and they were back, right?
Baseball starts at 5:07.
Right.
Well, actually, they're going to overlap.
They are a little bit.
No, right? 5:07 first pitch.
Versus
Philly,
5:20.
Like 5:15, 5:20.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, you're
boy.
right.
You know what it is, John? 2 screens. It's a 2-screen.
I do have in my studio at home. I remember building the thing, and the guy looked at me and he said, "Why do you need 2 giant TVs on either side of this thing?" He goes, "Can you watch that?" I said, "Yeah." I said,
"Wait a minute.
I've got like 5 different things I need to watch, but I have
Sunday
2 giant ones."
when we're kicking off in Cleveland, how many games are going off at 10 o'clock in the morning on Sunday?
Right.
You need not
That's
two.
what I mean.
You need 2 dozen.
Well, and I've got iPads and everything else, but but in this small space, I have 2 giant ones that are adjacent. And the guy was looking at me like I'm some weirdo, and I just went, dude, this is I got to have it. And like, for example, the 10 a.m. one, I'll have the red zone on one and then the Niners on the other. I got to know what's going on.
Right.
Stuff's, very important.
By the way, how you doing on your privilege? You want me to give you any
I'm on the
answers
third
that?
part.
It's the diversity training privilege.
Can't give you the answers, man. I got to learn it myself.
I've got at least 25 jokes that I could tell on there.
Don't do it.
But if I don't want to get a call from HR, I'm
You're
going to.
doing so well.
Greg, you passed the training, but you flunked it. You got to call into HR.
Great stuff today from Dan Orlovsky, who joined us to explain his Mac Jones, Brock Purdy comparison. Good stuff
Apologized
from Tim
to
Ryan.
George Kittle.
Absolutely, he did. Tim Ryan. And
Adam Snyder.
Adam Snyder was
Mary
great.
Kay
Yeah,
Cabot.
that's a good guest today. Good
you
job,
never
boys.
mentioned Ernie Accorsi. I'm very proud of you on that one.
Yeah, thank you. Very nice. All right. Thanks to the boys. Doing a great job as always. Thanks to Danny. Danny wasn't here today. Who was here? Walter and Kyle? Is it Walter and Kyle today? Walter and Kyle.
Juszczyk or Shanahan?
Both. They're
producing our show.
bored. They don't have anything to do. So Kyle Shanahan thought he would help produce
By
the
the way,
show today.
Juszczyk loved my Spider 2 wife at Attica, by the way.
Very nice. Leave it up to a Harvard guy, right? He knows. He's listening. All right. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Oh, we got the heavy hitters today. We're going to talk to Drew Amenda. Had a chance to talk to him earlier. Get you a little hockey rundown. You remember hockey, right? Puck, frozen, cold.
Edie, sure.
That hockey. He'll join us at 2:30. We're going to have Brent Rooker. For the Oakland Athletics, we're going to talk about the sweeper. We'll get into depth, as him and Copes did on Twitter. He had a really
all-star.
good year. Yeah, really good year.
30
all-star
bombs,
for the A's. Yeah. So we're going to talk to Brent at 2:50. Coach Shanahan. That's already an embarrassment of riches right there. He'll join us at 3:30. And then Steve Young, time unknown.
From parts unknown, from times unknown. Did we just lose Tom? Just pod Tom down?
No.
Well,
I'm right here.
You got him? Oh, we lost you for a minute there.
You did?
Yeah, we did.
Where'd I go?
I don't know. I think you had a good riff. Just pretend it didn't happen. Start over.
I was right here.
Yeah.
Maybe the Wi-Fi didn't like my my lunch, my rolled up ham, salami, and cheese.
Yeah, he brought it up. Dude, he brought it up again and he cut out again. How about that? As soon as he said it. Dude, as soon as you brought it up again, you cut out again. The
What?
salami, ham, and cheese.
Okay.
Second you said it.
Apparently, it doesn't want to hear about it.
Yeah, I guess not.
It doesn't want to hear about it.
Yeah,
so,
no more roll-ups
Steve-
on that.
Steve, Kyle, Drew, and Brent Rucker. So it should be a really, really good show today. Fun football show, a little hockey, a little baseball, and then we'll get you caught up on everything that's going on. And the main story in the Bay, Dodgers lose.
Dude, how about that? And it's funny because we talked about it, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Maybe it was 2 days ago we discussed, like, at some point you get... Derek was asking me that. He goes, are you at some point just sick of the Dodgers going and the Giants aren't competing with them? And I said, well, yeah. But it's a different feeling once the playoffs are happening. Like, that's an in-season feeling. Like, everybody who's a Giants fan is bummed that they're not in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But once the playoffs are happening and the Dodgers are in front of me on TV, what do you think my regular emotion is like, screw these guys, man. I'm not rooting for these guys. As much as I like Mookie Betts and he's a blast to watch play, that was incredible how flat he went this series. 1 for 10. Was he 1 for 10 or 1 for 11? I think 1 for 10 was Freddie Freeman. Mookie didn't have a hit, actually, in the series. Scored a run. Pretty incredible that they got shut down the way they did and that the Diamondbacks hit 4 homers in an inning. Like, pretty quickly, my emotions after that were like, dude, that is so funny that the Dodgers just got swept. And then I was like, nice. Oh, man, Arizona's in the West, huh? I was like, that's going to be a bit of a problem. That team is young. That team is dangerous. Dude, we were all over it. I think me and you all offseason. And late last year, we're like, Arizona's coming. We still thought they were a year away, but into the LCS, man. Pretty incredible.
Who knew? All Evan Longoria had to do is go to a different NL West team. And he could be a part of a NLC. I mean, go figure.
Did you see the list of former Giants out there who could still get a ring?
Who?
It's a pretty good list. So, like, Evan Longoria could get a ring, right?
Oh, I did see the other two. Yeah.
Well, no, there's a bunch.
Bumgarner.
So Bumgarner and Melanson.
I saw those two. Who are the others two?
That's just Arizona. So I went through last night.
All the teams. Okay, got it.
Of the teams left, like Mauricio Dubon could get another.
Yeah, Will Smith.
Right? Will Smith's out there. How about Derek Rodriguez pitched at one point for the Braves this year? D-Rod.
Wow. that I would not have pulled.
I was looking at their roster. I was like, that's a random one. Yeah, nice. Dude, we had a bobblehead for D-Rod. Remember that?
Yep, absolutely.
He had like the Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman tattoo on his like the face of the Catwoman on his forearm, and it was on the bobblehead too, which was funny.
I do remember that.
Yeah, then you got Boch and Dusty, of course. Pierce Johnson is out there hanging around.
Who's he hanging with?
He might be a Brave or a Philly.
Brave, okay.
The Phillies have a handful of guys. Jose Alvarado
I think
Alvarez.
you're right, Braves.
Yeah.
He was with the Rockies earlier this year, wasn't he?
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, so, there's a handful of guys. Like Chadwick Tromp was a Brave this year. Remember him? The catcher?
I do.
Dude, I was like, look at all these guys, just former Giants. A-Ray Adrianza, still a Brave, I think. Maybe he's a twin. Maybe he was a twin, now he's a Brave. But he's got World Series hardware. A-Ray Adrianza. It's so funny, the guys who pop up and flare up places. Plus, then you got like guys like Zach Wheeler, who's still around.
Yep.
So,
yeah, exactly.
So what did you make of FP last night during the face-off, sort of going back to the comp of Bryce Harper and Mike Trout? Because to me, like, in terms of who's playing better now, it's all about Bryce. He's healthy now. Yeah. But he also wasn't healthy starting the year, right? He had the Tommy John surgery. I think in terms of, like, career numbers, legacy, hardware, like, playoffs are a thing, but it's easy not to fault a guy in baseball for not having playoff numbers when he never goes. Mm-hmm. I saw a note yesterday that Altuve and Bregman have both played 90 games in the playoffs in the last, since like 2017 or something, or 2014. Trout's played none.
Yeah.
7 straight ALCS.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Really?
I had to tally it up.
Letting me know that. I appreciate it.
I was going to ask you, but I was able to find it.
Breaking news.
It's an analytic, actually.
Yeah, is it? Okay,
it's
a
great
great
stat.
number. I love that number. Look, we were talking about it last night, and the more I thought about it, because I hadn't really thought about that. I mean, come on, it's not close.
It's not really close at all.
Trout's significantly better than Bryce Harper over the course of his career. And if you want to give him credit, like I'll always give a guy credit for what he does in the postseason, and that raises you up, but it doesn't lower someone down because they haven't had a chance to do things in the postseason. Just because you don't get there, especially in a sport like baseball, where you need so many other factors have to go right. It's not basketball where you're one of 5 guys. You need more than one, but you get one and then add a decent bench and a couple other guys, you're good to go. You can win a championship that way. You can't even do that in baseball. I mean, you got to have a squad to get there. So I can't ding Trout for that, but yeah, I mean, Trout was the best player in baseball for half a decade, if not more. I mean, the best player in baseball, widely regarded as top 10 already, and closing in maybe on top 7, 8.
That's what I mean. He might be one of the best. He's in the convo of like the greatest players
Harper
of all
is not
time.
there.
Harper's going to be an all-time great. That's what we'll say, I think. But I don't think Harper. I don't know how much longer he plays. Both these guys got here at the same age, at like 19 years old in 2011 or 2012. I think was their They both made. I was at their first All-Star game, Kansas City 2012.
Mhm.
That was their first ever.
Wasn't that Bryce with the gold shoes?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
And they were both out there. It was Chipper Jones' last All-Star game. That was the Mookie, not the Mookie, the Melky MVP day. 2012
right.
Giant. It was like an all-Giant. Matt Cain started the game. Buster started. Pablo hit a triple off of Verlander. But yeah, I mean, that's how long these guys have been around. It's 2023, and Bryce now, I mean, this guy was like 15 years old on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
And he's lived up. I mean, we don't talk enough about that he's lived up to that hype.
Absolutely.
That's pretty incredible. Like, that doesn't happen as frequently as we tell that story, right?
Well, I mean, you look at the guys that like are on, guys and girls that are on the cover of Sports Illustrated early. I mean, a lot of them, right, have hit. You got Bryce Harper, hit, LeBron James, Freddie Adu. I mean, we're talking about guys that
Wait, Freddie Adu hit?
Didn't he?
He got signed when he was 14, but
I don't know. He went to the MLS. I just assumed
you know
he
what? If he's had like a decades-long career.
I know he did.
I think that's a hit. If you have like a 10-plus year career.
Yeah, but
It's
he
not
didn't
like-
hit as far as like what people's expectations are of you when they see you that young. You're like, wow, this guy must be just a phenom. And you can. Doesn't mean you're going to be a phenom when you mature, because guess what? Everybody else matures too. And everybody else gets bigger and gets stronger. We've all seen those guys in high school, right? They got hair on their backs, and they're as a freshman, little mini mustache coming in, hair on the shoulders. Maybe by the time they're junior, a little receding hairline. And these guys are just men.
Yeah.
And they just crush people. And you're just like, oh, that guy's a stud. Yeah. And then by the time he's a senior, you're like, yeah, he's not as good as I thought. People are starting to catch up to him, pass him by. Then you get to college, then everybody's really good. Then people start passing him by because it's not about maturity anymore.
The body's normalized, right?
Exactly. Everybody's matured by that point. But, I mean, you look at Bryce and LeBron. Those guys were celebrated early on, and they have more than delivered. I mean, LeBron is going to go down as one of the top 2-3 players of all time.
There's a case. I mean, yeah.
All-time great. Harper's not that, and I don't think he's ever going to be that. But he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Yeah. I mean, he won 2 MVPs, and I think his calling card right now is his ability to deliver in the playoffs. Like, you see a lot of guys' numbers fall in the playoffs, but his numbers stay about the exact same. Like, you look at his OPS, home run rate, all that stuff. Like, everything's pretty similar, which is impressive. Now, you also have to look at, because everything changes, right? The pitching isn't what it once was. Now, whether it's nasty or not nastier, but you don't got to face like 3 really good starters anymore. But the bullpen's nastier. So I don't know if that negates itself, but everything, that's for other people to like dig into and look up. But that was always a thing. Barry Bonds, one of the greatest players of all time, struggled in the playoffs, struggling until he got to 2002, where he just lit it up.
And it didn't matter. Like, that's what's so funny about that, is you can, like, baseball. I mean, not that it didn't matter. Obviously, he helped.
Yeah! Here we go.
That's like, I mean, I feel like, yeah, you needed him to do that. Maybe you don't even get to Game 7. Maybe you don't get to the World Series if he doesn't have that incredible postseason. But baseball's like, you can have terrible runs, you can have great runs, and it's all about, you can win 1-0 and not hit. You could lose 10-9 and hit a ton and not pitch. It's like it's so random at times. Just a couple other notes here as we get ready for the ALCS. Carlos Correa, did you know that he passed Derek Jeter and David Ortiz at the end of the postseason there in RBIs for the Twins for career RBIs? That's how much the Astros have been in the playoffs. 7 straight ALCS appearances now for the Astros. It's like a Chiefs-like run in baseball. We will talk a little bit more about this. Dodgers lose Bochy against Dusty. By the way, Giants still looking for a manager. In an unrelated story, Giants still looking for a manager. Weird feeling is the Giants, I guess we're rooting for Bochy. I don't think as many Giants fans are pulling for Dusty. We'll talk a bit more about this, and you got to hear what Justin Verlander said in his profanity-laced celebration after the game last night. Verlander moves on, and Scherzer is trying to come on back for the ALCS. We'll do all that and then talk to Drew Amenda at 2:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's Sports Leader.
Former 49er quarterback Alex Smith joined Murph and Mac this morning on the KNBR Morning Show and heaped some praise on Brock Purdy, saying he's in the upper echelon of quarterbacks right now in the NFL. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2 out, 1-run game, and the 3-2 is on the outside corner. It's strike 3 called. Ball game over, and the Astros defeat the Twins 3-2. Houston advances to the American League Championship Series with a date with the Texas Rangers.
Now, me and Bruce Bochy need to battle.
Swing and a ball hit in the air to left. Gurriel will get there over toward the line. Makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks have swept the Dodgers.
And the Giants have won. They have won the World Series.
There you go. The American League Championship Series is set, and two of our old friends are at the helm of it. Boch and Dusty Baker. Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. And speaking of head coaches and managers, Kyle Shanahan, 3:30 today, getting you ready for Week 6, Niners and the Browns. He's already talked about this one and how it's going to be the biggest challenge they've had so far. Set your clock, set your watch, set your alarm, live stream, YouTube, Twitch, right here on KNBR. Kyle Shanahan at 3:30, and then, just because we love you, 4:30, Steve Young. So all within an hour, you're going to get a whole lot of great 49er coverage on KNBR. 3:30, Shanahan, 4:30, Steve Young. Just another thought here on these two guys meeting up in the playoffs. So they met a couple of times here when the Giants were in their run. Mm-hmm. They beat Dusty when he was with the Reds. And they beat Dusty when he was with the National. Did they beat him when he was the Nats? Was he the Nats manager when they beat him? I think that was actually Matt Williams.
I thought that was Williams.
Maybe that was Matt Williams. Dusty got hosed there. He was like 1 year, 97 wins, and then he got fired. Anyway, it is weird and sort of ironic that these two guys are facing off against each other. And all we're missing is like Felipe Alou managing Philadelphia or something. But it is funny. These two guys are facing each other, and one of them's going to end up in the World Series. And the Giants, will they have a manager before one of these guys stamps their ticket to another World Series? Doesn't feel like it. Who knows?
Don't know.
But
I saw Will
news.
Venables said he's going to stay with the Rangers. So, I don't know.
Well, that's that.
Yeah, I don't know how interested they would have been in him. But
Well,
that's it.
Okay.
Okay. That's kind of interesting, though. Like, you're just, no, I'm good. I'm going to stay here. And there's a bunch of jobs available. You would think you'd at least want to interview for him, but from what I read, he just said he's staying. He's going to be a Ranger. So,
well, maybe he's
great news for the Rangers.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, everybody who's in that building knows that Bochy's not going to be there forever, right? That they know that this has got a shelf life. So, I don't know what handshake deals have been made, and I wondered at the time when Venable was brought in. I don't know if Venable was there with Chris Woodward at all, if he was kept on. But his dad Max, of course, played. Alongside Boch, right? Or he was here at the Giants and same era and everything. So I always thought that would have been an interesting fit. They interviewed Will Venable when they interviewed Kapler. But I'd also at the time just sort of felt like everybody else that was getting interviewed was just like, yeah, we're interviewing a bunch of guys because we all kind of knew that Farhan wanted Gabe. So one more bit of sound here. Justin Verlander doesn't care about the cameras in the clubhouse here. Did you see his celebration? Profanity laced. He's like, I don't give a damn if Fox is here. I don't care what TVs are on. We just won the division series. Here's Justin Verlander.
Boys, this is one of those seasons. Nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries. Yeah. We grinded. I wasn't even here. I'm happy to be back. Yeah. Seventh time. All right? Don't take that for granted. On 7. Everybody pop these mother. 1, 2, 3.
We apologize for the language. Justin a little excited after going on the LCS. You know, that's
excitement, man. Excitement.
Hey, we're in cable, Kevin. Well, that does help. It does help.
I pay the fine, Kevin. I'll pay the fine.
Very generous of you.
I always wondered why announcers have to apologize. Like, they didn't say it.
Yeah.
Network didn't say it. What are you gonna do then? I mean, just so what? Guy curses. Not that big a deal.
And I wasn't
here.
Here.
It's cable.
It's a word.
You could tell it, like, kind of like he was thinking about it as he was saying it. We grinded. We fought through injuries. I wasn't even here.
Yeah.
I wasn't even here.
That's pretty good. But the best part is he's got ties to them, right? It's not like he hadn't been there at all. He's not he has a voice because he was a leader the last time around. So pretty cool for Justin Verlander and Dusty and the Astros. And then also former teammate Scherzer when Scherzer says he's going to try to go, I think he's going to go. I think if he's out there going, yeah, I'm doing everything I can, and if I'm called on, I'll be ready. I'm like, yeah, Scherzer's going to pitch, and Bochy's going to use him because Boch don't care. He's like, hell yeah. Trying to win more titles here. Well, let's empty the tank there, Max.
Yeah, he said he wanted to go.
Put
him out there.
We're going to use him. And by the way, Dodgers lose again in the playoffs after a great regular season run, but it does sound like, just like our situation with Bob Melvin, Dave Roberts can return to the Dodgers. So, sorry.
How about the fact the Dodgers,
100-win
Dodgers, did not have a lead in that series? Not one.
How about that? This is my Mel Allen. This is my This Week in Baseball.
Yeah, that's.
Hello, everybody. Dodgers haven't had it. How about that?
Diamondbacks never had to play from behind.
How many teams? And there was like 5 teams or 4 teams that didn't win a game, right? All four got swept in the wild card series.
Yep.
Dodgers got swept, and then is there one more there? Orioles got swept. There you go.
2 100-win teams.
6 teams didn't win a playoff game this postseason of the 12. That's pretty incredible.
So what's the most attractive for the network? What's the most attractive World Series matchup? Philly Astros or Atlanta Astros?
I think what was it last year? It was Philly and the Astros. You want a rematch?
It ain't Arizona anything. Let's put it that way.
Well, no, it ain't Arizona anything. As much as they tried to shake those terrible towels yesterday, like they were a maniacal fan base, I was like, what the hell is this? Get out of here with your burnt red after wearing purple and purple and pinstripes when you beat the Yankees. Then I got an idea. Let's go burnt red and
pinstripe
and
sleeves.
Teal. Speaking of the Teal, they skate tonight down at the Tank against the Vegas Golden Knights. The Knights opened a couple of nights ago they dropped puck on their NHL season. Couple of what was that, Derek? What do you got for me? You go ahead. Okay, we got Drew Remendez going to join us. Talk a little bit of Sharks hockey, which opens tonight down at the Tank, and then a whole bunch of football coming your way. Again, 3:30 Kyle Shanahan, 4:30 Steve Young. We got to get into the Randy Gregory signing. Got a little fantasy, who you got going for you, Thursday Night Football. Tons of great stuff coming your way. Sharks open tonight. Drew Remendez next on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Oh, yeah. I am a hockey god.
Look, I know this is going to come as a shock to some people, a shock to the system, almost like cold water. Yes, we're going to talk hockey, but everybody just deep breath, because not only do we get to talk hockey, we get to talk it with a really, really good friend of mine, a great friend of the show, and just an overall great person, and a hockey god. How often do you get to have a deity on your show? You know him as Drew Amenda, voice of the San Jose Sharks. Drew, what's going on? It's great to talk to you again.
How are you, pal? It's great to talk to you again. It is always good to hear your voice. I hear it every day, of course, when I tune into KNBR. And so it's great to talk to you. And we get to talk a little hockey, but you and I, we tend to kind of go all over the place. So stick with us, folks. It's going to be fun. Trust me on that one.
Yeah, look, hockey, I know you think of, like, people think of hockey as a narrow lane. It is, but we're on a wide freeway, and we tend to swerve from left to right. So we're going to hit the hockey lane for sure, but who knows whether lanes we're going to hit and other objects we may careen off of during the course of the conversation. So another hockey season gets going. Some changes with the Sharks. Carlson out. I mean, a lot of names in that I think people are going to look at and go, Who that guy? I don't know. Right. I don't know who that guy is. I mean, Couture is there and Hurdle's there. I mean, there are some guys that Shark fans are going to recognize. But just give us kind of like an overall, not even a preview, just a summary of the roster on this team, so people can maybe be a little familiar with the Sharks if they're going to go see them against the Knights or go see them earlier this year. Just check them out on TV.
Yeah, overall, it's been a massive change, as the last couple of years have. But since Mike Greer, the new general manager, took over from Doug Wilson, he had to clean up a lot of things. And when you're a team that wins a lot and is always near the top, as your guys get older and they start to leave, you keep trying to keep that window of opportunity open, and you incur a lot of debt. So when Mike Greer came in as the new general manager, he had to pay a couple of inheritance taxes, and that came in the form of Timo Meier, pretty much 30, 40 goal scorer when he plays, and was playing for the Sharks. They dealt him, and then also Erik Karlsson, 100 points last year as a defenseman, hasn't been done since 1992, was the Norris Trophy winner in the National Hockey League for the best defenseman overall. He was traded in the offseason, again, getting prospects back and getting some flexibility. So what Mike has had to do, obviously, is try to ice an NHL team. So, there's a lot of new guys. There's a lot of young guys. We'll start in net. Kaapo Kähkönen, back from last year. They're looking for him to improve on his game and his numbers, and a lot has to do with him playing in front. And young guy, 27-year-old Mackenzie Blackwood, played for the New Jersey Devils. Huge goaltender, Tommy. Remember, Tommy, you and I, way back in the day, we used to talk about the sumo goalie in that.
Sumo goalies. Doug Wilson loved when we used to bring that up.
Exactly. This guy's 6'4", 230 pounds. He is a big man. I mean, goaltenders are so much bigger now, so he's huge. Was terrific in Jersey when he first started. Then he ran into some injuries, and that kind of derailed him. So he's looking for the change of scenery to try to get things back, right? And you try to find a way to regain his game. But he's still only 27 years old, and he's got the talent. On defense, there is no big star on defense like Erik Karlsson. Mario Ferraro, Mark-Edward Vlasic, guys that Shark fans will know, veterans of the San Jose Sharks, they're there. But then they've got some other young guys. A guy named Henry Thrun, who graduated from Harvard last year, came in and played some games after Harvard was knocked out of the Frozen Four. He came in and played very well. He's going to be in the lineup today. He's again, Harvard grad, smart kid, and he's a pretty darn smart hockey player. Got a guy named Kyle Burrows from the Vancouver Canucks, who is just a mean son of a gun to play against. And overall, what you're going to look at for this D is, they're not going to be scoring a lot of points. They're not going to be jumping up in the rush, and they're not going to be doing what Eric did. But they're going to be tough to play against and be physical. And then up front, there's a lot of guys to name up front. But overall, when you look at Logan Couture's out. Logan's out because he had an injury in training. So young Thomas Bordelot is going to be able to take that spot. He's got great offensive instincts. But overall, when you look at the Sharks' when you look at the Sharks' forward lines, they've got what I would say is two real solid number 2 lines. When you go in the National Hockey League, your first, second, third, fourth line. I think they've got 2 real solid second line groups who can go out and can create some offensive pressure, can be guys that can score. Like a guy like Mike Hoffman, who around the league, he's been able to score 25, 30 goals every single year. He's going to be playing. Tomas Hertl's going to get a winger all the time with Hoffman and Philip Zadina, who was a high draft choice for Detroit. And things didn't work out. He asked Detroit if he could be let out of his contract. They said, sure. Sharks snapped him up. He's got some talent, Tommy. Now, can a change of scenery and new opportunities, can that be enough for him to find that offensive gift that he's got? And they've got when I look at this team, I look at veteran NHLers up front, solid guys, a couple of young guys here and there that they're going to get the opportunity to play that were high draft choices for the Sharks. And then as you hear the Zamboni come out, you look and you go, okay, this team, what David Quinn wants from this team is to be a team that's a hard out. That's a team that competes, plays tough, plays smart, and as David Quinn likes to say, a little FU in their game, So he's looking at that, and I think this team, I know this team, they're going to be much better than they were last year, but they're also going to be a team with veteran players that, Tommy, and you know better than I do. You're a pro athlete. Give me a pro athlete with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. And then the Sharks have a few of those guys.
So let's say that, I look at this season as not so much goal-oriented as in how many points can we get, can we make it to the playoffs? That would be an upset to get to the playoffs. I don't think there's any doubt about that, but you never know. Upsets do happen. That's why they have the word upset. It's there in the dictionary. Look it up. But to me, it's okay. Is Will Smith is he gonna be up this year? And if so, where does he end up? Is England? Is it Eklund or England?
Eklund.
That's okay. Eklund. Is he going to be here this year? Is he going to play? If so, where does he end up at the end of the year? The kid they got from the New Jersey Devils, I believe it was, who I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name. Where does that? What is it?
Makamadulan. Shakir Makamadulan.
Yeah, that's good enough. I'll let you do it every time we talk about him. I'll just go, that guy they got from New Jersey. But where he ends up, if he ends up here, to me, this is about, okay, we got to start forming our identity. Because, look, they're going through the same thing the Phillies went through after they won a World Series and they hung on to their stars. They're going through the same thing the Giants are going through right now, where they tried to hang on to their guys as long as they could, and I don't blame them for doing it. They gave them World Series, and Doug Wilson decided he was going to give those guys a shot at it, and they had an incredible 20-year run, just didn't quite get the prize. When you do that, and you run it to the nub, well, then it's hard to trade guys in because their value isn't as much, and it just, look, this is what you go through. So what do you think is the goal? Let's take the winning out of it, because that's always a goal for an athlete. There's no doubt about that. But for an organization, if they could get the thing moving in the right direction, what would that look like?
Well, one thing you mentioned was identity. And David Quinn, the head coach, has talked about that a ton with this team. You've got to go out and you've got to, better than anybody, as I said, you got to establish your identity. And that gets established through your work ethic, your practice with a purpose, your playing with a purpose, you're playing with a resilience and a nastiness in your game. That this is how we're going to play, and you have to hold each other accountable. Now, they've got some veteran guys that do that. Let's start with Eklund. Eklund will be on the team. We'll be playing tonight. He and Bordelot, both young guys, played last year in the AHL, and they have earned a shot through their training camp and through the preseason games. They've earned a shot to see if they can be established NHLers. Makamadulan and Will Smith is going to stay in college. He's going to work, and they're going to continue to develop him. Shakir Makamadulan had a good training camp. He's raw, but he's got Like, he's a stud, Tommy. He is a stud kid. And he was here all summer, worked his tail off with the other young guys. Terrific young man, but he's going to develop. One of the things that Mike Grier did when he came in fact, when he got the job with the Sharks, one of the reasons they liked Mike is because he told them honestly, listen, you guys have got nothing in the development system. And it's because, like what you talked about, you run it thin, as thin as you can run it, because you're trying to always win with your big team. And so throughout that development, that team suffered. They have hired more coaches in development. They've hired more scouts, and the players are going to ripen on the vine. Top teams in the league, when you look at what they've been able to do throughout the years, is that they've been able to develop, and they keep guys down in the minors for at least a season. And one of the teams that was one of the best development teams in the National Hockey League was the Nashville Predators back when they first started. They would keep guys on average 125 games in the American Hockey League. And so I don't know if the Sharks want to keep guys down that long. That's a couple of seasons. But they have put more emphasis on development. So the guys that, drafting like Smith and Makamadula and getting him in the trade, and even Bordelot and Eklund, if they don't perform here, they're going to go back to the Barracuda, and they're going to continue to work their game. And that's what Mike is trying to do. You can't buy your way nowadays in the National Hockey League to a contending team. You have to develop. And they've put the process in place. I like what they're doing as far as development goes. And the one thing that Mike Grier and David Quinn talked about too, though, Tommy, and I think this is important, was that you're going to have a chance to earn your spot, though. You're going to have a chance. Because guys are on one-year deals here, right? I mean, you go get one-year deal guys, they're going to try to play with a chip on their shoulder. The young guys want to come and earn their spot. You're going to have a chance to earn your spot. So through the play is where it's going to be talked about from now on. How these guys playing is going to merit is going to matter with the San Jose Sharks as far as developing this lineup.
Should be a good game, good test. That is a good team, a gritty team, a tough team. So that should be a fun test. Have a great call, and tell everybody again where they can catch you and Randy.
Me in particular tonight. So I go back and forth. I do the Sharks Audio Network with Hall of Famer, by the way. That's Hall of Famer Danny Rusanowski. He's going to be inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame this year, and in the broadcaster, in the broadcaster wing.
Cool.
November
Tell him I said congrats.
Yeah, very cool. I will for sure. So Tommy, he and I are on the Sharks Audio Network tonight. Brett Hedican, much better looking Stanley Cup champion.
Yes, he is. I hate to say it.
Yes. Wait, hair too. I mean, it's the hair thing. He and Randy will be on NBC Sports California, of course, where you find the Giants games and you find the Warriors games and everything else. They also carry us.
Yep.
So don't forget about us, Sharkies. I think it's going to be an interesting year. But Randy and Brett do that tonight with Tara Sloan, who's going to be a ringside reporter this year. Brody Brazil, and we got Scott Hannon and Mark Smith. We got a cast of thousands, but people should never forget I am the star.
Nope, there's no doubt about that. The bald people are always the star, Drew. Right?
Exactly. We've got the brotherhood, pal. That's exactly right.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. We stick together. Look, we may not be first in line when it comes to looks. I mean, you're better looking than I am, but when it comes to people you want to hang out with, you want to hang out with the bald people. Those are the people you want to hang out with.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, unless you're down south, then it may get a little dicey. But other than that, you should be good to go. you never know. Drew, have a great call tonight. Hopefully get a chance to do this throughout the course of the year. Find out what's going on at the Sharks and, just kind of take a whip around the NHL and keep everybody involved there.
Works for me, buddy.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen. The great Drew Remenda. I'm so happy when I get a chance to talk to him. He's just such a positive person. Coming up more, Copes and Tolbert here on the Sports Leader.
Dan Orlovsky joined Papa and Lund today to explain his comparison of Mac Jones to Brock Purdy and reacts to George Kittle's Watch the Tape comments. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Coach back with you on a Thursday afternoon. Thanks so much to Drew Remenda, who stopped by to talk a little Sharks hockey opening night tonight. Puck drops down at the tank against the Vegas Knights. You can check out the rest of that full interview on our podcast page on KNBR.com. Also, still to come, Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the Niners, joins us at 3:30. Steve Young at 4:30, so stay tuned for that. And we'll do something a little bit different and fun right now. We're going to talk to Oakland A's all-star first baseman outfielder Brent Rooker. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Brent, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, guys, doing well. Appreciate you having me on.
Dude, thanks for making time. I was telling Tom the other day, so we were actually talking about it. I guess it was 2 days ago. Maybe it was Tuesday night. We were discussing the sweeper versus slider slurve sort of debate that goes on, right? And we both kind of had the same thought that, like, it doesn't feel like it's something brand new, but we've given it a more specific or new name, and we thought it was always kind of like the slurve. Then on Twitter that night, you were just dunking on and bodying dudes who had no idea what they were talking about in relation to the sweeper. Tell us about it. Is it a different pitch? What's the confusion here?
Yeah, man, so it's just kind of like I was posting. All it is it's not like people who are getting mad about it are thinking that that people think that we've invented a new pitch, and that's just not what's happening. All we're doing is taking this like subset of breaking ball that's existed forever and giving it a more specific name to help easily or more easily identifiable for pitchers and hitters, and it makes our life a little bit easier. It lets us understand what's happening in the game a little bit better, and I don't see how that's ever a negative thing.
Can we come up with a better name?
See, people say that too, but like the name of every pitch is just describing what it's doing. Like the ball that moves the fastest, we just call it like fastball, and like a ball that curves is just curveball. So it's not like we've got like super creative names for the rest of the pitches either.
I think if we went back to that, like Satchel Paige had, like the Whipsy-Doo, Dunkaroo, or whatever he had.
Yes,
Dipsy-Doo.
If we were to rebrand everything like that, that'd be great. That'd definitely make for more entertaining broadcasts.
You have like language like football coaches, right? Like, I got to learn the offense. I got to learn what this guy calls his pitches, so I know what to call from behind the plate. We're talking to Brent Rooker of the Oakland A's here on the UMA guest line. So when did you start to hear it called that? Because it seems like, and I watch a lot of baseball, I have for a long time. I'm a big fan. It seems like it's only kind of come into general, I don't know, like we're using it regularly, it seems like, in the last 2 years. Have you guys been calling it this behind the scenes for much longer?
No, I think it's pretty much the last 2 years, if that. It's definitely a pretty new term, and I don't know at what point we decided that, like, okay, this is what we're now going to call this variation of a slider of a breaking ball that, has more horizontal movement and a little bit less vertical drop on it. It's very distinguishable. I don't know when we decided that we're going to kind of give it its own name, but it's been very recently for sure.
Is it different than a slurve?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the slurve is going to be kind of between sweeper and curveball. So I tweeted this out too. If you think a sweeper going kind of straight sideways and a curveball going straight down, the slurve is going to go 45 degrees, like between the two. And a lot of people, I see commentary too, which makes sense to me, of like people can't tell the difference on TV. And you have to realize when we're talking about these different pitches, like between a sweeper and a slider, maybe the difference is going to be, let's say 5 inches, 6 inches of horizontal break. And that's going to be really, really hard to discern on your TV watching a game from an offset camera. But when you're in the box, there's a huge difference between 6 inches, right? That's the difference in finding the barrel and hitting the end of the bat. It's the difference between contact and swing and miss. And so while it might not seem like a massive difference that you can tell with the naked eye on TV, when you're in the box, it's a pretty clear and discernible difference between the two pitches.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine. That's what she said. I'm sorry. I got to squeeze those in whenever I...
that's what she said, too, yeah.
Whenever I can. I know. Well, we can keep going with that. I wanted
to...
Let me ask you what this year was like for you, because you've been kind of up and down the last 5-6 years in the big leagues, and you get a shot, and 30 home runs, 69 ribs, you make an all-star team. What has this year been like for you? I know it's been tough with the losing. There's been a lot of it, and that's tough, always tough for an athlete to deal with. But from a personal standpoint, kind of finally getting that shot to get consistent at bats, like what did that do for you? Did it feel like, hey, if I would have gotten a shot, this is what I could have done? How did this year go for you, just from a personal standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, it was gratifying in a lot of ways. It was kind of just, I've thought for a while now that I had this ability and that I had the capability to kind of do what I did this year and to get up and then get the opportunity to do so and kind of follow through on at least my belief in myself. It was fun. It was, like I said, it was gratifying, and it meant a lot to me. And I kind of think back about the second part of your question there, like, do I think if I had gotten this shot any earlier in my career, I could have done the same thing? And I don't know the answer to that question, right?
Yeah.
It's like I had the year last year where I spent most of the year in AAA with 2 different organizations, and some of the experiences I might have had there, and some of the at-bats I might have had there, and things I learned might have contributed to the success I had this year. So I think it happened at the right time, in the right place with the right team and the right organization, and I'm extremely thankful for it.
Well, and 30 bombs, man. Nice round number.
Yeah.
Sweet. I mean, that's just a good number to get to. You know what I mean? Like 30 is sweet.
No,
that's a good one.
I was on 29 until the last at-bat of the season, and I hit the 30 at the very last at-bat of my season, so it's a good way to end it.
That a boy. Did you see what happened to Kyle Tucker? Final game of the season. You see this one, Tom?
I did.
Yeah, dude. He's trying to go 30-30, and he hits an inside-the-park home run. They end up ruling it a triple and an error, so he wasn't. It's like tough deal, man.
What they do, I think they ruled it a triple initially. Then went back, changed it to a homer, and then
changed
went
it
back
again.
and rechanged it back to a triple.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's just a roller coaster of emotions for him. But
it's so funny, Brent. Like I always tell people, I don't know what it is because I played basketball, and 20 points seemed way better than 19.
Right.
10 certainly seemed way better than 9 because it's double digits, but it's one more point. It's not that big a deal, but in your mind, it kind of is. And I'm wondering for baseball players, I mean, numbers are such a huge part of baseball. Like people think of 30 is so different than 29, 20 to 19, 299 to 300 is a massive one, or 200 hits to 199. Like what is it about those round numbers that just, I don't know, makes that we all feel better when we get a round number.
Yeah, man, I'm glad you said that because I spent the whole last week, like the last 5 games, I had 29. And I kept talking to my teammates, like, I would rather have 25 than 29. Like, 29 just feels like 0. Like, my goal, I had 22 coming in September. And I was like, all right, let's just get 3. Let's get to 25, and we're good. And I hit 3, and I was happy at 25. And then I got hot, and I hit 4 in a week. And I was like, well, now if I don't hit the last one, like, what's the point of hitting the last 4?
What difference does it make?
29 is 0. Yeah. Got to hit 30 or might as well not have hit none. So I'm glad to hear you say that too because I had the same thought for the last week of the season. And I'm glad I'm not crazy for it.
Perfect, dude. Perfect. Because also 20 doubles, nice round number there on the doubles, and we're all happy about the RBI number, 69. Finished right there on the firm 69. So you didn't need a round one there. I always say, by the way, too, I'd rather hit 332 than 333 because he 1 for 3? What's it, opening day? You know, that's not a good looking.
Bats you get? You get 6 at bats?
Yeah, come on, 2 for 6. That doesn't look good. 332 looks way better than 333. Hey, before we let you go, man, 2 teams into the LCS that you saw a lot of this year, and a couple of managers that we here in the Bay Area are familiar with Bochy and Dusty. But do you have a prediction for this one? I mean, these 2 teams are tough, and they've both dealt with tons of injuries. You got Scherzer maybe trying to make a comeback. You got it pegged for either side in this?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make a prediction just because division opponents and things
Fair
like
enough.
that.
Yeah, you got to see them. Yeah, we saw that last night. What happens?
Yeah, I got to play them a lot. But it's gonna be a fun series, man. Those are 2 really explosive offenses. 2 offenses that are lineups that are super deep. It can kind of hurt you 1 through 9, and then some explosive arms too, especially the back end of the bullpen. So I'm looking forward to watching.
Well, dude, we really appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much for coming on with us. It's really cool to get to pick your brain about some of this stuff. Keep posting that on social media. It's Brent_Rooker. Is it 9? Is that where we are? I'm trying to get
I think it's 12.
12. There we go.
12,
no, 19. It says 19 is where it says. You've had a few numbers. You've had a few numbers.
I think it's 19 on Instagram. I think it's 12 on Twitter.
Okay. At Brent_Rooker.
I need to consolidate and change it all the same number.
There you go. I'm following him. You can find him at my account too and go and follow him. Dude, we'll get you on again hopefully before the season starts, man. A lot of fun. Thanks so much.
Yeah, guys. Sounds good. Appreciate you having me.
Good deal,
Thanks,
man.
Brent. Appreciate it, man.
Brent Rooker, all-star outfielder, first baseman, the enjoyable and agreeable Brent Rooker.
Yeah, good dude.
Yeah, nice guy, dude. Breaking it. And kind of broke in at 28 now, right? Like it's taken him a while to get to this spot. But dude, 20 doubles, 30 homers, 69 RBIs. That's exactly where he's at.
69.
Yeah. We gotta see what that homer was. Was it a solo or was it a 2-run shot? Like that last one was important. You know what I mean? To get right there. Sticking right here before we're gonna catch up, by the way, with Kyle Shanahan at 3:30 and then 4:30 Steve Young. So don't want to miss it. A lot of good stuff coming your way. The Braves last night just get absolutely shellacked by the Phillies.
Yes.
And you brought it up during the show. You said, is Bryce Harper staring at Orlando Arcia as he's rounding the bags, the shortstop for the Braves. And I didn't even know this was happening. I didn't know this was a thing beforehand. And then afterwards, it became a major thing. So here was the two big talking points last night after that game and the Dodger game were what we were saying early in the day, which was we got to change the format. That we're already in favor of the wild card game format because it had more excitement. We're having too many big teams getting layoffs. And I understand people are going, you telling me the Dodgers didn't score a run for 3 games and didn't hold a lead after winning 100 games because they didn't play baseball for 4 days or 5 days? Maybe. People think it's not that delicate. I do think baseball momentum and rust is that delicate. I think pacing in baseball, it's such a game of inches. It's not based on athleticism purely, right?
I would say that. Although I also would say
I think it's overplayed too.
We can't give you too much of a break. You lost 3 in a row.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, good grief. I mean, at some point, it's got to come back to you, and it never came. You know what finally bit them? I mean, look, they couldn't score. That hurt them, and that can happen. But if you have some pitching that can offset that, and it finally, I mean, again, 100 wins with that staff this year, that was in tatters. It was amazing, but it finally came back and bit them. It got them all in a 3-game span. Everyone that went out there to start got lit, and they got lit early, and they could never get a lead. Like, they didn't have a starting pitcher that could go 4 shutout innings and give them a chance to get a couple runs and get a little boom.
Baseball playoffs
momentum.
are
like that, man. Like, Sonny Gray had given up 1 homer on the sweeper all year. Remember that? He like 700 of them, 1 homer. And then what happened? Like 2 in the same inning.
Bang.
Like, he just got whooped in the first. Did it happen to the Orioles? Hadn't been swept in a 3-game series all year. See ya.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Bye. Happens all Dodgers. You know what I mean? Like, they won 100. They didn't lead in the series against an 84-win team from their own division. And a guy named Fott. You know what I mean? I was like, dude, this guy's got an ERA like 5.5, and he's starting game 1 of the playoffs in the wild card round. There he is.
He looked better than any Dodger pitcher.
That was great. Gabe Moreno. How about the Moreno home run yesterday, too? It goes foul, and then he misses the one.
Goes foul, and then goes big fly.
Keeps it going. That was incredible. D-backs are fun until you realize they're in the National League West. So after the game last night, you brought it up on the show yesterday. So what happens is the Braves were upset because I guess Orlando Arcia, this was going on in the clubhouse. I didn't even understand this. They had a little thing that was like an in the clubhouse thing, which was an attaboy Harper. And I get it, it's an inside joke, right? It was like an inside thing with them. I didn't know anything about it. The Braves then after the game seemed like they were pretty upset about it because it had been made a story throughout the game because Harper then knows about it and his eyeball and RCS round second on each of his home runs, right? But then afterwards, the Braves were upset that they were saying this was like a private conversation that a member of the media heard or overheard in the clubhouse. Then I'm like, oh boy, okay, now we're I don't know. I don't know what the rules are on that. I don't feel good about it.
Yeah, to me, look, everything when you come in and you're a team and the media is let in, at that point you got to know. But
there's an understanding too.
If it's me and I'm a member of the media and I'm not directly asking him a question, getting a quote, I think it's kind of a scumbaggish to go over to the other locker room or clubhouse and say, oh, hey, this is what they were saying. Arcia was saying this. They were chanting this.
He didn't say in a scrum to a microphone.
What are you doing? No. Like, really? Like, oh, I know I can get some clicks off of this. I know. Now, technically, I guess, like, that's on you. Your media's around. You got to be careful when the media's around. But you didn't ask them a question. You didn't get a direct quote. You didn't put a mic in their face. They didn't know that you were going to use that. Again, you got to be aware. But there's not a chance that I would do something like that. I just think that whole type of media is garbage anyway, where you're like, what'd you say? Okay, let me run over to the other guy. Look what he said. What do you think about that? Let me go back and let me just keep ping-ponging back and forth like that. Even if you ask somebody, to me, that's kind of garbage. But at least I get that. You like go up to the guy and ask him to his face, and then you go to another guy and ask him to his face. Not, oh, I overheard something. Let me go to the Phillies locker room and see what they say about this. I'm with you. To me, that's dirty. That's dirty stuff is what that is.
Well, it's now forever known as the attaboy Harper game. That's what we're gonna remember it as. Here's what Chase Darno said. Chase Darno, the catcher Travis d'Arnaud. Chase d'Arnaud was the infielder. Travis d'Arnaud, his brother, the catcher for the Braves. He defends Arce after the game, kind of gives his reaction and talks about what you're saying here. There's a sanctuary when it comes to this stuff for these players.
The clubhouse is a sanctuary, and I think when things like that get out, it doesn't make people want to talk to the media at all. It affects the people who have been great to us all year, and it is what it is.
Do we know who did it?
Who the reporter
scumbag was? Oh, yeah, went over there and told Phillies?
I don't know, and I'm surprised that we don't know, or that it hasn't, because it wasn't printed, right? It was just somebody walked over and told them?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd like to know who that
that's
was.
Not cool.
I'm sure they don't want to let anybody know. Well, look, if you're in a situation where you don't want to let someone know who you are, then yeah, I guess just by definition, what you did probably isn't cool. Probably isn't on the up and up.
Harper's comments after the game, he had repeated stare downs. It became the story of the night. Asked about it after the game. Philly slugger tried to put a jovial spin on it. Said, quote, "It's a game. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. It's what it's all about."
Oh, yeah. He looked like he was really joking when he was staring him down.
Yeah, it's easy to say when it's
dead serious.
By the way, 10-2. It's a lot easier to say, it's a lot of fun, We're just poking at him, dude.
Exactly.
We're one game away from going to the LCS.
I mean, this one, I know you got the Phillies, so if the Phillies win, that's cool.
I'm feeling good, yeah.
But
I'd like to see it go 5. That'd be fun.
Yeah, this one needs a 5th game because this is like, it was good to begin with. And now with this added drama, that crowd is going to be on fire. The Braves are going to come out breathing fire, and they haven't really hit their stride where they've had a big 8-run outburst in the game. Yeah,
hit their strider.
So it's going to be, This is the one. FP was saying it, and I was like, well, yeah, the Orioles, and I want to watch the Orioles and the Rangers. That'll be a fun series. And then this one and that one will be kind of a... But this is it. This is like it, and it's turned into even more because it's like kind of personal now. They beat them last year. They're up 2-1 this year.
It's great. Division style.
This is good stuff. This is some good drama right here.
Yeah, my Dodger fan buddy hits me yesterday. He goes, it's a bad narrative, man. Phillies and D-backs. I go, oh, is it a bad narrative? Yeah, it's a bad narrative for you. All right, when we come on back, we're going full-on football, baby. We got Kyle Shanahan in about 20 minutes going to join us at 3:30, the head coach of the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan right here on the Sports Leader at 3:30. And then at 4:30, we'll catch up with our favorite, Steve Young, the best half hour in radio. That is all coming your way. But when we come on back, Kyle talked earlier, actually, to the media this week about how Cleveland going to be their biggest challenge yet. And he has had problems at times or has not had as much offensive success against Jim Schwartz, the D coordinator of Cleveland in the past. So we'll talk about that when we come on back. Then Kyle at 3:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City's Sports Leader.
Randy Gregory was introduced as a San Francisco 49er yesterday and discussed what went wrong during his stint with the Denver Broncos. Check out more on that story. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction down in San Jose, where I had my LASIK vision procedure done back in 2020. I got to tell you, I totally underestimated the change and the improvement in my lifestyle by having my vision corrected with LASIK. I wore glasses and contacts for years. I always talk about, my golf game improved and get to see the colors of the leaves. That stuff's all true, but also just the quality of life. I used to get a sore neck sitting here at work, trying to squint, look at the computer even closer. Even wearing corrective lenses, it's just not the same thing. Reading the bottom line on ESPN or on any show where they're putting stats or notes up, all that stuff changed for me, and I didn't even realize how much I was missing by not having my vision where it needed to be. That's why Furlong Vision Correction has been voted the best place for LASIK in the Silicon Valley for so many years. And Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sana, who do a great job, they've been voted the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley. And it's because they cater to you. And it's important to know that they offer a Contura topography-guided LASIK procedure, which is the most advanced FDA-approved technology. It measures up to 22,000 evaluation points, creating a customized vision map that's completely unique to you and your eyes. Your eyes and vision deserve the best. Book your vision correction appointment today with Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com, and you can learn more, and they'll definitely focus on your vision. You want to start seeing better? Go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This game is, to me, the biggest challenge we've had so far. Thought that was going to be Dallas, too, going into it. But then you look at this, and you look, the defensive numbers just jump out. You don't see very much that they're number 1 or 2 in everything. Red zone's the only thing they're not, but that's only because I think they've had 8 plays there all year. And Baltimore ran it in, so that didn't help their rankings there, but everything else is top notch. We're doing that too offensively right now, so it should be a hell of a battle. When you look at a defense like that, a team who's committed to running the ball like they are, that's like the prime best way to get into the playoffs, and that's why I expect this team to be there throughout this year.
As a voice of the 49 or the voice of the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, who's going to join us in about 15 minutes for his weekly conversation. Kyle Shanahan joins us at 3:30 today right here on The Sports Leader talking about that team. He was just discussing there the Cleveland Browns, saying they will be the biggest challenge so far. I was wondering this when I heard that cut earlier today, Tom. Like, are we just at the point now where we say every week is the biggest challenge so far because it's the next week? Because I don't know what else I need to see from the Niners to be like, all right, now I'm buying it, you know? Like, I
half expected him to go. I thought that was going to be Dallas, but they sucked.
Yeah.
Just a nod to Dante. No, I don't. Team wise, again, I think this game is more situational than it is the actual Browns.
Yeah.
Like, I think the Niners are clearly better than the Browns, but it's situational because of the Browns bye, the big game against the Cowboys, the travel. So I think that's where most of the danger lies to me. But I did see that stat I brought up yesterday. Kyle Shanahan against a Jim Schwartz defense is 1-8, and they've only scored over 20 points one time. So I was going to ask him about it because I'd like to know if there's a common thread in there. I mean, there could have been injuries. Maybe he didn't have his best offenses at the time. I don't know how many times he faced them when he was with the Redskins at the time, the Falcons. So that I don't know. That I don't know. So it could have been a lot of those were with some of his weaker offenses. I'm not sure, but I mean, Schwartz is a good defensive coordinator, no doubt, and they have a good defense. They have really good personnel. It's just, even though the travel and the situation doesn't really favor them, I can't imagine P.J. Walker beating them. I can't, because I don't know if they drop 30 this week. They might, but the weather's not going to be great either, which lends itself to a lower scoring defensive struggle, which is going to be better for the Browns than it is for the 49ers. I think anytime you can get the 49ers off a fast track, you're probably doing yourself a favor. They're like not a team. Them, Miami, there's probably about
just want to slow them down,
teams. You don't want on the fast track. It's tough enough to stop them anyway. So that will help. But still, I just, P.J. Walker is really, I mean, they're going to be that team's going to beat the Niners. It's NFL, so, I mean, look, it could happen. These are all NFL players, but again, I don't know. It's hard to envision them lose. I can imagine a close game. I can also imagine a blowout because that's kind of what the Niners do, and they're the best team in the NFL right now. So it's ought to be an interesting one. What's the weather going to be like? How windy is it going to be? Is it going to rain? That's in the forecast, so that could play. Anytime you get weather, that benefits the underdog.
Yeah, it could be a factor this weekend. You're looking for a mutter. You want to get fast teams into a slow track there. We'll see what happens, and we will talk to the the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, his weekly conversation with us when we come on back. We'll talk about this matchup, Trent Williams, Myles Garrett, Niners leaving California for the first time in a long time, since week one. Kyle Shanahan joins us next on The Sports Leader.
them, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys. Yes, sir!
Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, it's time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Coach, what is going on?
Not much, guys. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. Man, I mean, what a performance last Sunday night. I guess the first thing I wanted to ask you was how in the world you guys could get a false start the first play in the second half.
I do not know. It was very frustrating. It was funny because we got a false start on the exact same play in the first half, the exact same play, and then really? I came back and ran it the exact next play. It was the one we missed at BA, and then we opened up the third quarter with it in a different personnel grouping, but the exact same play because it looked so good, and we had missed it even though we had tried twice. And the first play we false started again, and then I ran it on 1st and 15 the next play, so I called the same play 4 times, but it took to the 4th time to hit it. Guys were telling me not to do it, but it ended up working out in the long run.
Would you say, since you've been here, quality of opponent considered, and I would only count this for the regular season games, but the most impressive, maybe complete performance that you guys have had as a team?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I'm just thinking with your question, I can't think of any others sticking out like that. Just offense, defense, and special teams, both two good teams going into it, and just how quick it was over. So I didn't know after the first half. I thought we had an opportunity to do it right away, and I thought we missed a couple. And when in halftime, I was a little frustrated, but the way we came out in the third quarter, we got it all done. Everything we missed in the first half, we did, and seemed pretty comfortable by early in the fourth.
Yeah, the only one I could think of, and it wasn't a regular season game, was the Green Bay NFC Championship game. And because it was a playoff game, and I thought that game, you guys were equally as dominant. It was a different type of dominance, but man, when you could run the ball and shut the run down, I thought that was about the only game. But this one was just so comprehensive. The defense was on point, the offense was clicking, and it was interesting because you said that at halftime, that you were a little frustrated, and you look at the scoreboard and you might think, well, why? But I think if you watch the game, you would understand. Like it almost felt like a 35-point half was there to be had.
No, it did, and it's such a fine line in this league. But it was 21-7, and I thought it should have been 35-7. And when you rarely in this league do you just stay hot like that, and the other team doesn't. So when it's 21-7, and they're starting the ball with they get the ball in the third quarter, you're like, man, if this could be 21-14, and I feel like this should be 35-7. So you don't know if you missed your opportunity. So it was cool to come in. The players all felt the same way at halftime, and they came out, and the defense stopped. They went down and got a field goal, which made it 21-10. So there was a little life there. But once we went down and answered and made it 28-10, it was smooth sailing after that.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. We do it every week here on the UMA guest line. I'm wondering, the second touchdown pass from Brock to Kittle up the sideline, like the flea flicker play there. We were sitting around, we talked to Greg Cosella, NFL Films, every week, and we were comparing it to the one that the Lions threw earlier in the day. And I ever wonder, when you drop a play and you see another team do something similar, do you go, what the hell is that, man? What's this guy? They run that play that I ran. That's kind of cool to see them side by side.
I saw them run it like 4 years ago. Anthony Lynn was there when they ran it. He suggested it to us last year. We carried it last year. We were saving it for the right time. We ended up not using it till the playoffs when we didn't have a quarterback in there. Christian ended up getting it, and it was a terrible look. It was Tampa too, so no one was open on it. But it's a trick play I've seen a number of teams use. You can't bring it out very much, but that was the first time we brought it out, and it was the right time.
It's funny, Kyle, because I talked to Steve Kerr quite a bit, and I learned from Steve that coaches are thieves. I mean, they just they'll watch other games, watch other cut-ups, and go, "Oh, that's a nice play. I like that play. I'm going to go ahead and throw that in my arsenal as well."
That's what's funny to me about everyone acting like there's playbooks and secrets and stuff. And
Yeah.
everything's recorded and on film, and we got really slow remotes and all these different angles, and you can study everything over and over again. And if you're not studying everyone else in the off season during the week, what are you doing? I mean, besides just coaching your own guys. I mean, that's where you come up stuff. That's where you can balance things out. That's where you get to see other people try things, and you don't always have to do it exactly that way. But, you know, we spend the whole offseason going against a 4-down front and cover 3 and a little bit of quarters. And, you know, we like to see some other plays tried versus other coverages. And it's nice to be able to just turn on a tape, especially the way they got it now compared to how they had it 15 years ago, to where you can see anything you want at any time.
It's funny because I'll ask you the same question, because I asked Steve this. I don't know if it was on the air or off the air, but I was like, because I saw a play that he ran, and I think it might have been against Atlanta. And I asked him, I go, did you take that play from Atlanta and then run it against Atlanta? He goes, oh, yeah. He goes, yeah, we love to do that kind of stuff. We like go find a play, we'll run it against him, and then look down at him and go, gotcha. And I'm wondering do you get plays like from a team and go, yeah, let's run it against that team?
Yes, that's funny you say that, because we have kind of the same personality with that stuff. You know, if we steal a good play from somebody, there's no one we'd love to make it work on more than the person who did it, because they recognize it extremely fast. Yeah. I remember we ran a play that we had done, and we missed a block on it, and then the next series, I watched the other team run the exact same play we did, and they executed it, and I just sat there and lost my mind yelling at our coaches. I'm like, they just ran our play, but they coached it better, and just freaking out.
What's the most you've called a play, like the same play in a game, if you can remember?
When I call the same play?
Like, because I think you said you called the same. Just circling back earlier in this
when I watched someone else do it?
Just like, what's the most you've ever called the same play in one game? You said 4 times for one of them last week.
I don't know, probably like 7.
That's a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, I called the same play 3 times in a row last year.
It's like playing Madden. Yeah, like this works.
I mean, yeah, and it's also, you call a play and you don't get the right coverage, but you go to someone else and you still get a good gain. I'm going to call that same play again, because eventually the coverage is going to change, and it's going to go back to actually what I meant it for, where you hit number 1 will be a bigger gain. And so you do some stuff like that, or you feel you got the guys on their heels and they don't know what just happened to them, and I don't want to give them time to come to the sidelines and talk about it and look at the pictures and talk to their coaches. So you just come right back at it, and you just try to keep attacking them until they adjust, and once they get to the sideline, they usually adjust.
So one of the things, Coach, I find really fascinating is how you guys kind of run the same stuff, and maybe even the same exact play, but make it look different. The play will look different, but it ends up being the same play. Like, how many play? Let's take one play, for instance. How many different plays can you make that look like being the same play, whether it's by motion, by formation, whatever you use? Can you make one play that's the same play look like 4 or 5 different plays?
Yes, I mean, pre-snap and tight splits to wide splits. I mean, you can go full width and run all these plays, which those are how I learned most of these plays a long time ago, full width. And then how do you coach them with all tight splits and to kind of disperse everybody to those areas? How do you do it with motions? How do you do it with some of these quick motions behind the quarterback motions, double motions, do it out of empty, do it with guys in the backfield, but you scat the back so it looks like empty. And there's an infinite amount of ways to move 5 guys around at different spots and with formations. And now it could be the same play where your X receiver is number 1 in the progression, and then you can run the exact same play and your fullback can be the number 1 guy in the progression. So that's what allows you to do so many different things, but not put too much pressure on the guys, as long as you can find the verbiage to get them all in the right spots. But so it looks like they're doing just hundreds of different things, but it's a play that they all learned in the offseason, the quarterback knows, and when it's all said and done, those guys are all in the same spots.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan here on the UMA guest line. Niners and the Browns, Sunday morning, our time here, 10 a.m. kickoff right here on the Sports Leader. First time you're going back to Cleveland since you left as the offensive coordinator there in 2015. What do you remember about your time there, the one season you spent there, Kyle?
I mean, it wasn't very long.
Yeah.
And I actually really enjoyed Cleveland. It's I've been back for a preseason game, but this will be my first regular season game back there. And, we were there about 11 months, so not very long. But I did really enjoy the people out there. They were like true football fans. We started out 7-3, and so they treated us so great. Like the whole town was, you kind of walk into a bar without everybody celebrating and stuff. We didn't end that way. I think we finished 7-9, so it didn't end great. But it was a really cool football town, and a little colder than I like. But I don't have anything bad to say about Cleveland.
Jim,
I think Tom's cutting out a little bit. Talking to Kyle Shanahan here. Just wanted to talk about the injury report that just came out just briefly. Aaron Banks, I know he had the injury last week. It didn't sound like it was too serious. He was limited. Dre Greenlaw, hamstring, and Elijah Mitchell, I guess, would be the three. We're just wondering about updates on potentially.
Yeah, two of them practiced today. Banks and Elijah, so they got through practice, which is a good sign. Yeah. And Dre couldn't go today, so hopefully he'll feel better tomorrow.
All right. I think we're still waiting to connect with Tom here. So we'll stick here with head coach Kyle Shanahan. Dude, I was looking at, we talked to you about the analytics stuff a couple of weeks ago, which we thought you'd give a great answer on, where you said it's not cut and dry like that. You're not sitting at a blackjack table with a deck of cards. I saw somebody put out a note here giving credit to each head coach in the NFL by chart, how often teams go for it on fourth down when they should. And you've been the most successful when you should do it, Kyle, at a clip of 100% of the time. They say every time the analytics say you should go for it on fourth down, you have, and you've converted.
Well, I guess that means for 5 weeks in a row, my gut is lined up with analytics, but I don't think that's going to last. So I should enjoy that.
We'd give you credit, but we give you credit, but you're supposed to. In terms of what Cleveland poses as a threat, I know the defensive line for them is fantastic. Feels like also there's maybe more variables to this game than we've seen so far. First time leaving California since week one. Weather could be weird. Don't know the quarterback situation for them. Where is the focus on the stuff that is you can't really control versus who you got to plan for because you don't even know who's starting for them?
We don't know who's starting. We got to be prepared for all of them. But, I think it's pretty simple, this game. And we're going against the number one defense in the league. And you turn on the tape, and that's what they look like. They're going to be there at the end of this year because this defense is that good. And when you have a defense like that and a team who's dedicated to running the ball, that's a very good recipe to get to the playoffs and win in the playoffs. And I know it hurts them not having Chubb and stuff, but regardless of the back, they still commit to it, and they got guys who can do it. That's why they're top 5 in that, and they've been that for a long time. And Deshaun, the plays he can make, hopefully for us he's not out there, but these other guys can come in and do stuff just like you guys saw Dobbs do. Right. And when you play good defense and you run the ball, that gives any quarterback an opportunity to make plays.
What's the difficulties in facing a Jim Schwartz defense?
Jim's as good as it gets. He's been one of the best that I've gone against over my career. He's everywhere he's been. I started out my career in Houston as a coordinator, going against him when he was in Tennessee, and then when I was in Washington, going against him in Detroit, and Atlanta, and here, gone against him when he was in Philly. Jim always has a very sound, aggressive defense. It's always one of the top defenses in the league. But anytime Jim has talent, he's usually one of the top 1, 2, or 3 in the league, and that's what he has this year. He's got the pass rushers, got some good linebackers, some really good corners and safeties, and that's why they are number one in almost every single category right now. We've got a huge challenge for us, and we did last week versus Dallas and came up big for that, and it's only getting harder this week.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about a throw I was talking about earlier this week, the one that Brock made to Ayuk over the middle that just dropped it over. I think it was Van Der Esch possibly, but it was linebacker in either way. And then in front of the safety. That throw looked really difficult. I don't know if it is or not, but it looked impressive. Tell me about the route and the throw, because that was really nice, I thought.
Well, that was the one I kept coming back to because there was a hole for it.
Got it.
There was a hole for it, and then by the fourth time we had come back to it, he got so much depth, and which kind of made the hole tough to see. And he just lobbed it right over him, and it was so cool where I was standing because I had the exact window, and I saw the backer, and I couldn't see Brock in front of him, and all I saw was this nice touch ball floating right over the linebacker, and it just was about an inch above his fingers, and then right into BA's hands, and it was such a good touch pass, and that's why BA ran an awesome route and then had some good yak after it.
I was going to say, as they say, Kyle, if the first 3 times it doesn't succeed, try again.
That's right. You just when you worry, you're supposed to come back to it later. That's usually what you do. What the problem is when you do it on 1st and 10, and then you get a penalty and it's 1st and 15. Usually you come back to it right away, and it doesn't work because you get a different coverage. But we were lucky in that situation. We usually wait a little bit longer, but we wanted it too bad in this game, so we did it right away.
Hey, incredible game. I mean, it's really like I said, a comprehensive performance by offense, defense, special teams. So well done on Sunday night. Best of luck in Cleveland this weekend, and we'll look forward to talking to you again next week.
All right. Thanks, guys. Talk to you guys next week.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Good stuff there, head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. We got a couple of health stuff there as the injury report has just come out. Elijah Mitchell limited in practice today. Kyle said he practiced a bit. Aaron Banks did practice. That's good news, as we thought it was we thought it was a bicep, right? And then it turned out it was a shoulder is actually what it was. So they think he's going to be okay. He was limited, but the little bit surprising one, Dre Greenlaw hamstring did not practice today. Kyle said hopefully he feels better tomorrow. Still have a little bit of time to get him ready for Sunday. We can react a little bit to this one when we come on back. By the way, 4:30, do not want to miss the best half hour in sports radio. Steve Young is going to join us to talk about that Dallas beatdown and what we're looking at with the Cleveland Browns. And if you missed any of Kyle Shanahan, we will replay it for you at 5:30. But when we come on back here, let's get into what Kyle had to say and the arrival of Randy Gregory. We get to see him on that defense this week. Talk a bit about the weather, a bit about the quarterback stuff. I know coaches in the NFL and football want to eliminate variables. There's a lot of them, actually, for this game. I think that's maybe why this is such a big challenge, too. Lots of different variables here for the 49ers. Speaking of variables, Thursday Night Football tonight. You seen the weather report for that?
Is it brutal?
It's supposedly like wicked winds in Kansas City.
It?
Like 30 to 40 mile an hour winds, somebody was saying.
I know the total was just plummeting.
I took it early today, and I may let's see where it is now. I have to get
what
back
was
on
it
it
at,
there.
like 47?
I got it at 47.5 this morning.
Yeah, it's sitting at 47, 46.5, 47.5.
Get it at 47. It's falling.
Yeah, right around there. So there you go.
It is falling right now, the over-under for tonight's game. When we come on back, what did Kyle Shanahan have to say about the Cleveland Browns? And Randy Gregory has joined this team with a winning culture. He's excited to be here. We'll see what impact he makes on Sunday morning. Kickoff at 7 a.m. Kickoff at 10 a.m. Pregame 7 a.m. We'll talk more about what Kyle had to say next on the Sports Leader. Randy Gregory was introduced as a San Francisco 49er yesterday and discussed what went wrong during his stint with the Denver Broncos. Check out more on that story. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, I know you were talking about deadlines coming up for it. Tell us more about the ERC and what we need to know today.
ERC. This is the federal government rewarding employers who employed people in 2020 and 21 with a gift. It's a grant. It's not a loan. You don't pay it back. They just give you the money. Up to $26,000 for every employee that you have that qualifies. So if you had 10 people, that could be up to just over $250,000. 20, just up to over $500,000, and so on. How do you qualify? There's two different ways. There's the easy way, a certain drop in gross revenue. But a lot of CPAs, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney, are stopping there. They don't want to do the other test because it's a lot more work. We're tax attorneys. We do legal analysis. Of course, not everybody qualifies. That's the scammers. But there's a lot of people who did not have that drop in gross revenue on the first test, but do qualify under a facts and circumstances test. You may be entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or more. If you've never heard about ERC, contact us. We'll tell you all about it. If your CPA or somebody said you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't drop enough, call us for a free second opinion like you would with a medical doctor.
Let Steve, the expert, take care of it for you. Give him a call, 1-888-TAXIA, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Do you get plays like from a team and go, yeah, let's run it against that team?
Yes, that's funny you say that because we have kind of the same personality with that stuff. You know, if we steal a good play from somebody, there's no one we'd love to make it work on more than the person who did it, because they recognize it extremely fast. Yeah. I remember we ran a play that we had done and we missed a block on it, and then the next series I watched the other team run the exact same play we did and they executed it, and I just sat there and lost my mind yelling at our coaches. I'm like, they just ran our play but they coached it better, and just freaking out.
I was 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan on with us just a few minutes ago. If you missed the interview, we will replay it for you at 5:30 tonight. At 4:30, Steve Young, number 8, the Hall of Famer, going to join us normally on Wednesdays. We moved off of yesterday. It was his birthday yesterday, so he's going to join us today at 4:30. We will talk to Steve Young. But there was Kyle talking about that play calling stuff. That stuff is cool because that Lions play, he straight up said, he's like, yeah, I took that from them a few years back. Like, we were saying how close it looked, and oh, man, it looked cool. That was like almost the same play. And then they run it the same day that the 49ers run it. And Anthony Lynn, who's one of the Niners running back coaches, is the guy who brought it over. He said, yeah, he was there in Detroit when they ran it, and he brought it over to me and said, yeah, we should do this play. He said, we ran it last year in the NFC Championship when we didn't have a quarterback and didn't get a good look on it. This time they did. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool and honest of him to say, yeah, man, I just took it from them a few years back. Put it in my bag.
They're all thieves.
Yeah.
All these coaches are thieves. I mean, nobody, very rarely does somebody come up with something that hasn't been done before. It's like, that's why we always laugh. Like, you're not reinventing the wheel here. You can come up with some cool stuff, but a lot of it is based on other stuff that other people, I mean, these games have been around forever. It's hard to come up with something new. And like I said, every once in a while, somebody may. More conceptually, they might come up with something that's different that hasn't been done before. But as far as plays, yeah, I remember Steve running that play against Budenholzer when he was coaching for Atlanta. And Steve was with Budenholzer when they were in San Antonio. Steve was a player, Budenholzer was a coach. And he stole a play from Atlanta, then ran it against him. And he looked down at him and goes, gotcha. And I go, it's so funny because everybody thinks this is so high-pressured. And it is. But these guys have fun, and especially if the coaches know one another and the coaching fraternity, stuff like that. And Steve will say, yeah, they'll get us too. And I'll be like, how'd you guys fall for that? Like, I'll tell the team, that's our play. That's our play. You knew what he was going to do, and they still got you. And it's funny because you just, as a player, it's hard to have focus on every single possession. Like, if you were to call a timeout and walk out of a timeout and maybe the coaches had alerted you to something like that, then you might say, okay,
you're looking for it, right?
I know exactly what they're going to do. I got it. But if you're not, you're just kind of like, okay, what are we going to do? Okay, I'm going to guard this part. I got him. I'm going to play him to the inside. I'm going to watch for the curl. I got, or maybe I'm jumping out on the shooter. Or maybe we're going to switch this. And then all of a sudden they go boop, 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 and go, oh, son of a gun. They just run our own play against us. So, yeah, that kind of stuff happens all the time. I thought it probably did in the NFL, and it's funny to find out that, yeah, they do it against one another, and Kyle's like, oh, they ran better than we did against us. Like, that's the best, when you can, like, run a play that you took from somebody else and run it against them and succeed with that play.
Well, and it's not like he's the D coordinator, right? It's not like the defensive coordinator is looking for the trick play that the head coach has in his bag, right? That the offensive play caller has, because it's offense against defense and then your offense against their. So it seems to me that like that would be an easier thing to slip through in the NFL than it would like in basketball, where all the guys are on the court playing both ways, right? Like we might run that play. Somebody could, like you said, if you tell them to look out for it, somebody might go, I might know that play. I might recognize something in it, like a smart player. But in football, like, it's been years.
Yeah, but I don't think these necessarily are trick plays. I don't think they're all trick plays. I think it might just be a regular play. They might line up. And
totally.
I like that play.
Right.
Like a 3rd and 9 play. I'm going to go ahead and take that one, put it in the arsenal, and then I'll use it and see if it works. But again, like they all do basically the same stuff. It's different. And you're not going to mistake Kyle with a Dallas run offense. Like, they're totally different. So I mean, they're different stuff, but you'd probably find a lot of similarities with Kyle, McShay, LaFleur. You'd probably if you went and broke
McShay,
it all down,
huh?
McShay. Hey, McShay. They look a lot alike.
Yeah,
I see a lot of the concepts. Well, they're friends. They've known each other. They were all on the same staff with the
you mean
Commanders.
McVay?
So,
sorry, I was making a
McVay.
McShay like a.
Did I say McShay?
You did, like an Irish reference.
Oh God, I said Todd McShay.
We do have an update here on Deshaun Watson. Josina Anderson reporting he's going to be out for the game on Sunday, and it's going to be P.J. Walker starting for the Cleveland Browns. So the variables for the 49ers just became a little bit more clear and aligned. P.J. Walker gets the start after DTR got the start 2 weeks ago. They were on a bye last week. This is I'll get you some numbers here on P.J. Walker. He's a fairly mobile quarterback, I guess. Spent last 3 years with Carolina. We'd seen him I feel like the first time I became aware of him was in the COVID year, the 2020 season. Was that his rookie year, maybe? Anyway, started 6 games last year for Carolina, 5 the year before, and 4 in 2020. 15 career games started, 57.5% completion percentage, 5 touchdowns, 11 picks. He's been sacked 18 times in the 15 games played. Not a big guy, not like he's a mobile threat, but the receiving game for them has taken a big hit without Deshaun Watson.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. I mean, you lose your backfield. You lose Chubb and Watson. So, again, the Niners are better. There's no doubt the Niners are better. But what's the weather going to be? How much is it going to rain? Is a wind going to affect the passing game? So your passing game won't be as effective anyway? I don't know that. But even though the situation greatly favors the Browns, I don't see them losing this.
You think so?
Again,
because it's raining. I think now you think the situation favors the Browns.
Oh, no doubt.
I think without their starting quarterback, no way.
No, situationally, they got a bye week.
Oh,
they got their ass kicked before the bye week.
Why does that always mean that you're going to win after, though?
No, it doesn't. But I'm saying you have rest. You don't have to travel. You're playing at home after a bye week. The Niners have to get on a plane after a big win against the Cowboys, where I'm sure they've, whether they know it or not, have been mentally patting themselves on the back. You know, everybody's been telling them how great they are. It's been one of those type of weeks where you're just feeling like, damn, pretty good. Well, yeah, we're pretty good.
Yeah, they are.
And then you go play against. They are, but you go into a game where you're playing a team again who's limping, they're hurting, they're almost probably not going to be given much of a chance to win this game, and they're at home off a bye. So that's why I think situationally this is a good Browns setup. I just don't know that they have the talent to pull it off without like +2, maybe even +3 in turnovers. Like, I think if Watson were playing, then it would be a very dangerous game.
That's a scary game with Watson because all the passing games in play.
Yeah, and all the other stuff would still apply. All the situational stuff would still apply, and then you'd have a quarterback that could go out there and maybe get some stuff done. Now you just don't. You just don't. I mean, maybe. I mean, again, he's in the NFL, so I'll give him that. But against this defense, I just can't imagine them moving the ball through the air. And I don't know how they're going to score. As good as the Browns are defensively, you got to think the Niners are going to at least put up 24, 21.
I think they're going to win by double digits. Like,
they could.
I just saw this news, and I'm like, I'm as confident now. Like, before I was like, man, all these variables could be rainy. This is weird. And I thought not enough news on Watson. Maybe they're being coy with it, and they're going to roll him out there, and you've got to sort of prepare for it. Then Cooper becomes a deal. That's an issue. But now all I think is this, dude. Now I'm rolling into Cleveland. I'm feeling like this good.
We're better than you, and we know it.
We're better than you. We know it. So we're going to come kick some ass. I think it's more fun.
Well, you got
for
a lot
the
of
Niners.
line value. I'll give you that. Like, if you lose the game, it'll suck.
Yeah.
It's losing with that much line value. We'd get -5.
But it's moved to like -7. It was like -7 today.
No. It's -7, -9.5.
Oh, is it 9.5 now?
And it's probably going to close at 10.
Well, sorry, it was at 7 right before I heard that news. 7 or 7.5
Would you get
today.
it at 5?
2 days, like 2 days ago.
Oh, you're golden.
Yeah, I'm great.
Well, you're not golden, but you'll be golden.
No, I got it at
after the game.
5.5. Remember I said to you, I was like, what a weird line.
Yeah.
You said they're waiting probably on the quarterback spot.
Yeah.
It was already at 7.5 this morning.
Well, now we know.
It
always feels nice, though, to have that closing value blanket just cloaked over you. And the worst part is when you lose with closing value, like, hey, at least I got closing value.
I got value on it.
I lost the game, but I did get close. I always tell my buddies that. Me and my buddies always joke, yeah, but we got closing value, so it's okay that we lost. We're on the right side. There's only one right side, the one that cashes the ticket. But yeah, I kind of like your spot a little bit. You've gone through the key number of 6. You've gone through the key number of 7, and it might close at 10. That would be nice. So yes,
I'm feeling good about that. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty damn good about that.
Well, you should be. You should be.
Yeah,
that was a smart buy.
And it's not like a great value. Rushing wise,
you did get great value.
Rushing wise,
you got that going for you one way or the other, Coach.
Yeah, I put that out yesterday too on Twitter from my Corey Seager MVP bet. I was like plus 3,000. I'm so miffed about this, but I got good value though.
You get great value.
The PJ Walker at quarterback. I forgot. Derek just told me, he whispered in my ear, he was the XFL guy when they brought the XFL back. Remember, he was like one of the dudes who came back to the NFL out of the XFL. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think they gave away an MVP that 2019 or 20 year, but I think he was like the best player in the league before he came back to the NFL or came to the NFL. He's a mobile quarterback, and again, I don't know that really even concerns me.
No.
15 games played, 18 carries, 50 total yards. His last, he ran for a total of 6 times in 6 games last year. So they're not designing tons of runs for him. This isn't something that's going to be a huge part of his game. I think they'll probably try to go short slant passing patterns to guys like Elijah Moore, maybe take some shots, and then Amari Cooper. He's big. Put him on the nickel corner and try to do some work. But the backfield's going to be Kareem Hunt and Jerome Ford. Pierre Strong is the other running back there.
Yeah, from Temple, I believe. PJ Walker. He's an owl. Hoot hoot.
Who is he? Out of Temple. Good knowledge.
Yeah, that is. That when you have a quarterback that you don't necessarily want scanning the defense and being in the pocket, you design short passes and then you throw deep passes.
Yeah.
But if it's windy, that's going to really hurt the deep passing game because you're not going to be able to throw it deep. So that will definitely favor the 49ers there because that's how you get beat, right? You had a couple dink and dunk, and then all of a sudden you throw one down the field, and either they catch it or you get a PI, and they get like a 40-yard penalty, puts them into field goal range or maybe even touchdown range. So, yeah, I mean, I just can't imagine the Browns winning this if they're not, I said, minimum +2 in turnovers. Like probably more like 3. You're going to have to be a real sloppy game from the 49ers. I mean, that being said, and I still believe that, this defense is capable of locking teams down. Like, they're a really good defense. They got some premium players. What's that?
Cleveland, or you're saying Cleveland's defense?
Cleveland, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Cleveland's got a premium defense. And they're going to try to shorten the game, run the ball, try to put themselves in, 2nd and 7, 3rd and 3, where they can just kind of like Arizona, where Arizona was really efficient. When they had first down, they'd get 4. Then maybe they get 3. And then they get 5.
Thunder had 8 offensive drives that game. 8 offensive drives that game. And that's how they kept it close. You're right. That's how you have to do it.
They still extended. They won by double digits, 15. But it felt closer than that at one point. It was like, God, Niners feel like they had to score every time or the Cardinals are going to catch them. Now, I don't expect the Browns to have that type of efficiency. They don't have that type of offense. They don't have those type of weapons, missing Watson and missing Chubb. And the weather, I think, is going to dictate that it's going to be a defensive game. The total's like 36, which is absurdly low in an NFL game. So I think it will be a low-scoring grinder. And, again, that'll help the Browns, too. Just if the weather, the nastier, the better for them. They're hoping for mud and rain and just the ball that flies everywhere, and maybe the wind will take one way or the other. So that's definitely what they're hoping for to have any chance. But again, the Niners right now look like they're that team. Like it's going to take an extraordinary effort to beat them. And if they don't beat themselves, you're not beating them. And I firmly believe that. The Browns are not going to beat the 49ers. The 49ers are going to have to help them along. If the 49ers help them along, then sure, anything's possible. But if they don't help them, then it's going to be awfully, awfully tough.
I still disagree that they're in a better spot, too. Without a starting quarterback, or a better position. Like, I guess, I get what you're saying. Off the bye week, I mean, I guess every team wants to come off a bye and be at home. That would be the position. But let me throw these two at you.
Okay.
So it is going to be, looks like it's rainy and windy. I'm trying to get you the what are we, a 4-day forecast here? Everybody knows those are accurate. We'll take a look at the forecast for Sunday. They're saying it's more evening rain, they're saying. 20-mile-an-hour winds, though. 55 big. And rainy in the afternoon, cloudy in the morning. A little bit of rain in the afternoon. They're saying 15 to 25 miles an hour winds. Okay. That's pretty breezy for kicking.
That's significant.
And then in the evening time, cloudy with shower, but that won't be a factor because they'll be playing an afternoon game. So it will be sort of rainy and wet.
Okay.
Steve Wilks, Niner defensive coordinator. Wasn't he the head coach last year in Carolina?
Correct.
At least for a period of time while P.J. Walker was the starting quarterback. So I kind of like that. I like a guy who was there, who was drawing up practices against this guy. And then the other side of things is, I was just looking here at, I just lost my other note here. Anyway, the other side of things is the schedule for Cleveland, who they've played to this point. So this is what I said last week about Dallas, where I was like, yeah, Dallas's numbers are great. Their numbers are huge. Their scoring margin is great. Their statistics are awesome through 4 weeks. And this is why a 4 weeks sample size can be kind of deceiving, is they hadn't really played any big offense. Cleveland had a bye last week, so they've only played 4 games and basically leads the league in almost every huge or major defensive category, right? You were saying the Niners need to maybe turn it over twice or more than that for Cleveland to win this game. I'm probably with you. Niners have turned it over twice all year. Cleveland on the season, and check this out. Some of these numbers are crazy, and you're right. They need to shorten the game, and I guess the concern for their defense is getting off the field on third down because the Niners keep defenses out there, and by the time you get to that second half, that's why the fourth quarter for the Niners are 10.2 points a game. Second quarter, they're gassed too. By the end of the first, those are their 2 highest scoring quarters. Cleveland's given up fewer than 200 yards a game to opposing offenses, but they've played Cincinnati week 1 when they were atrocious. They played Pittsburgh, they played Tennessee, and they played Baltimore. And Baltimore, I think, had a couple of special teams. Opponents' yards per play, they're giving up 3.8. That's best in the NFL. The Niners are going to gash this, I think, in the way that they did against Dallas. I don't think the speed of the Niners, the schematics of the Niners offense, and I know that the defense is going to be well coached because of Jim Schwartz, but at some point, the talent is going to overcome what they've got out there. And I know they've got good talent on defense. The Niners offense is going to put up too much. This is what I mean by there being no Achilles heel consistently that I think you can hammer on with the Niners. I think that the defense will be able to stop them. They won't be able to extend drives offensively. You're missing your starting quarterback and running back. I just can't imagine. The position the Niners are in here is, I think they should be licking their chops in this game. I could see another 25, 30-point win. Would not shock me.
Yeah, I think they're good. They're definitely good enough, too. And I think you look what happened to the Browns the last time they played at home against the Ravens. They got smashed. What was it, like 27-3?
Yeah.
I think it was. And that was with DTR. And I don't think P.J. Walker's any better than DTR. He's more experienced. I give him that. And I watched a little bit of that game. Yeah, DTR, he was lost. It was just like overwhelming him. Like the game looked like it was moving. It had to have looked like it was moving 1,000 miles an hour. It was like, whoa. Slow down. Everybody slow down a second here. They're like, sorry, son, you get 10 seconds to snap it. You better get up there. Like,
by the way, our defense got better this week, too. Randy Gregory joined the defense of the 49ers. We'll get to see him out there chasing down.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, that'll be great. Yeah, we'll get a look at him.
I want to see what he looks like, because if he's like what they'd been looking for, hoping for, then you truly do not have a spot in this defense. You say, okay, that right there, if we could double Bosa and kind of contain the other two, we can take care of the other end one-on-one. If you get to a point where he can start getting to the quarterback, like D Ford was supposed to be if he were ever healthy, the 1 year he was healthy, that's what they envisioned it looking like. Yep. It doesn't look like that since, but if it gets to that point where he's a force on the other side when they single cover him, then you're just like, man, We're just hoping for an off day.
Embarrassment of riches. The guys are like chomping at the bit to get on the field. Here's Randy Gregory, introduced as a 49er. Here he is on joining a team with a winning culture and how he's feeling health-wise. Here's Randy Gregory.
I've always been a part of winning cultures all the way back to Pop Warner football. So to not be in a winning culture is tough for me mentally, especially when I'm one of those guys who are looking at to make plays out there. And so being able to step into somewhere where there is a winning culture, they're winning right now. Obviously, they got a lot on the line, and they're seeing the big picture. For me, like I said, I just want to slide in where I belong. For me, it's about getting reps and getting my feet wet. I think, training camp was a little tough for me, trying to get my legs going. Over the course of probably the first month of the season, I felt like I've gotten better. Right now is obviously the different defense. Won't be standing as much, and I think that's going to help me out as far as my knee goes. Staying low, I think one of the big things for me was pad level, and being in the 3-point is probably going to help out with that.
There you go. Randy Gregory, experience, and he's got a role. I like that, too. I like when guys like this show up and they know, like I know exactly where I'm walking into. This team was humming before I got here. The expectations aren't high for him. The same as for the Niners. It didn't cost him a whole lot. That's the best kind of deal I think you can have. A guy who's like, I can prove something here and I can win, and I have a role carved out for me. All I got to do is do that.
Yeah.
And it's my skill set. I think this is going to be could be a start of a beautiful marriage here with Randy Gregory and the 49ers.
Do you think in the history of all sports, baseball, basketball, football, I'm not going to include hockey in this, and you'll understand why when I ask the question, because I don't think there's a chance in hell it happened in hockey. But so Randy Gregory is a guy with 2 first names. Do you think there's ever been a team in the history of team sports, aside from hockey, that has had a player on a team, let's say named Randy Gregory, and then had another guy on the same team,
Greg Randall,
named Gregory Randy?
Greg Randall. You're going reverse name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Think that's ever happened?
We have had that happen. Not in football. It's happened in a baseball game, I want to say, where 2 guys with opposite names faced each other.
They did.
I want to say that happened once in a baseball game.
Gotta find out who that is.
It's happened in football, says Derek as well. On the same team, though? Not on the same team. That's what we're talking about.
Not on the same team, but they faced each other. Okay.
Cameron, Jordan, Cameron.
Oh, yeah.
Cam, Jordan, Cameron. Yeah, that's a good one.
That is very good. Yeah, I wonder if it's happened on the same team. That'd be awkward.
Yeah, that would be awkward. I don't know. I don't know.
To spend time on it. I was just kind of wondering out loud, but yeah, look, I think their hope is
Ed Sheeran thinking out loud. All right.
I don't think Ed Sheeran got to pitch in that series, did he?
He was scheduled,
Maybe he did.
Scheduled for Game 5. Tough break.
Oh, was he?
No, I don't know. Dave Robertson, Kershaw pitched 4. Game 4. That's when I was like, really?
Maybe he did come in the first game, because I know whoever came in after Kershaw got smashed too. I think it might have been Ed Sheeran. I'll have to look, or Michael Coconut Grove,
or Bob Miller. One of the two.
Yeah, I'm not sure who it was, but I think the hope here is that he plays well enough this year that maybe you can't afford him next year. Like that might be the hope.
That's best case scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, because if he's that good, then that means you probably won, and if you win, I don't know. At some point, they're gonna have to start like setting some money aside for Brock, especially if you win, because they've done a heck of a job being able to front load those contracts and pay a lot of money, like right off the bat, like a big chunk of money, which if you have the money, it's great. The Niners do. So that works to their benefit. They're flush with cash, so they don't got to spread it out all over. So they can like give you a lot of it, and then all of a sudden you may get a guy like Bosie toward the end of his contract that starts having cap hits of like $22 million,
Kittle's coming.
Where it's lower. So, but they're going to have to. It's going to be because Ayuk is going to need to get paid too.
Yep.
And it's going to be interesting to see which way they go. But guess what? If you win, then it all takes care of itself.
Makes it easy when you win. And
does.
You'll be able to keep bringing in pieces. And heck, if Brock gets too expensive, we'll just make another one, dude. End of the draft. No big deal. All right, when we come on back, who you got going?
Play-Doh?
Thursday Night Football starts up in just a little bit. Could be a funky one here. It's supposed to be windy. We'll get you the weather forecast for Thursday night. But, Tom, you lost your starting quarterback last week. You've got C.J. Stroud, who you've been riding with. You had Anthony Richardson. Is DJ Moore now an automatic start for you? And I got a question. about a guy in the Chiefs offense I'm wondering about. We'll talk about all that next. Little fantasy segment, who you got going, some of the starts and sit questions for this week. Then we got Steve Young coming up at 4:30. Number 8, the best 30 minutes in sports radio. Then we'll replay Kyle Shanahan for you at 5:30. Who you got going is next on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's Sports Leader.
Former 49er quarterback Alex Smith joined Murph and Mac this morning on the KNBR Morning Show and heaped some praise on Brock Purdy, saying he's in the upper echelon of quarterbacks right now in the NFL. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law team at sftaxteam.com. You probably heard by now the IRS is receiving billions of dollars to increase enforcements in the audits of individuals and small business owners. I'm actually going to guess you probably haven't. I don't think anybody keeps up what's going on with the IRS. Yeah, like I say, my IRS monthly lapsed and I just haven't been able to renew. I might have to get on that, or maybe not. But look, I'm here. I'm telling you, they've received billions, which means they're going to be out in full force and they're going to get some money back. And if you owe, they're coming. So if you owe and you find yourself in a situation where you need to take care of a debt for whatever reason, sometimes life gets in the way. It doesn't matter what the reason is. Alex Kugelman has dealt with it all. And if you don't have an issue, he will help you stay out of needing to schedule a consultation because you have issues. It's always nice to be proactive. So schedule that consultation. Meet with Alex. He's the managing attorney at Kugelman Law, and he'll make sure that you're educated and informed about your tax issues. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today to get a fair and honest assessment of your tax or crypto issues. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman, Kugelman. That's Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Week 6 of the NFL season gets going in about an hour here. Thursday Night Football, the Chiefs and the Broncos. At least we get the Chiefs with the Broncos on Thursday Night Football. In terms of guys who, I mean, this is sort of the 1/3 mark. Like, we're just over the 1/3 mark of a fantasy regular season because it's about 14 weeks or so. So we're 5 games in. This is now when I feel like you don't like your roster, you don't like certain players, or you've had issues. Now is when you can start being like, all right, I've got a sample size here. Maybe I want to, bank on this guy. I like where it's trending, but injuries derail everything every week. Devon Achane down now.
Brutal.
On IR. So now Raheem Mostert,
That's
now
rough.
Jeff Wilson Jr. Is he a guy you pick up and feel like? I just sort of feel like if you have a Dolphins running back, he's probably a value, right? At this point, like, you got to have him, and you should roster him. Justin Jefferson goes down with a hamstring injury. He's on IR.
Ouch.
For at least a month. So we're looking at KJ Osborne. This guy's coming in now. Jordan Addison, the rookie, was limited in practice each of the last couple of days, so he's still expected to step into a big role, but I don't know how that affects Kirk Cousins. I've got him in a couple of leagues, but you lost Anthony Richardson last week. He goes to injured reserve. CJ Stroud, you're just putting him in. That's an easy swap for you.
That's it. Just slide him in. One rookie for another rookie. I don't have...
What has been traded, another has been.
I don't have a lot of intriguing decisions to make, being that I'm the highest scoring team in the league. So when you sit on the throne, you just watch everybody else kind of scramble around and do their thing and come to you, lay grapes and fig leaves
like
at your
Derek.
feet. So, yeah.
By the way, did you notice
the lowest quartile?
Weird. The lowest quartile is the last quartile. Is Derek? He's in dead last.
The upper quartile of winners. We're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
So I get a crack at him this week, right? Remember yesterday we were talking about Derek's fantasy team, and we're like, dude, did you notice, like, I'm the second best team in the league, and I think either second highest scoring or third highest scoring.
You are second.
And we're just running through this league. We're on a collision course here. So Derek,
it's all going to go terribly wrong.
James Conner, yeah, I know, we're both going to get derailed. James Conner goes down with an injury, and who's that guy? He's got a weird name. DeMercado is his last name. DeMercado.
Yeah, he sounds like a coffee at Starbucks.
Yeah, right. Of a Grande DeMercado.
Yeah, exactly.
He's the running back who slots in now for Arizona. Derek didn't pick him up, and then last night Derek's telling me, like, yeah, I don't like waiver wire. I go, what do you mean you don't like waiver wire? He goes, I don't believe in it. Or whatever he said. He goes, I like playing pure fantasy football. You draft your team. I'm like, yeah, but guys get hurt, man. I was like, you could have had this running back. No, I got him, and I'm going up against you. But there's a reason he's the lowest quartile, and it's philosophy like that, man.
I did notice he's always number one on the waiver wire.
Always first choice, but he never gets anybody.
First choice. I'm like, I go, God, I got to wait till he gets somebody, then I can be number one. Well, apparently he's not going to go get somebody, so I'm always going to be number two at best. Here's the only decision I have.
Okay.
It is DJ Moore and Olave. Right now, DJ Moore's in the lineup, but the weather there is supposed to be brutal in Chicago. It's supposed to be windy and rainy. The total has been dropping. I think it opened like 48.5 down to like 43.5 now. So it's not supposed to be pretty. Not necessarily conducive to a passing game. But then I have the Saints with Olave, who's dealing with a bum toe, and he hasn't gotten anything done the last couple weeks.
Got a touchdown last week, right, to save a pretty mediocre day.
It would have been a brutal day. He had like 2 catches for 12 yards with the touchdown, I think it was. So it was something like that. So it wasn't. Put it this way, it wasn't good, and the touchdown did at least save it. But so I'm probably gonna go more, just because I don't really have a great option with Olave and his health. And they're going against Houston, who I think is a pretty decent defense. And so but that's about it. I don't really have any other choices to make after that. I don't have another quarterback, so Stroud is starting there. Swift and Kamara will start at running back.
You're pretty good.
I guess that's a choice. I'm going to take Walker out. Kenneth Walker is at Cincinnati, and I'm going to play Kamara at Houston and Swift at the Jets. That's a little dicey at the Jets, but I don't know. Maybe I'll stick Walker in there. I don't know. Maybe I do have choices to make.
Look at you. I don't have any problems. You just talked to like 9 guys.
Choices now. I'm going to be fine. You've talked me now. Now I'm going to be second guessing myself.
Let me give you, dude. DJ Moore. DJ Moore in. Is he set it and forget? Because the Browns, the Bears, all of a sudden, their offense is on fire. Like
it is.
I'm kind of a believer in fantasy football in playing a hot hand. It's kind of like we talk about when a team's on a hot.
You're like Bochy.
Well, yeah, dude. Well, by the way, one of our texters here on the YouTube chat, KNBR.com or the YouTube page, the KNBR page. Somebody checked in on Derek's philosophy on waiver wire. He goes, True Blue says, dude, Derek's using the Farhan philosophy. Now we're just riding with what we got. We just like this. Dang. We just like this right here. We're not winning games, but we like these guys. This is our crew, and we are not moving off of them for anything. There's some news. Travis Kelce, by the way, is going to play tonight. He's active for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
I kind of assumed once I heard that Taylor Swift was going to be at the game tonight. I heard that this morning. I was like, so Kelsey's playing. I was like, slot him in. She's not flying to Missouri just for kicks, you know?
There you go.
So Travis Kelce is in for tonight's game. Here's a guy I'm wondering, have you been following him at all? I've been looking for, at some point, I was like, the Chiefs are going to get themselves some guy who's going to be their new cheap Tyreek Hill. Now, again, you're not going to just get a Tyreek Hill, but a reset of the position there, right? Because Kelsey's their number one. He's getting old, man. Like, he's probably right through the prime of his career now, but he's not going to be around for that much longer. You need to find another guy to pair with Mahomes. I mean, you got Jefferson in Minnesota. You've got Jamar Chase and Burrow together. You got Diggs and Allen. Like, he needs a guy who's going to be there with him long term. I don't know if this is the guy, but right now, he's got the second most targets and receptions on the team behind Travis Kelce, Rashee Rice, the rookie. You been following this guy? He's only owned in like 30% of... Yeah, go ahead.
From SMU.
From SMU, Smooth.
I believe.
Yeah, 30 less than 30% owned across like ESPN and Yahoo fantasy leagues. Travis Kelce has 12 first down receptions. He's got 11 on the season.
Really?
Rashee Rice. He's got 2 touchdown catches, 29 fantasy points. He's one of these guys who, like, if you have him now, come December, like mid-December, like you come playoff time, you're like, this guy might be in there every single week for you because he starts to get a rapport with Mahomes, and we see the Chiefs sort of round into form. So he's a guy who I'm paying attention to. Rashee Rice, a guy I'm kind of intrigued by. If you could pick him up, he's on my roster now, but I don't think you play him yet. I don't think he's quite there yet.
Yeah, I don't. That's the one thing I don't need is receivers. You know why?
Because you have. Nope. I think we're gonna go.
Close.
Puka. I knew I was with you, dude. I was with you. That's why we're at the top of the league, man.
Exactly.
That's why we're on the same wavelength.
Exactly.
Derek, if you just get on our wavelength, dude, you wouldn't be hanging down there, man. At the.
What's your excuse for playing like a fried turd?
Nicely done.
Oh, man.
Steve Young, number 8, the Hall of Famer, the lefty, the best half hour in sports radio. He joins us each and every Wednesday. Well, this week it's Thursday, and he's going to join us when we come on back. And Kyle Shanahan joined us earlier to talk about this matchup with the Cleveland Browns. If you missed any of that, we'll replay it for you at 5:30. By the way, Tom cut out during the interview. Somebody on the text line said, we should replay the interview for Tom because he missed the portion of it when your mic shut down. Thought that was pretty funny. So we'll replay it for Tom and for you. Kyle Shanahan at 5:30. Steve Young next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We are working to make the connection with the Hall of Famer number 8, Steve Young. We usually catch up with him on Wednesdays. He's had the flag football thing going on. By the way, The Athletic did a really cool article on that where Steve spoke with somebody from there, and they talked all about it. But he had a birthday yesterday, had a big game, he said. But we will connect with Steve Young and talk to him in just a few minutes. Just looking around the NFL. As I said, we got a game coming up tonight. So that over-under on tonight's game between the Broncos and the Chiefs
was starting to fall. I'm trying to get the weather forecast there because they're saying the forecast. I was looking at this one betting site a few minutes ago was saying kicking could be a problem. And I'm like, oh, good, dude. That's great for my Harrison Butker start tonight. Butker in Kansas City. I sort of feel like the Chiefs are again, they're more balanced maybe than they have been in the past because we're used to them just sort of blowing people out on offense, and they don't have as many offensive weapons because, like we said, the big names in the receiving core aren't really there anymore like they were before. But Isaiah Pacheco's kind of become a guy for them. And you know what they're not really doing? It seems like with the Chiefs, they're not doing the like the ring around to Rosie stuff inside the 5-yard line. You know what I mean? How they do the craziest crap down near the goal line where you should never do anything funky. Don't worry, I think it's coming back. I think that's all in there. But they've been kind of ho-hum near the goal line, just sort of punching it in either with Mahomes or Kelsey. Sometimes they'll drop it off to him, a little handoff, or Isaiah Pacheco, who's been pretty darn good. Who'd have thought out of Rutgers?
I know. The one they still do occasionally, but they used to do all the time was the drop back and then underhand shovel pass to Kelsey. It wasn't like the overhand. They just almost like flip it.
Yeah.
Like down around the thighs, just whoop, and be right in his hands, and he just scurry into the end zone. Yeah, that what a weapon to have near the goal line, to have a tight end that's basically a wide receiver in a tight end's body. He's amazing. He's really good. I mean, I would think probably the best pass catching tight end in the history of the game, but
Antonio Gates is up there.
Was pretty good.
Tony Gonzalez was insane. Jason Witten's the most catches ever, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Gates was really good. I mean, hell, you go all the way back.
Well, that era kind of started. Winslow,
Todd Christensen, those guys were incredible.
Shout out Brent Jones. Just put him out there.
Brent Jones, yeah. Mr. Jones.
Let me ask you this then. As the tight end position, because it used to be, even in like the Antonio Gates and the Tony Gonzalez era, like when I was in middle school, high school, like when I was a kid, to me, the tight end position was a skill position, right? Like you had to be a pass catcher.
Yep.
Like it seemed to me that used to be in the older style of football, maybe in the 70s even.
Yep.
It was rare to have a guy who was that. Like even if he was a great pass catcher, he wasn't a primary focus of the offense because he wasn't running routes like that. I wonder if, and maybe defensive end is in this conversation or even defensive tackle, has the tight end position evolved more than any other position in terms of what you want out of it? Kind of like the power forward in basketball or the center in basketball. Like you're not there to just clog the lane anymore and stand down on the block and play defense. You got to be able to do more. A tight end now, like if you're a straight blocking tight end, it doesn't really, you might not be the number one option, but you got to be able to catch some passes.
Yeah. I'm just looking here because I wanted to see what Kellen Winslow, how many catches he would have.
I remember like Mo Alley Cox was like in the NCAA tournament, and I turned around, he's catching touchdowns for the Colts. I was like, when did this guy start playing football? And I really don't. There's so many guys. Antonio Gates is one of those guys.
Yeah,
who played basketball and then jumped to football. Tony Gonzalez.
This was back in 80-81.
Okay.
Winslow had 89 catches, 88 catches for 1,290 yards and 1,070 yards.
Wow, that's incredible.
He had 3 seasons where he had over 1,000 yards catching. In 83, he was 88 for 1,172.
Chargers?
It looked like after that injuries may have got him because they only played, and I don't know if there was maybe a strike, but 7 games, then 10 games, and
that's
16,
82. Then the strike year.
And 86.
That was 86.
No, that was 84.
Okay.
He played 7 games. 82, he played 9. So he's pretty healthy for the first part of his career, and then after that, kind of went down.
So that's not though when
downhill.
He had Walsh. Like I would have thought, if he had Will Walsh there for that year, that he was the O coordinator. Who were
that was Eric Coryell.
Yeah,
that was the Eric Coryell.
Eric Coryell.
Yeah, I bet you if I looked at Todd Christensen, he might have had like 90 plus catches, 100 catches in a year. Like he was the guy. But I think what sets Kittle apart and Gronk is that those guys are like incredible blockers. Like they're like having an extra tackle.
Yeah, doing both well is nuts.
That's the thing, and that's why I always say that Kittle's the most complete tight end because he can do some of the stuff. Like he doesn't have the shake that Kelsey does. Nobody does. I mean,
Kelsey's quick.
He's just so good. He's such a good route runner. Great hands.
He's low to the ground. He seems like too, right?
Yeah.
For a big guy, like runs low to the ground. He's always he's got a big wide target that he just sort of hurls the ball into.
Yep. He's not he's not a guy you put out there and go, geez, he can't block anybody. But that's not really his thing. He's not like a premium blocker for a tight end. Kittle, you get like a receiving tight end and a blocking tight end all in one because he can catch almost as well as the best catching, the pass catching tight ends, and then he blocks as well as the blocking tight ends. Like he's a badass. So as far as complete tight ends, but I don't know.
Todd Christensen, I love this. Tight end dash fullback. Love it.
Exactly.
That's sick, dude. Yeah.
The stash.
Delaney Walker, get him out there, dude. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got him. He had 92 catches for the Raiders in 83. And then 80 and 82, or excuse me, 80 and 84, then 82 and 85, 95 and 86. That was his.
That's what it was, yeah.
That was his cap. He led the league in catches twice.
95.
In 83
and in catches.
85. Damn, man. He had 1,200. He had 3,000-yard seasons and a 987. Boy.
Did he really?
Yeah. Todd Christensen doesn't get the love.
He was good. Number 46. Tight end number 46.
You're damn right, he was 46. Yeah. He's like a middle reliever, dude. Fullback. There you go. We are still working to make the connection with Steve Young. We will connect with him, though, and get you the conversation with number 8, the Hall of Famer. And by the way, coming up at 5:30, we will replay our conversation with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
Can't wait to hear it.
Dude, that's a great Kyle, little like a guffaw there. We'll try to connect with Steve Young, and we'll keep you updated on what happens here with Thursday night football. And we got playoff baseball coming your way.
Yes, we do.
As well. Steve Young and Kyle Shanahan, only here on the Sports Leader. Dan Orlovsky joined Papa and Lund today to explain his comparison of Mac Jones to Brock Purdy and reacts to George Kittle's Watch the Tape comments. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good choice.
I guess the Niners are so good, so dominant, we don't even have music accompaniment. We're just like, they've outgrown that. They're that good. We talked to the Hall of Famer, number 8, Steve Young. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Steve.
Thomas, Adam, it feels immature, at this point.
Wait, how did it go from mature last week to immature this week?
After watching that game on Sunday, what are we going to say? What are we going to say? Does anybody need analysis? If you need analysis of that game, then you've got an issue that I don't know. I mean, what did we learn? We knew. I had not seen from an supposedly above average football team. We're assuming that the Cowboys are above average football team. Such a dominant performance everywhere, kind of from the beginning, in a long time. Even in a Super Bowl year, there's no place where you think, well, that'll get exposed. What happens when that gets exposed? What happens when even your what ifs kind of fade? So I learned a lot about the Cowboys, though. Every time they come out with what do they say? There's top 5 rosters. And Jerry tells us every year, this is a Super Bowl roster. And I think talent-wise, everybody kind of if you weighed everybody by just pure talent individually, you'd probably say they'd tip the scales for, probably top 5 roster of talent. But how it gets deployed and put together and the offense that they run and how they deploy Dak and what if I was a Cowboy fan, I would scratch my eyeballs out right now.
No, you've said it for a long time now that you watch that team.
How many times, Tom? Thank you.
And you say no. It's not going to work.
Well, fundamentally, there's 3 things wrong. There's one, the coach is not empowered. When he walks into the locker room and yells at somebody, the player says, I don't know that you're really the one that's going to, decide this. And because of that, that's been a problem for 25 years. That's nothing new. That's nothing big. That's just the truth. The other thing we talked about is when you put the star in the helmet, everyone thinks you're great. Yep. And the thing is, in the NFL, no one cares. You go play another team, they don't care whether you're the Cowboys, but the fans and all the rest of us are like, oh, it's the Cowboys. Like, no. And so they have a sense of entitlement in a way that we're the Cowboys, we're good. And it was like, no, you're not. Well, yes, we are. Look at our helmet. Don't you see our helmet? Well, your helmet's not deciding whether you're good or not. And so you see these talented teams not deployed well, not having kind of accountability, and everybody thinks they're already great. And you see this is what happens. And so I don't know, off we go. But
you've talked about the archaic offense too, which is interesting because they had Kellen Moore last year and he's kind of an innovative guy, but I don't know why does an offense that's in Dallas just kind of look archaic? And it does.
They finally got rid of Zeke. Zeke, an eye back is, as you guys know, I've talked about this many times, is dead. But you can have it, but you can't line up in it, and you can't look at how we deploy everybody. Look at the innovation and how the ball gets spread out. Brock goes 15 of 16, and what are the risky throws? Where are the ones that are like 3 levels? There's 3 or 4 of them that he was like super cool that he did, but they don't ask him to do that all the time because the innovation in the offense to get it into places and spaces in people's hands that's really unique. You see that because I guess what it is, Tom, is people don't believe what I'm saying, which I totally understand. That doesn't mean I believe I'm right, but doesn't mean that you don't have to believe that I'm right. But the game's changed because of the rules. And there's much more space. And if you run 2017 plays in 2023, you're old school. That just doesn't work anymore. And look what the Dolphins are doing. What's so unique about what the Dolphins are doing? Is there what is it? Yeah, they've got some speed. Yeah, they got a lefty quarterback. I love that. But what makes them above average offensively? What makes them first in the league? Well, it's the deployment. It's innovation. What makes the Eagles? What makes the Chiefs? And so when you say the Cowboys, it's like, look, give me an offense that makes me, when I watch you, makes me feel like you have this talent, this speed, you got a good offensive line, all that stuff. Put it in a 2023 cover, not in the 2016 cover. Because the game's changed that dramatically.
Yeah, we're gonna try to reconnect with Steve. He's getting a little underwatery there. But this is something we've talked about with him for a few weeks now. Yeah. That's kind of what I was going off of what Steve says on this stuff when we were going into the game last week. The Cowboys' offense has not shown anything to allow you to believe that they're at the level of some of the best offenses in football. I do think that they're a more balanced team, and it's interesting because he said he learned a lot about Dallas. I kind of felt like I didn't learn much about Dallas. I kind of thought that's not that they played worse than I thought they would, but they kind of are the team that I thought they were.
Yeah, it's a weird one for me.
Yeah,
because I don't know what I learned. I know the Niners are really good. I thought they were really good.
They solidified stuff for themselves. We got Steve back, by the way.
Exactly. You back?
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Burning up the line because I'm
so much better.
I'm so tired of being right on this one, so I apologize.
All right, let me ask you something you will know something about from experience. So you're coming off a win like that, national TV against Cowboys, comprehensive beatdown, and everyone's saying what we're saying. What do we say about this team? They're like dominant. They're incredible. How do you keep that from getting in? How do you keep that? How do you take that and put it in a trunk somewhere and say, you know what, that's great. It's human nature to feel that way, feel good about yourself. It's too easy to say, oh, we're going to celebrate for 24 hours, we're going to move on. Really? So the 25th hour, you're not feeling good about yourself anymore? Please. How do you do that? How do you say, gone, it's over?
The coach cannot do it. The coach goes in the locker room and says, hey, we got to stay focused. We haven't really accomplished anything yet. Doesn't matter. The only way it happens is leadership in the locker room. I always said this 1,000 times. The self-policing locker rooms that can hold people accountable, that can hold on to, look, there's going to be ebbs and flows and natural ebbs and flows in all parts of 50 people and just the human dynamic. But this team is built off of a locker room of accountability. The guys in the locker room who have the loudest voice, who have the biggest stick, are the ones that you trust the most. And that's what you pray for. You pray for, some goofball with a loud voice and a big stick that you don't trust. And there's a lot of teams in the league that don't have that. They don't have that they don't have the guys to actually do that. So they have a big game. And who's going to hold them accountable? The coach is going to come in and make a speech. Like, no one cares. Doesn't matter. It's not going to hold. But the players, the locker rooms that hold each other to a standard, which is what we talked about. I mean, honestly, it got so not ad nauseum, but like you didn't want to throw up, but you did get like our accountable standard of what we talked about in the 49ers through it's the same stuff. It's the same elements that makes you great. And I always say, what plays do you call? Doesn't matter. What defenses do you run? Doesn't matter. Everybody's accountable. That's where you're going to do it. So if you're going to say is this team a great kind of a overdog, right? Is this a team that can handle going to Cleveland? Everyone's marking the calendar for the 49ers. Can you be that team? I think this team can be. They don't need to be the underdog. They don't need to be sneaking up on people. It's like, we're coming. We're going to do our job. We're going to take names like Tiger. What did Tiger Woods say when his dad would go to a ton? Just point. Tell me what the first tee is and tell me what the course record is. Like, that's what the 49ers are right now, like saying, like, just where's the stadium? What's the course record? Because that's what we're rolling. That's how we roll.
Larry Bird, who's playing for second, right? That's walking who's playing for second today. Talking to Steve Young on the UMA guest line. I'm with you, and I look at Cleveland and I go, they don't have a starting running back. They don't have a starting quarterback. They're going to their third quarterback already. They've had their bye. It's week 6, and they're on their third quarterback. I just, even healthy, it was going to be a challenge for them. I don't think they have the weapons. They don't have the tools to win this game.
No, and they do not. And look, in the NFL, you better be careful because talented people paid a lot of money. Got to be careful. But that's to the rank and file teams. This team is different, and I think they know that and they sense that. And they might start slow. They'll get it right. They got a quarterback that if makes some mistakes early, he won't make them again. He'll calm things down. He chances and make a 4-interception game. Just won't do it. So it's like, we're not going to get into a jam where we get in the second half and we're now down 10-3, and it's just not going to. It won't happen. And I think that's the knowledge we had back in the day, and it makes me feel really good.
Yeah. I asked Brent this question. I asked him to compare or give me similarities between Joe Montana and Brock Purdy. And, of course, I go, look, you don't have to do the whole – look, I'm not saying he is Joe Montana. Like, we get it. He's not Joe Montana. He hasn't won – he doesn't have the hardware that Joe Montana has. So I was like, are there similarities? And he said, yeah, there's similarities. And I thought about it for a second, Steve, that I was like, I wonder if there's similarities to Steve. You're just so much further, like, the athleticism sets you guys so far apart that I don't even know if I can find something in there that you'd be able to find. But Joe and him, right-handed, similar kind of athletes, similar kind of stature, seem very poised, cool. I mean, what do you see? And again, I'll give you the disclaimer so you don't have to say it. He's not saying he's Joe Montana, but the similarities would be.
Well, that's why